Chapter 681. The blizzard raged for 3 days and 3 nights, but the ice pellet storm finally began to subside. The terrifying pounding sounds overhead finally ceased. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. It's finally stopped, someone whispered. They had been there for 3 days and 3 nights, unable to eat or sleep properly, constantly worried that the ice cellar would collapse. They were also worried about the whales outside. Major Way immediately stood up, brushed the ice chips off his clothes, and said in a steady, powerful voice, "Everyone, check the ice cellar and make sure it's safe." The crew quickly sprang into action, checking every corner of the ice cellar. Suddenly, a crew member shouted, "Captain Way, there are signs of a collapse at the entrance to the ice cellar." Major Way strode over, his brow furrowed. "Clear the collapsed ice, be careful, don't cause a secondary collapse." The crew immediately picked up ice axes and shovels, and carefully cleared the collapsed ice. The crackling sound of ice breaking echoed through the ice cellar, fine shards of ice filling the air and settling on everyone's shoulders and masks. After clearing away the collapsed ice, the crew ate something quick and then continued to wait. Several more hours passed before the sound of ice shards hitting the ground finally ceased completely. "We can go out now," Major Way said, rising to his feet. "We don't know what's happening outside yet. Everyone be careful." The crew quickly gathered their equipment and climbed out of the ice cellar one by one. It was still an endless night. Everywhere was shrouded in darkness, as if a deep curtain had been drawn down, but people had long since grown accustomed to this darkness. If before the apocalypse people wrote literature, if the sun never rose again, if only darkness remained on the human world, it would still be an endless night. Everywhere was shrouded in darkness, as if a deep curtain had been drawn. But people had long since grown accustomed to this night. If, before the apocalypse, people were to write literature about a world where the sun never rose again, where only darkness remained, they would surely depict endless fear and despair. However, reality is far crueler than literature. Humanity's ability to adapt to darkness has far surpassed imagination. Therefore, people now see this endless night and seem indifferent. They only feel incredibly fortunate to have survived another disaster. The outside world seems to have been reshaped. The ice floes on the ice field have risen more than 2 meters, and the once flat ice surface is now covered with a thick layer of ice pellets that crunch underfoot. "Inspect the hull," Major Way ordered, his voice crisp and decisive. A group of crew members immediately ran to the fishing boats, carefully inspecting their hulls. Both fishing boats were in similar condition, with minor damage in several places, but nothing serious. The maintenance crew quickly stepped forward, welding tools in hand, and began repairs. Most of the remaining crew members rushed to check on the whale pod in the 100-meter abyss and the whales that had fallen to the ground nearby. That's a huge amount of supplies. It could solve the food problem for so many people, so everyone was taking it seriously and had been worried for the past few days. Chi Mingyu, of course, wanted to go too. He had originally wanted Zhou Shuwan to stay behind, as the location of the 100-meter abyss was difficult to traverse. But Zhou Shuwan had already sensed the whale's situation. How could she stay here uneasy? Of course, she insisted on going. Chi Mingyu had no choice but to pull her along, and together they ran towards that direction as fast as they could. 3 days and 3 nights of relentless ice pounding had raised the ice sheet by approximately 2 meters. The terrain was difficult to traverse, and the crew stumbled and scrambled across the thick ice, their heavy footsteps echoing with dull thuds. Zhou Shuwan and Chi Mingyu followed closely behind. Upon reaching the whale, they stopped, their gazes piercing through the ice, to look at the creature below. "It's a truly pitiful sight," a crew member murmured, his voice tinged with regret. The whale's skin was covered in marks from sharp ice shards, and thin trickles of black blood seeped out. Though scarce, they marred the initial awe-inspiring sight of the whale emerging from the ice sheet. The only saving grace, however, was the whale's immense size. The surface damage hadn't significantly affected its internal structure. "Let's begin," Major Way ordered in a deep voice. The crew sprang into action, wielding shovels, ice axes, cutting machines, and other tools, beginning to dig into the ice. Ice shards flew everywhere as the thick ice layer was gradually broken through. Although the ice layer was raised by 2 meters, compared to the previous depth of 100 meters, the workload wasn't too great. "Excavate all the whales in the 100-meter abyss." Major Way's voice sounded particularly strong in the cold wind. However, the ice shard storm at the bottom of the abyss pounded even more fiercely, and the ice layer accumulated to a depth of over 10 meters. Still, compared to the previous 100-meter depth, this was considered relatively easy work. No one felt tired from digging through the ice. they only wished they had more hands to dig out all the whales as quickly as possible. On the ice field, the crew members' figures appeared exceptionally resolute in the cold wind, their movements becoming increasingly rapid, as if racing against time. The whale's somewhat broken body was slowly freed from the ice, its massive life leaving its final traces on the icy plain. Someone brought pulleys, chains, and other tools on a cart, and people, disregarding everything else, continued hoisting the whale onto the ice. Others also divided the work, pulling the whale from the ice toward the fishing boats. But in reality, everyone knew that such a large pod of whales was simply too much for their 2 average tonnage fishing boats to handle. Leaving them all here was unsafe. Although they were now fairly certain that they, and the humans on the 2 islands within a radius of several thousand kilometers were likely the only inhabitants, there was always a chance of something going wrong. The journey here had taken a month, and the return trip would take even longer due to the heavy load, then it would be another month. No one knew what would happen then. Would a new natural disaster occur? Or would other humans take the whales away? During the days they stayed to excavate the whales, Major Way had been constantly considering this matter. After much deliberation, the most suitable solution seemed to be dividing the manpower into 2 groups, one to transport the goods, and the other to guard them. While the others could stay behind to transport the goods, Zhou Shuwan was the first to leave. Only she could navigate the ice plains without getting lost and lead everyone back to the island. After careful consideration, Major Wei told Zhou Shuwan about the matter. Zhou Shuwan looked at the whales in the ice, and the people risking their lives to retrieve them from the hundreds of meters below the abyss. They were working so hard, so desperately. For her, it was something she could solve with a flick of her finger, but she could only watch coldly from the sidelines. This was truly a painful experience. She calmly accepted Major Wei's suggestion. Chapter 682. Although it was confirmed that Zhou Shuwan would be returning with the team, Qi Mingyu would definitely be going back as well. However, before returning, Zhou Shuwan made the first discovery. Her task with the fishing team was to confirm directions, so she hadn't actually gone down into the 100-meter abyss to get close to the whale pods. But this day, standing at the bottom of the 100-meter abyss, feeling the awe-inspiring depths, she suddenly thought of a possibility. She said to Qi Mingyu, "I need to go down there." Qi Mingyu was slightly taken aback, then understood her meaning. "You mean?" Zhou Shuwan nodded. 100 meters is basically my limit. The current 100-meter abyss was a huge ice cellar that the entire fishing team of 300 people had been working day and night for nearly 20 days to excavate. Standing at the bottom of the abyss, she could feel the depth of the ocean and see what the deep seabed was like now. Before the eternal night arrived, people could take submarines to the seabed to see for themselves, so they weren't completely unfamiliar with the underwater conditions. However, their understanding was currently limited to the surface of the ice field. In a post-apocalyptic world rife with disasters, this was extremely disadvantageous for self-preservation. Qi Mingyu didn't stop Zhou Shuwan. Instead, he wanted to go down with her. The 2 of them put on safety harnesses and were slowly lowered to the bottom of the abyss by pulleys. Standing at the top and looking down, those with a fear of heights would feel dizzy and disoriented, but the sight of the enormous whale pods evoked waves of awe. However, once they reached the bottom and saw the massive whales frozen solid around them, the sense of awe was still indescribable. Zhou Shuwan couldn't resist touching the whale in front of her. It weighed a full 100 tons, stood 4 meters tall, and was about 20 meters long. Standing before this whale, she looked as small as an ant. Qi Mingyu was equally awestruck by its sheer size. After marveling at it, Zhou Shuwan's hand remained on the whale, instead focusing on the seabed beneath her feet. Deep within ice and more ice. This ice seemed endless, stretching to the very depths of the ocean. Zhou Shuwan frowned slightly, about to withdraw her hand, when suddenly, she sensed something, her expression faltering slightly. Qi Mingyu looked at her, as the surrounding crew were busy digging the whale out of the ice. He didn't ask directly. Zhou Shuwan sensed a relatively calm undercurrent about 30 meters deep, flowing from the bottom of the 100-meter abyss. Her abilities prevented her from seeing the origin of this undercurrent, nor its destination. However, it was enough to shock her. Who would have thought that in this completely frozen underwater world, there would be such a tenacious undercurrent slowly flowing through? This could be a sign of the seabed temperature rising, or it could be that the ocean wasn't completely frozen solid. Zhou Shuwan remained calm, not rushing to share this news with Qi Mingyu. Instead, she walked around the 100-meter deep abyss, observing all the whales. Only then did she return to the surface with Qi Mingyu. Once they were alone, she told Qi Mingyu what she had seen. Qi Mingyu frowned slightly, his surprise quickly turning to understanding. After all, the ocean was so vast, almost boundless. How could it all have frozen to death? It's normal to have some unfrozen undercurrents deep in the ocean. Zhou Shuan pondered. There's still 30 meters of depth before we can spot this current. No wonder you looked at all the whales earlier. You were trying to see which whale was deeper. Qi Mingyu laughed. Zhou Shuan nodded. Yes, I did find a few particularly large ones at great depths, but whales are generally only 3 or 4 meters tall. So, even if we dig out the deepest whale, we might not be able to find the current. The sound of the current is very faint. At a distance of 20 or 30 meters, it can only be heard in the extremely quiet of the night, without the rumble of machinery, human activity, or the howling wind on the ice sheet. Qi Mingyu decisively said, then let's not mention it. They had already discovered frozen schools of fish and whales, although they had been very careful to guide everyone to find them each time. However, if they were to guide everyone to discover the deep-sea currents, the chances of Zhou Shuan's space being discovered would be too great. The family still vividly remembers their previous experience of being monitored and assassinated by Sun Tzu. They absolutely do not want to experience it again. Zhou Shuan didn't hesitate much and nodded, okay. She wanted to check the seabed situation simply because she didn't want to be blind. She didn't necessarily need to share it with others, as long as the situation on the seabed didn't affect their current situation. A few days later, the preparations were finally completed. The crew secured the whales firmly with ropes and installed pulleys at the bottom to reduce the pressure on the fishing boat. A dozen whales were slowly dragged behind the boat, leaving deep drag marks on the ice sheet. Major Wei stood on the icy plain, his expression grave, his gaze fixed on the fishing vessel about to depart. As the captain, the highest-ranking officer, it was his duty to stay and protect the whale pod. He wouldn't return. First mate, I entrust everything to you. Major Wei's voice was particularly low in the cold wind. Although his tone was calm, the worry in his eyes was undeniable. The first mate's eyes reddened slightly. His eyes were red. Leaving Major Wei, and over 100 others behind, was extremely worrying for him. Each of them was half strength. In case of danger, their strength would be halved. But this was their only option. He took a deep breath, his voice slightly hoarse. Major Wei, rest assured, we will definitely bring the whales back. He finished with a solemn military salute, the movement crisp and decisive, displaying the fortitude of a soldier. Major Wei nodded, then turned to Zhou Shuan. Dr. Zhou, please take everyone home. Zhou Shuan was their last line of defense. Only she could ensure the ship's safe return. Zhou Shuan met Major Wei's gaze, then nodded solemnly, her voice clear and firm. Don't worry, I will definitely get everyone back safely. Major Wei said nothing more, simply standing there, watching the fishing boat slowly sail away. The wind on the ice field grew stronger, making his winter coat flutter loudly, but he remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the receding ship. It must be safe, it must be safe. Only when the ship's silhouette completely disappeared into the vast expanse of the ice field did he slowly withdraw his gaze, turning to those around him and saying, everyone, let's continue working, we still have a lot to do. Chapter 683. On the return journey, the ice field remained boundless, the sky endlessly dark, as if the world had been swallowed by this darkness. The fishing boat moved slowly forward, the dozen or so whales towed behind it resembling hills. They seemed to be carrying these small mountains forward. The crew stood on the deck, their gazes occasionally sweeping over the whales, their eyes filled with both weariness and satisfaction. After a month and a half of hardship, they finally returned laden with their catch. The wind on the ice field was still biting, occasionally carrying fine ice pellets. Zhou Shuan stood at the bow, her hands tucked into her heavy winter coat, her gaze piercing through the vast darkness, as if trying to see the path ahead. Qi Mingyu walked to her side, gently patted her shoulder, and whispered, go inside and rest if you're tired, it's windy here. Zhou Shuan shook her head, her gaze still fixed on the distance. I miss Mom, Dad, and Mumu. They be safe and sound, Qi Mingyu comforted her. We see them soon. Zhou Shuan nodded, then suddenly smiled. I wonder what their expressions will be when they see the whale we brought back. Qi Mingyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Dozens of tons of supplies will be enough to shock them. The fleet sailed smoothly, encountering no more ice storms or other natural disasters. The return journey was also smooth. It took them a month and a half, and besides carrying heavy loads, they encountered 2 ice storms, but thankfully, they survived both without serious injury. As the outlines of the island and the mothership gradually came into view, the crew on deck couldn't help but cheer. They left as unknown hunters, but returned as heroes laden with their spoils. The island's inhabitants, having already sensed the fleet's return, flocked to the dock. The soldiers on the mothership also abandoned their work, gathering on the deck, their eyes fixed on the slowly approaching fishing boats. When the whales trailing behind the boats finally became clearly visible, everyone froze. "Those are whales!" someone whispered, their voice filled with disbelief. "A dozen whales," another murmured, his gaze fixed on the enormous creatures. Captain Shang stood on the mothership's deck, his gaze slowly sweeping over the whales, his expression gradually shifting from initial shock to complex emotions. He strode off the mothership, leading his men towards them. He quickly reached them. The first mate stepped forward, snapping to attention in a salute, reporting, "Captain Shang, we have fulfilled our mission. We have found new supplies." Captain Shang's gaze swept over the dusty group before him, then slowly turned to the whales trailing behind the fishing boats, resembling small hills. He slowly exhaled, then suddenly smiled. "Good. Good. Good." He said good 3 times in a row. "It's a miracle we're safe." He looked at the first mate, his voice deep and powerful. "Where did you find them?" The first mate took a deep breath, his tone tinged with pride. "Deep in the ice field, we dug a 100-meter deep abyss and discovered these whales." Captain Shang nodded slightly. "What about Lieutenant Commander Wei?" He insisted on staying on the ice field to guard the remaining whales. "We found over 300 whales. We can't bring them all back at once," the first mate replied, a hint of worry in his voice. "Lieutenant Commander Wei didn't feel comfortable leaving others waiting there. So he sent us to bring these whales back first." Captain Shang paused for a moment, about to speak, when he heard the sound of a wheelchair turning behind him. He turned around and saw Captain Chen, with the help of the communications officer, slowly walking towards them. It turned out that he had received the news and, despite his physical limitations, had rushed over. "Captain Chen," Captain Shang said quickly, his voice tinged with concern, "why are you here?" Captain Chen slightly raised his hand to indicate he was all right. "I heard you brought back whales, so I came to see." Captain Shang nodded and turned to the first mate, saying, "Tell me the details of this operation." The first mate stood before the 2 captains, solemnly reporting the details of the operation. From the discovery of the whale pod to the sudden attack of the ice pellet storm, to Lieutenant Commander Wei's decision and the final assignment of tasks. Captain Shang and Captain Chen listened intently, nodding or frowning occasionally. Lieutenant Commander Wei's decision was decisive, Captain Chen said softly after listening. "These whales will solve the island's supply problem for a long time." Captain Shang nodded, his gaze returning to the whales, a hint of emotion in his voice. "Several tens of tons of supplies are indeed enough. This is truly excellent news. Let everyone go and process the whales first." Captain Chen turned to Captain Shang, his tone calm but firm. "The crew is tired. Let them go back to their families." Captain Shang nodded and immediately ordered, "All crew members, disembark and rest. The department responsible for supplies, begin storing the whales immediately." The crew members disembarked one after another, and the dock was bustling with activity. As the highest-ranking officer on board, the first mate naturally needed to report separately to the 2 captains. However, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu didn't need to. They quickly joined Zhong Tiyun, Zhou Jianhai, and Mumu, who were already waiting nearby. "Wanwan Xiaoyu." Zhong Tiyun grabbed Zhou Shuan's hand, looking them up and down with concern in her eyes. "You're finally back." Zhou Shuan smiled slightly, her tone relaxed. "Mom, we're back, and we didn't encounter any danger." "You child, you only report good news and not your worries. I knew how dangerous the journey was. I was worried to death these past few days." She wanted to say something about her concerns, but the children's return was a joyous occasion, and she didn't want to say anything discouraging, so she quickly shut her mouth and looked at the enormous whales. Zhou Jianhai stood to the side, his gaze sweeping over the whale pod, a hint of shock in his expression. "How did you find these whales?" Qi Mingyu nodded. "We found them deep in the ice field." His gaze swept over the crowd gathered on the ice field, watching the whales and reluctant to leave. Some things were inconvenient to say here. Zhou Jianhai understood and immediately nodded. "Let's go back and talk. You must be tired from your journey back. Go home and rest." Jiping and Xue Tao were also there. Since the Zhou family was reunited, they didn't want to disturb them, so they squeezed through the crowd to greet Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. "You're finally back." Everyone was so worried. Zhou Shuan smiled and asked about their recent situation. The family walked home, talking as they went. The island's residents were still in shock, their eyes occasionally glancing at the whales, and whispers rose and fell. Chapter 684. Zhou Shuan glanced back at the dock. The whales were being slowly hauled ashore by the crew, their massive bodies leaving deep tracks on the ice. Zhong Tian held Zhou Shuan's hand, walking alongside her as she asked in a low voice, You've been working so hard on the ice field for so long. Did you encounter any danger? Zhou Shuan shook her head, her tone light. It went relatively smoothly, just a few ice pellet storms, but we weathered them all. By the way, Mom, was it the same for our family? Zhong Tian nodded, a lingering fear on her face. We were all in the underground base at the time, so it wasn't really dangerous. Their biggest worry was for them, far away. They wondered if they had managed to dig ice cellars and hide in time, like they had practiced on the island, or perhaps things hadn't gone so smoothly. Things rarely go smoothly when you're traveling. Zhong Tian didn't finish her sentence, only holding Zhou Shuan's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Zhou Jianhai walked behind the two, his gaze frequently sweeping over Qi Mingyu, his tone tinged with concern. Xiaoyu, are you alright? Besides worrying about the two encountering danger, they were also concerned that Qi Mingyu's eyes might suffer further damage. Qi Mingyu smiled and shook his head. I'm fine, Dad. My eyes are perfectly fine. Not a single problem. That's good. That's good. Zhou Jianhai was very pleased. Back at the underground base, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu took off their heavy air-conditioned suits, washed up, and were finally able to sit down at the table. Jiping and the others deliberately avoided them, so as not to disturb their family reunion. Zhong Tiyun and Mumu had already quickly prepared several sumptuous dishes. Eat quickly, you must be hungry after your journey back. Let's not talk about anything else, let's eat first. Zhong Tiyun smiled and kept saying to the two of them, You both lost weight, you both lost weight. The half-eaten chicken on the table surprised Zhou Shuan. She looked up at Zhong Tiyun, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Mom, is this the chicken we exchanged back then? We haven't finished it. Zhong Tiyun nodded with a smile, her face full of affection. Yes, we had 5 or 6 chickens at the time. How could we eat them all? This half was stewed by your dad before. You can just heat it up when you get back, otherwise it wouldn't be this hot. As she spoke, she picked up her chopsticks and gently placed 2 pieces of chicken into Zhou Shuan's and Qi Mingyu's bowls. Try it, your dad's cooking. Actually, during their time at sea, their meals weren't bad, with canned chicken, fresh fish, taro, and vegetables, a fairly nutritious diet. But it was her mother's thoughtfulness, so Zhou Shuan smiled at her, picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of chicken, and chewed it slowly. The chicken was stewed until tender and melted in her mouth, the meat delicate and fragrant. She couldn't help but nod, a satisfied look in her eyes. It's really delicious, not dry or greasy, the flavor is just right. Qi Mingyu also nodded. It's indeed very good, Dad's cooking is even better now. They mostly ate ready-made canned food outside, and it had been a long time since they had such a hot meal, so naturally they thought it tasted especially good. Zhou Jianhai couldn't help but laugh heartily a few times. Zhong Tiyun laughed even more happily. If it's delicious, eat more. You must have had a long journey back, eat more to nourish yourselves. As she spoke, she placed a few more pieces of chicken into their bowls. Zhou Shuan smiled. Dad, Mom, Mumu, you all sit down and eat with us. There's so much food, how can the two of us finish it all? We just ate not long ago, we're not hungry. You two eat. It had only been an hour since lunchtime, and Zhong Tiyun and the others had indeed just gotten up from the table, so they weren't hungry. Zhou Shuan didn't insist. Zhong Tiyun continued, You too, although the food on the ship wasn't bad, it certainly wasn't as satisfying as eating at home. You must eat more this time you're back, to replenish your energy. I see you both lost weight. Outside, eating communal meals without individual cooking, and doing all sorts of physically demanding work, it's no wonder they lost weight. Zhou Shuan nodded in agreement, chatting with Zhong Tiyun as she ate. The atmosphere at the table was warm and harmonious, as if the harsh cold and endless night outside were kept out of this small world. After finishing their meal, Mumu, munching on roasted taro, curiously approached Zhou Shuan, her eyes sparkling with interest. Sister, how did you find those whales on the ice field? She asked. There were many people at the underground base, but knowing Zhou Shuan and her group had just returned, they didn't want to disturb them. However, they could still overhear some of their conversation, so the two of them couldn't say too much. Zhou Shuan only recounted how they had accidentally discovered the huge pod of whales beneath the ice field. Mumu and the others listened, exclaiming, That was incredibly lucky. Luckily, you had already discovered a batch of frozen fish beforehand, so you were extra careful on the journey, otherwise you would have definitely missed such important supplies. As she spoke, Mumu glanced at Zhou Shuan. That look was clear to everyone in the family. Hearing Zhou Shuan's explanation, they understood perfectly well that she had used her spatial perception to discover the location, and thus devised a way to ensure everyone else on the ship noticed. The family exchanged smiles and changed the subject. Moo asked, "Sister, were all the whales you left there this big?" Zhou Shuan nodded, a hint of admiration in her voice. Yes, those whales weighed 10 to over 100 tons. Their size was awe-inspiring. It took us almost 20 days to dig them out of the ice. Moo's eyes widened even more, a mouthful of taro still in her mouth, and she asked indistinctly, "How did you hoist them up? They're so big they must be very heavy, right?" Qi Mingyu smiled and gently patted Moo's shoulder. Yes, they were indeed very heavy. But the crew used pulleys and ropes, and it took a lot of effort to hoist them onto the deck one by one. When we came back, more than half of them still hadn't been hoisted up. So much time had passed, and they still couldn't hoist 300 whales up, showing how difficult it is for humans to fight against natural disasters without tools. If our giant machinery could get there, it would be a huge help. Zhou Jianhai couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Shuan nodded. I think the vice captain's return this time also reflects this intention. It just depends on what the two captains say. Zhou Jianhai then said, however, it's all worth it. These whales can solve the island's supply problem for a long time. Moo listened with longing, murmuring, I wish I could go see them too. Chapter 685. Just imagining it is enough to know how magnificent the scene must have been. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were already deeply shocked, and they understood his feelings, but they shook their heads. The ice plains are too dangerous. Moo sighed. All right, let's see if you two will go out this time. After all the whales were processed, the atmosphere in the underground base relaxed considerably. Although it was still eternal night outside, with a biting wind, a rare warmth permeated the base. To boost morale, that night, the warship ordered everyone to eat fresh whale meat together. The entire base was in an uproar. Whale meat used to be a protected animal, and people had basically never eaten it before. Only the people brought by Shui Wuwen had hunted a dead whale, and eaten it once. The taste of whale meat wasn't particularly amazing. The meat was rather tough, somewhat like beef, but with a unique fishy smell. However, for people accustomed to seafood, this was a rare new flavor. The base's cook stewed the whale meat into a soup. Each member of the Zhou family received a bowl of whale meat soup, a few slices of whale meat floating in the steaming broth, which dispelled some of the chill. Qi Peng quietly leaned close to Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu's ears, and whispered, I came back from the mothership today. They told me to tell you too that you made a great contribution, especially Wan, so you get special portions of whale meat. He paused, then lowered his voice again, all the soldiers who went to sea with me will get some too. I heard the portions are quite generous. Zhong Tiyun, Zhou Jianhai, and Moo all showed expressions of surprise and delight upon hearing this. She just didn't know how much would be distributed. Zhou Shuan remained calm, taking a sip of soup and saying calmly, we know when it's distributed. The warship wouldn't treat its own people unfairly, especially since Zhou Shuan had been a great help in guiding the direction. Her contributions were recognized, so Zhou Shuan secretly estimated that the amount would be substantial. Sure enough, after everyone finished dinner, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were summoned to the mothership. Captain Chen and Captain Shang had been busy all day and only now had time to see them. The command center of the mothership was dimly lit. Captain Chen sat at the table, looking somewhat tired, but still offering a gentle smile when the two entered. It's good that you two are here. I saw you on the shore today and wanted to ask you a few questions. How was the trip? Did everything go smoothly? Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance. Qi Mingyu spoke first, his tone steady. It went fairly smoothly. Although we encountered a few ice storms, we weathered them all without any casualties. Captain Chen nodded, turning his gaze to Zhou Shuan, his tone tinged with gratitude. Dr. Zhou, we owe a great debt to your sense of direction. Otherwise, they might not have been able to return safely. Zhou Shuan nodded slightly. It's what I should do. Everyone is doing their best to survive, and I'm just doing my job. Captain Shang stood to the side, hands behind his back, his sharp gaze fixed on the two of them, his tone approving. You two performed exceptionally well, especially Dr. Zhou. You completed the mission brilliantly. The entire base should thank you. These words made Zhou Shuan somewhat flustered, and she quickly waved her hand. It's what I should do. Captain Shang, knowing her discomfort, didn't say anything more, only stating, I called you here because Captain Chen and I have discussed it. Everyone who went to sea this time will be rewarded with whale meat, 100 jin each. Dr. Zhou, your contribution was significant, so your reward will be 3 times that, 300 jin. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were both shocked. Although they had both guessed the reward wouldn't be small, they hadn't expected it to be so much. The pigs currently raised on the mothership only weigh about 100 jin each. The pigs raised on pre-apocalyptic feed weighed at most 200 gene. Giving her 300 gene, 150 kilograms, all at once is the weight of 2 whole pigs. Zhou Shuan exchanged a glance with Qi Mingyu, then quickly waved her hand. That's too much, Before she could finish, Captain Shang interrupted her. No need to refuse. It's an order. Just obey. He then looked at Qi Mingyu. Shao Qi, you get the same as everyone else, 100 gene each. So they received a total of 400 gene this time. This was an extremely generous amount. 400 gene of whale meat wasn't just because of the large quantity, but also because whale meat is still very precious. Zhou Shuan felt a little embarrassed taking so much. The survivors on the island, and most of the navy, didn't receive even a single gene. Of course, she hadn't actually told anyone, including Qi Mingyu, that back in the 100-meter abyss, she had taken advantage of the darkness and poured lighting to secretly collect 2 whales and store them in her spatial storage. One weighed tens of tons, and the other nearly 100 tons. Because there's a lot, I specifically called you here to ask for your opinions. Do you want to take it all back, or take some first and store the rest on the mothership? Captain Shang, despite his busy schedule, had even thought of such a small matter as storing supplies. Zhou Shuan scratched her head, feeling even more embarrassed. She looked at Qi Mingyu, who said, then we take some first, and we have to trouble our warship to store the rest. The underground base was hot. The fish would freeze within a few days. Captain Shang nodded. All right. Then you can go with Lieutenant Yun and let him arrange it. Lieutenant Yun smiled and led the 2 to the mothership's food storage area. This was the cold storage. All the whales had been transported and were stored there. To facilitate preservation, all the whales had been cut into small pieces and neatly stacked there. Because everyone on this voyage except Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were active-duty military personnel, they received their whale meat immediately after reporting back to the mothership. Like the 2 men, they took a portion to improve their rations and stored the rest in storage for later. To avoid drawing attention, the cold storage was quite deserted. Aside from the 2 cooks distributing the meat, there was no one else. The cooks worked efficiently, weighing the whale meat and quickly arriving at 400 gene, approximately 200 kilograms. Quite a large pile. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu used one bag to hold over 20 gene, approximately 10 kilograms, of whale meat, storing the rest here. After bidding farewell to Lieutenant Yun and returning to the underground base, Zhong Tiyun and the others saw the black bags the 2 were carrying. Although the weight didn't seem excessive, their faces showed delight. Chapter 686. Zhong Tiyun took the bag, her eyes lighting up slightly, her tone tinged with surprise. So much? That's quite a lot. She opened the bag, looked down at the neatly cut chunks of whale meat inside, and couldn't help but smile. Sister, how many kilograms are you getting as a reward? Mumu is more concerned about this. Zhou Shuan lowered her voice and asked. Except for Qi Mingyu, who already knew, the others were very surprised, then delighted. Zhong Tian patted her chest. 400 kilograms. My goodness, how long will that last us? Although she said that, her eyes and brows radiated undisguised joy. Knowing that there were 400 kilograms of whale meat at home, Zhong Tian thought for a while, and decided to give 10 kilograms to Jipeng's family. The others, of course, had no objections. Jipeng and Shui Tao weren't the type to take advantage of others, so they accepted the whale meat, but quickly returned with 2 fresh frozen fish, which also weighed a little over 10 kilograms. You guys are just too polite. Zhong Tian chided playfully. Auntie, it's called reciprocity, Jipeng laughed. Even though their 2 families were close, they were still 2 separate families, unlike their relationship with Shui Tao's family, who lived together and shared resources. Good relatives pay even more attention to these details. Otherwise, over time, their relationships would drift apart. Zhong Tian knew her children were ambitious, so she didn't refuse again. All right, then let's reciprocate. When Jipeng and the others went to work during the day, and Shui Tao and Chun Chun weren't home, Zhou Shuan told everyone about discovering the undercurrent. Zhou Jianghai pondered, saying that since there were undercurrents at such a deep sea, there should also be resources like fish. However, the undercurrents were at a depth of over 130 meters, and with their current technology, they simply couldn't explore that depth. Zhou Shuan couldn't inform the mothership of her discovery, nor could she guide them to discover it themselves, so they were in a dilemma. Qi Mingyu thought for a moment and spoke up. If we could use sonar equipment to detect the exact location and extent of the undercurrents, and try to collect water samples from them for analysis to determine their temperature, salinity, and other characteristics, then we could do our best to find new resources for survival. This would be very helpful for human survival. However, for now, until they came up with a better method. They had to remain still. Shuan, can you sense the undercurrents deep in the sea here? Zhou Jianghai asked in a low voice. Zhou Shuan shook her head. No, my range is limited. A depth of over 100 meters is too deep. Upon arriving on the island, she tried to sense the surroundings, but couldn't detect the depths underground, making it impossible to determine whether the undercurrent existed near the island. After explaining about the undercurrent, Zhou Jianghai shared some good news with Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. We harvested all the grain we planted in our 2 cellars. While it wasn't a bumper harvest, the potatoes and soybeans grew quite well. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were overjoyed to hear this. Zhong Tiyun added with a smile, the mothership hasn't decided how much new grain to distribute yet, but I estimate each family will get a little to try. Previously, when taro was planted, the weather on the island was warm enough to allow for several harvests. However, the temperature plummeted, making taro impossible to grow. Then the mothership switched to planting potatoes, and this is the first batch harvested. Thanks to the black soil and plant lights, the harvest sounds quite good. Besides potatoes, soybeans were also planted in the cellar. Both are cold-resistant crops. Potatoes can be a staple food, boiled, stir-fried, or made into potato starch, like taro starch, for noodles. Now that soybeans have been harvested, there are many more soy products that can be made. Yeah, tofu, soy milk, bean curd sheets, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Moo couldn't help but swallow. Zhong Tiyun couldn't help but laugh, absolutely. We weren't exactly native fishermen before. We ate fish and fish soup every day, we were so tired of it. If we could change things up and eat some bean products, that would be wonderful. Zhou Shuan listened, and couldn't help but swallow hard. There was no way around it. It wasn't just her and Qi Mingyu. Ever since the whole family moved into the underground base, with so many people and so many opinions, the quality of their meals had declined considerably. Not to mention pork, they hadn't even eaten tofu anymore. Now, just thinking about it made them all crave it. Qi Mingyu looked at her and smiled, saying, Dad, Mom, this is making my mouth water. Didn't we just get a lot of whale meat? How about we take some out and trade it with the mothership for some tofu? A little splurge now, and then wouldn't be too much, would it? Zhong Tiyun knew perfectly well he was just looking at Zhou Shuan's craving, so she smiled and said, sure, since it's Xiaoyu who made the request, we'd definitely allow it. But if Wanwan and Moo, those 2 little gluttons, asked for it, we wouldn't allow it. They have to restrain themselves. They've been greedy since they were little. She was joking on purpose. Everyone else laughed. Zhou Jianghai finally made the decision. Alright, our family has plenty of supplies now. Exchanging them for some tofu is fine. Actually, they just wanted a legitimate opportunity to eat bean products. After the family agreed, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu went to the supplies exchange office the next day. The staff at the exchange office looked at the whale meat they brought, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. After all, whale meat was a rare commodity at this time. But considering that Zhou Shuan and her family had received 400 jin of whale meat, such extravagance was understandable. Although the 2 captains wouldn't tell others about the supplies Zhou Shuan and her family had received, everyone knew that Zhou Shuan had contributed the most among those who went to sea, so her supplies were 3 times that of others. The 2 of them would naturally receive 400 jin of meat. This time, the Zhou family decided to exchange 100 jin of whale meat at once. What do you want to exchange? The staff asked. We like to exchange some potatoes and soybeans. What's the exchange rate? The exchange rate is the new rate. For whale meat, it's 1:2. If it's other fish meat, the exchange rate will be even lower. After all, whale meat is still a rare commodity. The staff member said, handing them 30 pounds of potatoes and 20 pounds of soybeans. Be careful carrying these off the ship. Don't let anyone rob you. To be honest, because they are now under military control and under strict militarized management, the mothership and the island are very safe. Aside from minor skirmishes, theft and robbery are completely prohibited. This doesn't mean the island's inhabitants are living in a post-apocalyptic world. They are still very civilized, and would rather starve than steal a single thing from someone else. Chapter 687. Instead, the military management is extremely strict. Anyone who violates the rules by committing theft, robbery, assault, or even murder will be dealt with directly according to military law. What is military law? It can be said to have only 2 clauses. If the mainland still existed, they would be imprisoned and forced into hard labor. But now, with resources so scarce, where would they find the extra supplies to support a criminal, let alone spare troops to guard them? Therefore, military law has only 2 clauses. One is that for minor offenses, those with jobs will be immediately dismissed, all special privileges will be revoked, and even relief rations will be cut in half, leaving them barely clinging to life. The second is that for serious offenses, the death penalty is imposed. It sounds cruel, but it's the most suitable law for the island at present. Besides this, there's another crucial point. The mothership divides these few thousand people into very specific groups, assigning jobs to those with skills to support their families and not become a burden on the higher-ups. It doesn't matter if you don't have a skill. If you can't support yourself, the higher-ups will provide relief food. As long as you follow orders, work when it's time to work, and stay in the underground base when it's time to stay, the Navy will be there to handle any major disasters. They're the ones doing the most dangerous and difficult work. Therefore, as long as the survivors on the island live peacefully, don't cause trouble, and are greedy, they can survive. Thinking this way, Zhou Xuan felt even more that they were very lucky to be able to live under the protection of such a people-loving naval warship. The others, if there are any other survivors, without the protection of soldiers, they have to survive on their own. They'd probably be like Shui Wuan civilian organizations. Things will be alright at first, but later they fight each other for dwindling resources. Discipline and order will be chaotic. Humans will be wary of each other. Zhou Xuan sighed softly, thinking this as they descended the long ladder from the mothership. Qi Mingyu heard her and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Xuan told him about the luck. Qi Mingyu smiled faintly and said softly, "Actually, meeting you was their luck too." Zhou Xuan was taken aback. "Let's go!" Qi Mingyu took her hand. "Okay." Their figures stretched long across the ice field under the lamplight. Back home, Zhong Tian washed the potatoes she had just received and made dinner. That night, they ate stewed whale meat with potatoes, a large plateful, its aroma filling the air. Zhong Tian first served a bowl to Yuxuan and the others. Xue Tao and Chun Chun, who were eating with him, sat down as well. He was thinking to himself that potatoes and whale meat were relatively expensive resources these days, so he should give more to his aunt when he received his allowance. "Try it. These are fresh potatoes from today, stewed until soft and tender, and the whale meat is very flavorful," Zhong Tian said, gesturing for them to sit down. "There are also a few roasted potatoes. If you're still hungry, have another one." Zhou Xuan picked up a potato and put it in her mouth, immediately finding it fragrant and delicious. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Mom, these potatoes are stewed so well. They're soft and flavorful, much better than the taro we had before." Qi Mingyu nodded in agreement. Hearing them say this, Zhong Tian smiled even more broadly. "I'm glad you like it. Once the tofu is made, I make you tofu and fish soup. I guarantee it'd be even better." The family sat around the table, enjoying a rare and sumptuous dinner. As Zhou Xuan ate, she mentally planned for the days to come. With potatoes and soybeans, their meals could finally improve a bit. At least they could openly bring out some bean products. After dinner, Zhou Xuan helped Zhong Tian clear the table. While washing the dishes, Zhong Tian smiled and said, "Wan Wan, we need to plan how to eat these soybeans." Zhou Xuan nodded in agreement. "Yes, Mom, I think we can make tofu pudding, dried tofu, and even try making fermented tofu. That would make our meals much more varied." Zhong Tian couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, let's do it your way. Back when your grandma Pang was alive, I learned a lot from her." This topic was a little heavy, and Zhong Tian only felt a slight pang of sadness before moving on, continuing, "I've been thinking about it. Wan Wan, do you think we should start raising livestock and planting again?" Currently, their family only has 2 planting boxes growing vegetables, nothing else. Before, they diligently raised and cultivated their staple food, chickens and ducks, achieving egg freedom. Zhou Xuan was silent for a moment. The reason they couldn't start raising livestock and planting now was simple. They didn't have enough space. With so many people crammed into such a small space, even those 2 vegetable growing boxes were squeezed in. Where would they find extra room for animal husbandry and crop cultivation? Zhong Tian understood this principle, but felt that so much time was being wasted like this. Now, even an egg had to be exchanged for at an exorbitant price from the mothership. Mom knows too, she's just thinking about it. But judging from her expression, Zhou Xuan had probably been thinking about it for some time. She asked, "Mom, what are your thoughts on the specifics of animal husbandry?" Zhong Tian's eyes lit up, and she whispered, "Actually, it's not really a thought. I just feel that we don't have enough breeding facilities. If the higher-ups were willing to build us another cellar and allocate a little land to everyone, whether it's animal husbandry or planting, wouldn't everyone have something to strive for? We wouldn't be so lifeless now. At least the higher-ups would provide a meal." This was indeed true. The mothership provided rations, so people wouldn't starve, but there were no other ways to obtain better supplies. They all waited listlessly in the underground base for their daily meals, feeling that over time, their spirits would dwindle. Add to that the various escapes and the harsh environment, and people became even more depressed. Zhou Xuan nodded. Okay, let's discuss it later, and see if this method is feasible. Zhong Tian smiled, her eyes narrowing. Alright, let's think about it together. Zhou Xuan seriously considered the feasibility of this matter, and her family even sat down to discuss it. Excluding the Navy personnel, there are about 2,000 survivors. Adding the individual families, and further subtracting those who are single and unable to work, or those who don't want to exert themselves, there are probably only about 300 families. If each of these 300 families is given a small plot of land for planting or raising livestock, how large would the dug cellars be? Each family gets one plot, so 300 plots would be 30 mu, approximately 2 hectares. Chapter 688. 30 mu is 20,000 square meters. Even if the cellar is divided into vertical farming areas, it would still require 6,000 square meters. That's roughly the size of a football field. Zhou Xuan and the others shook their heads. Their only 2 cellars only covered a dozen mu. Zhong Tian temporarily put the idea aside. Without enough land, even planting and raising livestock wouldn't work. The surface was so cold. Everyone would have to hide like hamsters in their warm burrows below. Soon, Zhong Tian didn't have time to think about it anymore. Soon, Zhong Tian put the matter out of her mind because it was officially decided that personnel would be sent again to escort Major Wei and his group. Zhou Xuan was on the list, which was expected. This escort team was unprecedented in size, a full 300 people, and they were allowed to take a giant machine. This machine was very valuable, but if they could transport all 200 whales back, it would be enough to solve the food problem for thousands of people. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would bring her. Mumu also wanted to go. Zhou Xuan knew that opportunities to leave the island would become increasingly rare, and besides, Mumu wasn't young anymore, she just lacked experience. This trip would be beneficial. This meant Qi Mingyu would have to stay home. Qi Mingyu was worried about Zhou Xuan, repeatedly urging her to be careful. His tone was filled with deep concern, his brows furrowed, his unease evident. Zhou Xuan gently placed her hand in his palm, holding it back, a reassuring smile playing on her lips. Don't worry, we definitely come back safely. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jiahai also looked grave, but they had already anticipated this day. When Zhou Xuan displayed her astonishing sense of direction, they vaguely guessed that she would one day lead the mothership's crew back and forth across the seas time and again. Qi Mingyu turned to Mumu, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, "Don't be playful when you're out there. Stay vigilant at all times. Protect your sister." Mumu nodded firmly. "Don't worry, brother-in-law, I know what's important." After a pause, he whispered, "Thank you." He knew his brother-in-law was worried about his sister, but he had given up the opportunity to go out for his sake. Qi Mingyu patted his shoulder and smiled, "Come back safely." "Yes." As they were about to depart, the people on the island came to see them off, waving goodbye. Children jumped for joy, adults were solemn, and the elderly prayed silently. Amidst the sadness of parting, Zhou Xuan and her group embarked on their journey, beginning their second voyage. The sea breeze howled, as if playing a majestic symphony for their long journey. To haul back as many whales as possible, they set out with 4 fishing boats this time. All were equipped with gliding gear for rapid movement across the ice field. Zhou Xuan stood at the bow, feeling the biting sea wind, watching the figures on the island gradually blur, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She knew every trip was dangerous, but for the people on the island, for her family, she was resolute. The massive machinery following alongside, its rumbling roar like the low growl of a steel behemoth, echoed across the silent ice field. It and the 4 fishing boats crushed through the thick ice, leaving deep tracks that were quickly covered by the wind and snow across the vast snowfield. At first, everything went smoothly. Most of the crew who had gone with them last time, except for a few injured or with personal reasons, returned, divided among the 4 fishing boats. The first mate also came. They were all quite experienced, and their progress was faster than when they first set out. However, on the 3rd day, their journey encountered problems. "Slow down. Ice crevasse ahead," came a crew member's tense voice. Zhou Xuan had actually sensed it, but she remained calm. The crevasse was large. Anyone on the boat would definitely notice it. The boats and the massive machinery stopped. People carefully looked ahead, and sure enough, not far ahead in the darkness, a huge ice crevasse, like a gaping maw, lurked beneath the thick ice, ready to swallow everything at any moment. The first mate was uneasy, and took a few men ashore to investigate, but returned empty-handed. He then asked Zhou Shuwan why such a large crevasse had suddenly appeared. Zhou Shuwan shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. This was the route they had taken twice before, so there was no way they would make a mistake. However, the appearance of such a large and deep crack in just 10 days must indicate that something was quietly happening. Zhou Shuwan had previously tried touching the cabin to sense changes in the deep sea. But apart from that extremely long crack, nothing else seemed to have changed. The first mate, worried that delay might cause complications, and they wouldn't be able to find the cause, ordered the ship to detour. Attention all personnel. Adjust course immediately and bypass the ice crack, he ordered. Because of this crack, their route was now much longer. 2 days later, after finally regaining their bearings and continuing forward, the blizzard arrived as predicted. Gales howled, snow fell thick and fast, and visibility was virtually zero. Several ships were unable to proceed. All the ships and heavy machinery came to a halt. The experienced first mate, after checking the sky with his night vision goggles, solemnly ordered the crew to begin digging cellars. Moo Moo frowned. Is a super ice pellet storm coming? Zhou Shuwan nodded. Most likely. Moo Moo, be careful. Moo Moo was one of the younger members of the team, and he couldn't just stand by and watch when it came to work. However, he was also the team's medic, so the tasks assigned to him weren't too strenuous. The crew quickly dug 2 ice cellars in the blizzard. With many ships and few people, 2 were enough. Then, they covered the key areas of the ship with boiling point alloy, and the people went down into the ice cellar to await the arrival of the super ice particle storm. Moo Moo followed along, doing as much work and observing, without saying a word. It wasn't until later that evening, lying in his sleeping bag with Zhou Shuwan, that he muttered, "Getting out of here was really tough." Zhou Shuwan listened to his muttering, looked up at the ceiling at the bottom of the ship, and smiled slightly. Life after the apocalypse is anything but easy. They stayed in the ice cellar for 2 days and 2 nights. This ice particle storm wasn't as severe as the last one, but sitting in the ice cellar, listening to the ice particles hitting the cabin and the ice surface, was still terrifying. The temperature in the ice cellar wasn't high either, and they didn't dare use the white flame furnace for heating. They were worried that the flames would melt the entire area of ice cellars, causing a collapse or something. They were truly cautious and vigilant at every turn, without a moment's rest. Chapter 689. 2 days later, the ice storm finally passed. The gale subsided, the mist dissipated, but a biting chill still lingered over this frozen world. Zhou Shuwan emerged from the ice cellar, gazing at the dark, icy landscape. Everyone else was busy. She gently placed her hand on the ice surface, which had increased by 20 decimeters. Thankfully, the ice crack that had worried her hadn't widened further. If it had, they would have worried about the entire ice sheet collapsing. However, there was another piece of bad news. Not far from the crack, a new ice layer had risen, like some colossal creature struggling silently deep underground. Zhou Shuwan tried to peer down into the raised seabed, but it was too deep, like an endless abyss. Her perception in solid environments was greatly reduced. She couldn't see below at all. Therefore, she had no way of knowing the cause of this anomaly. On deck, the crew were busy inspecting the ship's damage and removing the thick layer of ice covering the hull. Zhou Shuwan didn't deliberately avoid the raised area, but continued guiding the ship forward along its original course. As the ship approached the area, everyone on board stared wide-eyed, letting out gasps of astonishment. "That's an iceberg?" a crew member murmured, pointing ahead, his voice filled with disbelief. "How did these icebergs form in just a few days? Has something truly terrible happened on the seabed? Could it be caused by tectonic activity on the seabed? Or has something happened that we don't know about?" The crowd murmured amongst themselves, but couldn't reach a conclusion. Zhou Shuwan also looked ahead, only to see the once calm ice surface suddenly bulge, as if a giant hand from the seabed had forcefully pushed the ice up. The icebergs were twisted and contorted, as if squeezed and pulled by some invisible force, forming ice walls tens of meters high. The junction between the ice and the sea level was also distorted and deformed, as if this ice field had silently undergone a catastrophe. But those of them, almost within arm's reach, had noticed nothing. The first mate stood in the cabin, his brow furrowed, his expression grave. He strode to the crew member in charge of the sonar system, and asked in a low voice, "Has the sonar detected anything unusual?" The crew member shook his head, a hint of confusion in his voice. "No, the sonar system shows everything is normal beneath the ice field, except these icebergs." The first mate paced back and forth, his brow deeply furrowed. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned to Zhou Shuwan and Mu Mu, who were also standing there staring intently at the iceberg. He strode over, his voice steady but filled with worry. "Dr. Zhou, do you have any ideas?" Mu Mu shook her head, her brows furrowing slightly. "I have absolutely no clue." These icebergs appeared so silently. Zhou Shuan frowned slightly, her gaze still fixed on the twisted ice layer ahead. Her tone was calm but thoughtful. "I suspect that there was a violent movement in the seabed's crust, which forcibly pushed up these ice layers, forming icebergs. However, this is just a guess." The first mate nodded, clearly agreeing with her assessment. In fact, only this explanation could best account for the dramatic changes that had occurred within a few days. He pondered for a moment, then finally gave the order, "Detour. We must go around these icebergs. We cannot risk continuing." After the order was given, the crew immediately sprang into action, and the ship began to slowly adjust its course. The ship slowly circled around, and everyone looked up at the towering icebergs, a sense of awe for nature rising in their hearts. Those icebergs, like giant tombstones, stood silently on the ice field, as if silently warning humanity, the wrath of nature is far beyond human power to withstand. Giant machinery followed alongside, emitting a rumbling sound. Adding to the howling wind, even on board, there was no peace. The first mate raised his voice slightly, sighing. "People used to say that man can conquer nature. But now that we truly arrived at the apocalypse, we realized that nature only needed to unleash its anger once, and we humans couldn't resist." He was unusually dejected, but he knew that as the commander of several ships, his negative emotions would lead to despair and frustration among the other crew members. He immediately composed himself and solemnly said to Zhou Shuwan, "Dr. Zhou, we be relying on you after we change course." They had rounded a crevasse, then around these massive icebergs. Someone who knew the way needed to guide them in the right direction. Otherwise, it was all ice fields, and a single wrong turn could mean being miles away. Zhou Shuan nodded. "Okay, don't worry." After the first mate left, Mu Mu stood beside Zhou Shuan, her gaze still fixed on the icebergs. "Sister, are these icebergs really caused by seafloor tectonic activity?" Zhou Shuan's expression was filled with deep worry. "It might be, it might not. The appearance of these icebergs actually indicates a very serious problem." She turned to Mu Mu, her expression grave. "These icebergs, cracks can appear silently at any time, yet we can't detect them at all. Something enormous must have happened deep in the ocean. But with our current capabilities, we can't detect anything." Mu Mu understood her last sentence. He couldn't help but scratch his head in frustration. When will this god stop torturing us? At this moment, not only her, but even Zhou Shuan herself was deeply confused. She had always firmly believed that no matter what happened after the apocalypse, she would lead her family forward steadfastly. But now, she seriously doubted whether they could make it to the end. Would the apocalypse ever end? Would this ravaged Mother Earth ever heal itself and return to its former pristine state? The ship continued its slow journey across the ice sheet, circling the icebergs. These icebergs stretched for at least 30 or 40 kilometers. The period when the icebergs rose should have coincided with the time they were sheltering from the ice storm in the ice cellar, but none of them heard a sound. Zhou Shuan had sensed the surrounding environment beforehand, and was certain that there were no icebergs present at that time. After walking for a whole day, they finally emerged from the iceberg's range. Looking at the once again boundless ice plains ahead, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. When faced with the empty ice plains, they felt lonely and afraid, but when these ice plains transformed into towering, oppressive icebergs, their fear intensified. This is the fragility of humankind. Whether facing barren wastelands or towering mountains, anything unknown evokes a deep-seated fear. Chapter 690. The journey became much smoother from there. Although they took a longer route, it still took them over a month to find Major Wei and his men who had stayed behind. When they first saw the mountain of whales, almost everyone was stunned. Major Wei and his men had already hoisted all the whales from the abyss and piled them on a flat surface. Due to the recent ice storms, the whales were completely encased in thick ice. At first glance, it resembled a towering iceberg, majestically standing on the vast ice field. Only upon closer inspection did the first mate and crew realize that this iceberg was actually made up of countless giant whales stacked together. Although they had imagined the scene of hundreds of whales piled together countless times, seeing it with their own eyes still deeply shocked them. The first mate stood at the bow, speechless for a long time, his eyes fixed on the group of whales, his lips trembling slightly, clearly his heart churning with turmoil. Major Wei's men had already spotted their arrival. He and his men, on ice skates, swiftly glided towards them. Major Wei's movements on the ice were light and steady, his skates making a soft crunch as they sliced through the surface. Seeing this, the first mate quickly led his men off the ship and solemnly saluted Major Wei. Major Wei's vigilance was meticulous. From the moment they heard the rumbling approaching, the remaining personnel were on high alert, fearing it was an intruder. Countless ships silently raised their guns, their wary eyes fixed on the distance. Only when they realized it was their own ship did they breathe a sigh of relief and lower their weapons. Major Wei laughed heartily from afar, his voice loud and cheerful. Dr. Zhou certainly didn't disappoint us. He brought the person back safely. On this icy plain, compasses and navigation systems were useless. Getting lost was their greatest enemy. With Zhou Shuan there, casualties and the energy expended by the crew could be minimized. Hearing this, the first mate's face showed a tired yet relieved smile. He stepped forward and shook hands with Major Wei, his tone tinged with emotion. Major Wei, you worked hard. Major Wei, beaming, patted the first mate's shoulder. You all worked really hard. And Dr. Zhou, thank you very much. He turned to Zhou Shuan, his tone very serious. Zhou Shuan smiled slightly. It's my responsibility, Major Wei, no need to be so polite. Major Wei sighed for a moment, then arranged for Zhou Shuan and the 300+ men to rest. He ordered a hot meal to be prepared so everyone could eat before discussing how to transport the whales. Although the messengers had arrived safely, the most important and difficult task was figuring out how to get them back. No one could relax. Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu were taken back to the original ship, where they ate hot grilled fish in the restaurant and drank a bowl of light seaweed soup. Major Wei then sent someone to fetch her to the 100-meter deep abyss where the whales were piled up. Zhou Shuan was a little puzzled, but she went with Mu Mu. Standing at the edge of the abyss, with thick ice beneath their feet and the howling wind in their ears, Major Wei pointed to the depths of the 100-meter deep abyss and asked, Dr. Zhou, what do you see there? Zhou Shuan was initially puzzled, but after Major Wei handed her the night vision goggles, and she looked closely, she suddenly understood. It was probably because the ice layer was constantly thickening, and some whales, due to their large size, had sunk too deep into the ice. Therefore, the abyss she saw this time was much deeper than before, at least 10 meters deeper. However, it was precisely this depth of 10 meters that allowed Major Wei and his team to discover a secret hidden on the seabed. Among the remaining personnel, the one with the best hearing suddenly heard the gurgling sound of flowing water below in the dead of night. After repeatedly confirming, he immediately reported to Major Wei. Major Wei immediately led his men to investigate. Instead of digging rashly, they used various methods and finally confirmed that there was an undercurrent 10 meters below their feet. This undercurrent seemed completely unaffected by the cold, flowing merrily in the depths of the seabed. Major Wei turned his gaze to Zhou Shuan. Dr. Zhou, what do you think this undercurrent means? Zhou Shuan took a deep breath, as if hearing the news for the first time, shook her head, and said with a grave expression, it could be a sign of rising sea surface temperatures, or it could be proof that the ocean hasn't completely frozen. In any case, this undercurrent is a double-edged sword for our survival. Major Wei nodded, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He said softly, exactly. The existence of this undercurrent may change our living environment, but it may also bring new threats. We need to deal with it cautiously. Zhou Shuan also nodded. Major Wei, actually, I share your view that we need to figure out the nature of this undercurrent as soon as possible. It may affect the stability of the ice sheet, and even change the marine environment of the entire area. Major Wei pondered for a moment, his gaze resolute. Drilling deeper now might damage the ice's structure and bring greater risks. So, the day before we leave, we collect some surface water samples, and give them to our researchers for analysis back home. Their fishing vessel was no match for the mothership. Many things would have to wait until they returned to have specialized researchers conduct the studies. Zhou Shuan nodded in agreement. That's a safe approach. After their discussion, Major Wei's gaze shifted to the mountain of whales piled up in the distance, his tone slightly relaxed. Next, we need to figure out how to transport these behemoths back. The giant machinery we brought should be a great help. Zhou Shuan then asked Major Wei about the events of the past few days. Major Wei shook his head, saying with a sigh, in these 2 months, besides us, we haven't seen a single human. It was as if they were the only remaining humans alive in the entire world. Zhou Shuan remained silent. She had always believed that if there were civilian organizations led by Shui Wuwen, then there must be others struggling to survive in the deep sea. However, they were too far apart. Due to natural disasters, no one dared to easily leave their posts to go too far. That's why they rarely encountered outsiders. Shui Wuwen's group was only encountered by chance because the huge waves caused by a thunderstorm swept their destroyer to a very distant place. But life doesn't always offer so many coincidences. Major Way only sighed a few times before getting busy with the task of moving the whale. Chapter 691. That afternoon, after a short rest, the crew began the unloading work. With the giant machinery, their work was indeed much easier. The giant machinery, like a colossal steel behemoth, moved nimbly across the ice field. Its massive mechanical arms precisely grabbed whales one by one, then steadily placed them onto large sleds prepared beforehand at the stern of the fishing boat. These sleds were specially customized by the mothership's maintenance personnel according to the whale's sizes, made of boiling point alloys, capable of withstanding weights of over 100 tons, and gliding freely on the ice. Besides providing support, the most important task of the fishing boat brought by Zhou Shuwan was transporting these large sleds. The reason they stayed on the island for so long was to wait for the maintenance personnel to finish building the sleds. This efficiency has increased several times over. A crew member exclaimed excitedly, wiping the sweat from his brow, his face beaming with undisguised joy. Just days ago, they were struggling to move the whales. Now, with the help of giant machinery and sleds, the work had become much easier. The others nodded excitedly. It had taken them 2 or 3 months just to hoist the whales up from the 100-meter deep abyss. Everyone was exhausted. But now, their workload was greatly reduced. Even so, they still worked for a full 10 days to secure all the whales. During those 10 days, another blizzard struck, but thankfully it didn't escalate into a super ice storm. Otherwise, work would have had to stop, and people would have had to take refuge underground. Finally finished. Major Way let out a long sigh of relief as he watched the last whale being securely fastened to the sled. He turned to the group and said, "Everyone rest first. We head back after we replenished our strength." But after a night's rest, as they prepared to depart the next day, Major Way suddenly announced that he would be leading an 8-man team to collect water samples from the deep abyss below, to be taken back for analysis. To ensure the whale pod's absolute safety, he decided to have the fleet leave an hour earlier and wait for them there. He looked at the first mate, patted him on the shoulder, and solemnly said, "Old you, the transport of the whale is entrusted to you. You must lead everyone first. We will catch up as soon as possible." However, when Major Way told the first mate about this decision, the first mate became very worried and volunteered, "Major, let me take on this task. It's too dangerous. The heavy responsibility of transporting the whale back rests on your shoulders." Major Way waved his hand, making a firm decision. "My mind is made up. Do as I say. We already analyzed it. Digging another 10 meters or so shouldn't be a problem. But if anything unexpected happens, old you, it will be up to you to lead everyone back." The first mate's surname was Yu. He had followed the mothership through countless dangers over the years, and he and Major Way had a very good personal relationship. Upon hearing this, old Yu's eyes reddened slightly, his lips moved, and he finally replied loudly, "Yes, sir." Major Way's gaze then turned to Zhou Shuwan, his tone solemn. "Dr. Zhou, no matter what happens, please take them all back." Zhou Shuwan also felt a little uneasy. However, she didn't show it, nodding, "Okay, don't worry. Our soldiers are very experienced and react quickly. As long as they follow the correct course, there won't be any problems." Major Way smiled, then led his men to stay behind without hesitation, watching the fleet depart in a grand procession. The 9 of them stood there, unwavering in their resolve, like towering mountains. Zhou Shuwan stood on the deck of the fishing boat, watching these mountains, her heart filled with mixed emotions. The cold wind howled, making everyone's air-conditioned clothes flutter, but they remained motionless, their eyes fixed on the 9 figures. The massive machinery slowly started, and the fleet moved slowly across the ice, emitting a soft grinding sound. Although the speed wasn't fast, each ship was fully loaded with whales, making them appear exceptionally heavy. The fleet moved slowly forward, time passing second by second. Only the sound of the wind and the roar of the fleet could be heard on the ice field. Zhou Shuwan and Mu stood side by side. Mu suddenly whispered, "Sister, do you think Major Way and the others might be in danger?" Zhou Shuwan gently shook her head, her tone calm. "No, Major Way is very experienced. They will definitely complete the mission successfully." Mu didn't say anything more, only nodded silently. An hour later. "Proceed." Major Way gave the order, and the team members, wearing ice skates, quickly glided towards the entrance of the abyss. Their figures left silvery trails on the ice, quickly disappearing at the edge of the abyss. By this time, the fleet had already traveled quite a distance. Zhou Shuwan looked back again, only to find that the direction of the abyss had been covered by snow, and was no longer visible. At the first mate's command, All the ships and giant machinery stopped. They all stood there, looking back in the direction they had come from, waiting quietly. Upon reaching the abyss, Major Way's gaze swept across each face, his expression serious yet composed. Everyone understands the mission. We need to descend 100 meters into the abyss, break through the remaining ice, and obtain water samples from the undercurrent. Yes, sir. Let's begin. The team members nodded in unison, their expressions unwavering. They were all elite soldiers personally selected by Major Way, seasoned through countless life or death trials, and accustomed to such missions. One team member asked in a low voice, "Major, the ice is even thicker than before. Are our tools sufficient?" Major Way took a portable ice drill from his waist, weighed it in his hand, and a slight smile played on his lips. More than enough. This ice drill is specially made. It can break through even the thickest ice. They all took out their ice drills and ice-breaking tools and began drilling holes in the ice. The roar of the ice drills echoed through the abyss, as if the entire ice layer was trembling. Major Way stood to one side, his gaze fixed intently on the crack in the ice. The rumble of the ice drill grew more rapid, and the crack widened. With a final, crisp cracking sound, the ice was finally broken. A stream of icy water gushed from the crack, instantly soaking the surrounding ice surface. But because the temperature was so low, the water froze instantly upon reaching the surface. Fortunately, Major Way was prepared. He quickly retrieved a specially designed sampling bottle from his backpack and carefully inserted its opening into the water. As the water flowed in, the sample gradually increased. Major Way moved with extreme caution, afraid of contaminating the sample. Success? A team member shouted excitedly. A rare smile appeared on Major Way's face. Just in case, they collected samples from 10 bottles in total. These bottles are made with a secret recipe that ensures that the inside remains unaffected by the cold at temperatures tens of degrees below zero, preventing them from freezing into ice. Chapter 692. Major Way sealed the sampling bottles, giving one to each person, and carefully placed the rest into his backpack. Mission complete, we should go back. However, just as they were preparing to climb back, a slight tremor suddenly came from beneath their feet, and the ice cracked, as if warning them of something. Watch out. Major Way immediately became alert, and shouted in a low voice. The team members quickly steadied themselves, gripping the ice wall tightly with both hands, their eyes warily scanning their surroundings. However, the tremors did not stop. Instead, they intensified, accompanied by several dull cracking sounds, as the ice began to break apart. Climb up quickly. Major Way shouted, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. The team members immediately began climbing up the ice wall, their movements swift and orderly. However, the ice was breaking apart much faster than they had anticipated. Large chunks of ice began to fall from above, creating a deafening roar. Ah! A team member suddenly cried out in pain, his arm struck by a large chunk of falling ice. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Major Way immediately turned and slid down a few steps without hesitation, grabbing the team member's arm. Hold on. The team members all stopped climbing, turning back to look at their injured comrade, their faces filled with worry. One team member quickly pulled a rope from his waist and threw it to Major Way. Major, catch! Major Way grabbed the injured team member with one hand, caught the rope steadily with the other, quickly secured it around his waist, and pulled hard, leading the injured team member upwards. Captain, I'm alright, don't worry about me. The injured team member gritted his teeth, his voice weak, but he still tried to stay conscious. Major Way didn't respond, only climbing even harder, his eyes resolute. The other team members quickly gathered around, helping Major Way pull the injured soldier to safety. The injured soldier's arm had been struck by ice, blood staining his sleeve, his face pale, and fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, they were all wearing more durable cold-weather gear, so the impact hadn't torn it. Otherwise, they would have had to consider the possibility of frostbite on the soldier's arm. But now they couldn't bandage his wound. Major Way shouted, "Can you hold on?" The injured soldier gritted his teeth, forcing a nod, his voice weak but firm. "Yes." "Good job. Hang in there." Major Way shouted, his voice unwavering. "We take turns carrying you. We get you out of here safely." The team members nodded in unison, their faces showing no hesitation. They were all elite soldiers personally selected by Major Way, seasoned through countless life or death trials, and accustomed to such unexpected situations. They dared not linger. The ice was cracking faster and faster, with chunks of ice constantly falling from all sides, creating a deafening roar. The ground was also trembling violently, as if the entire ice layer was collapsing. "Go!" Major Way helped the soldiers run quickly outwards, the others following closely behind. Perhaps it was their digging into the abyss over 100 meters deep that finally caused the ice layer to give way, leading to its collapse. Or perhaps their digging another dozen meters or so to collect samples disrupted some balance. Or perhaps there were other reasons. At this moment, as far as the 9 men could see, ice was collapsing everywhere, the ground was trembling, and deafening roars emanated from beneath the ice, like sea dragons churning. Cracks and ice holes appeared frequently on the ground, 1, 2, 3, countless, extending outwards from their feet. Major Wei and his men had almost no place to stand. Even with his life of countless trials and tribulations, his face was deathly pale. He thought despairingly, is this the end for us? Seeing all the surrounding ice churning and collapsing, suddenly a soldier pointed to higher ground ahead, his voice urgent yet tinged with hope. Major, let's go there. The terrain there was higher, and looked much more stable than here. Major Wei's eyes flashed, and he quickly made a decision. Go. At the same time, the fleet also heard the deafening sound of collapsing ice. Zhou Shuan stood up abruptly, her face deathly pale. She had already used her spatial perception to sense some of the situation over there. She clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug into her palms, yet felt no pain. The screams of the other crew members filled the air, but she seemed deaf to them, her attention fixed on the collapsing ice sheet in the distance. The first mate also looked in the direction of the loud noise, his brow furrowed, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He knew that Major Wei and his men were in danger and needed immediate rescue. However, with so many people and whales on board to care for, he was caught in a dilemma. He gritted his teeth, his gaze hardening. The first mate turned to face the crew, took a deep breath, and shouted in a booming voice, "Is anyone willing to come with me to rescue Major Wei and the others?" As soon as the words were spoken, many soldiers stepped forward from the crowd, their eyes resolute, expressing their willingness to go without hesitation. I go. I want to save Major Wei and the others. I go. Captain Yu, I go too. I'm skilled, I won't be a burden. Get lost. How arrogant. Everyone standing here was handpicked. The crowd burst into laughter. The first mate, looking at these eager soldiers, felt a surge of emotion. But despite the crowd's fervor, he remained calm. He quickly selected 6 men, forming a small team. He walked up to them, his tone serious. Our mission this time is to rescue people, but we must also ensure our own safety. Take first aid supplies and ropes, and prepare to depart. Just then, Zhou Shuan, who had been silently observing the scene, suddenly spoke, her voice calm yet carrying an undeniable force. I go with you. The first mate was taken aback, turning to look at her, his brow furrowing slightly. Dr. Zhou, the people and whales on these ships all need you to bring them back. You can't risk it. Zhou Shuan gently shook her head, her gaze firm. Don't worry, I understand the gravity of the situation. I'm a doctor. If Major Wei or the others are injured and urgently need treatment, I'm the best choice. The first mate hesitated, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Zhou Shuan's medical skills and adaptability were outstanding throughout the entire mothership. He knew this better than anyone. However, her importance also made him hesitant to put her in danger so easily. Mu Mu, standing nearby, grew anxious. She stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Shuan's wrist tightly, her voice urgent, Sister, you can't go. It's too dangerous, let me go. Chapter 693. Zhou Shuan turned her head, her gaze gentle yet firm as she looked at Mu Mu. Mu Mu, you stay here and wait for me. No one knows the situation over there better than me. She spoke her last sentence very softly, almost audible only to Mu Mu. Mu Mu was startled, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, as if he wanted to say something. But Zhou Shuan shook her head at him, indicating he didn't need to persuade her further. Seeing this, the first mate finally made up his mind, gritting his teeth and nodding. Okay, then I trouble you, Dr. Zhou. Immediately, someone brought over the equipment, which Zhou Shuan quickly donned, her movements swift and decisive. Mu Mu stood to the side, anxious, and couldn't help but call out again, Sister. Zhou Shuan looked up at him, her tone serious. Mu Mu, wait here for me to come back. Mu Mu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Mu Mu knew he couldn't stop his sister, so he couldn't let her worry any longer. He took a deep breath, nodded, and said in a low voice, Okay. At that moment, Mu Mu's expression was unusually mature, as if he had grown up instantly, carrying an unprecedented composure and determination. Zhou Shuan smiled slightly at him, a hint of relief in her smile. Then, she and the first mate's group quickly disembarked, their ice skates leaving silvery trails on the ice as they sped towards the abyss. The wind howled across the ice field, accompanied by the distant rumble of collapsing ice, creating a tense and suffocating atmosphere. The first mate led the team, his eyes fixed on the distance, his expression grave. Zhou Shuan followed closely behind, her gaze focused. "First mate, we need to be careful, the ice could collapse at any moment," she whispered, her voice tinged with alarm. The first mate nodded, her gaze still fixed ahead, her voice low and firm. "Everyone, pick up speed, stay alert, and be prepared for any eventuality." The team members nodded in unison, their ice skates tracing smooth arcs across the ice, their speed undiminished. The sound of the ice collapsing in the distance grew closer, as if reminding them of the urgency of the situation. As they drew nearer to the abyss, the ice beneath their feet began to become unstable, occasionally trembling slightly, as if warning of the danger ahead. The first mate frowned, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes, but he didn't stop. Instead, he quickened his pace. "Almost there," the first mate whispered, his voice urgent. Zhou Shuan nodded, her gaze fixed ahead, silently calculating the distance in her mind. As she crouched forward, her hand lightly touched the ground, easily taking in the entire scene ahead. The situation was dire. The ice was peeling away layer by layer with a deafening roar, like silver silk being torn apart by an invisible giant hand, splitting into pieces. The broken sections revealed a black interior, gleaming coldly in the dim light. Each piece of ice that fell was the size of a house, emitting a dull, thunderous roar that shook the ice beneath her feet, as if the earth itself was weeping. Splashing snow mixed with ice shards shot into the sky, instantly transforming into a white mist that enveloped the entire world in chaos. The wind, whipping up snowflakes, whistled sharply past her ears, weaving a chilling symphony with the roar of the collapsing ice. As far as the eye could see, there was only a blurry, shimmering white. The distant mountains were obscured, and the nearby ice fissures widened with each tremor, emitting a series of faint cracking sounds, like an ominous premonition. The vibration spread up the soles of her shoes, making her knees numb. The collapse continued, the once solid ice field was melting and crumbling at an alarming rate, only to form new layers. She knew that Major Wei and his team were deep within that collapsing ice field, awaiting their rescue. But she hadn't yet sensed their location. Just then, a violent tremor suddenly struck the ice ahead, and the surface beneath her feet cracked instantly, the fissures spreading rapidly like a gaping maw. The first mate immediately stopped, shouting, "Watch out!" The team members quickly regained their footing, their ice skates tracing arcs across the ice to avoid the spreading fissures. Zhou Shuan quickly took a few steps back, her gaze fixed on the crack ahead, her expression grave. Spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the ice beneath her feet, spreading visibly outwards. Occasionally, smaller chunks of ice would fall from above, shattering upon impact with the ice in front of her, the flying shards hitting her face with a chilling force. The shockwaves from the falling ice masses, carrying the pungent stench of snow and ice, were almost suffocating. Through the hazy vision, she could only see the constantly churning white waves and the ever-widening black abyss at the crack in the ice, seemingly ready to swallow everything. "Get out of the way!" the first mate shouted, his voice tinged with anxiety. "The crack is too big, we have to go around it." Zhou Shuan and her team nimbly bypassed the crack, continuing towards the abyss. The wind howled across the ice field, accompanied by the distant sounds of ice collapsing, creating a suffocatingly tense atmosphere. On the other side, Major Wei and his group had reached higher ground, where the terrain was relatively stable and the ice was breaking at a much slower pace. Major Wei quickly ordered his team to stop, panting heavily, his eyes scanning their surroundings warily. "Major, we're safe for now," a team member whispered, a hint of relief in his voice. Major Wei nodded, his gaze still grave. He knew that this temporary safety didn't mean they were out of danger. The ice was still collapsing. They had to find a safe way out as soon as possible. "Let's keep going forward, trying to get as far away from the collapse area as possible." The team members nodded, quickly following Major Wei's lead. The wounded soldier, still being supported, was pale-faced, gritting his teeth as he kept up with the main force. 9 figures trudged across the icy plain amidst the blizzard caused by the ice collapse, seemingly becoming one with the frozen landscape. Each of them gritted their teeth, their gazes resolute, their steps steady, as if declaring to the icy plain that they would never give up easily, no matter what. Zhou Shuan and the others had already avoided the crevice. Having expended too much energy in dodging it, they were now taking a short rest. Zhou Shuan half squatted on the ground, her hands on the ground, panting, while secretly activating her spatial abilities to sense every subtle change in the area. The sound of the collapsing ice was like thunder, making her eardrums ache. The most severe collapse zone ahead was on the east side. They should cut in from the west. The ice there was relatively stable. With caution, they should be able to pass. Chapter 694. Zhou Shuan pointed ahead, this way. She took the lead, and Captain Yu, trusting her implicitly, nodded, go follow. The team members immediately adjusted their direction, following Zhou Shuan's guidance. The ice skates traced smooth arcs on the ice, the wind whistling, mingling with the distant rumble of collapsing ice. Zhou Shuan walked at the front of the team, her gaze focused, her steps steady. Her fingers occasionally lightly touched the ground, sensing changes in the surrounding ice. Her movements seemed casual, but each step was precisely calculated to ensure the team wouldn't stray into dangerous areas. There's a crack ahead. Captain Yu spotted a slight crack 50 meters ahead, using his night vision goggles. Zhou Shuan had already led everyone around it. This way. They continued forward, the ice beneath their feet making a soft crackling sound, as if it might break at any moment. She frowned slightly, her hand lightly touching the ice surface again, sensing the distant fluctuations. The sounds of collapse ahead grew clearer, the cracking of the ice rising and falling like a silent symphony of death. They were in the epicenter of the collapse. As far as the eye could see, the ice continued to crumble, massive chunks of ice piled up haphazardly like shattered crystals, some sinking into bottomless cracks, others rising high to form small mountain-like protrusions. Zhou Shuan had already seen this scene through her spatial abilities, but the others were seeing it for the first time, their expressions tense, clearly shocked by the sight before them. Captain Yu looked at everything before him, his brow furrowed, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He whispered to his team, everyone be careful. This is the epicenter of the collapse, extremely dangerous. We're incredibly lucky to have made it in. Everything here seemed to be reshaped by the very rules of the game. This way. Zhou Shuan's voice rang out clearly across the chaotic ice field. The team continued to slide forward, half crouched, the ice beneath their feet still unstable, cracks spreading intermittently, as if ready to swallow them at any moment. In the distance, the sounds of the collapsing ice grew increasingly violent, as if the entire ice field was trembling. Zhou Shuan's gaze swept ahead, silently calculating the distance. She had already seen them. Major Wei and his team were on higher ground not far away, but they seemed to have stopped due to some unexpected event. She was frantic, but her face remained impassive. Amidst the rumbling collapse, she shouted, see if they gone to higher ground? Only higher ground is safer now. The rescue team followed closely behind, the ice beneath their feet cracking and fissures spreading rapidly behind them. Captain Yu followed at the back of the group, his expression grave. He looked up ahead, the ice collapse continued, massive chunks of ice falling with a deafening roar. He took a deep breath and turned to his team, saying, stay close to Dr. Zhou, don't fall behind. The team members nodded, quickening their pace. The sound of the ice collapse grew closer, as if the breath of death was drawing near. Finally, they bypassed the worst of the collapse and saw directly at the location of the 100-meter deep abyss. Now, what was once an abyss had transformed into a towering iceberg, the collapse and reorganization of the ice layer having drastically altered the landscape. This is too unbelievable. A team member couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, his eyes filled with shock. Zhou Shuan stood before the iceberg, her gaze sweeping around. She had already seen this scene before, so she wasn't surprised. But the others were seeing it for the first time, and they stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with disbelief. Captain Yu was the first to react, immediately ordering, everyone be careful. Yes, sir. Only when they reached this point did their vision clear. That's the higher ground. Captain Yu squinted, searching for higher ground, and sure enough, about 100 meters to his side, he saw a whole expanse of slightly elevated ice. Major Wei and the others might be hiding over there. The team quickly followed his pace, their ice skates tracing smooth arcs across the ice. However, Captain Yu was too fast, he practically jogged towards the higher ground. Just as he was about to reach his destination, the ice beneath his feet suddenly made a soft cracking sound, followed by a long fissure that quickly split open beneath his feet. Watch out! Zhou Shuan's voice rang out almost simultaneously. With lightning speed, she grabbed Captain Yu's arm and forcefully pulled him away from his spot. The moment Captain Yu's foot moved, the piece of ice that had been supporting him crashed down, plunging into the bottomless crevice. Captain Yu glanced down, his pupils contracting sharply. At the bottom of the crevice, transparent seawater was gushing out frantically, but the extreme cold quickly froze it into a thick layer of ice, like a giant white spiderweb covering the abyss. The other team members quickly surrounded them, pulling the two men aside. The ice beneath their feet remained unstable, the cracks continuing to widen, and the two were practically dragged to the side. Only after getting away from the cracks did they finally stop, panting heavily, their faces still showing signs of shock. "Captain, are you alright?" A team member couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with anxiety. Captain Yu took a deep breath, shook his head, and said in a low voice, "I'm fine, thanks to Dr. Zhou." Zhou Shuan had already seen the entire area's bottom collapsing and deforming. They had to get Major Wei and the others out of there, or they would be buried there forever. She waved her hand and shouted, "Follow me." She led everyone around to the side, and then headed directly towards higher ground. The ice skates carved silvery white tracks into the ice. The team members followed closely behind. Although the ice beneath their feet was still unstable, with Zhou Shuan's guidance, their steps became much more steady. Soon, they had bypassed the collapsed area. "This way." Zhou Shuan suddenly stopped and pointed to an ice crevice on her left. The crevice wasn't wide, but it was enough for one person to pass through. Zhou Shuan slid in sideways, and her teammates followed. The space inside the crevice was somewhat narrow, with towering ice walls on both sides, resembling a natural ice tunnel. "It's safe here for now. The ice is quite thick," Zhou Shuan said softly, her voice echoing between the ice walls. Her gaze swept around, her expression focused. Captain Yu nodded, signaling the team to continue. The wind in the crevice lessened considerably, but the ice beneath their feet still made a faint crackling sound, as if it might break at any moment. The team held their breath, quickening their pace. Chapter 695. Passing through the ice crevice, the view ahead suddenly opened up. They stood on a relatively flat ice field, the ice peaks within reach. Zhou Shuan's gaze quickly swept across the surroundings, suddenly fixing on a depression behind the ice peaks. "Major Wei," she whispered, a hint of relief in her voice. Not far ahead of them, Major Wei and his group stood on a higher ice surface, their expressions grave as they observed the surrounding collapses. Although temporarily safe, their situation was clearly not optimistic. One of them, whom they were supporting, was pale, blood still seeping from a wound on his arm, staining his winter clothing red. The person lying there had an ice shard piercing his abdomen, and was now unconscious. No wonder this place was so dangerous. Why had they hesitated to move forward? Zhou Shuan quickly stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over the injured team member. Her brow furrowed slightly. "Major Wei, his condition needs immediate attention." Major Wei turned, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, as he saw Zhou Shuan and the others. He quickly breathed a sigh of relief. "Dr. Zhou, you arrived just in time." "Old you, you're here too." "Dr. Zhou, please save him." Another team member pleaded with Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan went over and examined the injury. The only saving grace is that although the icicle pierced his winter clothing, it's positioned perfectly to block the tear, preventing cold air from getting in and avoiding frostbite. However, we can't perform surgery here. The ice is still collapsing elsewhere, and could collapse here soon. There's also the issue of warmth. We need to set up a tent to maintain an indoor temperature before we dare remove his winter clothing to perform surgery. In short, now is not the best time to perform surgery. Major Wei understood her unspoken meaning and looked anxious. "Can he hold on until we leave?" The other man was already semi-conscious. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, and then said to Captain Yu, "Captain Yu, take out the makeshift stretcher we brought with us, and put him on it. It'd be better for two people to carry him than to carry him on their backs." "Okay." "Quickly." Captain Yu quickly instructed the other team members. The team members took off the first aid supplies they were carrying and quickly assembled a complete stretcher. They placed the wounded soldier on it, and bandaged him up. Zhou Shuan looked at the collapsing ice in the distance and said urgently, "Major Wei, we can't delay, we must leave immediately." The distant ice field was tearing apart. First, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground, like a piece of glass struck by a violent impact. The next second, the entire ice sheet collapsed, carrying millennia-old snow, crashing into the abyss. The rising snow mist was higher than the clouds, turning everything a ghastly white in the darkness. The ice beneath my feet trembled, not with a slight tremor, but with a roar from the depths of the earth, like a colossal beast turning over. Cracks spread wildly before my eyes, the once flat ice surface splitting open into fissures several meters wide, exposing the dark blue ice core, which was instantly filled with falling ice fragments. Those sharply angled ice crystals arced through the air. Some were swept away by the gale, others shattered into finer powder upon impact with the ice, mixing with the snow and splattering all over my face, sharp as a knife. Further away, the iceberg was collapsing as a whole, not falling off piece by piece, but as if an invisible hand had suddenly ripped away its base. The entire iceberg was tilting towards the sea level at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the screams of ice rubbing against ice pierced the eardrums, more deafening than thunder. The jagged ice fragments at the fractured point reflected the last vestiges of sunlight before being swallowed by the surging snow mist. Even the air itself seemed to be collapsing. The previously stagnant winds became frenzied, whipping up ice shards and snow to form swirling columns of snow, like countless white tornadoes racing across the ice field. Where they swept past, deep trenches were carved into the ice. Even the hard ice mounds were gnawed away, leaving only ruins. The boundary between heaven and earth blurred. The snow dust from the collapse obscured the sky, making the already pitch-black night even more hazy, obscuring everything except for the occasional glimpse of reflected light from ice crystals, allowing glimpses of everything disappearing around them. The collapse had already reached this point. "Go!" Major Wei shouted, and everyone braced themselves. Zhou Shuan made no further attempt to hide anything, yelling, "Follow me." She glided ahead, her nimble figure like an elf in the collapsing ice field world. She had always been the guide. So the others followed immediately without a second thought. Just as they descended the higher ice field, a deafening roar erupted. Major Wei turned to see that half of the ice cliff on his left had collapsed, and the ice valley on his right was being filled with new debris. Even the ice beneath their feet was sinking slightly, each tremor accompanied by a deathly groan. "Hurry! Hurry!" he shouted, his face contorted with shock. Zhou Shuan's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and she was panting heavily. Not only her, but everyone who had rushed down with her was in the same state. But they dared not stop, sliding forward with all their might. "This way." Zhou Shuan's voice was hoarse from shouting. Everything around her was collapsing, and she could only use her spatial awareness to find a safer direction. Even this path was collapsing and breaking down. Major Wei, along with others carrying a stretcher, slid along, panting and cursing, "Damn it, this is killing me." His voice was drowned out by the violent collapse, only a loud crash could be heard. When the last massive piece of ice broke off, the sound was like the tolling of a doomsday bell. It tumbled in the air, revealing honeycomb-like holes eroded by seawater at its bottom, then plunged into the seabed, the ice fragments it stirred up rebounding, slapping against the edge of the collapsing ice sheet, dragging more ice blocks into the cycle of destruction. "Go! Go now!" Captain Yu shouted hoarsely. The ice sheet was shrinking at a visible rate, new collapses occurring every second, without warning, without pattern, only endless fragmentation, falling, and annihilation. "Stay close to me." Zhou Shuan's voice was exceptionally clear in the howling wind. She moved nimbly, her ice skates tracing smooth arcs across the ice. Captain Yu and Major Wei followed closely behind, their faces grave, their eyes constantly scanning their surroundings, alert for any potential danger. The ice trembled more violently, the surface beneath their feet cracking and splintering as if it might break at any moment. Everyone's nerves were on edge, their eyes fixed on the distance, their steps hesitant to falter. "Watch out!" Captain Yu suddenly shouted. A massive crack appeared in the ice ahead, icy seawater gushing from the bottomless fissure, instantly freezing into ice. Chapter 696. Zhou Shuan, quick-witted and agile, swiftly led the group around the cracks, proceeding along a relatively stable ice ridge. The sounds of collapse were deafening, as if the entire world trembled. The deafening roar of ice breaking echoed continuously, huge chunks of ice falling from the sky, crashing onto the ice surface, and stirring up clouds of snow. The group's breathing became rapid, their faces covered in fine beads of sweat, yet no one dared to stop. Zhou Shuan and her group navigated the constantly crumbling ice with perilous ease. Almost there. Zhou Shuan's voice held a hint of urgency. She had sensed a relatively stable area ahead. The group's spirits lifted, and their pace quickened. Finally, they reached a relatively flat ice field, and the sounds of collapse seemed to lessen considerably. Zhou Shuan stopped, turning back to look. In the distance, the ice continued to crack, huge chunks of ice plunging into the abyss with deafening roars. It felt like a nightmare that had just unfolded, so unreal. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. Major Wei stopped, looked back, and said in a hoarse voice, "Let's go, we need to get out of here quickly." Everyone nodded, their expressions still showing lingering fear. They dared not linger too long, as the ice collapse could spread to this area at any moment. Zhou Shuan led the group forward again, her ice skates tracing smooth arcs across the ice as she glided quickly forward. As they moved forward, the distant sounds of collapse gradually subsided, and the ice beneath their feet became increasingly stable. The group's expressions gradually relaxed, their tense nerves easing slightly. Although the crisis on the ice field wasn't completely over, they were now far from the most dangerous area. An hour later, the outline of the fleet finally appeared ahead. The fleet was anchored on a relatively stable ice surface, its massive machinery and ships standing out prominently. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally arrived. Finally! Captain Yu let out a long sigh, a rare smile appearing on his face. Major Wei also looked relieved, finally having a chance to say to Captain Yu, "Old Yu, didn't we agree that you would wait here with the men? Why did you have to risk your life yourself? If it weren't for Dr. Zhou, we would all be in danger." Although no one quite understood how Zhou Shuwan could determine the correct route amid such danger, it was undeniable that she had led them out of their predicament. Captain Yu smiled. "Luckily we went, otherwise we would have lost so many elite soldiers. Especially you, both captains would have been very sad and regretful." With things as they were, and wounded men still nearby, Major Wei didn't say much, only solemnly thanking Zhou Shuwan. "Dr. Zhou, thank you so much. Without you, none of us would be standing here." They were all in a sorry state, their winter coats and air-conditioned suits damaged to varying degrees. Before Zhou Shuwan could answer, someone jumped off the fishing boat first. A tall, imposing man named Mu Mu, looking anxious. "Sister!" he shouted and rushed over. Several crew members followed, all very excited. "Captain Wei, Captain Yu, you're back safely." "Sister!" Mu Mu looked Zhou Shuwan up and down, and seeing that she was alright, he pounced on her like a giant teddy bear, hugging her tightly. "You scared me to death. I heard all those collapses, and I was so worried about how I was going to explain this to Mom and Dad and my brother-in-law when I got home." Someone nearby explained, "Dr. Zhou was really excited just now, and almost went off the ship alone to run over, but we had to stop him." Mu Mu, not knowing his own strength, nearly knocked her over with his sudden movement. Zhou Shuwan took a step back, finding it rare to see him like this, and patted his shoulder. "It's alright, I told you not to worry. Dr. Zhou, I have to trouble you to take a look at these two injured soldiers." Major Wei was hesitant to bother them, but both soldiers were seriously injured and needed immediate treatment. Zhou Shuwan quickly nodded. "Okay, Mu Mu, you help too." Besides the two of them, there were 4 other doctors and nurses on the ship, forming a makeshift medical team. After the wounded were carried onto the ship's temporary medical area, Zhou Shuwan removed her air-conditioned suit, washed and disinfected it, and quickly walked to the 2 wounded soldiers, rapidly scanning their injuries. She first checked the team member whose abdomen was pierced by an ice shard. The ice shard was still embedded in his abdomen, and his surrounding winter clothing was soaked with blood. She gently pressed her hand on the wounded soldier's pulse, her brow furrowed, her expression serious. A penetrating abdominal wound. "The ice shard is blocking the bleeding point, so there isn't a large amount of blood loss yet, but it must be treated as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the ice shard shifts, blood loss will accelerate," she said in a low voice, her tone urgency. The doctor and nurse standing nearby nodded gravely. Zhou Shuwan turned to another team member. That team member had a broken arm, which had been immobilized with a simple bandage, but blood was still seeping from the gaps, clearly indicating that the bleeding hadn't been completely stopped. A broken arm needs to be rebandaged to stop the bleeding, she quickly assessed, turning to Mu Mu with a decisive tone. "Mu Mu, prepare hemostats and bandages, and treat this team member's wound as soon as possible." Mu Mu nodded, quickly taking the necessary instruments from his medical kit with clean, efficient movements. He walked to the team member's side, squatted down, and whispered, "Brother, bear with it, I treat you right away." The team member gritted his teeth, nodded, fine beads of sweat already forming on his forehead, his face pale. Zhou Shuwan returned to the teammate with the abdominal injury, her gaze sweeping over the surrounding medical staff. Her tone was calm. "I need someone to help me stabilize his body to prevent the icicle from shifting. Also, prepare sterile gauze and hemostats, just in case." 2 medical personnel quickly stepped forward. One stabilized the injured man's upper body, while the other swiftly handed over sterile gauze and hemostats. Zhou Shuwan bent down, her fingers gently pressing around the icicle, carefully examining the wound. Although the icicle has blocked the bleeding, the abdominal organs may have been damaged. "We must remove the icicle as soon as possible for cleaning and suturing," she said softly, her voice tinged with seriousness. "We must transfer him to the ship's operating room as quickly as possible. Only there can he receive more comprehensive treatment. Otherwise, his life will be in danger." But where on the ship was there a quiet operating room? Major Wei immediately ordered one to be prepared as quickly as possible. It was simply a matter of emptying and disinfecting a cabin and carrying the stretcher inside. Chapter 697. After the makeshift operating room was set up, Zhou Shuwan immediately began preparations for the surgery. Her movements were swift and precise. Disinfection, donning surgical gowns, and gloves, all done in one smooth motion. After stabilizing the injured man's fractured arm, Moo followed him into the operating room to assist Zhou Shuan. Although the operating room was rudimentary, there was no better option at the moment. Zhou Shuan approached the injured man, gently placing her fingers on his pulse, sensing his heartbeat and breathing rhythm. The injured man's face was pale, and his breathing was weak, clearly indicating shock due to excessive blood loss. She frowned and whispered to the nurse beside her, "Immediately give him N4 to replenish his blood volume and stabilize his blood pressure." The nurse quickly sprang into action, adjusting the 4 flow rate to ensure the fluid was delivered to the injured man promptly. Moo, meanwhile, prepared hemostats and sutures, her eyes fixed on Zhou Shuan's every move, ready to assist at any moment. Zhou Shuan bent down, her fingers gently pressing around the icicle, carefully examining the wound. Her movements were extremely gentle, as if afraid of disturbing the icicle and causing further bleeding. After a moment, she looked up, her tone calm. "Moo, prepare sterile gauze and hemostats." Moo nodded and quickly handed her the instruments. "The icicle wound needs to be treated first. It can't be pulled out directly, otherwise it will cause secondary damage," Zhou Shuan said, gently pressing on the injured person's abdomen to observe the location and depth of the icicle. Her tone was calm, as if she were explaining a routine medical case, not a life-or-death surgery. Moo nodded, fine beads of sweat already forming on her forehead. "Sister, I hold the icicle in place, you treat the wound." Zhou Shuan nodded slightly, her gaze still focused on the injured man's abdomen. "Okay, I count to 3. Hold the icicle steady, don't let it shift. 1, 2, 3. As Zhou Shuan counted down, Moo's hands firmly grasped the end of the icicle, her strength perfectly controlled. Zhou Shuan quickly clamped the blood vessels around the wound with hemostats, her movements swift and decisive. "Hemostats, gauze," she whispered, and Moo immediately handed over the necessary instruments. The operating room was dimly lit, the air thick with the smell of disinfectant. Finally, the icicle was successfully removed, and the wound received initial hemostasis. Zhou Shuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at Moo, saying, "Now we can suture it." Moo nodded and quickly handed her the sutures. Zhou Shuan took the sutures, her fingers applying slight pressure, and the wound was gradually stitched up under her hands. Her movements were extremely skilled, as if she were drawing a delicate pattern. "All right, the wound has been stitched up. Now we need to closely monitor his vital signs to prevent infection." Major Wei and the other crew members outside the operating room had been waiting anxiously. Only when Zhou Shuan and Moo emerged from the operating room did they breathe a sigh of relief. "Dr. Zhou, how is he?" Major Wei rushed forward, his expression tense. Zhou Shuan removed her mask, a tired smile appearing on her face. "The surgery was successful. The wounded man's abdominal wound has been treated. As long as he receives proper care, he should be out of danger." Major Wei nodded heavily, relieved. "That's great, Dr. Zhou. It's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you on this mission, we probably..." Zhou Shuan waved her hand, her tone calm. "This is what I should do, but now is not the time to relax." 2 hours had passed since the wound on the injured man's abdomen was treated. Previously, they had worried that the ship's departure would affect the stability of the operating room, but the collapsing sounds hadn't stopped, and white dust could be seen in the distance. Continuing to linger was undoubtedly dangerous and foolish. But Major Wei insisted on waiting for Zhou Shuan and her team to finish the surgery before ordering departure. Several fishing boats, carrying 300 whales, slowly started moving, their speed slow. The whales were simply too heavy, appearing from a distance like moving mountains. Giant machinery followed closely behind. Zhou Shuan sat down, seemingly casually touching the wall, but suddenly her brows furrowed slightly. Moo looked at her, her eyes flickering, wanting to ask what was wrong, but held back. There were too many people here. Some things were inconvenient to ask. Zhou Shuan seemed to have guessed what he was going to ask, and glanced at him discreetly. Moo immediately knew he should shut up. He touched his nose, pretending not to have noticed Zhou Shuan's movement, and turned his gaze to the window. Outside the window was pitch black, like every other day of the eternal night, unchanged to him. Zhou Shuan paused slightly, then walked to Major Wei and suggested, "Major Wei, since the entire 100-meter abyss area has collapsed, we're unsure of the cause, but we can't rule out seafloor tectonic activity. We're in great danger right now." Major Wei pondered. Could those undercurrents also be caused by tectonic movement? "Dr. Zhou, what do you mean we should do then?" Zhou Shuan said calmly, "Let's not go any further. Sailing at a 20-degree angle, although it's longer, should be safer. Her words were slightly ambiguous, and Major Wei immediately pressed, Dr. Zhou, what did you discover? Zhou Shuan only shook her head, just an ominous premonition. Major Wei's expression turned serious, and after a moment, he decisively decided, all right. Let's do as Dr. Zhou says. Although Major Wei hadn't been with Zhou Shuan and her team on this rescue mission, he had returned with them, and heard Captain Yu's detailed account of the events. He was certain that Dr. Zhou had her reasons. Her ability to safely lead people out of the collapsing ice sheet meant she must have a unique way of assessing safety. Whether it was talent or something else, Major Wei decided to follow her instructions. Even so, Zhou Shuan remained vigilant. Until the morning of the third day, a sudden, deafening roar came from afar. Everyone on the ship was shocked. It was the sound of the ice collapsing. It seemed Zhou Shuan's guess was correct. A tectonic shift had occurred on the seabed, and they were completely unprepared. Fortunately, the location of this collapse seemed to be some distance away. Based on the location, it should have been their only route back, but they had taken a different direction a few days ago, following Zhou Shuan's directions. Major Wei glanced at Zhou Shuan imperceptibly, but she didn't notice. Focused intently on the direction from which the loud noise had come, her expression grave. Major Wei quickly regained her composure and immediately ordered, order all ships and heavy machinery to accelerate immediately and leave this area. Yes, sir. Chapter 698. Major Wei's orders were swiftly relayed. Several fishing boats and massive machinery sped up, the roar of their engines echoing across the ice field. The fleet, like a giant serpent, slowly moved towards a safer direction. Although the speed was still slow, at least they were moving away from the recently collapsed ice field. Zhou Shuan stood at the bow, her gaze still fixed on the churning snow mist in the distance. Her fingers rested lightly on the gunwale. Her expression remained calm, but a barely perceptible worry flickered in her eyes. Dr. Zhou, do you think we encounter any more danger? Major Wei approached her, his tone tinged with a hint of probing. Although he didn't directly voice his doubts, he clearly had great trust in her judgment. Zhou Shuan remained silent for a moment, her gaze still fixed on the distant horizon. It's safe for now, but we can't guarantee it will stay safe. Just as she finished speaking, another muffled rumble echoed from the distant ice plains, as if some immense force was brewing underground, ready to erupt at any moment. The tremors of the ground traveled up the ship, causing everyone's nerves to tighten. Major Wei's brow furrowed deeply, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Pass down the order. Have everyone leave this place as quickly as possible. Don't stop. Yes, sir. As expected, Major Wei then restricted even the time everyone could rest. The ship traveled day and night, with the others taking turns resting on board, without stopping, relentlessly pushing forward. In the past, they would have followed their usual schedule, traveling during the day and resting at night, especially since they were carrying such important supplies. Even the slightest mishap would be a huge loss. But now, faced with the threat of death, these concerns seemed insignificant. Major Wei repeatedly asked Zhou Shuan if they were heading in the right direction, and whether they should change course. His wording was rather strange. Dr. Zhou, are we heading in the right direction? Should we change course? His wording was odd, as if he were hinting at something. Zhou Shuan's heart skipped a beat. She certainly sensed the probing in Major Wei's tone. Clearly, he had noticed something, but he hadn't pointed it out directly, choosing instead to use this indirect approach. However, in such a critical situation, some things could no longer be concealed. This direction should be safe for now, she finally spoke, her tone calm but firm. But if the situation changes, we need to adjust accordingly. Major Wei nodded, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He didn't press further, but turned and gave the order, all ships, maintain formation and speed up. The fleet continued forward, the roar of engines echoing across the ice field. The crew took turns resting, their exhausted bodies almost entirely sustained by instinct. Zhou Shuan sat in her cabin, eyes closed, trying to rest. Her expression appeared calm, but her heart was far from at ease. She sensed something more profoundly than anyone else present, so she knew the crisis was far from over. Rather, it lurked like a beast in the darkness, ready to pounce at any moment. She needed to rest properly, so she could use the power of space to prevent the danger from approaching. Time passed slowly, the fleet moving forward across the silent ice field. Until the middle of the night, Zhou Shuan suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze sharp as she stared ahead. Something's wrong, she whispered, a hint of wariness in her eyes. Mu immediately looked up, following her gaze, only to see a vast expanse of black ice. What's wrong? She asked. Zhou Shuan didn't answer, but quickly got up and walked to Major Wei. Major Wei, who had been resting with his eyes closed, immediately opened them at the sound of footsteps, his gaze alert. "Dr. Zhou, what happened?" Zhou Shuan lowered her voice. "I see our men are all exhausted. Let's stay put and rest." Major Wei was taken aback, staring directly into Zhou Shuan's eyes. Her gaze was unwavering, her expression calm, but her eyes held an undeniable firmness. Major Wei was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, I understand." He immediately ordered several fishing boats to stop, forbidding anyone from disembarking due to uncertainty about potential danger. He then ordered the sleeping rotation personnel to be awakened, all shouldering their equipment, and to wait silently in the darkness. Most were puzzled by this order, but the soldiers' duty to obey orders prevented them from raising any objections. They quickly donned their gear and stood ready. Mu Mu stood beside Zhou Shuan, both fully equipped. Unlike the others, the medical personnel also carried supplies for emergency surgery. Time passed slowly, half an hour. Just as some were growing impatient, a deafening sound suddenly came from ahead. Major Wei's expression sharpened. He picked up his night vision goggles and peered ahead. Hundreds of meters ahead, countless massive ice blocks were being tossed up and falling, billowing ice mist almost completely obscuring his vision. Then, countless icebergs rose, and countless ice fields collapsed into abysses. "Retreat!" Major Wei roared, and the fleet quickly started moving, away from the collapsing ice field. The deafening roar of engines sent several fishing boats fleeing in panic, like startled birds, under Major Wei's command. The ship rocked violently. Mu Mu instinctively steadied Zhou Shuan, feeling her body tremble slightly, yet her eyes remained fixed on the chaotic ice field ahead. The ice layers, tens of meters thick, shattered like glass by an invisible giant hand, whipping up ice waves tens of meters high with a muffled roar. Ice mist, carrying ice shards, rushed towards them, condensing into frost on their lenses, then crackling and popping as it was struck by the shattered ice fragments. Through the mist, their vision pierced the once smooth ice field, which now resembled a torn curtain. Deep, bottomless cracks spread at a visible speed, and icebergs on either side of the cracks rose wildly, their sharp icicles piercing the night sky before collapsing with a deafening roar amidst even more violent tremors. A muffled rumble from deep within the Earth's crust, like the roar of a colossal beast, mingled with the cracking of ice and the thunderous crash of collapsing ice cliffs, weaving a terrifying web in the polar night. Some of the broken ice layers weren't completely separated, but rather hung like bridges over the abyss, creaking and groaning with a chilling tremor, threatening to plunge into the churning icy mist below at any moment. A tremor ran beneath their feet, sending a chill down their spines. Fortunately, Major Wei was the calmest among them, immediately shouting, "Don't panic. It's just movement ahead. We're safe here for now. Stay calm. Stay calm." Their ships were hauling countless whales, incredibly heavy, and a capsizing or anything else would have unimaginable consequences. But even in this most critical moment, not a single person considered abandoning the whales, which would be a huge burden on their progress. Chapter 699. Major Wei swiftly ordered a course correction. The ship rocked violently, emitting a teeth-grinding creak, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. He gripped the control stick tightly, sweat beading on his forehead, and hissed, "Everyone, hold on tight." A chilling sea wind, carrying fine ice shards, poured in through the broken windows, raging through the cabin. He could feel the ship's violent jolts, as if he would be thrown into the icy water at any moment. In the distance, countless ice crystals tumbled from the ground, sweeping in like an ice storm with a deafening roar. The ice crystals struck the hull, creating a dense thud, like countless bullets hitting the steel warship. Outside, the world turned into a black chaos, visibility extremely low, with only the blinding light reflected from the ice crystals. The ship desperately tried to reverse, attempting to escape this dangerous area. However, an accident occurred. The fishing boat Zhou Shuan was on suddenly tilted to the side without warning, its hull emitting a chilling roar as it rapidly capsized to the right. "Watch out!" Major Wei shouted, his voice barely audible amidst the deafening roar. Fortunately, in the instant the boat capsized, everyone on board grabbed the emergency handles. The roar grew closer, and the boat rocked violently. Zhou Shuan gripped the gunwale tightly, her fingertips turning white, but she remained fixed on the approaching chaos ahead. Mu Mu held her hand tightly, feeling the sweat on her palm, but couldn't utter a word, only following closely beside her, her gaze also fixed ahead. Inside the cabin, the other crew members held their breath, their faces etched with tension and fear. They gripped the handrails tightly, struggling to maintain their balance. Only Major Wei's voice rang out clearly amidst the noise, "Hold on. Stay steady." The helmsman stared intently at the instrument panel. The ship's tilt was increasing rapidly, sweat beaded on his forehead, yet he gripped the steering wheel tightly, desperately trying to control the vessel. Reporting, Major. The ice sheet collapse is expanding. We may. Before he could finish, a deafening roar erupted, the ship shuddered violently, and then capsized violently. Watch out! Major Way roared, almost simultaneously with the crash of the ice sheet collapse. The violent impact sent everyone in the cabin spinning wildly. Many were thrown out, slamming against the bulkheads with muffled groans of pain. Zhou Xuan felt a sudden darkness engulf her, as she was violently thrown forward by a tremendous force, her ears filled with the sounds of crashing objects and terrified screams. She gripped the emergency handle tightly, but couldn't stop her tumbling motion. She felt her body being pulled by an immense force, as if she were about to be swept into a terrifying abyss. Just then, she felt a hand grip her arm tightly, the strength immense. It was Moo Moo. She opened her eyes, and saw Moo Moo pulling her forcefully. His face was pale, his forehead covered in sweat, and his left arm hung limply, clearly injured. Moo Moo! She cried out, but Moo Moo only gritted his teeth, remaining silent. His face contorted in pain, yet he continued to pull her back from the brink of death. The cabin was in chaos, with various items scattered everywhere. The force of the ship capsizing was immense, causing Zhou Xuan and the others to completely lose their balance. The entire ship was almost upside down. Fortunately, the massive iron chains used to secure the whales on the fishing vessel had stopped the ship from sinking. Even so, the ship continued to rock violently, creaking and groaning, as if it were about to fall apart at any moment. Zhou Xuan struggled to maintain her balance to avoid falling. She saw many people thrown against the lower bulkheads, screaming in pain. Moo Moo's left arm drooped lower and lower, her face grew paler, and cold sweat poured down her back. In a split second, she pulled a rope with claws from her waist, quickly threw it upwards, and secured it to a beam in the cockpit, then firmly anchored herself and Moo Moo. She breathed a slight sigh of relief, and quickly checked on Moo Moo's condition. Moo Moo smiled weakly at her. Don't worry, I'm fine. Moo Moo! Don't move, she said sharply, her voice tinged with anxiety. Don't strain your arm. Moo Moo gritted her teeth, nodded, and remained silent, her face as pale as paper. The entire ship capsized at an incredible angle, almost completely upside down, then slid across the ice, like a wounded beast for a distance before finally coming to a stop, dragged along by a massive whale. The cabin was a mess. Many people had been thrown against the walls, groaning in pain. The cabin reeked of blood and fear. Once the ship had come to a stop, Major Way's voice rang out, "Help! Help!" Crew members from other ships rushed to the rescue, helping people out of the cabins one by one. Only then did everyone see the reason for the ship's capsizing. Not far from where they had been, a massive iceberg had suddenly risen from the ground, and the first fishing boat, unable to avoid it, crashed into it and capsized. The other ships narrowly escaped the disaster. This was no place to linger. Major Way decisively ordered his crew to bring out pulleys, chains, and various tools, and even brought in heavy machinery to help. With everyone's combined efforts, the capsized ship was finally righted. Although the first priority should have been checking the hull, time was of the essence. The ice in the distance was still collapsing, and the nearby iceberg could rise again at any moment. Major Way gave the order, "Depart immediately. All ships follow closely, don't fall behind." Zhou Xuan and Moo Moo returned to the ship. Moo Moo's left arm still hung limply, particularly jarring. Zhou Xuan removed his air conditioning coat, felt his arm, and confirmed it was dislocated. Without hesitation, she told him, "Bear with it." Then Moo Moo felt a piercing pain in his left arm, even though he gritted his teeth and prepared himself mentally. But still. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream shattered the silence. Cold sweat poured down Moo Moo's forehead. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one screaming during treatment, so no one paid attention to his cries. Zhou Xuan quickly put his air conditioning coat back on him, patted him, and said, "Take a break, I go bandage everyone's wounds." She and several other medical staff quickly sprang into action, treating the injured. Chapter 700. After all the wounded had been treated, a cry of alarm suddenly came from ahead. Looking up, everyone saw countless massive ice blocks falling from the sky, crashing onto the ice surface and creating plumes of snow mist. The ice blocks were falling at incredible speed, as if they were about to tear the entire ice field apart. "It's over, we can't escape," a team member muttered, his eyes filled with despair. The series of perilous situations made everyone realize that they were in the very center of the ice collapse, surrounded by collapsing ice fields, with nowhere to escape. Zhou Shuan stood in the cockpit, her fingers lightly resting on the sidewall. A moment later, she said to Major Wei, veer 30 degrees to the left, full speed ahead. Major Wei didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately ordering all crew, listen up. Veering 30 degrees to the left, full speed ahead. The crew quickly obeyed the order, the ship's engines roared, and the hull abruptly turned, heading to the left. A huge block of ice fell from the sky, nearly hitting the fleet. The ship rocked violently, and everyone on deck grabbed onto anything stable to steady themselves. Bang! A huge block of ice slammed into the ice on the starboard side of the fleet, creating a wave several meters high, causing the ship to rock violently again. A crew member was nearly thrown from the side, but was fortunately pulled back by a teammate. Hold on. Don't let go. Major Wei shouted, his eyes fixed on the front. Zhou Shuan remained in the wheelhouse, her fingers lightly resting on the gunwale. Her expression was focused, her eyes sharp, directing the fleet to avoid the most dangerous areas. Turn 15 degrees to the right and accelerate, she said again, her voice very calm. Major Wei immediately gave the order, and the fleet quickly adjusted its course to avoid the collapsing ice ahead. Ice chunks continued to fall, making the fleet feel as if they were walking on a nice edge, a single misstep threatening to plunge them into the abyss. Bang! 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 Several massive ice blocks slammed into the stern of the fleet, causing the ship to rock violently once more. Those on deck clung tightly to the anchor points, their faces pale, fine beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Hang in there. We'd be out of danger soon. Major Wei shouted encouragingly, a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Zhou Shuan's gaze remained fixed ahead, her expression unwavering. After a moment, she spoke again, turn 10 degrees to the left, full speed ahead. The fleet adjusted its course again, heading to the left. Huge ice blocks continued to fall, making the fleet feel as if they were walking through the clutches of death, constantly on the verge of being swallowed up. Finally, under Zhou Shuan's precise command, the fleet successfully avoided the most dangerous area. The ice field ahead gradually leveled out, and the sounds of collapse faded into the distance. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their tense nerves relaxing slightly. We're safe, a crew member murmured, a relieved smile spreading across his face. Major Wei's expression remained serious. He told the crew, everyone stay alert and keep going. Don't let your guard down. The convoy continued forward, the roar of its engines echoing across the ice field. The crew took turns resting, their exhausted bodies almost driven by instinct. 3 hours later, the convoy finally reached safe waters. The surrounding ice field gradually leveled out, and the sounds of collapse completely disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their tense nerves finally relaxing. Major Wei stood at the bow, glancing back at the now vanished, collapsed ice field, a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. A moment later, he turned to the crew and said, everyone, inspect the vessel. Repair crew, begin repairs immediately. The repair crew sprang into action, their tools clanging. Once ashore, the crew finally saw the battered state of the lead fishing vessel. It was the largest fishing vessel in the fleet. The prowling was particularly striking. The metal hull resembled a crumpled piece of paper, its edges twisted and concave, threatening to knock anyone off their feet in a strong wind. Looking closer, the bulkheads were covered in dents of varying depths. In some places, the paint had peeled off completely, revealing rusty steel plates beneath. The railings along the deck were bent crooked, and several pillars were even broken, dangling precariously in midair. Take care of the critical parts first, the lead mechanic shouted, his welding torch hissing as it spewed blue flames. They retrieved several pieces of silver-grade boiling point alloy from their toolbox. This stuff melts upon heating and, upon cooling, becomes as hard as shipboard steel, perfect for dealing with such urgent damage. Blue and white sparks danced in the dent, the molten alloy flowing along the crack, quickly welding a neat reinforcing band across the bow. The previously loose metal was firmly fixed, and the tilt visibly decreased. As for the scattered small dents and chipped paint, the crew simply circled them with a marker, planning to thoroughly refurbish them after returning to port. Major Wei stood below, watching, his tense jawline only relaxing slightly when the mechanics gave him a safe gesture. As long as he could make it through the rest of the voyage, this minor injury was nothing. He ordered lunch to be prepared, then looked around and found Zhou Shuan sitting on the nearby ice field. She was sitting with her younger brother, talking about something. Through her transparent mask, he could see her calm expression, seemingly peaceful. Did this mean the rest of the journey would be safer? Major Wei thought for a moment, then walked over and greeted her casually. Dr. Zhou. Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu both stood up. Major Wei noticed marks on the ground made of twigs, like a route map. However, these random marks were completely unrecognizable to him. He pretended not to see it, first asking about Moo Moo's arm injury. How is it now? Do you need any more medicine? We didn't bring much, but we can squeeze out a few boxes. Moo Moo quickly shook his head. No need, my sister bandaged it very well. Please don't worry, Captain. Major Wei smiled, patted his shoulder lightly, then looked at Zhou Shuwan, his expression becoming more serious. Dr. Zhou, do you think we encounter any danger on the way back? This obvious probing was clear to both Zhou Shuwan and Moo Moo, not to mention him. He frowned slightly, about to speak, but Zhou Shuwan stopped him, looking at him with a serious expression. Major Wei, anything that hasn't happened yet is uncertain, but I think as long as we follow this latest route, we're safe for now. They didn't know what had happened. It might indeed be due to violent seafloor tectonic activity, causing the ice sheet to collapse and the iceberg to suddenly rise. But how long it would last, and how far it would extend, no one could be sure. Chapter 701. Zhou Shuan's brows furrowed suddenly, and Major Wei knew she was thinking the same thing. They were in such danger here, the intense underwater tectonic activity causing such a huge disturbance and damage. Then, what about Hope Island too? What about there? If a similar ice collapse and iceberg uplift occurred, would they be safe? Without Zhou Shuan's accurate ability to predict safety, where could the island's inhabitants and the people on the mothership escape to? Would the collapse and uplift of the ice sheet affect the island? Thinking this, everyone was eager to return home. Major Wei's fingers clenched slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the distance. The ice on the sea's surface continued to crack, and huge icebergs occasionally surged out of the water with thunderous roars. He said in a low voice, Dr. Zhou, what do you think of the situation on Hope Island 2 now? Zhou Shuwan was silent for a moment, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Her fingers lightly touched the ice, trying to sense the distance. But she couldn't even feel more than 100 meters underground, let alone distant islands. Finally, she simply sighed softly and said, the terrain of Hope Island 2 is somewhat different from ours, but seafloor crustal movements are global, it's hard to say they won't be affected. Major Wei's expression grew even more grave, his brows furrowing deeply. If their ice layer also collapses, I'm afraid. He didn't finish, but everyone understood his unspoken meaning. Hope Island 2 was their base, their last refuge. If that place also falls into crisis, they have nowhere to go. Zhou Shuan's expression remained calm, but a barely perceptible worry flickered in her eyes. We can only get back as quickly as possible now to see what's going on. Major Wei nodded, then turned and shouted to the crew, everyone, get on board. We're leaving immediately. We must get back to the island as quickly as possible. The crew sprang into action, the roar of the engine echoing across the ice field. Although the ship's speed was still slow, everyone was giving it their all, wishing they could fly back to the island immediately. However, they were towing 300 whales, their weight immense, making it impossible for the ship to move at full speed. Major Wei's expression grew increasingly anxious, urging the crew to speed up from time to time. Moo Moo stood beside Zhou Shuwan and asked softly, Sister, do you think we can still make it? Zhou Shuwan gently shook her head, her gaze still fixed on the distant ice field. Not sure, but we must hurry. She closed her eyes slightly. Dad, Mom, and little you. I just hope they're all safe. Though her face remained calm, her heart trembled slightly. Like the anxious Major Wei, she was completely flustered. She worried they'd be too late to help. She was even more worried that their trip was a mistake, that something irreversible had happened at home, and then their family would be gone forever. Sister! Suddenly, a strong hand gripped hers tightly. Zhou Shuwan then realized her hand was trembling slightly. She hadn't noticed it at all because of her chaotic thoughts. Moo Moo. Sister, I believe good people are always protected. Don't worry too much. Moo Moo's gaze was gentle, but her tone was very firm. Zhou Shuwan slowly calmed herself down, and after a long while, she smiled slightly. Okay. She then looked at Moo Moo with a smile, and said with some emotion, Moo Moo, you seem to have really grown up. Moo Moo smiled slightly. Sister, I'm all grown up now. Yes. Zhou Shuwan smiled too, her earlier panic lessening a bit. Moo Moo knew she was still worried, though he felt the same way. But many things can't be solved by constantly rushing. He pulled Zhou Shuwan aside and talked, and slowly, she finally regained her usual composure. In the following days, the fleet traveled day and night. The crew took turns resting, but the ships never stopped. Major Wei sought out Zhou Shuwan almost every day to inquire about the safety of the route ahead. Zhou Shuwan understood his anxiety, and patiently explained everything she observed each time. Of course, Major Wei was still careful to be discreet. Whenever he came to inquire about the road conditions, he tried his best to be inconspicuous, so that even if someone saw him, they would only assume he was asking for directions. He also kept his voice as low as possible, so no one could hear him. Moo Moo frowned slightly each time, but also tactfully moved aside, not participating in their conversation. The first few days were fine. But on the 5th day, Zhou Shuan suddenly raised her hand to signal Major Wei. When he came closer, she whispered, "Major Wei, there's a huge crevice ahead. We can't go any further straight." Major Wei gasped. He nodded imperceptibly, and upon returning to the front, immediately picked up his binoculars and carefully observed the area ahead. At first, he saw nothing. However, after waiting another half hour, he indeed saw a deep, bottomless crack in the ice ahead, tens of meters wide. He gasped again, turned, and ordered, "Turn the ship to the right, around the crack." The crew swiftly obeyed, and the fleet slowly adjusted its course, bypassing the massive crack. Everyone glanced back with lingering fear, seeing chunks of ice occasionally plunging into the abyss with a dull rumble. In the days that followed, the fleet continued its arduous journey across the ice field. Giant cracks where icebergs frequently blocked their path, but under Zhou Shuan's subtle guidance, they always managed to avoid the most dangerous areas. However, the crew remained uneasy. The sounds of collapse echoed in the distance, as if they might spread to their area at any moment. The crew was on edge, unable to rest peacefully even at night. "I have a feeling the ice will crack open any second now, and we all fall in." Major Wei overheard a crew member mutter. He frowned, immediately wanting to reprimand him, but turning to see the man's pale face. The words of reprimand were swallowed back. A month later, the fleet finally reached the vicinity of the island. However, the sight before them made everyone gasp. The once flat ice sheet had completely changed. Huge icebergs rose from the sea, like countless swords piercing the sky, the ice layer riddled with deep cracks. Is this still our island?" Moo Moo's eyes widened. Major Wei's expression was equally grave. His fingers gripped his binoculars tightly, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. "The changes are too drastic. Returning by the original route is impossible." Chapter 702. Zhou Shuan's face was also somewhat pale, but her eyes remained calm. "Circle around to the back of the island, and see if you can find a safe route." Major Wei nodded and immediately ordered, "The ship should circle around and attempt to enter the island from the rear." The fleet slowly adjusted its direction, heading towards the rear of the island. However, the scene behind was equally terrifying. The ice was riddled with huge cracks, and icebergs were layered upon each other, resembling an insurmountable maze. Just then, Major Wei suddenly narrowed his eyes and pointed to a distant ice field. "Look, what's that?" Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and saw that on the distant ice field, the wreckage of several ships was half buried in the ice, their hulls broken in two, the huge cracks a shocking sight. The scene before them made everyone gasp. The shipwrecks lay silently on the icy plain, like ripped-together behemoths. The steel plates at the broken points were twisted and deformed, as if ripped apart by some immense force. An iceberg rose abruptly beside the wreckage, like a sharp blade suddenly pulled from the seabed, cold and razor-sharp. Could it be that a sudden iceberg snapped the ships in half because they couldn't avoid it? Moo Moo murmured, her eyes filled with shock and fear. Major Wei frowned, his gaze sweeping over the wreckage, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand, signaling everyone to remain vigilant. "Be careful of the surrounding terrain, danger may still be lurking." Zhou Shuan stood calmly to the side. She had already sensed the changes in this area before. A violent upheaval had occurred here, icebergs had risen abruptly, and huge cracks had torn open in the ice plain, as if the entire seabed was in turmoil. Fortunately, no similar disturbance occurred beneath the island. Although the surface appeared calm, she remained vigilant. "Let's circle around to a flat area and dock." Major Wei ordered the fleet to adjust its course and slowly head towards the other side of the island. The fleet carefully circled the iceberg and finally docked in a relatively flat area. The sound of the ship's horns echoed sharply across the silent ice field as they approached. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps approached from afar. Looking up, everyone saw a large group of people emerging from the direction of the underground base. Leading the way was Captain Chang, his steps steady and powerful. His gaze swept over the group, finally settling on the massive pod of whales behind them. His expression faltered for a moment, then revealed undisguised excitement. "You had a very fruitful trip." Major Wei quickly scanned the group, seeing that most were moving freely and showed no signs of injury, and his worries eased slightly. He strode up to Captain Chang, gave a crisp military salute, and said in a loud voice, reporting, Captain. We have lived up to expectations, and brought back a shipment of important supplies. Captain Shang's face lit up with a rare smile, and he exclaimed good. 3 times, his voice tinged with joy. Good. 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 Zhou Shuan looked into the crowd, and immediately spotted Qi Mingyu supporting her parents, their eyes filled with concern. Mu Mu tugged at her arm, her voice trembling with excitement. Sister, look. It's Mom, Dad, and brother-in-law. Zhou Shuan followed Mu Mu's gaze, and saw her parents and Qi Mingyu standing in the crowd, their eyes full of anticipation. Although they were in the midst of a handover and couldn't proceed yet, their gazes met in the crowded throng, silently conveying their mutual longing. After Major Wei finished reporting to Captain Shang dispatched men to receive the whale pod. Then his gaze immediately turned to Zhou Shuan, his eyes filled with gratitude. Dr. Zhou, I heard that thanks to you, they were able to return safely. With so many people around, Major Wei didn't say much, only whispering to Captain Shang that their safe return was entirely due to Zhou Shuan leading the way. He planned to discuss the rest in a separate report. But this didn't diminish Captain Shang's gratitude towards Zhou Shuan. It's no exaggeration to say that even in peacetime, they rarely send female soldiers to these suicide squads on the front lines, let alone in a post-apocalyptic world where women are extremely rare and precious. Zhou Shuan wasn't even a soldier yet. However, for the sake of everyone on board, he and Captain Chen discussed it and decided to tell Zhou Shuan their plans, explaining the situation sincerely and rationally, considering the bigger picture. It seemed like they were giving Zhou Shuan room to refuse. But in reality, they weren't giving her much. So, when Zhou Shuan agreed after careful consideration, it wasn't unexpected. At this moment, after hearing Captain Shang's words, Zhou Shuan nodded slightly, her expression calm, without a trace of pride or boasting. The danger this time was also beyond my expectations. Being able to bring everyone back safely means I completed my mission. Thank you both Captains and Lieutenant Commander Wei for your trust. Captain Shang smiled, patted Mu Mu's shoulder, and said with a hint of approval, this kid has been out training for almost 3 months, and he seems to have improved a lot. Mu Mu smiled calmly, a hint of confidence in her voice. Yes, Captain Shang, I saw and learned a lot on this trip. Captain Shang nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone, a touch of ease in his tone. All right, then you should all go back and spend time with your families. Everyone's eager to go home. Zhou Shuan then led Mu Mu away from the main group, heading towards their own families. Upon meeting, both sides had questions for each other. Zhong Tian quickly stepped forward, grabbed Zhou Shuan's hand, and looked her up and down, her eyes filled with worry. Wan, did you encounter any danger outside? Are you hurt? Zhou Shuan smiled slightly, patted her mother's hand reassuringly, and said in a light tone, Mom, we're fine. Although it was a bit dangerous outside, everyone came back safely. Really all right? Zhong Tian was still worried, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu. You two aren't lying to me. Mu Mu smiled and raised her hand, making a healthy gesture. Mom, look, I'm perfectly fine. Not a scratch on me. That's good, that's good. Zhong Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief, holding the 2 children's hands tightly, as if afraid they would leave again. Zhou Jianhai stood to the side, not saying anything, but his eyes were also full of concern. He looked at Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu, his tone steady. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Qi Mingyu stood to the side, his gaze gentle as he looked at Zhou Shuan. Although he didn't speak, his eyes conveyed all his concern. His concern was always gentle and restrained. Chapter 703. Under his gentle, water-like gaze, Zhou Shuan's previously excited heart inexplicably felt a little shy. She lowered her eyes slightly, but then bravely raised her head to look directly at him. Her gaze was as bright as ever. Qi Mingyu smiled softly. This time, Zhou Shuan turned to everyone and asked, what happened on the island? On our way back, we saw several ships cut in half. Has the island been affected? Zhong Tian and Zhou Jianhai exchanged a glance, their faces showing a complex expression. Zhong Tian sighed softly, a hint of lingering fear in her eyes. It's a long story. Let's go home first and talk about it slowly. Qi Mingyu interjected gently. Let's go, we talk about it on the way. At this moment, the soldiers were busy unloading the whales, dragging the huge carcasses towards the warehouse. The whales, like small mountains, pressed down on the ice, making a creaking sound. A faint, fishy smell filled the air, and the occasional cracking of ice blocks could be heard, as if the ice field might collapse again at any moment. The Zhou family, not assigned any tasks, returned home on their own. Along the way, Moo recounted their experiences to Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai in detail. Although there were several close calls, everyone had ultimately escaped unharmed. Zhong Tiyun listened with bated breath, frequently interrupting Moo to repeatedly confirm their safety. "Oh dear, you children, you're such a worry." Zhong Tiyun couldn't help but complain, but her tone was full of heartache. Moo smiled and patted her mother's shoulder. "Mom, we're all fine, don't worry." Seeing that her mother's emotions had calmed down a bit, Zhou Shuwan continued, "Mom, what exactly happened on the island? We saw those shipwrecks on our way back, and it's been unsettling ever since." Zhong Tiyun stopped, her expression turning serious, her tone heavy. "It's a truly terrifying story. 2 months ago, in the middle of the night, we suddenly heard a rumbling sound outside, like an earth dragon turning over. The entire underground base was shaking. Yes, the sound was terrifyingly loud. It woke us all up," Zhou Jianhai added. She picked up the conversation, her brow furrowed. The warships immediately dispatched soldiers to investigate. They brought lamps capable of emitting huge beams of light, and clearly saw a massive upheaval taking place on the ice sheet surrounding the island. The ground was being torn apart, icebergs were rising. The scene was like the end of the world. Zhong Tiyun's voice trembled slightly. Clearly the memory still haunted her. The warships immediately sounded the alarm. Everyone was awakened, and an orderly evacuation began. Everything was chaotic yet orderly. Fortunately, the Navy maintained order and protected the ordinary survivors. Although everyone was panicked, no one was injured. The only saving grace was that the tectonic activity on the ice sheet did not affect the island. Zhong Tiyun nodded, a hint of relief in her eyes. However, the successive changes caught several of our ships on the ice sheet off guard, and they were snapped in half. The mothership, destroyers, and other crucial vessels, having already moved to relatively flatter areas when the ice sheet cracked and rose, were also fortunate enough to escape damage. We didn't even dare come up from above those days. We were all underground the whole time, Zhong Tiyun said with a hint of helplessness. But Xiao Yu was dragged along to rescue supplies a few times. Zhou Shuan glanced at Qi Mingyu, who smiled and suddenly, quite naturally, reached out and took her hand. Zhou Shuan was slightly taken aback, but after glancing at the expressions of the other family members, it seemed no one had noticed. She then relaxed, letting Qi Mingyu hold her hand, still listening to her parents' conversation. "For the first 2 weeks, none of us got proper rest," Zhou Jianhai continued. "We dared not rest, fearing that a single loud noise would cause our underground base to collapse." Zhong Tiyun nodded. Because of this, all the residents of the island in the underground base had to come to the surface and stay in the open area for 2 days. Going aboard the mothership was extremely unsafe at the time, so we could only go to the open area on the island, Zhou Jianhai explained. However, it was below -70 degrees Celsius outside. People wearing air-conditioned and cold-weather suits could withstand it, but after 2 days, the batteries needed to be replaced, and there weren't enough batteries to replace so many people at the same time. At that time, taking refuge on the mothership was also extremely unsafe. Because the mothership was too large to land directly on the island, it was already in a precarious state, so people could only take refuge in the open area on the island. It was fraught with danger. Meanwhile, there was a lot of activity on the ice field surrounding the island, but the island itself remained quiet. The authorities determined that the crustal movement occurred only on the seabed, and the small island was fortunately unaffected. Although we don't know exactly what happened on the seabed, Captain Shang ordered everyone to return underground, Zhou Jianhai said. "We endured this for so many days. These past few days, the commotion outside has subsided a bit, and we've been worried about you both," Zhong Tiyun said, then sighed heavily and looked at the siblings. "Are you two hurt? Judging from the hull of your fishing boat, you must have been through a lot of danger. Even the bow was tilted. You two are only telling me the good news and not the bad, trying to hide it from me." Zhou Shuan, realizing she couldn't hide it anymore, quickly said, "Mom, I'm really fine. The boat just capsized a little while traveling at high speed, and Moo dislocated his arm protecting me. But after I treated him, it's fine now." Moo also moved his arm in cooperation. Smiling, she said, "Yes, Mom, look at me, I'm fine." Zhong Tiyun breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes still held a hint of reproach. "You two are such a worry. The ship is damaged like that, and you're still pretending to be okay." Zhou Jianhai stood to the side, his brows slightly furrowed, his voice low. "The ship is damaged. Just how dangerous is the situation on the ice field?" Zhou Shuan shook her head, her gaze grave. "The collapse of the ice field is more serious than we imagined. We were almost trapped several times. However, Major Wei trusted my judgment, and we avoided the most dangerous areas. These words immediately worried both Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian. Shuan, you mean? Zhong Tian asked softly. Zhou Shuan shook her head. Mom, it's alright. Don't worry too much. In that extremely critical moment, she had no choice but to reveal a part of herself. This topic wasn't suitable for further discussion outside. Zhou Jianhai interrupted. Come on, let's go home. Your mom will cook something for you. You all be hungry when you get back. Zhou Shuan smiled, her eyes crinkling. Okay. Mumu and I miss mom's cooking when we're out. Chapter 704. For the next 2 weeks, the people on the island were busy processing the whales. Nearly 300 whales, some weighing tens of tons, others 100 tons, totaling about 2,000 tons of food. For the island's more than 5,000 residents, this was a tremendous fortune. Standing on the shore, watching the busy figures of the people, Zhong Tian couldn't help but sigh. So much food, even without being very frugal, could feed us for 7 or 8 years. Zhou Shuan gazed thoughtfully at the mountain of whale meat. She knew that while the food seemed sufficient, storage and preservation were major problems. Especially with the possibility of the weather changing from perpetual night to daylight, and a sharp rise in temperature, how to preserve so much fish meat intact would be a huge challenge. Mom, although there's a lot of food, we can't be too optimistic, Zhou Shuan said softly, her brows furrowing slightly. But food spoilage, the combination of vegetables and staple foods, and the storage problems caused by weather changes are all issues that need to be addressed. Zhong Tian nodded and sighed softly. Yes, so much food isn't easy to handle. But having some is better than having none. She turned to look at Zhou Shuan, a hint of relief in her eyes. At least, there's enough food for now, so you don't have to go out to sea with others to search for supplies anymore. Hearing this, Zhou Shuan felt a pang of guilt. Her 2 trips, nearly half a year in total, had caused her family so much worry. She had sworn long ago that she would never be separated from her family, but now, due to unavoidable circumstances, she had to go out, leaving her family on the island. When the drastic changes in the water surrounding the island were detected, no one knew how terrified and worried she was. Mom, I'm sorry. Zhong Tian gently patted her shoulder, her voice tender. Wanwan, Mom understands you. You're important to everyone right now. Although Mom is worried, I support you. She paused, her gaze firm, and said, Mom has been thinking about this these past few days. If it really comes to the point where you have to go out with him, Dad, and I won't stop you, but we all have to go. It's dangerous, but at least we can be together as a family. This was the biggest concession her family could make for her. But it also showed their care and love for her. Actually, they had always been together as a family before, going out whenever possible. But now Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian are getting older, and the dangers are greater. For their safety, Zhou Shuan decided to leave them at home. Seeing her parents' support and understanding, Zhou Shuan was deeply moved. She couldn't find the words to express her feelings, so she simply buried her head in her mother's shoulder and swayed gently, just like she had when she was a child. Smelling her mother's familiar scent, her heart finally settled down, and the unease and insecurity she felt while walking on the icy plains and fleeing completely vanished. Qi Mingyu stood quietly to the side, watching this scene with tenderness in his eyes. Zhong Tian noticed his gaze, and couldn't help but tease him with a smile. Wanwan, look at you, you're so grown up but still like a child. Aren't you afraid Xiao Yu will laugh at you? Zhou Shuan's cheeks flushed slightly at his words. She glanced at Qi Mingyu, who was still gazing at her tenderly. She looked away shyly, but still clung to her mother's shoulder, refusing to leave. Because processing whale meat was extremely arduous, many new jobs suddenly appeared on the island. Shui Tao, who hadn't worked for the past 6 months, saw this and signed up with Chun Chun. Working on the island's coast was tiring, but it brought a sense of peace. Chun Chun received half-price wages, while he himself received the full wage of an adult laborer. 1 day's wages were enough for him, and Chun Chun to eat for 2 days. Zhou Shuan stood at a distance, watching Shui Tao and Chun Chun's busy figures, feeling a sense of relief. She knew that these people were all working hard to contribute to the island's survival. Although the future was uncertain, as long as everyone worked together, they would always find a way out. Although tiring, Shui Tao was always happy when he returned, his face glowing, and he would enthusiastically tell the Zhou family about the current status of whale meat processing. Today he reported on the day's progress. We butchered over a dozen whales today, the meats all processed and frozen in wooden crates. Tomorrow, he spoke animatedly about other things. The mothership brought over a cutting table, we're using levers. It's much faster than before, and we don't have to work so hard. As he spoke, he rubbed his slightly frozen hands, letting out a comfortable sigh from the warm air of the underground base. He seemed different from before. This busy, exhausting work seemed to have ignited a fighting spirit within him. Seeing his smiling face and boundless energy every day, Zhong Tiyun wondered if she should also apply to work for a few days. But to be honest, their family wasn't short of supplies. Zhou Shuan and Mumu received generous rewards upon their return from this trip. Those who went out from the very beginning, like Major Wei and his group, each received 300 jin of whale meat. Zhou Shuan, included in their group, received 3 times that amount. The remaining second group each received 100 jin. Therefore, Zhou Shuan alone took 900 jin. Adding Mumu's share and their previous savings, their family had over 1,000 jin of whale meat. Enough to feed them for a long time. At this point, if Zhong Tiyun, as a member of the Zhou family, were to try and take this rare job opportunity, it would only make others resent their ungratefulness. So, this thought only briefly crossed her mind before she dismissed it. Meanwhile, the 2 captains also heard Major Wei's report and learned that Zhou Shuan's judgment of direction and danger was almost 100% accurate. This greatly surprised them. Captain Shang paced back and forth in his office. Captain Chen sat in his wheelchair, listening quietly to Captain Shang's analysis. This Zhou Shuan is truly an extraordinary woman. Captain Shang stopped, his tone filled with admiration and bewilderment. Such accurate judgment is simply unbelievable. They couldn't quite define Zhou Shuan's talent, but having someone like her with them greatly increased their safety. Captain Chen nodded, his gaze deep. Yes, with her around, our chances of winning are much greater. However, this ability, so different from ordinary humans, also puzzled them greatly. Captain Shang, however, thought even more deeply. When he heard Major Wei describe Zhou Shuan's various extraordinary abilities, the strange appearance of the containers, fish, coal, and giant machinery immediately came to mind. Chapter 705. But where did these supplies come from, given that they were merely humans? And if it really was her, how did she manage to transport them so quietly? This thought was too absurd, and he subconsciously dismissed it. He solemnly discussed with Captain Chen the possibility of raising Zhou Shuan's protection level to the highest level. In case of any danger, Zhou Shuan would be the top priority for protection. Captain Chen nodded seriously, agreeing. Only by protecting her could they ensure that if the island became uninhabitable or another disaster struck, Zhou Shuan could lead everyone to seek a glimmer of hope. 10 days after Zhou Shuan and her group returned, in the middle of the night, another violent earthquake shook the earth, waking the sleeping people. The thick ice cracked and bulged, the sound of breaking apart like 1,000 horses galloping, deafening. The entire island trembled, as if it might collapse at any moment. Fortunately, everyone was experienced and quickly donned their winter coats or air-conditioned suits, remaining where they were. The underground base was dimly lit, making the expressions on people's faces appear particularly solemn. By this time, most of the personnel on the mothership had also moved to the underground base. Captain Shang quickly ordered his men to go out and assess the situation, while those inside the base quickly packed their necessities, ready to evacuate at any moment. A tense atmosphere permeated the air. Everyone's breathing became rapid and heavy, as if the air itself had solidified. People waited silently, awaiting their fate. Outside, the sound of ice cracking continued, like a mournful symphony. And this was only the beginning. Zhou Shuan and her family packed food, water, emergency lights, first aid supplies, and other emergency equipment into backpacks, slung them over their shoulders, and waited quietly. In the event of a more violent collapse, they would rush to the surface. Before that, Zhou Shuan discreetly placed her hand on the ground to sense her surroundings. Ice is also solid, but it's more suitable for sensing distant areas than land. Zhou Shuan's sensing wasn't very smooth, but she could at least confirm that there was no danger at a depth of about 10 meters. Qi Mingyu's deep voice asked, "How's the situation?" Zhou Shuan withdrew her hand, shook her head, her eyes still calm. "It's safe for now, but I can't sense anything deeper. We must be fully prepared." Qi Mingyu nodded, his gaze sweeping around. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were both carrying their own emergency supplies, while Mumu stood to the side, holding an emergency light with a serious expression. Jiping, Yuxuan, Xiuetao, and the others were all ready and waiting silently. Although tense, their movements were methodical, clearly showing they had experienced similar crises many times, and were accustomed to this kind of impending disaster. "If there's any bigger commotion, we rush out immediately," Zhou Jianhai whispered. Just then, the person who went out to scout the situation returned quickly, reporting to Captain Shang with a grave expression. "Captain, the surrounding ice sheet has undergone a drastic change. Tectonic movement has caused the ice to fracture, but the island hasn't shown any obvious damage yet. Captain Shang nodded, his brow furrowed, continued to observe and report back. Hearing the report, the tension in everyone's hearts eased slightly, but they still dared not relax. Zhou Xuan, however, remained grave. She knew that although the island was temporarily safe, the dramatic changes in the ice layer were rarely instantaneous, but would gradually intensify over time. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, dust falling from the ceiling. Zhou Xuan's face instantly changed, and she screamed, "Get out! Get out!" She sensed the change beneath her feet. Danger was imminent. She leaped to her feet, and Qi Mingyu reacted just as quickly, immediately grabbing Zhou Jianghai's arm. Zhou Xuan and Mu Mu protected Zhong Tiyun, rushing towards the exit. Their movements were clean, efficient, and perfectly coordinated. Upon hearing her voice, Captain Shang immediately echoed her cry, his voice instantly spreading throughout the entire base via megaphone. "Escape! Escape!" The entire underground base instantly tensed, but everyone's actions, though urgent, were not chaotic. Everyone had received earthquake drills beforehand and knew how to crouch down, cover their heads, and run upwards. Escape routes were designated for each area. Therefore, everyone reacted quickly. Upon hearing the command, they grabbed their emergency supplies and ran. Quick! Quick! Countless sailors spontaneously stepped forward, directing the ordinary survivors to run upwards. Watch out! Captain Shang and Captain Chen were already surrounded by their sailors. "Captains, you two need to get out quickly. It's too dangerous here." Captain Shang was the highest-ranking commander. How could he escape before everyone else was safe? So he stood there unmoved, only saying to everyone, "Get Captain Chen out first. He has difficulty walking." Captain Chen grabbed him, shouting, "No, I'm useless now. I stay here in command. Old Shang, you go first." "Captain Chen, let's not argue. Time is too precious." Amidst the chaotic noise, Captain Shang shouted, "Lieutenant Yun, get Captain Chen out of here first. Now!" Immediately. Captain Shang was now Lieutenant Yun's direct superior, and a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Lieutenant Yun hesitated for 2 seconds, then loudly replied, "Yes, sir." He and several men pushed the still opposing Captain Chen away. Captain Chen glanced back. Captain Shang stood on the command platform, his figure already swallowed by the crowd. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but then a deafening roar erupted, the ground suddenly arched upwards, and then crashed down. Countless people instantly lost their balance, screams, and the sound of impact mingling together. It really happened. Even though they were prepared, Zhou Xuan and her family were still thrown to the ground by the violent shaking. "Get up! Run!" Her voice was hoarse. But she quickly scrambled to her feet, pulling her mother to her feet as well. Qi Mingyu, with Zhou Jianghai in front, called out, "Wan, hurry!" His voice was extremely anxious. Having spent so much time together, Zhou Xuan seemed to have never seen him so anxious before. The ground shook violently again, dust falling in a flurry, the entire underground base seeming as if it could collapse at any moment. Qi Mingyu's eyes sharpened, and he reacted immediately, one hand firmly supporting Zhou Jianghai, the other protecting Zhou Xuan, his eyes filled with worry and determination. Zhou Xuan and Mu Mu quickly shielded their mother, Zhong Tiyun, the three forming a protective circle to minimize the impact of the tremors on the elderly woman. The dim emergency lights illuminated their panicked faces, but could not dispel the fear that gripped everyone's hearts. "Quick! Get out of there!" Zhou Xuan shouted again. Chapter 706. She rushed out first, her figure agile and swift, like a nimble cheetah. Qi Mingyu followed closely behind, protecting the rest of the Zhou family as they rushed towards the designated escape route. The underground base's passageways were narrow and crowded, people bumped and shoved each other, the air thick with the smells of sweat, fear, and dust. Just as they were about to reach the exit, a deafening crash came from behind, and the ceiling slammed down, instantly blocking part of the passageway. Screams from the survivors erupted instantly, and chaos ensued. Zhou Xuan glanced back, her face turning pale. The ground beneath her feet trembled violently, arching upwards before crashing down again, as if some colossal object was frantically shaking the sheet metal beneath. People lost their balance and fell like dominoes, the dull thud of their heads hitting the steel frame mingling with terrified screams, exploding instantly in the narrow passageway. Chaos, fear, and despair filled the entire space. Captain Shang struggled to regain his balance, but felt his entire body slip out of control. He gripped the arm of the soldier beside him tightly. "Protect the others." These were the only words Captain Shang could utter in the chaos. Before the words were even finished, he and the soldier were thrown aside by the sudden force. With Qi Mingyu and Mu Mu protecting them on either side, Zhou Shuwan and the others barely fell. Supporting each other, they ran desperately towards the exit on the ground. Above, the metal structure groaned and twisted under the strain, and debris rained down. They walked cautiously, each step carefully chosen, afraid of being struck by collapsing debris. "Watch out!" Qi Mingyu shouted, shoving aside a falling metal plate. The plate slammed into the ground with a deafening crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhong Tiyun, panting heavily, staggered, but gritted her teeth and persevered, not wanting to burden her family. Zhou Jianhai encouraged her in a low voice, "Just a little longer, we're almost there." Just as they were about to rush out of the passage, the ground shook violently again. Zhou Shuan grabbed Qi Mingyu abruptly, her voice urgent, "Stop! There's a crack ahead, we can't go that way." Qi Mingyu stopped abruptly, his gaze fixed on the several-meter-wide crack ahead, his expression grave. Mu Mu stood to the side, her emergency light illuminating the path ahead, making the escape route slightly clearer. People around them were desperately running out, pushing and shoving each other, cries and screams rising and falling, a scene of chaos. Some were knocked to the ground, groaning in pain, unable to get up. Some naval soldiers tried to maintain order, shouting and directing the crowd to evacuate in an orderly fashion, but to little avail. The entire passageway, like a giant metal cage, trapped them inside, and that cage was crumbling. Zhou Shuan took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. "We have to go around it. We can't delay any longer." Qi Mingyu nodded, and quickly led the Zhou family towards another passageway. Finally, they burst out of the passageway. The biting wind outside rushed towards them, and the sight of the icy plain made everyone gasp. Huge icebergs rose abruptly from the ground, their surfaces riddled with bottomless cracks, as if the entire world was collapsing. Zhou Shuan's gaze swept quickly around. The collapse on the icy plain and the island continued, the air filled with the sharp cracking of ice and the gasps of people. Her gaze locked onto a relatively flat area of ground not far away, seemingly unaffected by the impact. She immediately turned and waved to Qi Mingyu and the others, her voice ringing out clearly in the cold wind, "Over there! Hurry!" Upon hearing this, Qi Mingyu immediately supported Zhou Jianhai, while Mu Mu helped Zhong Tiyun, leading them quickly in the direction Zhou Shuwan had indicated. Just as they were about to reach the flat ground, a deafening roar suddenly came from above. Zhou Shuwan looked up sharply, and saw a huge boulder falling towards them. Her pupils contracted sharply, and almost instinctively she shouted, "Watch out!" At the same time, Qi Mingyu also noticed the danger above. Without hesitation, he turned and shoved Zhou Shuwan aside. Zhou Shuwan stumbled a few steps, nearly falling, while Qi Mingyu was grazed on the arm by the boulder, letting out a muffled groan. The boulder crashed onto the ground behind them, sending up large amounts of ice shards and dust. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were terrified by the sudden turn of events, their faces turning pale. Zhong Tiyun clutched her chest, her voice trembling. "Xiao Yu, are you all right?" Qi Mingyu glanced down at his arm. His air-conditioned jacket was torn, and he only had minor scrapes. He shook his head, his tone calm, "It's nothing, just a minor injury." His gaze still cautiously scanned his surroundings, only relaxing after confirming there was no other danger. Zhou Shuwan quickly walked to his side. Seeing that the scrapes didn't need immediate treatment, she took out a sealing strip from her waist, and used it to seal the tear in his jacket. Luckily, the tear in his arm didn't involve any electrical wires, it was just a simple tear in the clothing. Therefore, even with the sealing strip applied, the seal can be maintained for a long time. There's no need to worry about warmth or oxygen for now. The family finally reached the relatively stable ground, and other survivors followed. The crowd was dense, everyone looking disheveled, their clothes covered in mud and blood, their faces unable to conceal exhaustion and fear. Zhou Shuwan stood beside her family, looking up into the distance. The underground base had completely collapsed, the once sturdy building was now a ruin, with faint cries for help occasionally heard from beneath the rubble. Someone hasn't escaped." Zhong Tiyun's voice choked, her gaze fixed on the ruins, her eyes filled with grief. Zhou Jianhai gently patted her shoulder, whispering comforting words, "Those who escaped have done their best. All we can do now is take care of ourselves." Zhou Shuwan pursed her lips, remaining silent. Her gaze swept through the crowd, searching for familiar figures. Jiping, Yuxuan, and Xue Tao had been fleeing with them, but were separated by the crowd, and were now nowhere to be seen. And the two captains, Major Wei and Captain Yu, whom she recognized. She paused, then saw Xue Wuwen ahead, looking disheveled, resting with her two children. She felt a slight sense of relief. At least Shui Wuan and the others were safe. Meanwhile, the collapse on the distant ice field continued, massive icebergs rising from the ground, cracks spreading like a spiderweb, as if the entire island was crumbling apart. A suffocating sense of despair filled the air. Some sobbed softly, some covered their mouths and wept silently, and many more stared blankly at the scene before them, as if they couldn't believe it was real. Chapter 707. A biting chill filled the air, and the occasional cracking sounds of ice breaking across the icy plains echoed, like some colossal monster chewing on the land. Zhou Shuwan stood at the edge of the small island, her gaze sweeping over the icebergs and cracks barely discernible in the darkness. Her brow furrowed slightly, her expression grave. Among the crowd, some sobbed softly, some looked around blankly, and many remained silent, as if still reeling from the shock of what had just transpired. "Did you see the two captains escape?" A voice, choked with suppressed sobs, suddenly broke the deathly silence. The speaker was a slightly younger woman, her face still bearing the traces of the disarray and terror of fleeing, her eyes filled with hope, as if seeking an answer from the surrounding silence. However, no one answered her. Some in the crowd lowered their heads, avoiding her gaze, while others simply shook their heads, their expression somber. The escape just now was too chaotic, everyone was only thinking of themselves. Who had the energy to look after others? However, many people witnessed Captain Chen and Captain Shan arguing about who should go first. The scene of that argument seemed to be right before their eyes. A resolute and handsome figure with an amputated limb, a calm and composed yet resolute expression. They still hadn't appeared, were they in grave danger. In the instant the earth shook, everyone's attention was drawn to the sudden disaster. No one had the spare thought to care about the life or death of others. Qi Mingyu's gaze darkened slightly, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. The two captains were the pillars of the entire island, the backbone of everyone. Their safety was directly related to the morale of this group of survivors. If anything happened to them, the island's future would become even more precarious. His gaze swept over the surrounding people again, roughly estimating that there were over 1,000 survivors who had escaped. However, the island was now pitch black, and the surrounding ice fields were still collapsing. It was impossible for all the refugees to gather here. On the way to their deaths, he had heard shouts and screams in the distance, indicating that many survivors were scattered elsewhere. "The most important thing now is to gather the escapees together," Qi Mingyu said softly, turning to Zhou Shuwan. "We can't be scattered. Once we are, we'd be a disorganized mess." Zhou Shuwan nodded, agreeing with his idea. Although the escaped soldiers wore the same cold-weather gear as everyone else, they were all equipped with weapons, and their posture and expressions were completely different. They stood ramrod straight, their gazes resolute, maintaining the discipline and precision of soldiers even in such chaotic circumstances. Qi Mingyu waved for the soldiers to step forward and help gather the survivors together. He gestured, his voice low and powerful, surprisingly clear amidst the chaos. "All soldiers, please step forward. Assist in maintaining order, separate the wounded, and prioritize their evacuation." Then, they would discuss the next steps. The island was still in turmoil. In the darkness, apart from the relatively flat open space beneath their feet, everywhere was littered with rubble from avalanches, and countless specks of dust swirled in the air. Only their spot was relatively safe. He had barely spoken 2 sentences when a slightly hoarse voice rang out. It was Major Wei. Major Wei, one hand on his back and the other on the ground, struggled to sit up, clearly injured as well. He had just led his men to escort the survivors through the passage, and as they were about to turn back, the passage collapsed. He and his men desperately fled forward, barely escaping the falling debris. Then, momentarily disoriented, they followed the main force this way. Upon hearing Qi Mingyu's words, he snapped out of his daze and immediately stepped forward, ordering several Navy men to maintain order, separate the wounded, and determine how to treat them later. His voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable firmness. Soon, under the soldiers' direction, the chaotic crowd gradually returned to order. Although some still sobbed softly, the helplessness and confusion had largely dissipated. Qi Mingyu's gaze swept over the gradually calming crowd, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Major Wei then walked towards Qi Mingyu, his leg injury making his gait unsteady. He approached Zhou Shuwan and the others, saying to Qi Mingyu, "Captain Qi, what other thoughts do you have? Let's discuss them, and decide what to do next." Although Qi Mingyu didn't usually participate in the warship's decision-making, Major Wei had immense trust in his judgment during crises. Qi Mingyu pondered for a moment, then explained his thoughts one by one. His tone was calm and his logic clear. Every detail had been carefully considered, clearly indicating his concern for the safety of the entire survivor group. Major Wei nodded after listening, but his gaze suddenly shifted to Zhou Shuwan, his tone both tentative and sincere. "Dr. Zhou, I want to ask you a question." His eyes held anticipation. Clearly, this question had been lingering in his mind for a long time. Zhou Shuan paused, already guessing what he was going to ask, but she didn't answer immediately, only nodding slightly. "Okay." Major Wei gestured for Zhou Shuan to take a few steps aside, away from the crowd. Although he tried to keep his voice down, Qi Mingyu still keenly followed, his gaze fixed on the two of them. "Dr. Zhou, could you use your abilities to lead me and a suicide squad to rescue the two captains?" Major Wei's voice was low, but his tone revealed urgency and hope. Qi Mingyu frowned, interrupting Zhou Shuan before she could speak. "I think it's too risky. The underground base has completely collapsed. Unless we wait for the earthquake to stop before launching a rescue, going now is tantamount to suicide." Major Wei was momentarily speechless, but Qi Mingyu's gaze remained unwavering as he said, "Major Wei, the fishing boat was able to return safely thanks to Wan Wan. Her value is self-evident. You understand it better than anyone." Major Wei was speechless, the instructions the two captains had given him 10 days prior flashing through his mind. Their meaning was similar to Qi Mingyu's. In a crisis, Zhou Shuan's safety must come first. He took a deep breath, the urgency in his eyes slightly diminishing. Zhou Shuan spoke up then, her voice gentle yet firm. "Major Wei, I understand your feelings. We lived attached to the mothership for several years, so my feelings for the two captains and the other naval personnel are no less than yours. Please believe me, if we can save them, I'm willing to pay any price to get them out. But right now, we can only wait. Wait for everything to calm down before we start the rescue. Don't worry, with me here, we can dig out the people buried underground as quickly as possible." Chapter 708. Upon hearing these words, Major Wei's eyes flashed with disbelief. Then he nodded repeatedly. "Good. Good." His previous dejection and gloom vanished, replaced by a firm belief. He believed that once the earthquake stopped, with the help of the giant machinery and Zhou Shuan, they could launch a rescue operation as quickly as possible. Major Wei straightened up, his gaze sweeping over the survivors around him, and shouted, "Don't panic. As soon as the earthquake stops, we begin the rescue. With us here, we will definitely save everyone." His voice sounded particularly powerful in the cold wind, and the survivors' tense emotions eased slightly upon hearing it. Although the disaster before them was still terrifying, Major Wei's words gave them a glimmer of hope. Zhou Shuan stood to the side, her gaze sweeping over the snow-covered ruins, silently vowing that no matter what, she would do everything in her power to save everyone. This disaster struck without warning, no one was prepared. Perhaps they had been too careless. For the past 2 months, all the tectonic activity had occurred at sea, leaving the island unscathed, causing them to lower their guard from top to bottom. What a foolish thing to do, if. However, Zhou Shuan knew in her heart that even if they had known beforehand that a disaster like tonight's would occur, they would not abandon the underground base. Because they had nowhere else to go. The mothership could only dock on the ice field, but the tectonic activity there was even more intense, as evidenced by the ships that had been snapped in half. Even she, including the two captains, dared not suggest that all the survivors board the mothership to wait for the crisis to pass. Therefore, whether they knew beforehand or not, they had nowhere to escape. Oh God, oh God. Looking at the chaotic scene around her, Zhou Shuan's fingers clenched slightly, her eyes revealing a resolute determination. Qi Mingyu seemed to sense her turmoil, and silently took her hand. Zhou Shuan turned around, their eyes meeting, their expressions gentle yet firm. They smiled at each other, as if finding solace in the icy snow. The cold wind was still biting, but their hearts gradually calmed. Not far away, Major Wei directed the naval soldiers to count heads, and begin setting up makeshift shelters. Although they hadn't brought many supplies with them, some naval soldiers had carried folding tents. They quickly unfolded the tents, placing them around the crowd to create a temporary haven. In the center, several white flame stoves were lit, their weak flames flickering in the cold wind, barely providing any warmth. "We don't have enough tents. This is all we can do to block the wind," a soldier shouted, his face filled with helplessness. "The wounded will be treated in the tents first. The others will have to warm themselves around the stoves." Major Wei glanced at the scene and nodded slightly. "How are the wounded?" The soldier next to him said in a low voice, "There are many wounded, at least 300. Although most are minor injuries, we are short of first aid supplies, so we can only provide basic treatment." Major Wei's brows furrowed, a hint of anxiety flashing in his eyes. "Prioritize the seriously wounded, try to calm the lightly wounded, and we treat them further once supplies arrive." "Yes, sir." Zhou Shuan, Mu Mu, and the other medical staff were treating everyone's wounds, when she suddenly remembered something. She came out of the tent and called out to Major Wei, who was patrolling back and forth. Major Wei, you twisted your leg. Come, let me treat it for you. Major Wei hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand. No need, time is of the essence. I need to continue commanding. He was enduring the pain to command from outside because he held the highest rank here, and everything required his intervention. Therefore, he didn't intend to waste time treating his wound. Zhou Shuan's face darkened. Her voice, though gentle, carried an undeniable firmness. Major Wei, if you want to hinder the two captains' rescue later, then don't rush to treat your wound. Major Wei was speechless, and after a moment, could only nod helplessly. All right, then I trouble you. The two entered the tent, instantly feeling much warmer. Inside and outside the tent were like two completely different worlds. Major Wei dared not take off his winter coat, only separating his right shoe from his trousers, revealing his red, swollen, and bruised calf. Zhou Shuan crouched down, gently pressing on his wound, her brow relaxing slightly. Thankfully, the bone isn't broken. She took out alcohol from her medical kit and disinfected the wound. Major Wei gritted his teeth, not uttering a sound of pain. Then, Zhou Shuan took out several slender silver needles and quickly inserted them around the wound. Major Wei felt the pain in his leg instantly lessen considerably, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Dr. Zhou, everyone says your traditional Chinese medicine is good. I was wondering. I didn't expect it to be so amazing. He grinned, his tone filled with genuine admiration. Zhou Shuan smiled slightly, her tone calm. Just some small techniques. I'm glad they're helpful. But this is only temporary. You need to get acupuncture every day for your wound to heal quickly. Because we have a tough battle to fight later, I used a shortcut. Then she solemnly warned Major Wei, this only provides temporary pain relief. Excessive activity could lead to more serious consequences, so please be careful. To put it bluntly, her acupuncture is only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. The best way to heal is for the patient to rest and allow the body to recover slowly. Even so, Major Wei was still very happy. He stood up, tried walking a few steps, and found that the pain in his leg had almost disappeared. He couldn't help but exclaim again, it's truly amazing. I guess I have to thank you properly later. After treating Major Wei's wound, Zhou Shuan continued to treat the wounded. Due to a lack of medicine, besides disinfecting with alcohol, she used acupuncture to treat the patient's pain. Her technique was precise and skillful. The silver needles flowed smoothly from her fingertips into the acupoints of the injured. The wounded, who had been groaning in pain, gradually quieted down, and a relieved expression appeared on their faces. Major Wei stood aside, watching Zhou Shuan's busy figure, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. He moved his leg, which had just been treated, and the pain had greatly subsided. The lightness of the injury almost made him doubt it. By the time the injured had been treated, more than 2 hours had passed since the disaster. However, he quickly composed himself, his gaze shifting to the surrounding crowd, a renewed surge of impatience welling up within him. Dr. Zhou, shall we begin the search and rescue? Zhou Shuan appeared silent for a moment, but in reality, she placed her hand on the ground, sensing the situation in the distance. Now was indeed the time to remain calm. She pondered for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. Okay. But everything must be under my command. Chapter 709. Good. Major Wei grinned, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He quickly gathered all the able-bodied, uninjured soldiers, about 200 in total. He took 100 men first, with Zhou Shuan leading the way, to check if the two giant machines were damaged. This rescue mission was fraught with visible danger. Qi Mingyu was determined to come along, while Mu Mu stayed behind to take care of Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun. The group prepared and was about to depart. Zhong Tiyun, Zhou Jianhai, and Mu Mu stood not far away, their expressions complex. Although they wanted to persuade Zhou Shuan not to take the risk, seeing the rising morale and anticipation of the surrounding soldiers, they themselves knew how important the rescue of the trapped personnel and the two captains was. Therefore, all their words ultimately boiled down to one sentence. Be careful. Zhong Tiyun gripped Zhou Shuan's hand tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Wan, you and Xiaoyu must be careful. Her voice was hoarse, her eyes filled with worry and reluctance. Zhou Shuan looked up at her. Her mother was disheveled, her clothes covered in dust and bloodstains, and through the no longer transparent mask, she could vaguely see streaks of gray in her hair. The marks of time were starkly evident under the ravages of disaster. Zhou Shuan felt a pang of sadness, her throat tightening, but she showed no sign of distress, simply nodding firmly. Okay, Mom, Dad, don't worry. Then she turned to Mu Mu, take good care of Mom and Dad. Mumu pursed her lips, her voice also hoarse. Sister, you and brother-in-law be careful. I take care of mom and dad. A resolute voice. Zhou Shuan nodded again before setting off with everyone. Actually, she had already left a lot of supplies, food and various medicines, in Mumu, Zhong Tiyun, and Zhou Jianghai's backpacks, just in case. Mumu was also a doctor. If anything happened, he could handle it. The group set off under the silent gaze of everyone. The road was uneven. Above the permafrost of the island, there was always a layer of ice several meters high. Now, a large portion of the land was covered by collapsed ice, but a small portion remained temporarily stable. The group followed Zhou Shuan onto slightly flatter ground, but the occasional cracking sound underfoot still sent chills down their spines. As the group moved forward, cracks in the ice field stretched out beneath their feet not far away, like a giant spider web, threatening to swallow them at any moment. Zhou Shuan suddenly stopped, her gaze fixed on a patch of ice ahead, her expression grave. What's wrong? Major Wei quickly stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Zhou Shuan didn't answer. Instead, she crouched down, placed her palms on the ground again, and closed her eyes to feel for a moment. Her brow furrowed slightly, then she stood up, her tone steady. The ground ahead isn't stable enough, we need to take a detour. Major Wei nodded without question. Okay, as you say. Led by Zhou Shuan, the team turned onto another path. Although the journey was longer, every step was taken with extreme care. The soldiers' morale gradually rose under Zhou Shuan's composure, and the tense atmosphere eased slightly. One soldier asked Major Wei, Major, do you think the giant machine is still usable? He paused for a moment, then slowly shook his head. The situation is hard to say. The two giant machines are extremely valuable. Hopefully, they're not damaged. We can only go and check them out first before making a judgment. The appearance of the giant machines had indeed brought many conveniences to life on the island. Especially the construction of the underground base, which was completed entirely thanks to the giant machines. Now, the underground base had collapsed into ruins due to the earthquake. Thinking of the excitement and sense of security people felt after its completion, everyone fell silent again. The group continued forward, the cold wind howling past, every inch of the ice field seemingly defying them. Suddenly, a low rumble came from ahead, and the ice trembled slightly. Zhou Shuan's expression changed instantly. She abruptly raised her hand, signaling the group to stop. Everyone, retreat. The group reacted quickly, the soldiers retreating in an orderly fashion. Just as they retreated a few meters, the ice and ground ahead suddenly collapsed, massive chunks of ice and broken soil cascading into the abyss, like a waterfall, kicking up a cloud of dust and snow. The group was visibly shaken. My God, that was incredibly dangerous. Zhou Shuan pointed to the right. Let's go that way. It's a bit further, but it should be relatively safe. Major Wei nodded without hesitation and turned to shout to the group. Everyone, pay attention. Change course to the right, maintain formation, and don't fall behind. Led by Zhou Shuan, the group carefully bypassed the danger zone and continued towards the location of the giant machines. About half an hour later, they finally arrived at the location of the giant machines. The sight before them brought a sigh of relief. The two giant machines still stood there. Although the surrounding ice had crumbled, the machines themselves seemed largely unaffected. Major Wei ordered someone with repair skills to immediately inspect the machinery. One machine's tracks are slightly damaged, but it doesn't affect overall operation. The other is intact, the repairman told Major Wei. We can do some minor repairs, and then we can set off. Major Wei nodded and instructed the others to prepare for departure. The repairman immediately began repairs. While repairing, Zhou Shuan wasn't idle either. She once again used her abilities to sense the surrounding underground conditions. Qi Mingyu, who had been following her, asked in a low voice, how is it? Zhou Shuan shook her head, her expression grave. No, my sensing range on land isn't as good as it is at sea. But even so, I can vaguely sense that this earthquake won't end so easily. This crustal activity is the same as the one underwater, so it has lasted for a long time, a full 2 months. Now that she thought about it, the island had remained unaffected simply because it was too small to be affected earlier. This could very well be a massive, global geological event. A chill ran down Zhou Shuan's spine at the thought. They were trying so hard to rescue, to escape, to survive. Was it possible that none of them could escape this disaster? They might not even live to see the sea boil catastrophe Shui Wuwen spoke of. It's repaired? A soldier suddenly shouted, his voice tinged with excitement. This voice pulled Zhou Shuan back from her fear. She let out a soft sigh of relief. Qi Mingyu seemed to know what she was thinking. He gently took her hand and whispered, "Knock on the bow, and it will straighten. Don't think too much." Zhou Shuan nodded vigorously. Chapter 710. Major Wei confirmed that both giant machines were functioning properly, then turned to Zhou Shuan. "Dr. Zhou, let's set off now, first to the underground base." Zhou Shuan didn't hesitate, immediately replying, "Okay, time is of the essence. We can't delay any longer." The two giant machines slowly started, emitting a low rumble, and the group followed closely behind, heading towards the underground base. At this point, 3 hours had passed since the disaster, making every second incredibly precious. As the group approached the underground base, gazing at the ruins before them, everyone's eyes welled up with tears. This was their home. Although small, somewhat unstable, and not entirely safe or comfortable, it was, after all, their only foothold on this vast ocean. It was the home each of them considered their home. Before them, the eternal night, like an impenetrable black velvet blanket, covered the entire ruins. The surface ice had been torn open, with countless jagged cracks during the earthquake. Some sections were bottomless, others rose in a jagged, undulating pattern, like the skin of a frozen behemoth torn apart. The base's various passageways were long gone, replaced by a chaotic mass of overturned ice and soil. The thick layer of ice that once covered the ground had shattered into irregular, massive chunks. Some were embedded diagonally in the frozen soil, others pressed against rubble of reinforced concrete that had surged from the ground, the metal fractures frost-covered, gleaming with a cold, bluish-gray light in the extreme cold. Through the cracks in the ice, glimpses of the deeper ruins below could be seen. Twisted pipes were half frozen in the ice, the other half dangling precariously. The former ventilation shafts were blocked by debris, leaving only dark openings from which occasional fragments of ice and gravel tumbled, striking the ice surface with a crisp, lonely sound. A biting wind, carrying icy particles, howled past, swirling through the hollows of the ruins, making a sound like a sob. In the distance, the frozen sea still trembled slightly from aftershocks, cracks spreading across the ice in the eternal darkness, like an ever-expanding net trapping the isolated island and its subterranean remains in a deathly silence, where even time seemed frozen solid. Zhou Shuan had only sensed it from afar, but hadn't truly seen it. But arriving here, witnessing this desolation, chaos, and tragedy firsthand, she didn't even notice that tears were streaming down her face. Others also had reddened eyes, or were gritting their teeth and sobbing. Major Wei gestured, and the massive machines and people stopped. Major Wei looked at Zhou Shuan, his gaze earnest. "Dr. Zhou, thank you for your hard work." Zhou Shuan nodded. "Yes." She walked to the ruins, Qi Mingyu close beside her. Zhou Shuan took out a highly sophisticated instrument from her backpack, a palm-sized display screen with a telescopic rod extending deep into the ground. From others' perspectives, it looked like a high-tech device capable of measuring underground conditions. However, from a distance, they only saw a general outline and didn't know the specific details. This was Qi Mingyu's suggestion to Zhou Shuan. He was also worried that if Zhou Shuan's abilities were exposed too much to outsiders, it would be a case of possessing a treasure that would attract unwanted attention. So, after much deliberation, he instructed Zhou Shuan to find a relatively advanced display screen, unfamiliar to most, from the spark containers they had previously collected, and disguise it as a sophisticated instrument capable of measuring underground conditions. This was also a way to avoid attracting attention. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuan immediately realized its merit and used her backpack as cover to retrieve the palm-sized display screen from her storage space. There were several of these screens, all stored in large, well-sealed shipping containers. Neither she nor Qi Mingyu knew their exact purpose, but they vaguely guessed they were data-measuring instruments. Now they could be used for disguise. She knelt on the ground, her eyes fixed on the screen, her ears straining to hear any sound below, her face completely focused. A moment later, she suddenly opened her eyes, a look of surprise on her face. Qi Mingyu and Major Wei had been watching her closely. Seeing this, Major Wei immediately stepped forward, his voice urgent. "Dr. Zhou, what's wrong? Did you find anything?" Zhou Shuan pointed to the easternmost part of the ruins, her voice tinged with excitement. "That's where the kitchen is. Although it looks badly collapsed on the surface, the internal structure is very stable, forming a secure triangular space. Many people are hiding there. It's safe for now." Major Wei's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. "Yes, when the kitchen was built, fire prevention was definitely taken into account. The ceiling, floor, and surrounding walls are all made of reinforced concrete, much stronger than other places. It seems that those who hadn't escaped from the underground base must have hidden there." To protect Zhou Shuan's abilities from suspicion, Major Wei had been trying his best to avoid drawing attention to her special abilities. At this moment, he suppressed his excitement and trepidation, trying to remain calm. Let's go to the eastern part first and slowly clear the collapsed road. He calmly gave the order. Yes, sir. The soldiers in the first two teams immediately sprang into action, beginning to clear the ruins leading east. Zhou Shuan didn't stop. She continued to send survivors in other directions. Soon, she discovered several more traces of survivors. There are still a few places here. Although the number of people isn't large, at least several dozen are trapped, she said, pointing to several directions in the ruins, her tone urgent. Good. Major Wei nodded repeatedly, immediately dividing the team into several groups to head to these locations to carry out rescue operations. However, the rescue work was not easy. Before the apocalypse, such rescues required sophisticated instruments and equipment. The stability of the internal structure needed to be confirmed before any clearing or movement could begin. Otherwise, a single misoperation could cause a secondary collapse, potentially fatally injuring the survivors. But now, in the extreme low temperature of over 70 degrees below zero, many instruments were unusable, and even those that were usable were far less accurate than before the apocalypse. Zhou Shuan thus became the most advanced and precise instrument. She controlled the entire rescue operation. Every entry of machinery, every shovelful of materials by the rescue soldiers, every move had to be confirmed by her to ensure safety before proceeding. Although the rescue speed was much slower, every step was taken with extreme caution. Zhou Shuan no longer cared about her appearance. Holding the monitor, she knelt on the ground, her eyes fixed on the screen, her face filled with focused concentration. You can proceed this way, but be careful, there's a suspended slab of stone below. She quickly directed the rescuers' advance using her spatial perception. The soldiers had no doubts about her commands, and everyone strictly followed her instructions. Chapter 711. Even though some were curious about her equipment, their primary task was rescue, and given the strict military discipline, no one dared to discuss it privately. Qi Mingyu stood beside Zhou Shuan, silently carrying her tools, ready to provide support at any time. The rescue work proceeded methodically. Zhou Shuan's eyes were focused and sharp, as if they could pierce through layers of ice and soil to see every detail beneath the rubble. This way, advance 2 meters, be careful of a collapse on the left side. Upon hearing the order, the soldiers cautiously advanced, each step extremely careful, fearing that a single misstep would trigger a secondary collapse. Stop! Zhou Shuan suddenly raised her hand, her brow furrowing slightly, her gaze lingering on a certain spot on the ground for a few seconds. The foundation here is unstable, we need a detour. Major Wei stood behind her, his eyes following her instructions closely. His left leg had just received temporary treatment from Zhou Shuan. Although the pain had lessened considerably, walking was still somewhat difficult. Despite this, he remained upright, his expression solemn, seemingly oblivious to the pain in his leg. Dr. Zhou, how long do you think it will take us to clear the passage to the kitchen? He asked in a low voice. Zhou Shuan shook her head, her attitude objective. The kitchen structure is relatively stable. The survivors are hiding in the triangular spaces formed inside, and their lives are not in immediate danger. However, oxygen supply may be limited, and we need to clear the passage as soon as possible. With so many people crammed into such a small area as the kitchen, it was foreseeable that oxygen would quickly run out. Major Wei nodded, his lips pressed tightly together, as he watched the rescue efforts unfold. In the vast ruins, only the dull thud of tools striking the ice could be heard. Giant machinery first removed the top layer of relatively stable concrete slabs, then soldiers advanced with shovels, hoes, and other tools. A cold wind blew, swirling snowflakes that landed on their shoulders and hat brims. Even in such harsh conditions, the soldiers' movements remained orderly, and without a trace of panic. Zhou Shuan promptly called out again, "Stop! There are cracks in the ground here, we can't dig directly." The soldiers immediately halted their work. Zhou Shuan pointed to the left, "Go around that way, the foundation there is more stable." The kitchen area had the most people hiding there, and the collapse of the roof and surrounding areas was complex. The soldiers cautiously advanced, for over 3 hours. Zhou Shuan maintained one posture the entire time, checking the situation below. Her hands and feet were numb, but at this moment, every rescuer, including herself, disregarded their own exhaustion. Finally, a hint of excitement appeared on her face. "Almost there. We'd be able to clear the passage completely in about 10 meters, but there are a few unstable sections in the middle. We need to be careful to avoid them." "Good. Let's hurry." Major Wei's eyes lit up. The others also perked up. The team continued forward, taking each step with extreme caution. But just as victory seemed within reach, a slight crackling sound came from ahead. The ice seemed to be loosening. Zhou Shuwen's expression instantly changed. She raised her hand and shouted, "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" The soldiers reacted quickly, retreating hastily. Just as they retreated a few meters, the ice in front of them suddenly collapsed, massive chunks of ice merging with the floor and plunging into the abyss, sending up a cloud of dust and snow. Major Wei glanced at the collapsed area with lingering fear. Thank goodness. Otherwise, the depth of this collapse could have buried all of them, dozens of people present. He immediately thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Dr. Zhou, has the space below been affected?" Zhou Shuwen checked and shook her head. "It's all right. The passage here is just a bit more compressed. Once it's cleared, people can just crawl in." "That's good, as long as there haven't been any secondary injuries." Major Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, after another hour of digging, they cleared a narrow passage. The advance team quickly entered the kitchen to check the number and condition of the survivors inside. They were all elite soldiers, highly agile. Because the passage had collapsed again, they could only barely clear enough for one person to crawl through. So, these dozen or so people, carrying ropes and first aid supplies, crawled inside. The others waited anxiously outside. A moment later, the advance team poked their heads out of the passage, their voices tinged with excitement. The kitchen's internal structure is stable. There are over 420 survivors. Most are in stable condition, but a few require emergency treatment due to oxygen deprivation and frostbite. Major Wei was also overjoyed. So many people. Where are the two captains? They're both there. Captain Shang suffered a head injury, but it has been treated and he's fine now. That's good. That's good. Hearing the advance team's report, Zhou Shuwen's tense nerves relaxed slightly. She stood up and gently moved her numb limbs. Major Wei quickly issued the order, "Everyone, prepare for rescue." Following the previous groupings, prioritize evacuating the seriously wounded. The rest, evacuate in an orderly fashion. The soldiers immediately sprang into action, several in a group, taking turns entering the passage to bring the survivors out one by one. Zhou Shuwen stood to the side, her gaze never leaving the narrow passage. Soon, the first survivor was brought out. She was a female soldier in her early 30s, pale-faced, her lips purple from the cold. Supported by the soldiers, she staggered, clearly extremely weak. Medical personnel immediately stepped forward and helped her to the makeshift medical station for emergency treatment. Then, the second and third survivors were brought out one after another. Each person's face bore the relief of surviving a close call, mixed with exhaustion. Zhou Shuwen's gaze swept over them, a slight sense of relief washing over her. Although the disaster was devastating, at least most people were still alive. "Captain Shang is out." A soldier's voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Shuwen and Major Wei turned to look simultaneously. They saw Captain Shang being supported by two soldiers, his face showing exhaustion, but his gaze remained resolute. He was wearing a mask, but the bandage around his head was clearly visible, indicating a serious injury, though his spirit seemed relatively good. Major Wei quickly stepped forward, his voice filled with concern. "Captain Shang, how are your injuries?" Captain Shang waved his hand, his voice slightly hoarse. "It's nothing, just minor injuries." "Save the others first. Captain Chen is inside too." Although he had told Captain Chen to go first, the people pushing his wheelchair were moving too slowly, and eventually the passage collapsed, trapping them all. Fortunately, in the critical moment, someone had discovered that the kitchen area was structurally stable, so they all moved towards the kitchen. Chapter 712. Time ticked by, and the rescue operation proceeded smoothly. Soon, Captain Chen was also brought out. His condition was slightly better than Captain Shang's. Aside from some minor abrasions, he was otherwise unharmed. As soon as he emerged, he immediately took over command, his gaze sweeping over every rescuer on site, his tone steady and forceful. "Everyone, continue the rescue. Don't let your guard down." With the last survivor brought out, the rescue operation in the kitchen area finally came to an end. Having rescued so many people at once, Zhou Shuwen breathed a sigh of relief. Without taking a break, she continued to search for the remaining survivors. Qi Mingyu brought her a bottle of warm water with a straw. This way, she wouldn't have to open her mask to drink. Zhou Shuwen drank a few sips of water before realizing how tired and hungry she was. Her throat was dry and parched, as if on fire. Qi Mingyu wanted to persuade her to rest, but the rescue was urgent. Even a slight delay could cost countless lives. He ultimately only said to Zhou Shuwen, "Don't talk too much. If anything happens, whisper to me, and I alert them." His help was limited. But he had stayed by Zhou Shuwen's side without rest since the group set off. So, he was actually exhausted too. Zhou Xuan whispered, "You should rest too." "I'm fine. Don't worry too much," Qi Mingyu responded. The rescue continued. After digging 2 more tunnels and rescuing dozens of people, another accident occurred during the 3rd rescue attempt. "Stop!" Zhou Xuan suddenly shouted. The soldiers immediately stopped what they were doing, their eyes all turning to her. Zhou Xuan lay there, still sensing the surroundings. Suddenly, her expression changed. A slight tremor came from the ground, followed by a crisp cracking sound from the rubble. Zhou Xuan's body was numb with exhaustion, and she couldn't get up for a moment. Qi Mingyu grabbed her and urged her to retreat urgently. "Retreat! Everyone retreat immediately!" The soldiers reacted quickly and immediately retreated. Just as they had retreated a few meters, the rubble in front of them suddenly collapsed, large chunks of rubble and ice crashing down. Everyone watched helplessly as the area they had just been preparing to clear instantly turned into a deep pit, a wave of fear washing over them. Zhou Xuan could sense at least 7 or 8 people beneath the rubble. However, the structure of the rubble was extremely unstable at this moment. The collapse had seriously injured at least 1 person, and the others had no way to escape. And, at present, she had no better way to rescue them. She bit her lip, stubbornly half-crouching again, trying to sense the ground beneath. Qi Mingyu followed. "Wan. Be careful." The instability of this area of ruins wasn't something Zhou Xuan needed to detect. Everyone could see it with the naked eye. Zhou Xuan stared at the collapsed area, her brow furrowed. "No, this foundation is too fragile. Further digging might trigger an even bigger collapse." Major Wei's face darkened, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. He took a deep breath, his gaze shifting to the deep pit, his voice hoarse. "Is there no other way?" Zhou Xuan didn't answer immediately, but slowly stood up, her gaze sweeping over her surroundings. Her expression remained calm, but a flicker of anxiety crossed her eyes. She pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised her hand and pointed to the other side of the ruins. "Over there, the underground structure is relatively stable. We can slowly advance from here, bypassing the danger zone." Major Wei looked in the direction she was pointing. Although the ice and rubble in that area were piled high, the surface did indeed appear more stable than the collapsed area. He nodded, his voice low and firm. "Okay, continue advancing as you say." The soldiers carefully bypassed the danger zone, clearing away the rubble and ice bit by bit with shovels and hose. Zhou Xuan knelt beside them, afraid of missing even the slightest tremor. "Stop!" Her voice suddenly rang out, tinged with urgency. The soldiers immediately stopped what they were doing, their eyes all turning to her. Zhou Xuan frowned. "There's a suspended stone slab below. Continuing to dig will disrupt the balance here." Hearing this, the soldiers took a few steps back, their faces grave. Major Wei walked to her side and asked in a low voice, "Is there any way to get around this area?" Zhou Xuan shook her head, her expression extremely serious. Her gaze swept back and forth across the ruins, her fingers lightly pressing on the ice. After a moment, she took out a piece of paper and a pencil from her backpack. In such low temperatures, the pen had long since frozen solid and was unusable. She could only use the pencil. She quickly drew a structural diagram of the underground ruins on the paper, her movements fluid and concise. "Here and here, the structure is relatively stable. We can bypass the danger zone." Her voice was low because her throat was hoarse. Qi Mingyu stood beside her, listening attentively. "Okay." He began directing the others to bypass the danger zone, carefully clearing away rubble and ice according to the locations marked on the sketch. But suddenly, another accident occurred. Before any sound came from below, Zhou Xuan sensed that the collapsed layer below seemed to be loosening. Her expression instantly changed, and she jumped to her feet, shouting, "Retreat! Everyone retreat immediately!" The soldiers reacted quickly, retreating in droves. Just as they had retreated a few meters, the ice layer in front of them suddenly collapsed, huge chunks of ice merging with the floor and falling into the abyss, kicking up a cloud of dust and snow. "Watch out!" Several people shouted simultaneously, but it was too late. One of the rescuers couldn't dodge in time, and was swallowed up along with the reinforced concrete slab. The steel bars pierced his winter clothing and embedded themselves in his waist, blood gushing out instantly. However, in such low temperatures, the seeping blood froze rapidly upon contact with the air, forming dark red clots. The soldier, named Xiang Yang, turned deathly pale instantly, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. The pain caused his body to tremble violently. His fingers gripped the steel bars tightly, trying to struggle, but he couldn't move at all. Major Wei's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, his face ashen. He rushed to the edge of the collapse, looked down at Xiangyang trapped in the deep pit, and his voice was hoarse and urgent. "Get a hacksaw. We must get him out as quickly as possible." Several soldiers quickly ran to fetch a hacksaw, but their movements were extremely clumsy in the extreme cold. Zhou Shuan stood to the side, her gaze fixed on Xiangyang's wounds and the surrounding geological structure, her expression grave. She whispered to Major Wei, "The structure here is very unstable. If we forcibly cut the steel bars with a hacksaw, it might disrupt the existing balance and cause a larger collapse." Major Wei clenched his fists, his knuckles white from the force, his voice low and suppressed. "Then what do we do? Are we just going to watch him die here like this?" Chapter 713. Zhou Shuan remained silent, gazing intently at Xiangyang in the deep pit, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. At this moment, Xiangyang's screams grew weaker, his face had turned ashen, his lips purple, clearly indicating he had fallen into a semi-conscious state due to pain and blood loss. Major Wei's expression grew even more grim. He whirled around, his voice low and hoarse. "No matter what, we must save him. He's our brother." Hearing the order, the soldiers quickened their pace. However, Zhou Shuan remained rooted to the spot, her gaze fixed on the pit, her expression grave and complex. Her fingers clenched into fists, her knuckles turning white from the force. Zhou Shuan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She looked down at her surroundings. A biting wind, carrying fine snowflakes, raged through the ruins. The excavation site was a scene of utter devastation. Broken steel bars, scattered rocks, and frozen soil mingled together, creating a shocking yet brutally real sight. Major Wei, her voice was weak in the wind, but her tone was firm. "We must stabilize the surrounding foundation first." She pointed to the soil and rubble around the collapsed area. "The geological structure here is loose. Cutting the steel bars rashly will trigger a larger collapse. We need to stabilize the surrounding soil with supports to reduce the pressure before cutting." Major Wei stared intently at Xiangyang, who was groaning in pain in the deep pit, his facial muscles twitching with intense anxiety. He gritted his teeth, hesitated for a few seconds, then took a deep breath, his tone carrying a hint of reluctance yet an undeniable command. "Do as she says." Immediately, everyone moved quickly, but steadily. The soldiers sprang into action, several running towards the nearby ruins to search for usable planks and ropes. Their movements were rapid, but each step was taken with extreme caution, for fear of triggering another collapse. Zhou Shuan remained crouched on the ground, her hands flat on the earth, her brow slightly furrowed. Her gaze swept back and forth across the collapsed area, searching for the most stable support points. Here, and here, she pointed to several locations, her tone steady and firm. "Build supports at these points to minimize the pressure on the soil." The soldiers secured the planks and ropes to the designated positions. The planks were inserted one by one into the soil, and the ropes were tightly bound to them, forming a simple but sturdy support structure. Zhou Shuan placed her hands on the ground, carefully feeling the stability of the entire support structure from below. She nodded slightly. "It's okay, temporarily stable." Major Wei breathed a sigh of relief, but the worry on his face remained. He turned to look at Xiangyang in the deep pit. Xiangyang's face had turned ashen, and his breathing was rapid and weak. Although the blood had frozen, his condition was clearly critical. "Dr. Zhou, can we start cutting with the hacksaw now?" Zhou Shuan nodded. "We must cut the steel bars as quickly as possible to get him out. But during the cutting process, we must be careful of the surrounding soil and not damage the existing supporting structure." "Okay, Captain Qi, you use the miniature lifting device." Qi Mingyu nodded and took a palm-sized miniature lifting device from someone else. Above Xiangyang was half of a huge reinforced concrete slab. It was from these steel bars that two protruded, piercing through Xiangyang's body. They now had to stabilize the massive concrete slab to prevent it from collapsing and crashing to the ground when the steel reinforcement was cut later. Using the miniature lifting device required extreme caution. There couldn't be any significant vibrations during the lifting process. Major Wei believed that Qi Mingyu, a former Special Forces soldier, was the most capable person for this task. Qi Mingyu walked to the edge of the pit, bent down, and carefully secured the miniature lifting device to the concrete slab. Then, he slowly activated the device, fixing the concrete slab immobile. Then, the others carefully stepped forward and meticulously cut the steel reinforcement with a chainsaw. During the process, Xiangyang regained consciousness several times only to fall unconscious again. Everyone present was extremely anxious and worried. Even Captain Shang, whose wounds had been treated, came to check on the situation. His expression was cold and stern, and he remained silent. But anyone could see the pain in his eyes. Major Wei and several medical personnel stood by, holding hemostatic drugs and a stretcher, ready to assist Xiangyang at any moment. Their eyes were glued to every movement in the deep pit, their expressions tense and focused. Finally, the steel bars were completely cut, and Xiangyang's body was freed from their restraints. "Quick! Lift him up!" Major Wei's voice was urgent and forceful. Several soldiers quickly stepped forward, carefully grasping Xiangyang's arms, and slowly lifted him from the pit. Xiangyang's body was extremely weak. He had almost no strength to struggle. Medical personnel immediately rushed forward, laid Xiangyang flat on a stretcher, and took him to the tent with a white flame furnace. Only there could they quickly stop his bleeding. The tension on everyone's faces eased slightly. But the rescue was far from over. This was just a small episode. Beneath the ruins, Zhou Shuan sent 7 or 8 survivors. The initial collapse had seriously injured one person. Then, the rescue of Xiangyang was delayed by an hour. No more delay was possible. The injured person's injuries would only worsen with time. The others could rest a bit and take turns rescuing. But Zhou Shuan couldn't. She slowly exhaled, half kneeling at the edge of the pit, checking the stability of the supporting structure. Then she stood up, her pen quickly sketching several clear lines on a piece of paper. Her movements were clean and efficient, her eyes focused, as if all her fatigue had been left behind. She handed the blueprints to Major Wei, her voice slightly hoarse, but still steady and strong. "Major, this is the safest digging route. There are 3 unstable areas that need to be avoided, so please be extremely careful." Major Wei took the blueprints, quickly scanned them, nodded, and promptly gave the orders. The soldiers dispersed to their respective positions, and began digging along the route marked by Zhou Shuan. The digging continued, and finally, after 2 hours of intense work, they successfully bypassed all the unstable areas and approached the survivors' location. "Quick! We can hear them!" A soldier suddenly shouted excitedly. A relieved smile appeared on Zhou Shuan's face, but she did not let her guard down, still keeping a close eye on the movements below. She gestured, "Everyone be careful. The last few meters are crucial, we absolutely cannot be careless." The soldiers nodded, their movements becoming even more cautious. Chapter 714. Finally, amidst the rubble being cleared, they spotted the survivors. Several men were trapped in a narrow, triangular space. Although exhausted, their eyes lit up with hope the moment they saw the rescuers. "Quick! Get the most seriously injured out first." Zhou Shuan's voice was urgent and forceful. The soldiers sprang into action, carefully lifting the wounded from the rubble using stretchers and ropes. Just then, Zhou Shuan's gaze suddenly froze. Her breath caught in her throat, and she stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. "Yuxuan." Her voice was almost forced out of her throat, trembling with disbelief. The wounded woman lying on the stretcher was Yuxuan. Yuxuan was covered in blood, her face scarred, her eyes closed, clearly unconscious. Her shoulders, back, waist, and legs were all severely injured, blood soaked through her clothes, and she appeared extremely weak. Zhou Shuan's throat felt like it was blocked. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. The soldiers who went down to rescue her didn't dare lift her directly, fearing it would worsen her injuries. They first secured her with a stretcher, then lifted her from below, while others slowly pulled her up from the outside, finally managing to rescue her. Zhou Shuan had sent 7 or 8 survivors below, but due to exhaustion, she hadn't been able to pinpoint their identities more closely. She never expected it to be Yu Xian. From the initial collapse during the rescue until now, she had wasted at least 3 hours. Qi Mingyu was also extremely shocked. Standing beside Zhou Shuan, a complex expression flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected that the seriously injured person Zhou Shuan had sensed was actually Yu Xian. He immediately reached out and supported Zhou Shuan's shoulder, whispering reassuringly, "Wan, don't worry, there's a doctor here. Yuxuan will be alright." Zhou Shuan's lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she only nodded forcefully. Her gaze remained fixed on Yuxuan's direction, the worry in her eyes impossible to conceal. She turned to Major Wei and said, "Major, please do everything you can to save her. This is my cousin. Tell me what medications or emergency treatments she needs, and I figure something out." Major Wei hadn't expected to save a relative of Zhou Shuan's this time, and immediately nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, Dr. Zhou, I arranged for the best doctors to treat her right away." Zhou Shuan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She knew this wasn't the time for her to lose control of her emotions. She had a more important task to do. Only with her presence could the casualties be minimized. She turned and went back to the ruins to continue examining the underground situation. The rescue operation continued, and Chun Chun, Ji Peng, Shui Tao, Shui Dong, and other survivors with minor injuries were brought ashore one after another. When they saw Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, their faces showed surprise. Wanwan Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? But before they could answer, Ji Peng hurriedly asked, where's Yuxuan? Did you see her just now? How is she? Where is she? Zhou Shuan's expression was grave. She's been taken to the emergency room. The doctors are doing their best to treat her. Xi Peng's expression changed slightly, but he remained composed and immediately headed towards the emergency room. Shui Tao and the others, who were also injured, nodded to Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu and quickly followed. As the rescue operation continued, after 3 days and 3 nights of tireless effort, they finally rescued over 1,000 people trapped in the underground base. Many had minor injuries, while dozens were seriously injured. The current medical conditions were extremely rudimentary, allowing only the most basic treatment. With the last survivor rescued, Zhou Shuan finally let out a long sigh of relief, her body swaying slightly. Qi Mingyu immediately stepped forward to support her, saying softly, rest for a bit. You've been working for too long. Zhou Shuan smiled weakly, and then inquired about the latest rescue situation. She and Qi Mingyu had been working tirelessly here for the past few days. However, news from other parties was also being relayed to her by Qi Mingyu. She knew that due to the severe lack of infrastructure, there wasn't enough medical equipment and medicine. Surgical conditions were too rudimentary, and performing surgery on the seriously injured was very risky. Therefore, on the second day of the rescue, Major Wei had already dispatched a small team to the coast to check on the mothership's condition. Later, news arrived that the mothership's damage was minor, and the medical area remained intact, allowing for surgery. Therefore, he arranged for a group of soldiers to escort the first batch of seriously wounded to the mothership, and Yu Xian was among them. For the past few days, she had remained unconscious, and due to multiple injuries, even the doctors were hesitant to treat her wounds. Thinking of this, Zhou Shuan sighed softly and asked Qi Mingyu, how is the situation now? Qi Mingyu's gaze swept across the crowd behind them, his tone low. The casualties in this disaster are more severe than we imagined. Preliminary statistics show we have found 700 or 800 victims, and 200 are still missing. Zhou Shuan's expression turned serious again. Qi Mingyu grasped her hand and said softly, this is already the best outcome. Without your help, the casualties would have been even greater. Zhou Shuan didn't speak, only nodded silently. Over the past 3 days, because of the large-scale rescue efforts in the ruins, people who had fled to other places quickly returned, numbering about 2,000. Some went to the mothership, found it unharmed, and stopped there. Others sought refuge in the central area of the small island, and are now gradually returning to their units. Where are Mom, Dad, and Mumu? Qi Mingyu nodded. They all been taken to the mothership. Previously, worried about safety on the mothership, Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai had stayed outdoors for 3 days, afraid to go into enclosed areas. But in the past few days, several aftershocks of varying magnitudes have occurred, and things have temporarily stabilized. Major Wei knew that keeping people outdoors in such extreme cold was incredibly difficult, especially among the elderly like Zhong Tiyun and her husband, who would quickly become weak after a few days. He consulted with the 2 captains and ordered everyone to be transferred to the mothership. Zhong Tiyun, Zhou Jianhai, and Mumu knew Zhou Shuan had been there on the rescue mission and wanted to come. However, Mumu ultimately persuaded them not to cause trouble. Her sister was already working so hard, and seeing them come looking for her would only make her more worried. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai then relented, only entrusting the soldiers who had transferred them to give Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu a few words. Tell them to eat well and rest well. Chapter 715. Zhou Shuan nodded, wanting to say something, but a wave of exhaustion washed over her, making her almost unable to stand. She swayed slightly, her vision blurred, and she lost consciousness. Wan Wan! Qi Mingyu cried out in alarm, quickly catching her in his arms. His face was pale, and he held her tightly, gently shaking her a few times. Realizing she was just asleep, he breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with helplessness and heartache. He gently lifted her and carefully carried her to a nearby tent. Several exhausted soldiers lay in the tent, all of them having worked tirelessly for the past few days in the rescue effort. Qi Mingyu gently placed Zhou Shuan in her sleeping bag, his movements soft, careful not to wake her. A white flame stove was lit inside the tent, making it slightly warmer than outside. A faint smell of disinfectant filled the air, and scattered first aid supplies and white bandages added to the desolate atmosphere. Qi Mingyu sat beside Zhou Shuan, his gaze tenderly fixed on her sleeping face. She slept soundly, her breathing even, though the weariness on her face hadn't completely faded. Chi Mingyu gently brushed aside the stray hairs from her forehead, his eyes filled with tenderness. He hadn't rested well these past few days either. Although he hadn't used his brain as much as Zhou Shuan, his body was nearing its limit. He also got into the sleeping bag beside him, intending to rest for a while before going to the mothership together after Zhou Shuan woke up. The tent was quiet, save for the occasional soft crackling of the white flame furnace, adding a touch of warmth to the cold night. Zhou Shuan slept for a full 10 hours before waking up. She opened her eyes, slowly turning her head to see Chi Mingyu sleeping close beside her, his breathing even, his face showing signs of fatigue. A smile appeared on her lips, her eyes filled with tenderness. After lying there for a while, she tried to get up. Her slight movement was immediately noticed by the perceptive Chi Mingyu, who opened his eyes wide with surprise and asked, "Wan, you're awake? How are you feeling?" Zhou Shuan gave a pitiful smile and said, "I'm so hungry." Chi Mingyu patted her head gently, his voice soft, "Sit down, I get you something to eat." A first aid kit sat in the corner of the tent, containing boiled eggs, compressed biscuits, and smoked meat to help the rescue workers replenish their energy. Chi Mingyu gave her 2 boiled eggs and a compressed biscuit. Zhou Shuan sat up and ate slowly. As he peeled the eggs for her, Chi Mingyu told her about the situation outside. "There's good news," he said. "Yushuan's surgery is over, and she's awake now. This news came 5 hours ago, so I don't know the specifics yet." Zhou Shuan's expression instantly darkened. "What about the others' injuries?" she asked. Chi Mingyu shook his head. "Jiping and the others only have minor injuries. They'd be fine after a few days of rest. Chun Chun is also alright. Yushuan is the most seriously injured right now, but thankfully she's young, and she recover with time." Zhou Shuan was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "That's all we can do. Anything else?" Zhou Shuan looked intently at Chi Mingyu. Her voice was hoarse, clearly exhausted, but her eyes remained sharp. Chi Mingyu hesitated for a moment, then, seeing he couldn't hide it from her, sighed softly. "There was another collapse on the ice sheet yesterday. It must be due to ongoing seafloor tectonic activity. However, the damage isn't severe. Our various ships are now scattered across the ice sheet, adhering to the principle of not putting all our eggs in one basket. The sea area is so vast, there's bound to be a safe haven." Zhou Shuan frowned slightly, her lips pressed tightly together, remaining skeptical of these words. She recalled the more than 2 months she had spent traveling back and forth. The scenes of the ice collapsing were vivid in her mind, cracks tearing open, icebergs rising high. If there truly was a safe haven, then where was this place? After eating something, the rescue workers gradually got up. The cleanup work here was finished, and they were preparing to return to the mothership today. So Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu decided to go back with the main force. Main force meant that only about 50 people remained to handle the aftermath. They packed and organized the tents, supplies, and rescue tools together, placing them on trolleys and wheelbarrows. Several rounds of people took turns pulling the wheelbarrows, the wheels creaking on the ice. Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu only needed to carry their backpacks and follow the group. Walking on the island, the devastated scene was shocking. A biting wind, tens of degrees below zero, whipped at us with icy shards, making the devastation before us appear even more gruesome in the frigid cold. Most of the former stone houses had collapsed, their thick stone walls resembling biscuits broken into pieces by a giant. Sharp-edged stones mixed with frozen, hardened earth formed small mountains, the ice crusts on the broken walls gleaming like pale scabs covering wounds. The wooden houses fared even worse, leaning precariously into the cracked ground. Broken beams were frozen into the ice, the exposed with stumps covered with icicles like rows of sharp teeth. The ice underfoot was so thick that you could see the frozen rubble and twisted steel bars beneath. Every step produced a dull creak, as if a bottomless fissure might burst open at any moment. The roadside trees, broken in half by the trimmers, had dark brown sap frozen at the fracture points, like congealed blood. Fishing nets that had been tied to the trunks were now frozen solid, with shards of glass still lodged in their mesh. Occasionally, a few soldiers in cold-weather gear could be seen, still digging through the rubble, their picks striking the frozen tiles with a crisp, piercing sound. Zhou Shuan had assumed the rescue was over, and was wondering what was going on, when she saw them pull out some items buried under the rubble. She suddenly realized they were looking for usable supplies. Tools, food, and daily necessities were dwindling. So, while the geology was still relatively stable, they were hurrying to scavenge as much as possible. Zhou Shuan felt a heavy weight in her heart, a deep sorrow. The bitter cold had frozen the moment of disaster, adding a chilling desolation to the scars of this land. They walked in silence, their steps cautious, careful not to step on the unstable ice. Their destination was the mothership. Although the straight-line distance wasn't far, the journey took twice as long as usual because they had to navigate countless cracks and ruins. Finally, after rounding the last massive ice fissure, the mothership came into view. The mothership's hull was still covered with a thick layer of ice, like it was encased in a transparent gemstone. But in most of the areas where people had been, the ice had been leveled, revealing the metallic luster. Fortunately, the location of the mothership from a few days ago hadn't changed drastically, only the surrounding ice had bulged and cracked somewhat. Chapter 716. The mothership was enormous, so these small-scale collapses had little impact on it. At this moment, all the survivors were taking refuge on the mothership. But in reality, most of them knew that hiding here was extremely dangerous. Danger could strike at any moment. They were all gambling for a chance to survive. If they had to endure the sub-zero temperatures of the wilderness forever, they might as well stay in their warm beds. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyi returned to their dormitory first. The moment they opened the door, Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai immediately greeted them. Zhong Tiyun's eyes were full of concern. She took Zhou Shuan's hand and looked her up and down until she was sure she was safe and sound before letting out a sigh of relief. Zhou Jianhai stood to the side, a broad smile on his face. Mu Mu peeked out of the room, his face showing signs of exhaustion, but his eyes lit up immediately when he saw Zhou Shuan. "Sister, you're finally back." Zhou Shuan smiled, pulled Mu Mu over, and gently ruffled his hair. "It's good that everyone is alright." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Shuan's gaze turned to Zhong Tiyun. "Mom, how is Yuxuan? How is she now?" Zhong Tiyun's face immediately darkened, a flicker of grief flashing in her eyes. She took a deep breath, seemingly trying to control her emotions, but her voice still trembled with emotion. "Yuxuan just regained consciousness yesterday, but she's still extremely weak. She suffered multiple fractures throughout her body, and some internal organs were damaged. She's had several surgeries since the accident, each time narrowly escaping death." Zhou Shuan's heart clenched. She knew Yuxian's injuries were serious, but she hadn't expected them to reach this point. Zhong Tiyun's voice continued, tinged with helplessness and heartache. "Ji Peng has been in a bad mood these past few days, staying by her bedside and refusing to rest." Zhou Shuan nodded, her tone firm. "Mom, take me to see her." Zhong Tiyun wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes, forcing a smile. "Okay, we go together." The two walked out of the dormitory, their steps heavy and slow. Occasionally, a few survivors passed by in the corridor, their faces showing exhaustion and anxiety. Zhou Shuan's gaze lingered on these people for a moment, knowing that her expression must be very similar to theirs. When they reached the first aid area, Ji Peng was standing at the door, staring blankly at the ground. His face was pale, and stubble had sprouted, clearly indicating he hadn't rested in a long time. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, and when he saw Zhou Shuan and Zhong Tiyun, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. "Wan, you're back." Ji Peng's voice was hoarse and weary, as if he didn't even have the strength to speak. Zhou Shuan stepped forward, gently patted his shoulder, and said something that even she herself felt hollow. "Yuxuan will be alright, you have to have faith." Ji Peng didn't reply, only nodded, the worry and fear still lingering in his eyes. He pushed open the door to the ward, gesturing for Zhou Shuan and Zhong Tiyun to enter. Because of Zhou Shuan, the two captains also paid great attention to Yuxuan, specially arranging the most precious private ward so that Yuxuan could rest and recuperate in peace. Therefore, the ward was small at this time, but she was the only patient. The air in the ward reeked of disinfectant. Yuxian lay there, her face as pale as paper, eyes tightly closed, her breathing weak and even. Her body was wrapped in bandages, some still oozing blood. Numerous tubes were inserted into her body. Zhou Shuan's fingers gently traced the back of Yuxian's hand, feeling its coldness, a pang of sorrow gripping her heart. Her fingers lightly rested on Yuxian's pulse, carefully feeling its faint beat. Although Yuxian's breathing remained weak, her pulse hadn't weakened further. In fact, it was slightly stronger than before. A closer look at her vital signs revealed that they all seemed better than her worst-case scenario. A flicker of relief crossed Zhou Shuan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a heavy expression. "Her condition is stable for now." Zhou Shuan withdrew her hand and turned to Ji Peng. "Although her injuries are serious, her vital signs are slowly improving." Ji Peng gripped Yuxuan's hand tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. His gaze never left Yuxuan's face, as if afraid she would disappear in the blink of an eye. Hearing Zhou Shuan's words, A glimmer of hope finally flashed in his eyes. His lips trembled slightly, but he ultimately said nothing. Zhong Tiyun stood to the side, silently wiping away tears. Yuxuan was also a child she had watched grow up, her second brother's biological daughter. Now that her second brother and sister-in-law were gone, what if something else happened to this child with such a tragic fate? She sighed softly, reaching out to gently stroke Yuxuan's forehead, her movements as gentle as if touching a fragile piece of porcelain. Zhou Shuan then inquired about Yuxuan's condition when she was conscious yesterday. Jiping, who had been silent all along, finally spoke, his voice hoarse as if sanded. Yesterday, when she was conscious, though only for a short time, she recognized me and called my name, but she quickly fainted again. Yuxuan was very weak then, her voice barely audible as she called his name. Jiping suddenly choked up, covering his face. She was trying to save me. At that critical moment, they and Xue Tao's family were squeezed into a corner by the collapsing ceiling. Because the space was extremely narrow, he was only focused on protecting Yuxuan and didn't notice the second collapse. It was Yuxuan who first noticed the unstable structure and shouted, "Watch out!" She then fell on top of him. Then came dust, falling ice, and the collapse. Yuxuan was pinned down there. She was instantly covered in blood. At that moment, holding her weak body pinned down, he felt everything go black. When she woke up, the first thing she said to him was, "Thank goodness, brother, you're all right," before she fainted again. Recalling all this, intense self-blame and guilt overwhelmed him. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. "Jiping, you need to rest too," Zhou Shuan said gently, seemingly noticing his distress. "Yuxuan will definitely need your care after she wakes up. You have to take care of yourself. Don't let her worry about you." Jiping closed his eyes, tears silently streaming down his face. He nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, Wan, I take care of myself. No matter what happens to Yuxuan in the future, he will take care of her. Take good care of her." He didn't want anything else now. His only wish was for his sister to wake up. Zhou Shuan didn't try to persuade him further. She knew that Jiping's feelings at this moment couldn't be explained with words. He needed to protect Yuxuan in his own way. They didn't dare disturb Yuxuan too much, and after watching her for a while, they all left. Chapter 717. Okay, Xue Dong and Chun Chun have brought food. They've been taking turns watching over this place for the past few days. They went back to cook some food and brought it over. Ji Peng hasn't eaten properly or rested for days, and his health is failing him. So Xue Dong took Chun Chun back to make some fish soup and brought it over. Xue Dong carried a thermos, while Chun Chun carried a cloth bag containing several boiled sweet potatoes. The two walked slowly into the ward. Seeing Zhou Shuan and the others there, they greeted them first. "Wanon, you're here too." Xue Dong smiled and placed the thermos on the table beside him. He opened the lid, and the aroma of fish soup immediately filled the ward. "Ji Peng, you should eat something too. You haven't had much rest these past few days." Ji Peng forced a smile, took the bowl from Xue Dong, his eyes still somewhat unfocused, as if all his attention was concentrated on Yuxian. He lowered his head, scooped up a spoonful of fish soup, and mechanically put it in his mouth. He didn't seem to care about the taste, he was just trying to fill his stomach. Zhou Shuan looked at Jiping like this, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She turned to Xue Dong and said, "You all worked hard these past few days." Xue Dong waved his hand, his tone heavy, "It's nothing. We're all relatives, it's only right to look after each other. Besides, we haven't done anything major, just made some soup and cooked some rice. We're happy to help." Xue Tao nodded in agreement. "Yes, Yuxuan is always so good to us. Now that she's in trouble, how can we stand idly by? Jiping, you need to take care of yourself too. Yuxuan definitely won't want to see you exhausted when she wakes up." Hearing Chun Chun's words, Jiping's eyes focused slightly, and a bitter smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Okay." Zhong Tiyun sighed, patted Jiping's shoulder, and said kindly, "Jiping, don't blame yourself too much. Yuxuan is a sensible child. She saved you from the bottom of her heart. What you need to do now is take good care of yourself. When Yuxuan wakes up, she will need you." The tall man's eyes reddened again. Jiping felt that when his parents died, he had shed all the tears of his first half of life. Now that his sister was seriously injured, he had shed all the tears of his second half. After chatting for a few more minutes, Zhou Shuan, seeing that Jiping's emotions had stabilized somewhat, prepared to take her leave. She stood up and said to Jiping, "Jiping, you should rest more too, don't overwork yourself. Let us know if anything happens to Yuxuan." Jiping looked up, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Okay, Wan, you all worked hard." Zhou Shuwan and her family left the ward. The light in the corridor remained dim, as if the heavy burden on their hearts hadn't lessened in the slightest. Zhong Tiyun bent down, adjusting her scarf, her fingers unconsciously stroking the fabric, her brows furrowed. Zhou Jianhai followed behind, his steps heavy, occasionally glancing up at the mothership's metal ceiling, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. The group remained silent until they reached the rest area in the center of the mothership. Qi Mingyu suddenly seemed to remember something, stopped, turned to the others, and said, "Wasn't Captain Shang also injured? Where is he staying now? We should go visit him." Zhong Tian nodded hurriedly, her voice tinged with urgency. "Yes, yes, yes. It's only right. Captain Shang and Captain Qin were injured protecting us ordinary survivors. It wouldn't be right for us not to go see them. They asked a soldier on the way, and learned he was in the captain's office. They went to their barracks and retrieved some gifts. After settling in, they set off again, traversing the mothership's corridors towards the captain's office. Along the way, they saw many people busily removing ice and clearing debris from the mothership's hull. Looking out the window, the world outside remained shrouded in endless darkness. Only the ice field and small islands were clearly visible through night vision goggles, but what met their eyes was a scene of utter devastation. Zhou Jianhai stood by the window, his gaze heavy as he looked outside, his voice low. "In this cold weather, it's unsettling not to live underground. The mothership can keep us warm, but who knows how long the fuel will last." Zhou Shuwan also went to the window, her gaze fixed on the distant island. Under the inky black night, the island appeared remarkably calm, as if nothing had happened. She paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, "What did the military say about the victims?" Qi Mingyu shook his head, his expression grave. "Many soldiers and high-ranking officers also died on the warship, but all the post-disaster reconstruction work is underway, and the low temperature means the bodies can be preserved for now. Therefore, the burial of the victims may be postponed." Zhou Shuwan didn't say anything more, her gaze returning to the window. A heavy silence permeated the crowd aboard the mothership, as if everyone's morale was crushed. She understood this feeling, of course. The despair brought by the disaster was like the cold air, pervasive and inescapable. The group arrived at the captain's office, knocked on the door, and Captain Shang's voice came from inside. "Come in." Zhou Shuwan pushed open the door. Captain Shang was sitting at his desk, his forehead bandaged, his face somewhat pale, but his spirits seemed good. He stood up with some surprise when he saw the Zhou family enter. "What brings you here?" Zhong Tian quickly stepped forward, handing over the bag in her hand, her tone sincere. "Captain Shang, we heard you were injured, so we came to see you. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it." Captain Shang quickly waved his hand, his tone firm. "No, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't accept this. Everyone is struggling these days, please keep it." Zhou Jianhai stepped forward, his tone steady. "Captain Shang, please don't refuse. Our family has survived this long thanks to your and Captain Qin's protection. These things may not be much, but they represent our heartfelt sentiments." Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Captain Shang simply, with a wry smile, accepted the bag, thanking them repeatedly. "Since you insist, I accept it. But don't be so polite next time." Zhou Shuwan walked up to Captain Shang, her gaze falling on the bandage on his forehead, her expression turning serious. "Captain Shang, your injury isn't minor. You should go to the hospital to rest and recover. What will happen to everyone if you collapse?" Captain Shang smiled wryly and touched his forehead. "Actually, it's not that serious. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. But your acupuncture skills are excellent. When you have time, could you give me acupuncture?" Zhou Shuwan nodded without hesitation. "Sure, acupuncture can definitely relieve your current symptoms. I didn't bring anything today, I come over this afternoon to give you acupuncture." Chapter 718. Captain Shang quickly thanked them. "Then I trouble you." After a few more pleasantries, the Zhou family took their leave. After leaving the captain's office, Zhou Jianhai sighed, gazing out the window with a worried expression. Captain Shang is a good captain who wholeheartedly serves the people, but it's heartbreaking to see him like this. The others nodded in silence. That afternoon, Zhou Shuwan arrived at the captain's office as promised and performed acupuncture on Captain Shang. After the treatment, Captain Shang's headache was indeed significantly relieved, and his spirits improved considerably. He thanked her repeatedly, his tone tinged with relief. "Dr. Zhou, your skills are truly exceptional." Zhou Shuwan smiled gently and packed away her acupuncture tools. "Captain Shang, you still need to rest well and not overwork yourself." She carefully put the silver needles back into her acupuncture kit. Captain Shang nodded, a hint of weariness in his eyes. I know the situation is special right now. I definitely get some rest once these matters are resolved. He rubbed his temples, his brow furrowing slightly. Dr. Zhou, you really worked hard lately. Thanks to Zhou Shuan, they had rescued at least 800 people from the rubble. This achievement couldn't be erased with a simple word. Zhou Shuan showed no sign of joy, letting out a soft sigh. Actually, compared to the damage caused by the natural disaster, I could do so little. Zhou Shuan had done more than enough. It was the soldiers on the mothership who had done so little. A trace of melancholy flashed across Captain Shang's face. He paused, then, as if remembering something, his voice lowered slightly. Dr. Zhou, I heard that some of the blind soldiers, after acupuncture, are already able to see blurry outlines. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuan's eyes flashed with joy. Yes, I just came from the medical ward today. One of the soldiers' eyesight has improved somewhat. Although it's just blurry light and shadow, it's still good news. Captain Shang nodded, his expression becoming more relaxed. That's wonderful. Dr. Zhou, I have to trouble you a lot in the future. Zhou Shuan smiled slightly and nodded. Okay, as long as I can do it. I won't refuse. She packed up her acupuncture kit, stood up. Captain Shang, please rest well. I go back now. If you need anything, just have someone call me. Captain Shang watched her leave. Only after the office door closed did he let out a long sigh, leaned back in his chair, and his expression held a complex emotion. The next day, a sudden commotion arose on the mothership. Zhou Shuan was busy in the medical ward when she heard the commotion outside. She looked up and immediately knew what was happening. She put down the silver needles in her hand and walked to the window. She saw a large group of soldiers and survivors gathered on the deck, their faces filled with excitement. Qi Mingyu strode in from outside and said meaningfully, Wan, come and see. The two hurried onto the deck, where they saw dozens of huge shipping containers neatly arranged on a small island in the distance. These containers stood out conspicuously under the beam of a large beam of light, like a treasure that had suddenly fallen from the sky. What's going on? Zhou Shuan heard someone whisper to the others beside her. Someone pointed to the containers in the distance, their voice filled with excitement. The patrol just found these containers on the island. When they opened them, they found a large quantity of medicine, alcohol, bandages, coal, oil, and even 10 containers of food. He choked with excitement, his voice trembling. My God, can you believe it? The food is basically all rice and flour. The others gasped in shock. Rice and flour? The man who had spoken earlier beamed, his eyes filled with relief. Yes, how long has it been since we had rice since the apocalypse? Now we can finally have a proper meal. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan stood there, listening to the conversation around them. Qi Mingyu gently squeezed Zhou Shuan's hand. Zhou Shuan smiled at him, her gaze drifting to the distant island, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. She knew that the arrival of these supplies not only solved their immediate predicament, but also gave everyone a glimmer of hope. When the two captains learned of this news, they stood on the bridge, gazing thoughtfully at the containers. Where did these supplies come from? Captain Shang murmured, his brow furrowed slightly. Captain Chen paused for a moment, then shook his head. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. No matter where they came from, we desperately need these supplies right now. Let's accept them and distribute them to everyone. Captain Shang nodded. You're right. The most important thing right now is to stabilize everyone's morale. With this food and medicine, at least everyone can see a glimmer of hope. That noon, the mothership's mess hall was filled with the aroma of rice. All the soldiers, including the survivors, were going to the mess hall for lunch. So the mess hall was unusually busy that day. They were preparing a sumptuous meal that everyone hadn't had in a long time. Even a self-sufficient family, like the Zhous, could afford to eat communal meals at the restaurant. Today's event was a rare celebration, so the Zhou family, of course, wouldn't just sit around starving and arrived at the restaurant early. They ate in shifts, so it wasn't too crowded. The 5 members of the Zhou family sat around a table, with several bowls of steaming rice, and a large pot of mushroom and chicken soup already laid out before them. Both the variety of dishes and the quantity of food exceeded their expectations. Zhong Tian held her rice bowl, her eyes filled with emotion. It's been so long since I eaten such fragrant rice. It really brings back fond memories. Their family didn't lack supplies in their spatial storage, but with rice and flour already secured, they were very careful not to take out anything that didn't fit their needs and arouse suspicion. Before, they had always lived in an underground base, crammed together with thousands of other people, so eating was even more cautious. At most, they would sneak a boiled egg, a sausage, or a steamed bun to satisfy their cravings. There wouldn't be any major commotion. So Zhong Tian wasn't exaggerating. She really missed white rice. As she spoke, she gently scooped up a spoonful of rice, put it in her mouth, chewed for a moment, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Moo Moo was extremely hungry, burying her head in her bowl of rice, eating large mouthfuls. It was still the same in their family, not to mention the others, who hadn't seen rice for many years. Thank God, since the apocalypse, people's staple food had basically been potatoes, sweet potatoes, taro, and the like. They had never tasted the precious rice and white flour buns. Even if they were going to die, they would at least die of starvation. Eating rice, a food with a rich texture, and that easily brought satisfaction, many people ate large grains while shedding tears. Chapter 7:19. They all seemed to have returned to their childhood, tasting the familiar flavors of their mother's cooking. Many even felt like they were dreaming. Seeing everyone eating so heartily, Zhou Shuan seemed to have a good appetite as well, following suit with her rice, a slight smile playing on her lips, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Zhong Tian, watching the people eating with their heads down, sighed. Life is all about eating and drinking. Nothing else matters. Qi Mingyu nodded with a smile, glancing at Zhou Shuan. Yesterday, when Wanwan was releasing some containers, she insisted on including some rice and flour. She said that people's morale was low, and if things continued like this, problems would definitely arise. She couldn't stop the natural disaster, so she could only resort to the simple method of feeding people to boost morale and lift their spirits. It must be said that her method was very effective. People's morale temporarily improved. But Zhou Shuan knew that without a good living environment, people would ultimately lose faith, lose themselves, and lose the courage to live in the harsh realities of the apocalypse. She monitored the crustal activity beneath the island again, her expression grave. After a long pause, she finally decided to find the two captains as soon as possible and tell them the true geological situation. The underground activity hadn't stopped. In fact, it seemed to be intensifying. And the disaster on the ice sheet was far from over. Continuous collapses, and the formation of new icebergs. Although these movements weren't on the island, they were still unsettling. Captain Shang still had bandages wrapped around his forehead, and his face was somewhat pale, but his spirits were relatively good. Captain Chen, as always, remained calm, his expression showing concern. Dr. Zhou, what is it? Captain Shang smiled slightly, his tone gentle. Zhou Shuan didn't hesitate, nodding directly, her expression serious. In my limited knowledge, I believe the possibility of another earthquake on the island is extremely high. Captain Shang's voice suddenly rose. You mean there will be another earthquake with such massive casualties as last time? Zhou Shuan's brows remained furrowed, her expression unchanged by Captain Shang's tone. She nodded, her tone earnest and calm. I think we were incredibly lucky that over 4,000 people escaped last time. But next time, we might not be so lucky. Captain Shang and Captain Chen exchanged a glance, their eyes both revealing a hint of gravity. Captain Chen was silent for a moment, then spoke, his tone tentative. Dr. Zhou, you can detect changes underground, right? Zhou Shuan's eyes flickered slightly. She knew the two captains were already aware of her special abilities. But she didn't intend to directly admit her capabilities. She shook her head, maintaining her usual stance. It's just a gut feeling, and my gut feeling has always been accurate. The two captains exchanged a glance, and didn't press further. Her ability wasn't quite the same as Shui Wu's state of being reborn from a previous life. Therefore, while the two captains weren't sure what her ultimate ability was, since she consistently referred to it as her gut feeling, it meant that so far, that feeling had been correct and hadn't been wrong. It had helped them escape countless times, forcing them to take her judgment seriously. Captain Chen hesitated for a moment, then asked, So what do you think we should do next? Zhou Shuan pondered for a moment, then raised her eyes, her gaze firm and direct. We should leave the island and go to the ice field. Upon hearing this, both Captain Shang and Captain Chen were stunned. Captain Shang's brows furrowed tightly, his tone filled with disbelief. Leave the island? Go to the ice field? Dr. Zhou, have you considered that the dangers on the ice field are far greater than on the island? No food, no water, not even basic shelter. Zhou Shuan's expression remained unwavering. She looked directly into Captain Shang's eyes, her tone calm. While the ice field is dangerous, underground activity is intensifying, and the island's tectonic activity is also ongoing. If we continue to stay here, the next earthquake could cause the island to completely collapse, even sinking into the sea. At that point, we won't even have a chance to escape. Captain Chen's expression also turned grave. He remained silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Dr. Zhou, you mean, the island has already. Is it no longer suitable for habitation? Zhou Xuan nodded, her tone firm. Yes. I believe that evacuation as soon as possible is our only way out. Captain Shang's brows furrowed even more, and he murmured, evacuate. Evacuate to the ice field. How long can we hold out? The temperature on the ice field is extremely low, resources are scarce, and we can hardly even guarantee basic survival. Zhou Xuan's gaze remained calm, her tone steady yet carrying an undeniable force. Although the ice field is dangerous, at least we can avoid the tectonic activity of the small island. Moreover, the ice field is not entirely devoid of resources. The whale pod we found earlier is proof of that. If we can find a relatively stable area, perhaps we can establish a temporary camp and wait for the situation to stabilize. Captain Chen looked at Captain Shang, and the two exchanged another glance, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Captain Shang remained silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Dr. Zhou, we will carefully consider your suggestion. We need to make more preparations now. After all, this is not a small decision. Zhou Xuan didn't say anything more, only nodded in understanding. She knew that this decision meant a huge challenge for all the survivors, but including herself, no one had a choice. Continuing to stay on the island would only bring them greater disaster. This was why she disregarded everything else and came to the two captains immediately to explain the facts. In fact, ever since the underground activity was detected to be intensifying, her mind had been in turmoil. Ever since meeting Shui Wuwen, they had been waiting for the sea boil phenomenon Shui Wuwen had mentioned. However, what they waited for was even more natural disasters than Shui Wuwen had experienced in her previous life. When Zhou Xuan left the captain's office, her steps were heavier than when she arrived. She looked up at the icy plains outside the mothership, the biting wind whipping across her face. Her gaze pierced through the thick ice, as if she could see the surging lava beneath and the crumbling earth's crust. Time was running out. She had to tell her family as soon as possible. Having detected this situation, she hadn't told anyone, going directly to the two captains to save time. Mobilizing over 4,000 people to relocate as quickly as possible, especially under such resource scarcity and harsh conditions, was an extremely difficult and time-consuming task. Chapter 720. So, without delay, she immediately went to find the highest-ranking leader of the mothership. But now, she had to tell her family this devastating news. Zhou Xuan strode towards the dormitory area where the Zhou family lived. Along the way, the survivors were still immersed in the joy of receiving new supplies. Zhou Xuan watched this scene, her heart growing heavier. When she pushed open the dormitory door, everyone was sitting together, talking in hushed tones. Seeing her enter, everyone's eyes were on her. Zhou Xuan's gaze swept across everyone's faces, finally settling on Qi Mingyu. She took a deep breath, her tone low but firm. I have some bad news to tell you. Dad, Mom, don't panic. Listen carefully. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianghai's expressions immediately tensed. Mu also sat up straight, listening attentively to her sister's words. Zhou Xuan said in a low voice, the geological conditions on the island are worse than we anticipated. Underground activity is intensifying, and a larger earthquake, or even a collapse, could occur at any moment. We must evacuate as soon as possible and live on the ice field. A deathly silence fell over the room. Everyone's expressions froze. Zhong Tiyun's face drained of color, her lips trembling slightly. Go to the ice field. Wouldn't that mean losing our last refuge? Zhou Jianghai sat there, frantically grabbing at his hair, quickly making it a mess. His eyes were filled with despair, his voice low and almost inaudible. There's nothing on the ice field. How will we survive? Looking at Zhou Jianghai's expression, Zhou Xuan felt a pang of sorrow. She walked to his side, gently took his hand, and said softly but firmly, Dad, the ice field is indeed dangerous, but if we stay on the island, we only face greater disaster. We still have a chance. We can't wait until the island completely collapses. Qi Mingyu had been silent until now. When he finally spoke, his voice steady and calm. Wan is right. We must prepare for the worst. Since the island is no longer safe, evacuation is the only option. Mumu looked up, her expression resolute despite being the youngest. Sister, we listen to you. Wherever we go, as long as we're together as a family, that's enough. Zhou Xuan smiled at him, but her heart ached. Qi Mingyu quickly reacted and began assigning tasks, instructing the Zhou family to pack their belongings in preparation for their journey. Most of their supplies were stored in Zhou Xuan's spatial storage, but some were kept out inconspicuously, so they also needed to be organized. Qi Mingyu was packing his bags when he suddenly remembered something and looked at Zhou Xuan. Wan, Jiping is probably the first one who doesn't want to relocate. Moving the mothership across the ice field is definitely less stable than staying in one place, and Yushuan's situation is very dangerous. Zhou Shuan had also thought of this problem, but she was powerless to change it. She finally just sighed softly, her gaze lowered. I thought about this too, but we have no other choice now. Jiping must come with us, otherwise, they only face death if they stay on the island. As news of the evacuation from the island spread rapidly on the mothership, the entire space seemed to be shrouded in an invisible shadow. The survivors, initially elated by the arrival of new supplies, gradually lost their smiles, replaced by confusion, fear, and deep resistance. In the mothership's corridors, the survivors gathered in small groups, whispering about the impending evacuation. Leave the island? Where can we go? A middle-aged woman clutched her child tightly, her voice trembling, her eyes filled with helplessness. Her question weighed heavily on everyone who heard it. There's nothing on the ice plains. How will we survive? The island is dangerous, but at least we can grow some things and raise some chickens and ducks. If we go to the ice plains, even that's gone, how will we survive? The soldiers' emotions were equally complex. The atmosphere on the mothership grew increasingly oppressive, even the air seemed to grow heavy. The survivors' resistance gradually escalated, and many began to question the two captains' decisions. Meanwhile, another urgent problem needed to be addressed. The earthquake destroyed the underground base, severely damaging the two breeding and planting areas as well. The carcasses of the chickens and ducks raised there had been cleared out and stored in the mothership's warehouse as inventory, but the grain from the planting area remained unprocessed. The grain was out of the question, it was undoubtedly crushed. What everyone was reluctant to part with was the black soil. The black soil that had appeared on the island along with the containers was their last hope. With this black soil, wherever they went, they could have the resources to start over. Therefore, Captain Shang didn't hesitate and ordered his men to dig it out at any cost. This task was no easy feat. Ruins, rubble, ice fragments, frozen soil, and black earth were all mixed together, making separation nearly impossible. But Zhou Shuan was the only one who could clearly sense the underground conditions. Only she could quickly direct the soldiers to locate the black earth. When Captain Shang entrusted this crucial task to Zhou Shuan, she didn't refuse. After a moment's thought, she solemnly nodded, "Okay, I do my best." The soldiers sprang into action, the roar of massive machinery breaking the silence of the night. The mechanical arms churned through the ruins, quickly clearing away rubble and ice. Zhou Shuan stood to the side, holding the small, mysterious, and valuable detector she had used before. She would occasionally half-lie on the ground, shifting her focus. Then, Zhou Shuan gently lifted her finger, pointing in a certain direction. Dig down, a little to the left. The soldiers followed her instructions, and continued digging. To be honest, the massive machinery had already significantly reduced their workload. Their progress was much easier. They could easily move aside the layer of boulders and other debris buried beneath. However, even so, the task remained arduous. These things are all mixed together. We can't tell them apart at all. A soldier said, wiping sweat from his brow, his voice tinged with frustration. His hands, clad in his winter gear, were covered in mud and ice. Their excessive work on the ice had caused significant wear and tear on their winter and air conditioning suits. But the mothership's stockpile of winter gear was very limited. Especially after Shui Wuan's people arrived, most of them lacked winter gear, relying solely on cotton-padded or down jackets. The temperature dropped even more drastically after their arrival. Now that they were considered citizens of the mothership, the two captains couldn't simply ignore it, and had distributed winter and air conditioning suits as essential survival supplies. Chapter 721. Therefore, the storage capacity is now even smaller. The higher-ups had no choice but to instruct the soldiers to take care of their own winter clothing and air conditioning suits. As a result, they were now working with limited freedom of movement. This further slowed down the work. Wearing heavy winter clothing and air conditioning suits, which were already cumbersome for work, not to mention the difficulty of exerting force, and the need to carefully maintain these garments. Zhou Shuan walked to his side, looked down at the excavated soil, and frowned slightly. She squatted down, grabbed a handful of soil, examined it carefully for a moment, then looked up, her tone firm. Keep digging. First, dig out all the soil that might contain black soil, then we slowly sift through it. Sifting would also be very difficult. But for now, it seemed to be the only way. The soldiers nodded, and continued their arduous digging work. 3 days later, the ruins of the planting area were finally completely cleared. The excavated soil was transported to the seaside, cartload by cart, where soldiers began refining it using sieves and other tools. They carefully sifted the soil, separating as much pure black earth as possible. A few days later, after all the refined black earth had been piled up, Captain Shang came to check the quantity. When he saw the pile of black earth, which resembled a small mountain, Captain Shang was taken aback, then nodded and laughed. Not bad, so much. Dr. Zhou, it seems your collection work has been excellent. Zhou Xuan smiled silently beside him. The other soldiers, and ordinary survivors, who were watching were also very happy. But what they didn't know was that the soldiers had only collected 2/3 of the original amount of black earth from the ruins. Zhou Xuan secretly added 1/3 of the soil to the ship while it was being transported to the mothership by the trolley. This third was distinctly different from the other soil mixed with ruins, permafrost, and ice. But Zhou Xuan did it so discreetly that everyone just felt incredibly lucky that so much nutrient-rich black soil remained uncontaminated, and no one thought much of it. They certainly didn't suspect that someone with spatial abilities was secretly cheating. A week later, the collection of the black soil was finally completed. The survivors had also organized their supplies, and the mothership and dozens of ships of various sizes were ready to depart. A somber atmosphere permeated the air. Everyone knew that this farewell might be their last. Zhou Xuan stood on the deck, her gaze sweeping across the island's outline. Her fingers tapped lightly on the gunwale, her expression carrying an indescribable emotion. Sadness, reluctance, sorrow, and anxiety about the unknown, a multitude of emotions, too numerous to describe. When they left Dongyuan residential area and the new base, it was all a hasty departure without any precautions. They were only concerned with escaping, not with anything else, but this time, they were fully prepared mentally. Therefore, not only Zhou Xuan, but everyone else was also filled with complex emotions. Zhong Tian walked to her side, gently patted her shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Let's go, Wan Wan. We should set off." Zhou Xuan nodded, turned to look at Zhong Tian, and gave a bitter smile. "It's come to this, Mom. We can only keep going." "Yes." Zhong Tian smiled anxiously, also turning her gaze towards the island. This small island, where they had spent little time together, but which later gave them a profound sense of security, was now their final destination. They could only hope that one day they would return. The mothership slowly sailed away from the island, and the survivors stood on the deck, silently watching it recede into the distance. A heavy atmosphere hung in the air, as if everyone's hearts were being suffocated by its weight. Inside the ship, the warm lights dispelled the chill on the deck, but could not dispel the gloom in their hearts. Captain Shang was discussing the course planning with several officers, his brow furrowed. The red lines on the map snaked and twisted, representing a perilous voyage filled with unknown dangers. After the mothership entered the ice field, the survivors' mood did not ease with leaving the island. Instead, it became even more tense. There was no familiar shelter on the ice field, only endless ice and biting winds. Everyone knew that the real challenge had only just begun. Zhou Xuan stood on the deck, her gaze fixed ahead. The scene on the ice field was remarkably similar to her memories. Thick ice, but its surface riddled with cracks, occasionally punctuated by soft snapping sounds, as if reminding everyone that this place was not safe. Qi Mingyu walked to her side, gently took her hand, and whispered, "Wan Wan, don't worry, we find a new way out." She nodded, her tone heavy, "I hope so. I'm just worried that the dangers on the ice field might be greater than we imagine." Of everyone present, only she could see further and more clearly. Qi Mingyu frowned slightly. He wondered, when the danger truly arrived, could he protect his family? Meanwhile, Captain Shang and Captain Chen were discussing their next course of action on the bridge. Captain Shang stood before the map, his finger tracing the edge of the ice field, his brow furrowed. "Dr. Zhou is right," he said. "The dangers on the ice field are no less than on the small island. We must find a relatively safe place to establish a temporary camp as soon as possible." Captain Chen nodded, his expression serious. "Yes," he said, "but resources on the ice field are scarce. We must proceed with caution." Captain Shang sighed, his gaze drifting out the window. "The biggest problem now is that the survivors' morale has plummeted. If we can't find a way out, I'm afraid." He didn't finish, but Captain Chen understood his meaning. The two were silent for a moment, then Captain Shang looked up, his tone firm. "No matter what, we must keep moving forward. Only by finding a new way out can we rekindle their hope." Captain Chen nodded, a resolute glint in his eyes. "All right, let's formulate the next plan as soon as possible." The underground operations hadn't ended, they hadn't realized how frequent they were while on the small island. Once they arrived, they discovered that the ice field was anything but safe. In just 4 or 5 days, They had already encountered 2 ice field avalanches. Fortunately, thanks to Zhou Shuan's advance warnings, they managed to avoid the dangers perfectly. When resting at night, their ships were spread out to facilitate a quick escape in case of danger, preventing them from being crammed together and unable to move. Besides Zhou Shuan, the other members of the Zhou family were also very busy. Moo went to help in the mothership's rescue area. They were currently short-handed, and since they also lived on the mothership, it was very convenient for them to go. Chapter 722. Qi Mingyu was responsible for operating a cruise ship brought by Shui Wuwen and her group. Originally belonging to Tian Renqin, the ship came under the control of the mothership after their deaths. However, all the new recruits to the mothership had perished in the previous earthquake. Captain Shaw knew Qi Mingyu wasn't interested in management, but he was undeniably capable. Therefore, at Captain Shaw's insistence, Qi Mingyu took charge of the cruise ship. This meant he wasn't on the same ship as the rest of the Zhou family. However, to accommodate him, Captain Shang allowed his cruise ship to travel alongside the mothership. They even rested together at night. He could only come aboard the mothership to talk to Zhou Shuan and the rest of the Zhou family when he was resting. He had to return when it was time to rest. Currently, all the survivors lived on the mothership, minimizing fuel consumption. The other ships, besides the captain and a small number of soldiers, were filled with supplies. Especially the whale meat. After processing it, they needed to take it all with them this time. This was a rather heavy task. So each ship was allocated a large amount of whale meat for hauling. After cutting most of it for storage, they still had about 10 whales left. This time, they fitted all of them with pulleys and towed them behind the ships. Their speed was slow, and the dangers that occasionally leaped out on the ice field made their progress even slower. In only 8 or 9 days, they had only traveled a short distance. Early that morning, Zhong Tiyun touched her eyelid. "No, this eyelid keeps twitching." Zhou Jianghai glanced at it and shouted, "People say left brings wealth, right brings disaster. Is this left or right?" Zhong Tiyun glared at him, annoyed. "Look, is it left or right?" The two elderly people bickering was a common occurrence. Zhou Shuan and Moo exchanged glances, smiled, and ignored each other. Zhou Shuan habitually looked out the window. At night, Qi Mingyu's cruise ship habitually docked in this direction from the mothership. This way, the two could greet each other through the window when they went to sleep or woke up in the morning. From the window, several lights flickered on and off on the ground. These were naval-specific codes. From the day Qi Mingyu took charge of the cruise ship, he taught Zhou Shuan several of these codes. At first, when he told Zhou Shuan codes like danger and run, everything seemed normal. It wasn't until later, when the other person whispered in Zhou Shuan's ear, "And I miss you, it's typed like this, a few long and a few short," that Zhou Shuan was startled and couldn't help but glare at him a few times. At that moment, Zhou Shuan recognized that he had typed "I miss you." She felt a little embarrassed. Really, most of the people on the mothership were from the Navy, who didn't understand what these light variations meant. He was practically publicly declaring his love. But undeniably, despite her complaints, Zhou Shuan felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She shone the light on him a few times. Of course, she wouldn't use such a cheesy code. She simply replied with 2 words, "Received." Ignoring how he might feel after receiving this simple response, Zhou Shuan put down the light and went to eat breakfast. She was still planning to send some food to Qi Mingyu before the mothership departed. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a loud bang suddenly erupted in the distance, accompanied by a violent tremor of the ice. "What's going on? Oh my God! Earthquake! Another earthquake!" Everyone was startled by the sudden commotion and fled in panic. But on this vast ice field, where to run was impossible, they were all running around like headless flies. The instant the bang occurred, Zhou Shuan quickly pressed her hand against the cabin wall, her brow furrowed. Zhou Jianghai, Zhong Tiyun, and Moo were also on high alert. "Oh no!" Zhou Shuan said urgently to the 3 of them, "Moo, you watch over Mom and Dad. Stay here and don't go anywhere. I'm going to the cockpit." The Zhou family knew something must have happened. "It's an ice avalanche." After saying this, Zhou Shuan rushed out of the dormitory, weaving through the chaotic crowd to the cockpit. The fashionable captain's fingers had just touched the edge of the binoculars when the scene in the lens made his pupils contract sharply. He straightened his back abruptly, his knuckles white from gripping the binoculars, and said in a deep voice, "Oh no, there's an ice avalanche ahead." The curved porthole of the cockpit, like a giant pane of glass, laid out the distant scene without reservation. Zhou Shuan followed the captain's gaze and looked up, her heart instantly clenching as if gripped by an invisible hand. The once smooth, white ice layer in the distance was now shattering and collapsing in a breathtaking manner. First, a massive crack suddenly opened across the sky, as if the earth had been ripped open. Then, countless ice blocks, like awakened behemoths, tumbled and plummeted from the hundreds of meters high ice cliffs. Huge ice blocks traced sharp arcs through the air, crashing into the ice below and scattering countless tiny ice crystals, like a sudden blizzard. Further away, the entire ice sheet was cascading down the sloping terrain, millions of tons of ice surging downwards with the force of a thunderbolt. The once tranquil ice field now seemed like a roaring torrent. The booming sounds of ice breaking and shattering, carried by the wind, were muffled and deafening, as if even the mothership beneath their feet was trembling slightly. Zhou Shuan watched as the flood of ice and snow rapidly spread in all directions, crushing the once solid ice surface and revealing the dark underside. The shocking scene made her instinctively hold her breath, her fingertips growing slightly cold. Everyone, return to the cabins immediately and prepare for the impact. Captain Shan shouted, his voice filled with urgency. The survivors rushed back to their cabins, and the mothership was accelerated to its maximum speed, attempting to avoid the area affected by the ice avalanche. Zhou Shuan gripped the handrail tightly, preparing for the potential impact. In the midst of the chaos, she didn't forget to check on the cruise ship, which was very small compared to the mothership. At this moment, Qi Mingyu had also ordered the cruise ship to set sail, and Zhou Shuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. The mothership rocked violently on the ice field, chunks of ice slamming against its hull with a series of thuds. The mothership seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, tossed and turned wildly across the undulating ice field. The metal hull rubbed violently against the ice, producing a piercing creak, while countless chunks of ice crashed down from above. The rapid, rhythmic impacts, like drumbeats, struck the hearts of everyone present. The instruments inside the cabin shook violently, and indicator lights flickered on and off in the chaos. Chapter 723. Zhou Shuan's knuckles were white from gripping the metal handrail so tightly, her arm was numb from the shock, yet she dared not relax for a moment. The cockpit door was slammed open. Her peripheral vision quickly swept outside. Those who hadn't had time to return to their quarters clung tightly to the handrails, desperate for survival. Some had their eyes tightly shut, one hand pressed to their chest, their lips moving incessantly as if in prayer. Some were deathly pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably with the ship's rocking, even their breathing rapid and labored. Others stared intently at the churning white torrent outside the portholes, their eyes practically overflowing with terror. That deep-seated panic, like a chilling wind, permeated the cabin. "Go!" Captain Shan shouted hoarsely. The mothership rocked violently on the ice field, ice floes slamming against the hull with a series of thuds. A deafening roar filled the air, and the mothership rocked violently, as if it might be torn apart at any moment. Chaos reigned both inside and outside the ship, screams and the clanging of objects mingled together, creating a scene of apocalyptic terror. Through the narrow porthole, Zhou Shuan saw countless massive ice blocks cascading down like dominoes pushed by a giant hand, a horrifying sight. The entire mothership was engulfed in a white, swirling snowstorm. Ice shards and snowflakes pounded against the portholes, and all that could be seen was a chaotic white expanse. The ship was sometimes propelled high into the air, and sometimes plunged violently, like a small boat struggling in a raging storm. Each impact sent shivers down her spine, and made her stomach churn. The ships behind followed closely, also bobbing and weaving in the snowstorm, the distance between them fluctuating like a flock of birds huddling together for warmth in a storm. Captain Shan's hoarse shouts echoed in the cockpit, everyone's nerves stretched to the limit. Zhou Shuan's fingertips pressed tightly against the cold cabin wall, her eyes fixed on the ice ahead. "Turn 20 degrees to the left," she yelled, her voice drowned out by the roar of the engines, but the soldiers in the cockpit swiftly carried out her command. The mothership tilted sharply to the left, avoiding a section of collapsing ice. A fine layer of sweat beaded on Zhou Shuan's forehead, her breathing was rapid, but she remained calm. "Turn 30 degrees to the right," she ordered again, and the mothership responded, the ships following behind quickly adjusting their course. After an unknown amount of time, the roar of the engine suddenly intensified, and the mothership, like a galloping horse breaking free of its restraints, surged forward with all its might. The white light outside the portholes gradually thinned, the collapsing ice was thrown further and further away, eventually shrinking into a blurry shadow. Only when the ship's rocking gradually subsided did the suppressed breathing inside the cabin slowly ease. Zhou Shuan released the handrail, gazing at the once clear outline of the ice field in the distance, the tremor still lingering on her fingertips. Everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. Zhou Shuan's fingers slowly slid down the wall, her chest rising and falling slightly, but the tension in her eyes hadn't completely dissipated. She looked out the window. Chi Mingyu's cruise ship was still closely following behind the mothership. Her gaze lingered for a moment, a hint of relief flashing in her eyes. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere remained heavy. Many people had been injured in the violent impact. Captain Shang ordered the medical unit to prepare to receive the wounded. Mumu needed to get busy. Zhou Shuan glanced towards the rescue area, then back towards the dormitory. The family members were all busy with their own tasks. They worried about each other, but they couldn't go to check on things themselves. Zhou Shuan took a deep breath, forcing herself to focus back on the current flight path. After finishing his other tasks, Captain Shang quickly walked to Zhou Shuan's side, hesitant to speak. Zhou Shuan knew he wanted to ask about the sudden collapse, to know what had happened. But even she herself couldn't explain it clearly. Zhou Shuan shook her head, her brow furrowed. This ice field eruption was too sudden. I didn't even have time to detect anything before the collapse began. Captain Shang's expression grew even more grave. A large part of their reason for living on the dangerous ice field was Zhou Shuan's monitoring capabilities. However, now even she herself couldn't promptly identify the danger, making their situation on the ice field even more perilous. Captain Shang opened his mouth to speak when a deafening roar suddenly echoed from afar, the vibrations traveling along the ship's hull, causing everyone's nerves to tighten once more. Captain Shang abruptly raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on the direction from which the sound came. That was. The next second, Zhou Shuan answered his question. It's the island. Zhou Shuan's expression was grave. The geological activity is more intense than we anticipated. The continuous rumbling continued. Even from this distance, everyone could feel the intensity in the distance. Captain Shang quickly grabbed his binoculars, trying to find a clue at the edge of the blurry ice field. However, all he could see was a desolate expanse of white. By this time, they had been away from the island for 8 or 9 days, and their former home was nowhere to be seen in the icy expanse. The others in the cabin gradually recovered from the earlier panic, and whispers arose. What was that loud noise? Did something happen on the island? Someone asked in a low voice, their tone uneasy. It's possible that the ice sheet in the distance has also collapsed. Let's not speculate, another person replied, trying to calm everyone down. Captain Shang did not reveal Zhou Shuan's assessment, but simply ordered in a deep voice, everyone back to your posts, continue moving forward. His voice carried an unquestionable authority, and the crew sprang into action. Zhou Shuan stood by the porthole, her gaze piercing through the thick ice, as if she could see the surging lava and intensifying geological activity beneath the Earth's crust. Dr. Zhou, what do you think will happen after the geological activity on the island ends? Captain Shang asked Zhou Shuan in a low voice. Zhou Shuan shook her head helplessly. I don't know either. But Captain Shang, we can't turn back now. The only thing we can do is keep moving forward and not look back. Yes, that's all we can do. We can't turn back. Captain Shang looked towards the island again, and gave a bitter smile. Just as Zhou Shuan said, the only thing he could do at the moment was to lead the fleet forward. Having experienced the drastic changes just now, everyone was very quiet for the rest of the journey. Zhou Shuan was in charge of adjusting the course. She knew that the lives of the more than 4,000 people on the island were in her hands. Especially her parents Mu and Xiaoyu's lives. She couldn't afford to be negligent in the slightest. Before, she would go back to the dormitory to rest for a while at night. But now she didn't go back. She set up a cot in the cockpit and, like Captain Shang, ate and slept there. Chapter 724. For the past 2 weeks, she had barely left the cockpit, even sleeping hastily on a cot. Her face grew increasingly pale, her eyes darkened, and she became much thinner than before. Chi Mingyu was initially unaware of Zhou Shuan's situation. It wasn't until several days later, when the others could no longer hide it, that he learned of her condition. He understood the immense pressure Zhou Shuan bore, and why she was working so hard. Her abilities made her everyone's last resort, but also burdened her with an unspeakable weight. He deliberately chose a relatively quiet moment to visit her in the cockpit. Zhou Shuan was intently monitoring the situation underground, her eyes red and swollen. Chi Mingyu felt a pang of heartache. He approached her and whispered, Wan, if it's convenient, come out for a moment. I need to talk to you. Everything ahead seemed stable. Zhou Shuan nodded and followed Chi Mingyu out of the cockpit. Reaching a quiet corner outside, Chi Mingyu turned around and looked her up and down, his brows furrowing deeper with each glance. Zhou Shuan knew she looked haggard these past few days. She had slept, but only intermittently, because no one could take turns with her. Her mission was paramount. So, To prevent a repeat of what happened last time, she only managed a short nap before waking up again to continue monitoring the situation ahead. Zhou Shuan slightly turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Look at you, you come all this way and haven't said a word, just staring at me like that. Qi Mingyu paused, offering no comment on her current appearance. Instead, he pulled her to sit down, his expression serious. I know what you're worried about, but you need to take care of yourself. Don't push yourself too hard. Under his deep, embracing gaze, Zhou Shuan finally deflated, shaking her head, her voice low and hoarse. I can't relax. Danger could strike at any moment. I can't let everyone be in danger. Qi Mingyu was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Do you believe in fate? Zhou Shuan was taken aback, clearly not expecting him to ask this question so suddenly. What do you mean? I mean, whether we survive everything we're doing now might really just depend on God's will. Qi Mingyu's tone was relaxed, as if he were talking about something insignificant. Zhou Shuan chuckled softly upon hearing this. When did you start believing in these things? Qi Mingyu nodded seriously, of course. When humanity is in despair, they believe in all sorts of gods. He finished speaking, his gaze falling on Zhou Shuan's face, his expression turning serious. Actually, what I mean is, you shouldn't shoulder everyone's fate on your own shoulders. Save those you can save, but most importantly, protect yourself. Zhou Shuan's smile gradually froze, a complex look appearing in her eyes. Are you telling me that in a crucial moment, you can even abandon yourself, mom and dad, and Mumu? Qi Mingyu shook his head without hesitation. No, I would never abandon you. Zhou Shuan pursed her lips, a gentle light flashing in her eyes. Then why do you say that? Qi Mingyu gently took her hand, his voice low. Because letting you live is my greatest selfish wish. These words were like a warm current, instantly striking Zhou Shuan's heart. She felt a lump in her throat, her eyes slightly warming. She lowered her head, burying her face in Qi Mingyu's firm chest, her voice choked with emotion. I know what you mean. I promise you, I will protect myself if necessary. But like you, my biggest selfish wish is to protect you and mom and dad, Mumu. Qi Mingyu gently stroked her hair, his voice soft. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Our only goal right now is to survive. But sometimes, whether we can survive or not, Wan isn't something we can fight alone. I hope you don't put so much pressure on yourself, and if anything happens, don't blame yourself. Zhou Shuan nodded firmly, her voice resolute. Yes. I understand. Don't worry, I keep what you said in mind. Qi Mingyu smiled slightly, reaching out to ruffle her hair. You need to rest, okay? Zhou Shuan nodded, then added, and you're in charge of the cruise ship down there. I'm very worried about you. You must be careful. Qi Mingyu smiled, his tone relaxed. Don't worry, we're on the same wavelength. What you predicted, I also predicted beforehand. Zhou Shuan was amused by him, her tense emotions easing considerably. She leaned against Qi Mingyu's chest, feeling incredibly secure. Perhaps she really didn't need to shoulder all the pressure. In any case, she just needed to act with a clear conscience. For the next week, no major dangers occurred on the ice sheet. The mothership and cruise ship moved slowly across the ice sheet. Although the speed was slow, at least they didn't encounter any deadly geological activity. Captain Shang had also discussed with Captain Qin and the other high-ranking officers on the mothership that now that their sheltered island had been lost, they certainly couldn't drift on the endless ice sheet indefinitely. They needed to find a place to set up camp. So how should they choose a place to set up camp? Like Major Wei, Captain Shang knew about Zhou Shuan's special abilities, and wanted to keep her out of the public eye as much as possible. So, he came to Zhou Shuan privately to ask for her opinion. Zhou Shuan sat in the cockpit, gazing at the dark distance outside, her brow furrowed. Captain Shang, she said, from my observations, there's no place on the ice sheet that's absolutely safe. Geological activity is very frequent and intense. Collapses and reorganizations are constantly occurring. We just can't see them. Captain Shang's expression grew grave. To be honest, he said, we're running low on fuel. Moving aimlessly across the ice sheet like this not only wastes fuel, but also demoralizes everyone. Neither of these things was something anyone wanted to see. Zhou Shuan remained silent for a moment, gazing absently at the distant horizon. She suddenly said to Captain Shang, actually, if we follow this direction, we can reach Hope Island number 1. Captain Shang was taken aback, then his face lit up with surprise. Hope Island number 1? We've lost contact with it for a long time. Can you pinpoint its location? Since losing contact with Hope Island number 1, they had been constantly worried, hoping to re-establish contact, but due to various practical reasons, they had ultimately failed to do so. Now that Hope Island number 2 was in trouble, Perhaps Hope Island number 1 was safe? Although Hope Island number 1 was cramped, at least it would give them a breathing space. Zhou Shuan nodded. I should be able to pinpoint the location, but it's quite far away right now. We need to gradually correct the route. That's wonderful. Captain Shang's joy was short-lived, but then a serious question arose. Is Hope Island number 1 safe now? Has it also experienced similar geological activity? Chapter 725. Zhou Shuan shook her head. The distance is too far. I can't be sure of the situation there. Captain Shang pondered for a moment, then asked Zhou Shuan again, is our current route to Island 1 safe? Zhou Shuan didn't give a completely satisfactory answer. It's safe for now, but whatever might happen along the way, it's unpredictable. She was stating a fact. It wasn't that she was trying to shirk responsibility or anything. No one could accurately predict the geological activity beneath the ice sheet. Captain Shang wasn't surprised by Zhou Shuan's answer. After a slight hesitation, he made a decision. All right, then head to Island 1. No more hesitation. Having made the decision, Zhou Shuan provided the route to Island 1. Because she didn't know the current situation on Island 1, Captain Shang asked Zhou Shuan to keep it a secret, not even to her family. This was because he was worried that if he gave people hope, and then they found it shattered upon arrival, their morale would plummet. It was better to let everyone think they were drifting aimlessly. Zhou Shuan nodded, her tone calm. I understand. Don't worry, Captain Shang. Captain Shang gave a bitter smile, a hint of weariness in his eyes. Everyone's mental state is already very fragile. They can't withstand any more blows. Zhou Shuan watched his departing figure, her heart sinking slightly. She turned her gaze back to the porthole. The ice field still stretched endlessly, the wind howling, and everything was pitch black, as if trying to freeze everything. Her fingers tapped lightly on the porthole glass, silently calculating the route to Island number 1 and the potential dangers. Over the next few days, the fleet, guided by Zhou Shuan, slowly made its way towards Island number 1. The weather on the ice field remained harsh, but geological activity seemed to have temporarily subsided, with no large-scale collapses reported. The survivors' spirits also calmed slightly. Zhou Shuan continued to stay in the cockpit day and night, constantly monitoring the underground situation. Her face grew increasingly pale, and the dark circles under her eyes became more pronounced. Qi Mingyu, helpless, could only occasionally bring her some hot soup and food to try and maintain her strength. He knew that Zhou Shuan's persistence and sense of responsibility were shackles she couldn't let go of, and he could only silently support her. On the evening of the 4th day, the fleet once again heard the sound of collapse in the distance, a muffled and distant sound, as if coming from the depths of the earth. This had almost become the sound that lulled the survivors to sleep at night. Most had adapted, unlike the panic they had felt when they first arrived on the ice field. A new natural disaster has arrived. The previous super ice pellet storm hasn't occurred for a long time. Therefore, people on the road only need to worry about ice collapses or iceberg uplifts. Unlike before, when fishing fleets went out, they no longer needed to quickly dig cellars in the ice to ensure survival before a super ice pellet storm hit. This greatly reduces the workload. Although the fleet is temporarily safe, fuel consumption is a problem that cannot be ignored. The mothership's heating system cannot be shut down, otherwise, the survivors simply cannot survive in the extreme cold of minus 70 degrees Celsius. Although the oil reserves they brought from the island are still sufficient, if they continue to drift like this, the fuel will eventually run out. Moreover, the fish skin fuel plant originally built on the island had already been shut down. Rebuilding it on the mothership would not only create noise and odor, but could also cause new problems. Zhou Shuan had specifically asked Captain Shang about the fuel issue. Captain Shang sighed, a hint of helplessness flashing across his brow. We're still researching. Some materials from whales might be usable for fuel, but we haven't found a suitable method to build a plant on the mothership yet. Whales are valuable from head to toe. Some of their blubber and their skin, if processed properly, could be used as fuel. But that's only a last resort. Right now, Captain Shang wants to find a new safe haven before considering building a fuel plant. Zhou Shuan nodded, saying nothing more. She knew that none of this could be rushed. Just then, Major Wei strode into the cockpit, his expression excited. Captain Shang, the researchers have made a new discovery. Captain Shang raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. What discovery? The researchers have finally made some discoveries regarding the undercurrent samples we brought back. Major Wei's tone was filled with excitement. They discovered some kind of single-celled organism in the undercurrent. These are marine organisms that have existed on Earth for a very, very long time. I've forgotten their exact name. The researchers' main point is that, after studying them, They discovered that these single-celled organisms should have gone extinct during the extreme cold, but they have now revived. Revived? Yes. This means that when the ocean froze, they were likely only temporarily frozen, not extinct. Now that the ocean temperature is warming up, they have thawed and come back to life. Major Wei was still beaming with excitement. This means the temperature beneath the ice sheet may be warming. Captain Shang was taken aback, then overjoyed. Warming? Are you sure? Major Wei nodded, his tone certain. The researcher's conclusion is very clear. The temperature beneath the ice sheet is indeed warming, which explains the appearance of undercurrents and the resurgence of these single-celled organisms. Captain Shang also became excited. But there was still a question. He looked up, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. Is this warming due to global warming, or simply caused by intense geological activity? Major Wei shook his head, his tone cautious. It's not certain yet, but in any case, it could be an important signal. Captain Shang didn't ask further, only a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. A sense of turmoil seemed to be churning within him, unable to find peace for a long time. If it really is global warming, does it mean the eternal night is about to end? Will that once warm world return? Will the light they have longed for finally return? Zhou Shuan stood aside, silently listening to their conversation, a ripple of emotion stirring within her as well. Her gaze returned to the porthole. The icy plains remained cold and desolate, but perhaps a glimmer of hope was quietly appearing. Could this violent, widespread geological activity be a sign that the eternal night was ending? Temperatures were subtly rising, causing a dramatic change beneath the unseen ocean. Would this offer them a chance to breathe? These natural disasters struck one after another, giving no respite whatsoever. In these calamities, they lost many of their kind, their last home, their last piece of land. But perhaps dawn was just ahead. Chapter 726. After listening to Major Wei's report, Captain Shang frowned slightly, his fingers tapping lightly on the control panel, producing a low rhythm. He turned to look at Zhou Shuan. Dr. Zhou, Captain Shang asked in a low voice, do you think this trend of rising temperatures might affect the situation on Island 1? Zhou Shuan turned her gaze from the porthole and shook her head slightly. Captain Shang, we are still far from Island 1, and we cannot yet determine the situation there. But from what we can see, the seabed temperature has indeed warmed up, and geological activity beneath the ice is intensifying. As for whether the rising temperature will bring more danger, I dare not make a definitive conclusion. Captain Shang nodded, the worry between his brows not dissipating. When he ordered someone to immediately check the outdoor temperature, the result was still below -70 degrees Celsius. After a moment's thought, Captain Shang said, it's probably because the changes beneath the ice haven't reached the surface yet, so we can't see any obvious temperature changes outside. This was a reasonable explanation. However, there's another possibility. The rise in seabed temperature might be caused by geological changes, unrelated to the outdoor temperature. This idea was too hopeless, and although Zhou Shuan and Major Wei had their suspicions, neither voiced them. Captain Shang, however, didn't give up hope. He ordered that the outside temperature be carefully measured daily, and any changes reported immediately. Major Wei, his face grave, agreed and left. Captain Shang then turned to Zhou Shuan again. Dr. Zhou, how long do you think it will take us to reach island number 1? Zhou Shuan pursed her lips, a hint of caution in her eyes. There are too many dangers along the way, I can't guarantee anything. A conservative estimate is about 2 to 3 months. Captain Shang frowned even more deeply upon hearing this. 3 months' worth of fuel would be enough. But to ensure everything went smoothly, they had to conserve fuel as much as possible. The issue of fuel was something everyone had raised when discussing the relocation from the island with the higher-ups. However, their initial arrival on the ice field was difficult, and they encountered several disasters in succession, so the matter was temporarily shelved. Now, however, they couldn't delay any longer. Captain Shang was always decisive in his actions. Having decided to start conserving fuel, he consulted with Captain Chen, confirmed there were no oversights, and then issued the order. They ordered all survivors to be concentrated in the warmest floors of the mothership, floors 6 to 10, the other floors would be deheated unless absolutely necessary. The dormitories, corridors, passageways, and halls on each floor were packed with people. Although the space had become cramped, no one complained. As long as there was warmth, food, and the ability to survive, everyone was willing to endure any inconvenience. The Zhou family, originally 5 people crammed into a small dormitory room, naturally didn't arrange for anyone else. Jiping and Shui Tao's families were assigned to the same floor. When they left the island, Jiping, just as Zhou Shuan had predicted, was unwilling to leave. Yu Xuan's injuries were still unstable, and the bumpy journey would be extremely dangerous for her. But Ji Peng also knew he couldn't change the mothership's decision. At that time, Zhou Shuan, Qi Mingyu, Zhong Tiyun, and Zhou Jianhai all went to comfort him. Ji Peng's eyes were red, his cheeks sunken, and his voice hoarse. I know this is for everyone's good. I won't do anything, don't worry. During the relocation, Yuxian stayed in the intensive care unit, undergoing multiple resuscitations. Although she barely survived, her condition remained extremely weak. Ji Peng stayed by Yuxian's side almost constantly. Now, when everyone moved to the middle floors, only Xue Tao's family of 3 moved over first, taking Ji Peng's supplies with them. Since this floor was already full, everyone had to squeeze into the corridors or lobby, sleeping on the floor in sleeping bags or mattresses. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu rarely returned to the dormitory due to their respective tasks. Zhong Tiyun let Chun Chun squeeze into the dormitory as well, while the Xue brothers, Xue Tao and Xue Dong, took turns staying overnight. The dormitory had beds, making it much more comfortable for a night. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai visited Yuxian every day, but each time, they saw her sleeping soundly with tubes inserted all over her body. They felt extremely sad. Even with the best care, a patient in a coma cannot avoid losing weight. In just half a month, Zhong Tiyun could barely connect the person lying there with the Yuxian she remembered. Back then, Yuxian, though quiet and reserved, was gentle and kind, and very dependent on Zhong Tiyun, her closest elder. Zhong Tiyun had watched her grow up, and later felt even more heartbroken by her experiences, paying the most attention to her and Chun Chun. Seeing her like this now, of course, was unbearable. She had prayed countless times to God to let Yuxian wake up and live a normal life. He had already taken the lives of so many of their relatives and friends. Please, please spare the unfortunate Yuxian. The Xue Tao family and the Ji Peng family had relied on each other for many years, and the two families were already as close as one. Even without Zhong Tiyun's reminder, Xue Tao and the others would frequently visit the hospital to bring Ji Peng food and clothes, and to take care of Yuxuan, allowing him to rest briefly. Yuxuan woke up a few times, but each time only briefly opening her eyes before quickly falling back asleep. Her injuries were too severe, and recovery was extremely slow. The doctors couldn't be certain if Yuxuan would ultimately recover, but the increasing frequency of her awakenings indicated that her bodily functions were returning. This was a good sign. He told Ji Peng and the others not to be too anxious, but to patiently wait for the patient's bodily functions to recover, and then she would regain consciousness. Yuxuan wasn't the only one in this situation in the rescue area. The disaster caused by that massive earthquake was immense. Although, with Zhou Shuan's help, they had rescued as many people as possible, several hundred people were injured. Those with minor injuries could recover with rest, while those with serious injuries remained unconscious, and many had lost limbs. The mothership was also doing its best to send the rescue area to save everyone. However, the limited medical resources meant that everyone's recovery was slow. Even so, the medicine in those containers proved invaluable. Otherwise, everyone would have been in even worse shape. Not only the mothership, but all the other ships also had to conserve fuel. The cruise ship under Qi Mingyu's command was specifically for hauling supplies. Besides being fully loaded with supplies, only one team of crew members and Qi Mingyu were on board to guard it. Their heating was only supplied to the cockpit. Therefore, this order had no impact on them. Qi Mingyu initially didn't know where they were changing course to. It was only when he visited Zhou Shuan during a free evening that he overheard her whispering Captain Shang's plan. Chapter 727. He seemed lost in thought, thinking of Hope Island No. 1. Now, Hope Island No. 2 has been confirmed to have experienced another violent geological event. The extent of the damage is unknown, but it's definitely uninhabitable. Therefore, Island No. 1 is indeed their last choice. Qi Mingyu knew Zhou Shuan's mission was even heavier, and he felt sorry for her, knowing there was little he could do. He squeezed Zhou Shuan's hand tightly and whispered, "Wan Wan, take care of yourself. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Zhou Shuan nodded at him. "Don't worry, I remember everything you told me that day." They were in a secluded corner, speaking softly, trying not to attract attention. Qi Mingyu couldn't help but give her a light hug. It seemed that only this hug each day brought him peace of mind. Zhou Shuan returned the hug. The hug was a bit too big, quickly attracting attention. The people in the cockpit were all well-trained soldiers, and everyone was very polite, trying to avoid making any noise. Even after so many years of marriage, their affectionate behavior, like that of young lovers, still made some people chuckle. Zhou Shuan, being very perceptive, immediately heard it, and quickly pushed Qi Mingyu aside, her cheeks slightly flushed. Qi Mingyu, however, remained unaffected, handing her a boiled egg and 2 pieces of fried cod he had brought, smiling gently. You eat. I go back now. Although Zhou Shuwan was the one with the most abundant supplies, Qi Mingyu always brought some more precious food with him each time he came up. Zhou Shuwan thoroughly enjoyed his hospitality. The geological activity on the ice field continued. Furthermore, the researchers' detection of warming seabed temperatures was indeed real, and they quickly verified it. 2 weeks later, a massive crack suddenly appeared ahead, completely blocking their path. This crack was tens of kilometers long and 30 to 40 meters wide. If their drones were still flying, they should have been able to see this crack winding like a giant dragon across the vast ice sheet. Zhou Shuwan had detected the changes in advance, and had the fleet stop in time. Spanning tens of kilometers, circumventing it would take them a considerable amount of time. In all their time on the ice sheet, this crack was the deepest and longest they had ever seen. Captain Shang took this very seriously, and specifically sought out Zhou Shuwan. Dr. Zhou, how much longer will it take us to detour around this fissure? If we encounter similar geological changes again, our fuel might not last until Island 1. Zhou Shuwan nodded, her tone heavy. Captain Shang, in my estimation, this fissure is at least tens of kilometers long. If we detour, we need to travel 50 or 60 kilometers to get around it. Captain Shang only knew that Zhou Shuwan had detected a fissure ahead, but he didn't know its exact depth or length. Hearing Zhou Shuwan's words, he was taken aback. Such a long fissure. And its depth? Captain Shang asked in a deep voice. Zhou Shuwan shook her head. The depth of the fissure. I can't detect it. Her palm remained pressed against the cabin wall. Suddenly, as if she had detected something, her expression turned to surprise. What? Captain Shang asked hurriedly. Zhou Shuwan didn't answer immediately. She was completely focused on sensing the situation beneath the crack ahead. It was faint, but the feeling was very vague, yet Zhou Shuwan was quite certain. She looked up at Captain Shang, her expression serious. Captain Shang, there's water flowing beneath the crack. Water flowing. Captain Shang's brows furrowed sharply, his expression turning serious. You mean, there's an undercurrent beneath the crack? Yes. Zhou Shuwan nodded, a complex look in her eyes. It seems the seabed temperature is indeed gradually warming up, which might be the reason for the undercurrent. If the water flowing beneath the crack really exists, then it means the change in seabed temperature has already affected the structure deep within the ice layer. Captain Shang's expression became even more grave, as if he were deep in thought. A moment later, he looked up, his gaze sharp. Dr. Zhou, do you think this crack might trigger a larger geological shift? Zhou Shuwan was silent for a moment, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Captain Shang, I can't be sure. The appearance of the crack is a sign of intensified geological activity. The rise in seabed temperature may trigger more changes. As for whether there will be a larger shift, I can only say that the possibility is very high. Captain Shang took a deep breath, his brows furrowed. A moment later, he looked up, his gaze resolute. Dr. Zhou, we need more information. This crack can't be left unattended. We need to send someone to investigate it on site. Zhou Shuwan's brows twitched slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. Captain Shang, the geological activity near the crack is very dangerous. We should actually evacuate immediately. Sending people there. The risk is too great. Rationally speaking, Zhou Shuwan knew they should investigate the true situation beneath the cracks. It would be more beneficial for their future plans. However, she also clearly knew that the appearance of cracks meant the ice field was no longer safe, and they should evacuate as soon as possible. Captain Shang understood the priorities perfectly. But he shook his head, his tone firm. No matter the risk, we have to go. The changes on the ice field are directly related to our survival. We must find out what lies beneath the cracks. This was probably the difference between a ship's captain and an ordinary person in thinking. Zhou Shuwan was silent for a moment, a resolute glint in her eyes. Captain Shang, I request to investigate personally. You? Captain Shang's brows furrowed sharply, his tone carrying a hint of disapproval. Dr. Zhou, your abilities are too important to us. We can't risk it lightly. Zhou Shuwan gave a helpless smile. She couldn't tell Captain Shang the truth. Her detection abilities were severely hampered by solid objects, but if she could reach the fissure and use it as a springboard, she could gain a deeper understanding of the subterranean world. The appearance of this fissure might be their only chance to understand the changes deep within the ice sheet. Zhou Shuwan didn't want to miss it. She could only tell them, I investigate personally, that will give me a better understanding of the situation there. This is extremely important. Sending 100 well-trained soldiers wouldn't be as valuable as sending Zhou Shuwan, who possessed detection capabilities. Captain Shang was silent for a moment, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he nodded, his tone heavy. "All right, I agree to let you go. But I must arrange a small team to protect you, and you must completely obey the team's orders." Zhou Shuwen's safety was of paramount importance to the entire mothership. The sole mission of this small team was to bring her back safely. Chapter 728. Zhou Shuwen nodded, saying nothing more. After the fleet stopped, Qi Mingyu sent men aboard the mothership to gather information. Upon hearing this, he immediately volunteered to join the team protecting Zhou Shuwen. Everyone on the mothership knew about the couple's relationship. Moreover, Captain Shang felt more at ease knowing Qi Mingyu's abilities to protect Zhou Shuwen. He agreed. When Qi Mingyu approached Zhou Shuwen, her brows furrowed slightly, her eyes filled with helplessness and worry. "You don't need to risk your life with me." Qi Mingyu smiled, gently taking her hand, his tone light but firm. "I'm worried about you going alone. If our positions were reversed, you certainly wouldn't let me go alone, right?" Zhou Shuwen's lips curled into a helpless smile. She lowered her head, nodded gently, and said nothing more. The fleet slowly came to a stop, and Zhou Shuwen and Qi Mingyu led their squad towards the rift. After they disembarked, the mothership retreated with the fleet to avoid being threatened by the rift's instability. The rift was about 2 kilometers away from the fleet, and a biting wind howled across the icy plains. Zhou Shuwen had a cold-weather suit in her spatial storage, which she had obtained during a counterattack when she was ambushed at the new base. However, the Zhou family was used to using air-conditioned suits, so they had never used one. After so many years of use, the air-conditioned suits were worn out and basically unusable. Therefore, Zhou Shuwen took out the cold-weather suit and put it on. The cold-weather suit was an improved version of the air-conditioned suit, lighter, and with better cold-weather protection, but it consumed the same amount of electricity. Zhou Shuwen's spatial storage contained over a dozen layers of cold-weather clothing. Thanks to the absolute stillness of time within the space, these clothing items remained exactly as they were when they were placed inside. Zhou Shuwen and Qi Mingyu both changed into the clothing. Her gaze was fixed intently ahead, the ice beneath her feet trembling slightly, as if it might crack at any moment. She dared not relax for a moment, her fingers gripping the safety rope around her waist tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Qi Mingyu walked beside her, his gaze equally grave. He turned his head slightly and whispered a reminder, "Be careful, the cracks in the ice could widen at any time." Zhou Shuwen nodded, her voice low but clear, "I know. Everyone stay together, don't separate. Wait for my commands." The team members nodded in unison, their steps drawing closer. Everyone held their breath, their attention highly focused, afraid of missing any sign of danger. The tremors of the ice grew more frequent, the surface beneath their feet a silent warning that this place was not safe. The team continued forward, the outline of the crack gradually becoming clearer. It was a crack at least 30 or 40 meters wide, its bottom unseen, like a gruesome wound torn open the ice field. The ice at the crack's edge was irregularly jagged, as if ripped apart by some immense force. Zhou Shuwen stopped at the edge of the crack, gazing down into the dark abyss. And this depth was several hundred meters. Looking from Zhou Shuwen's angle, a wave of dizziness washed over them. It was as if they were looking into a bottomless black abyss. The interior was pitch black, they couldn't see anything with the naked eye. Only Zhou Shuwen, relying on her spatial perception, sensed a silent undercurrent flowing at the bottom of the abyss. Upon reaching the top of the crevice, Zhou Shuwen's perception became clearer. She could clearly feel this undercurrent beneath the abyss. It wasn't the small one she had seen before. It was over a meter wide, with a gentle current. With her current abilities, she couldn't determine the temperature of the undercurrent, but its increased width indicated that the temperature beneath the ice field had risen somewhat. She crouched down, holding a small detector, which, to the team members, appeared to be measuring. In reality, her other hand was braced against the ice surface, carefully sensing the situation below the icy abyss. After a while, she withdrew her hand, her brow furrowed. Her safety rope was tied to Qi Mingyu's. The latter observed the surrounding movements, ready to retreat with Zhou Shuwen at any moment. As she stood up, Qi Mingyu asked her for details. Zhou Shuwen shook her head. "This isn't the source. I can only vaguely sense something's wrong down below, but to be more specific, we need to go to the source." She had a vague sense that something very bad was about to happen, but she needed to be absolutely certain. She turned to the other members of the team. "Let's go. We need to follow the crack to find the source of the undercurrent. Right now, it's too far away to detect anything." Their group consisted of 2 teams, one specifically to investigate the crack, and the other to protect Zhou Shuwen. Everyone agreed. They secured themselves with safety ropes and headed west along the crack. That's the direction the undercurrent starts. This will greatly delay our return, the team leader whispered. Zhou Shuan, leading the way, nodded. Yes, if everything goes smoothly, we need to delay by at least a day. The undercurrent forms beneath the ice sheet, its source is unknown, but they can only search against the current. The geology around the fissure is extremely unstable, so everyone moved away from the fissure and glided far west. The sound of ship horns could be heard intermittently behind them. Turning around, they saw the mothership, with dozens of ships of various sizes, had already moved to another location. Zhou Jianhai, Zhong Tiyun, and Mu Mu were all on board. Zhou Shuan hadn't told them about the mission. She thought they could return in a day or two, and didn't want them to worry. She simply hoped the fleet would have a safe journey, and wait for them at the agreed-upon location during those 1 or 2 days. Qi Mingyu followed Zhou Shuan's gaze and glanced back, knowing what she was worried about. He took her hand and said, "Let's go. The sooner we finish here, the sooner we can go back." Zhou Shuan nodded. They walked and stopped intermittently, matching Zhou Shuan's pace throughout. Zhou Shuan would occasionally crouch down to probe the situation below. After walking for a full day, covering about 30 kilometers, Zhou Shuan finally made a new discovery. Below the abyss, a thick, inky current, carrying rock fragments that hadn't seen the light of day for millennia, surged silently through the dark cracks in the rock layers. And deeper beneath this current, violent geological activity was tearing apart the ancient Earth's crust. The dormant fault suddenly awoke, the rock layers emitting a muffled, creaking sound under the pressure of thousands of meters of earth, like the shifting bones of a giant beast, causing the current to churn into turbulent eddies. Chapter 729. Scorching magma surged upwards along the cracks, baking the surrounding rocks until they glowed red-hot and cracked. Small fragments of rock were swept and tumbled by the magma, emitting an eerie orange-red glow in the darkness. Gaseous underground gases erupted continuously due to compression, and the bubbles burst as they passed through the undercurrents, carrying out murky columns of water. Even the sedimentary rocks at the bottom of the abyss began to show fine cracks, as if they would be completely overturned by this force at any moment. This wasn't happening at the bottom of the abyss. But hundreds of meters below the ocean floor, something breathtaking was unfolding. These upheavals and explosions were happening in places never to be seen by humans. Zhou Shuan's perception was incredibly deep. She used all her strength to see all of this underground. As she tried to stand up, her body suddenly swayed, her face instantly turning deathly pale. Her fingers gripped the ice surface tightly, her fingertips turning white from the force. She felt as if an invisible force was pulling her, her consciousness fading, and the world before her eyes began to spin. "Wan Wan!" Qi Mingyu's voice came from afar, filled with anxiety and fear. She tried to respond, but found her throat felt like it was blocked by something, and she couldn't make a sound. Her legs went weak, and her body fell backward uncontrollably. Just before she completely lost consciousness, she felt a pair of strong arms firmly supporting her shoulders. "Wan Wan! Wan Wan!" Qi Mingyu looked at her frantically. Her eyes were tightly closed, her whole body limp in his arms, her breathing weak, and her face frighteningly pale. He looked around, without hesitation, and immediately said to the others, "We're going back now." Immediately. By this time, everyone had been traveling all day, and the first team investigating the abyss had used various equipment to examine the situation within the fissure. However, the fissure was too deep. They couldn't explore anything deeper. These tasks were assigned to Zhou Shuan. But now that she had fainted, everyone panicked. No one hesitated any longer, and the team sprang into action. Qi Mingyu, carrying Zhou Shuan, glided quickly towards the fleet. The icy wind howled across the frozen plains, ice crystals swirled in the air, and the ground was uneven and cratered. But Qi Mingyu seemed oblivious to all of this. His entire attention was focused on Zhou Shuan in his arms. The fleet had been anxiously waiting for them, stopping 20 kilometers from the fissure. When they finally appeared, Captain Shan was overjoyed and even led a group to greet them personally. Upon approaching and seeing Zhou Shuan unconscious in Qi Mingyu's arms, they were all shocked. Qi Mingyu didn't have time to say much. He rushed Zhou Shuan to the emergency room as quickly as possible. Mu Mu saw her from afar and hurried over, anxiously asking, "What happened? What's wrong?" He had only learned a few hours ago that Zhou Shuan and the others had gone to investigate the fissure, and he was very worried. But he didn't dare tell his parents and make them worry. Now, seeing his sister being carried back unconscious, he was extremely worried. Qi Mingyu's expression was grave. "She suddenly fainted while we were investigating the situation below the fissure." Mu Mu knew that if his sister overexerted herself, she would experience nausea, dizziness, and other symptoms. He met Qi Mingyu's gaze, then nodded and immediately had a stretcher brought in, taking Zhou Shuwan to the emergency room. Qi Mingyu followed hurriedly, his eyes never leaving her. 2 days later, Zhou Shuwan slowly opened her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes still somewhat dazed, as if she hadn't fully recovered from her coma. Wan! You're awake. Zhong Tiyun's voice was filled with surprise, as she immediately rushed over and took her hand. Qi Mingyu also quickly gathered around, his eyes full of concern. How are you feeling? Is anything bothering you? Zhou Shuwan blinked slowly, checking her body. She found no pain or discomfort as she had imagined. Instead, it felt like she had just woken from a deep sleep, and she felt much more relaxed. She smiled somewhat sheepishly. I think I'm fine. I just feel like I had a good sleep. Zhong Tiyun paused for a moment upon hearing this, then couldn't help but gently pat her shoulder, her voice filled with helplessness and heartache. You silly child. When Xiaoyu brought you back, we were all terrified. When we got to the intensive care unit, the doctor examined you and said you were just too tired, so you passed out. We frantically asked the doctor what to do, but he hesitated for a long time, finally just saying to let you sleep it off, and you wake up. Zhou Shuwan, hearing this, awkwardly touched her nose and gave Zhong Tiyun a silly grin. Mom, then you don't need to worry anymore, I'm just exhausted. The Zhou family all knew how she had become so tired. She had been working day and night in the cockpit, probing the underground situation ahead, and after reaching the abyss of the fissure, she had overused her brain to explore the situation below, so she spectacularly fainted. They couldn't explain this to the doctor, so they all assumed Zhou Shuwan was just exhausted. Zhong Tiyun was both angry and amused, and wanted to gently pat her again, but Qi Mingyu stepped in front of her, smiling and smoothing things over. Mom, Wan just woke up. Please calm down. Wan was working so hard for everyone this time. Seeing her son-in-law so protective of his daughter, Zhong Tiyun's anger subsided considerably. Looking at Zhou Shuwan again, her eyes were filled with heartache. You two are really a handful. She stood up, preparing to leave the room. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. Wan just woke up. She must be hungry. Your dad went to the dorm to stew chicken and mushrooms for you. I go urge him. After Zhong Tiyun left, only Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu remained in the room. Zhou Shuwan's gaze fell on Qi Mingyu's face, noticing his slightly red and swollen eyes, clearly indicating he hadn't rested well these past few days. She gently touched his cheek, her voice soft and apologetic. I'm sorry for making you all worry about me. Qi Mingyu held her hand tenderly. You don't need to apologize. Just remember to take care of yourself in the future, and don't make everyone worry about you anymore. Zhou Shuwan nodded quickly, assuring him, I will. I was too reckless this time. I'd be more careful next time. Qi Mingyu sighed, and gently ruffled her hair. The two captains took your unconsciousness very seriously, arranging the best ward for you, and having you given intravenous nutrition. They also sent a lot of food, including eggs, canned goods, and chicken, to help you recover. Hearing this, Zhou Shuwan felt even more embarrassed. She whispered, I'm so sorry to have troubled everyone. Qi Mingyu gently patted the back of her hand. You've done so much for everyone, you deserve all of this. Jipeng and Shuetao also came to visit, and brought a lot of gifts. Chapter 730. Seeing that her expression had relaxed, Qi Mingyu asked, What exactly did you find below the crack? Zhou Shuwan's face changed abruptly, her relaxed expression instantly replaced by seriousness. She sat up abruptly from the bed, her movements somewhat hurried, prompting Qi Mingyu to quickly reach out and support her shoulder, his brows furrowing slightly. Speak slowly, don't rush. Zhou Shuwan ignored his reminder, her expression urgent. The situation is bad, we must speed things up. As she spoke, she threw back the covers, preparing to get out of bed. Seeing this, Qi Mingyu immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. He nodded slightly, his tone steady. Okay, I go with you. Where are you going? Zhou Shuwan had already put on her shoes, looked up at Qi Mingyu, her eyes resolute. We need to find Captain Shang. This matter must be reported to him immediately. We can't delay any longer. Qi Mingyu didn't ask any further questions, but quickly stood up, supporting Zhou Shuwan's arm to prevent her from falling due to her weakness after just waking up. The two hurried out of the ward, heading straight for Captain Shang's command room. Just as they were walking quickly down the corridor, they ran into Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai. Zhong Tiyun was carrying a pot of steaming stewed chicken, its aroma filling the air. It was clearly freshly cooked. Seeing Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu rushing around, she was taken aback and asked, Wan, you just woke up? Where are you going? You're not fully recovered yet, don't run around. Zhou Shuwan didn't stop walking, but waved to her parents. her tone urgent. "Mom and Dad, I have urgent business to attend to with Captain Shang. You go back and wait for me, we talk later." Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai exchanged a glance. The stewed chicken in Zhong Tiyun's hands was still steaming, but the smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by deep worry. Zhou Jianhai gently patted his wife's shoulder and whispered, "Judging from this, one must have discovered some emergency below the crevice, otherwise she wouldn't be in such a hurry." Zhong Tiyun nodded, her eyes slightly red, her voice choked with emotion. I hope things aren't too bad." Zhou Jianhai was silent for a moment, then sighed, "Let's go back first, we talk about it when she gets back." Watching Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu's hurried departure, their unease deepened. Although they didn't know the specifics, Zhou Shuan's urgency and their past experiences with crisis made them realize that even greater danger might await them ahead. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu hurried along, quickly arriving at Captain Shang's command center. Captain Shang was discussing the fleet's route with several senior officers when Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu rushed over. He immediately stopped what he was doing, his brow furrowing slightly, and asked with concern, "Dr. Zhou, what brings you here? How is your recovery?" Zhou Shuan looked around. Captain Shang immediately realized something, waved for everyone else to leave, and then looked intently at Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan didn't mince words, and directly explained what she had seen. Captain Shang and Qi Mingyu were both taken aback. "So you mean, all the seabed is experiencing this kind of geological activity now? We can't stay on the ice sheet any longer?" Zhou Shuan nodded. "Yes, I observed that the rock layers are fracturing almost to their limit. That's why they're raising the seabed temperature. The appearance of undercurrents and the widening of ice cracks are all due to this geological activity. If we don't take immediate action, remaining on the ice sheet could pose unimaginable dangers." Captain Shang's brow furrowed even deeper. He pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "So, according to you, the ice field is no longer safe? But where can we go? We don't know the situation on Island 1 yet. If it suffered a severe earthquake like Island 2, wouldn't we have nowhere to escape?" Zhou Shuan also sighed, her tone tinged with helplessness. "Captain Shang, I can't be sure about the situation on Island 1, but the danger on the ice field is very real. I can't accurately predict when these geological activities will erupt. It could be a few months, a year, or even less. We must find a safe haven as soon as possible, otherwise, once the disaster strikes, we won't even have a chance to escape. Moreover," she continued, stating her prediction, "it is precisely because of these violent activities that, with such a deep and long ice fissure, we definitely encounter many more in the future. Therefore, we must be extremely careful on our journey." Captain Shang remained silent for a long time before finally looking up at Zhou Shuan, his eyes filled with unwavering trust. "Dr. Zhou, I can only entrust this matter to you. You are the only one in the entire fleet capable of providing early warnings of these geological activities. Please help us make judgments in advance and provide the safest route." Zhou Shuan did not refuse and nodded solemnly. "Captain Shang, I will do my best. The road ahead will be even more difficult, and there will be more and more fissures. We must be constantly vigilant." Captain Shang took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the dark sky outside the cabin. "All right." Qi Mingyu stood beside Zhou Shuan, his gaze never leaving her face. He gently squeezed her hand and whispered, "You just woke up. Don't push yourself too hard." Zhou Shuan looked up, smiled slightly at him, a hint of weariness flashing in her eyes, but more so, determination. "I'm fine. This situation is urgent, I must do my best." Seeing this, Captain Shang didn't delay any longer and immediately went to the bridge to issue the order. "Notify all ships in the fleet, in half an hour, overcome all difficulties. We will depart immediately." The atmosphere in the bridge instantly tensed. Everyone began to busy themselves, as if an invisible storm was approaching. Captain Shang looked at Zhou Shuan, his tone solemn. "Dr. Zhou, your mission will be very heavy during this period. If you need any resources or help, please let me know." Zhou Shuan nodded. "I understand, Captain Shang, I will do my best." Captain Shang didn't say anything more, just gave her a deep look, then turned back to continue discussing the next action plan with the other officers. The fleet set sail that day. The wind, carrying ice pellets, howled and lashed against the ship's hull, producing a soft, pattering sound. Zhou Shuan stood by the railing, her gaze fixed on the distant edge of the icy plain. The wind billowed her winter coat, she squinted slightly, her fingers unconsciously gripping the railing. Qi Mingyu silently stood beside her, letting the wind whip through their clothes. He knew the weight of her burden, and all he could do was stay by her side, trying his best to share it. Chapter 731. The fleet's speed was much faster than before. no longer proceeding with such caution and slowness. On the contrary, the fleet's speed this time surprised everyone. However, they were all used to following orders, and no one questioned it. The scenery on the ice field rushed past the ships. The vibrations of the ships and the sound of ice rubbing together mingled. On the third day, when the fleet detoured, it indeed encountered that extremely long crevice again. The width of the crevice was astonishing. Like a huge scar across the ice field, the edges of the ice on both sides jagged, as if torn apart by some force. Although time was tight, Zhou Shuan still couldn't miss this opportunity to sense the underground through the crevice. She continued on, with the two smaller teams she had been with. Upon reaching the edge of the crevice, she looked down at the dark, deep abyss, her brows furrowing slightly. Her team members held their breath, their expression serious. Through their senses, the undercurrent at the bottom flowed slowly, the sound of water echoing clearly within the crevice. Further down lay the scene she had seen before. Intense geological activity, ancient rock layers roared underground, scorching magma surged, and fine cracks appeared in the sedimentary rocks at the bottom of the abyss. It seemed as if the magma would erupt at any moment, instantly engulfing this fragile land. The findings of this exploration were the same as before. Zhou Shuan quickly withdrew her hand, her face slightly pale, but much better than last time. She shook her head at Qi Mingyu, indicating that the situation was not optimistic. They didn't linger, quickly returning to report their findings to the two captains. Captain Shang pondered for a moment, then ordered the fleet to continue its rapid advance. Over the next month, the fleet encountered a series of disasters. Ice sheets collapsed, icebergs rose, and massive rifts stretched ahead, forcing the fleet to detour each time. During a voyage close to a massive iceberg, the fleet encountered the largest rift. The rift was 200 meters deep and 20 to 30 meters wide, like an insurmountable chasm blocking the fleet's path. The crew stood at the ship's side, gazing at the deep rift with grave expressions. "This isn't just a rift, it's practically a canyon," a crew member murmured, his voice filled with fear. Zhou Shuan stood at the bow, her gaze fixed on the bottom of the rift. An undercurrent. No, it wasn't just an undercurrent anymore, but a river as wide as the rift itself, slowly flowing at its base. She pursed her lips, a flicker of anxiety in her eyes. "The temperature is still rising," she whispered, her voice almost carried away by the wind. Qi Mingyu stood beside her, his brows furrowing as he spoke. "The outside temperature has already dropped to below -50 degrees Celsius, rising by more than 20 degrees in just half a month. This change is too rapid, we simply haven't had time to adapt." Zhou Shuan didn't reply. She knew that all these changes meant an even greater disaster was approaching. The crew members busied themselves, the fleet carefully navigating around the crevasse, continuing its journey. The wind still howled across the ice field, but the initial fear on the crew members' faces had vanished, replaced by a numb calm. They had long since become accustomed to such disasters, as if each perilous situation was merely a part of the journey. Half a month later, the fleet, guided by Zhou Shuan, finally arrived at the location of Island Number 1. However, when their gaze fell upon the ice field, everyone froze. Zhou Shuan stood at the bow, her brow furrowed, her gaze fixed intently ahead, her heart churning. She was certain she hadn't led the wrong way. This was indeed the location of Island Number 1. However, what she saw before her was completely different from what she remembered. The once small island was now covered by a thick layer of ice, the remaining ruins of buildings frozen in the glacier, like a relic frozen in time. The ice layer merged seamlessly with the ice field on the sea, making it impossible to discern any trace of an island. If Zhou Shuan hadn't personally led the way, anyone seeing this would have thought it was just an ordinary ice field, not the Island Number 1 they had once pinned their hopes on. "This is really Island Number 1? Captain Shang stood on the deck, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. He gripped the railing tightly, his knuckles white from the force, as if trying to find a trace of familiarity in the scene before him. "It's here," Zhou Shuan nodded, her tone firm. Her gaze swept across the ice field, trying to find any trace of past human habitation. However, there was nothing but cold ruins. Captain Chen was carried out of the cabin, his gaze heavy, as he stared at the ice field before him. His lips twitched slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Island Number 1 once housed over 1,000 people, along with cruisers, a dozen cruise ships, and fishing boats, but now it was completely empty. So many people. Did they perish in the violent geological activity? The rest of the fleet didn't know their purpose, but upon seeing the ice-covered island before them, some remembered it. This was Hope Island Number 1, where they had once lived. Hope Island, Hope Island. Where was Hope now? Accompanied by Qi Mingyu, Zhou Shuan disembarked first and stepped onto the ice field. She touched the ground ahead, focusing her senses on the island. After a moment, her brow furrowed slightly, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. She sensed the exact same disaster that had befallen this island as on island number 2. Intense geological activity, tumbling boulders, collapsing ice, all traces of human habitation had been erased from this land. However, she touched the ground again. She didn't find many human corpses, only a few scattered, frozen remains, far fewer than 1,000 people. Her gaze returned to the ice field, her doubts gradually replaced by a faint hope. Could it be that they weren't dead? Could it be that they foresaw the danger and escaped? Thinking this, her heart raced, and the light in her eyes gradually brightened. However, another question immediately surfaced in her mind. If they weren't dead, then where did they escape to on this vast icy plain? Qi Mingyu clearly noticed Zhou Shuan's unusual expression. He turned his head and asked in a low voice, "Any findings?" Zhou Shuan took a deep breath and slowly said, "There was indeed violent geological activity here. All the buildings were destroyed, but I didn't find many traces of corpses. Perhaps not everyone on the island perished. They might have escaped." Qi Mingyu's gaze suddenly sharpened, his expression now showing delight. "You mean, they might still be alive?" "That's possible," Zhou Shuan nodded, her tone cautious. Chapter 732. The situation on Hope Island number 1 surprised and disappointed everyone. They had traveled thousands of miles to find their kind and a place of refuge. After Captain Shang and his men disembarked, he inquired about the island's situation from Zhou Shuan. Upon hearing Zhou Shuan's words, he learned that the island's inhabitants had all fled. He couldn't quite tell whether he was disappointed or slightly relieved. At least they hadn't all been buried there. Captain Shang then asked Zhou Shuan about the situation on the island itself. Zhou Shuan, having already surveyed the area beneath the island, spoke frankly, "Captain, this island has experienced at least 2 major earthquakes. The geological activity is extremely intense, leaving obvious signs of damage both above and below ground." Captain Shang frowned upon hearing this, his gaze sweeping across the ice field, his tone grave. "So, this island is no longer suitable for habitation?" Zhou Shuan nodded, continuing, "Yes, there are many cracks and depressions on the island. The geological structure is very unstable. Even if we wanted to make it habitable, large-scale restoration would be necessary. Moreover, she could only perceive the shallow underground conditions. Deeper geological activity could not be completely ruled out. Therefore, she could not determine whether it was safe for people to live here." Captain Shang remained silent for a moment, hands behind his back, gazing intently ahead. A few seconds later, he decisively issued the order, "Lieutenant, order all personnel to temporarily camp nearby. Everyone has been traveling for days and needs rest." Lieutenant Yun quickly responded, "Yes, sir." The order was quickly relayed, and the crew members began to move about. The fleet slowly anchored on the ice field near the island. Although the island was uninhabitable, the surrounding terrain was relatively flat, serving as a temporary shelter. Zhou Shuan breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing everything, she and Qi Mingyu returned to their dormitory, which they hadn't had time to visit the previous days. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai surrounded her, repeatedly telling her she had worked hard and offering to cook her something nourishing. Chun Chun sat there, smiling at her. He was now a teenager, and his personality wasn't as shy as before. It was just that his upbringing had made him rather taciturn. These past few days, he had been staying in the dormitory with her. It wouldn't be appropriate to pat his head like when he was a child, so Zhou Shuan patted his shoulder. "How are you feeling now? Have you been sick often?" Chun Chun smiled shyly. "Much better." After the family sat down to talk, Zhou Jianhai frowned slightly, his tone filled with worry. "What's the situation on the island? Can we stay here temporarily?" Because Chun Chun was there, Zhou Shuan didn't elaborate, only shaking her head. "Nowhere is absolutely safe to live now. I heard Captain Shang's idea is to stay for a few days, and then decide whether to stay or leave." Upon hearing this, Zhong Tiyun sighed softly. "Captain Ma of the cruiser was left here, and now he has taken so many people, and we don't know where he has escaped to. The ice field is so vast, how easy is it to find them? Everyone trusted Captain Ma's character, and now that he has completely lost contact, everyone is feeling uneasy. Moreover, those who stayed on Island 1 are not like them. They have countless ships of all sizes, and the ocean's dominant mothership is protecting them. Their largest ship is a cruiser. The dangers they encounter once they're out there will definitely be even greater." Sigh, Zhou Jianhai sighed heavily. "Where is there a safe place on this icy plain?" Outside the window, the biting wind howled, whipping up tiny ice crystals that crackled against the ship's metal hull. Zhou Shuan nodded silently. She understood her father's worries. Over the years, they had faced countless life-or-death situations. From their initial mothership to Hope Island No. 2, and now adrift on the vast icy plain, every escape had been a tremendous test of their will and endurance. At this moment, she could feel the fine wrinkles around her parents' eyes, the marks of time and worry. "Dad, Mom," Zhou Shuan looked at the two of them, "don't worry too much. With so many of us, we find a place to stay. Captain Shang and the others will also figure something out." Zhong Tian held Zhou Shuan's hand, her fingertips gently stroking the back of her hand, and whispered, "Shuan, Mom doesn't ask for anything else, just that our family is together and safe. You need to take care of yourself too. Don't overwork yourself." Her eyes were filled with heartache. For the past 2 months, Zhou Shuan had worked almost day and night for everyone's safety, and her thin face and the dark circles under her eyes deeply pained Zhong Tian. "Yes," Zhou Shuan nodded firmly, gently patting her mother's hand. "I know, Mom. I won't let anything happen to me." They had come to find the more than 1,000 people left behind on the cruiser, but now that the two groups had separated earlier, they could only temporarily not reunite and each find their own way. Therefore, for the mothership, the most important thing now is what to do next. Zhou Shuan also clearly told Captain Shang that she hadn't found a completely safe place along the way. The intense geological activity had multifaceted effects. After much discussion, the warships finally reached a reluctant consensus. They would temporarily camp on the nearby ice field, and then conduct an on-site inspection of the island's reconstruction. If they could live on the island, they would. They had to overcome the most dangerous situation predicted by Zhou Shuan before considering anything else. However, the island was now a ruin. Rebuilding it would be extremely difficult. But because Island 2 had experienced wave after wave of earthquakes since they left, Zhou Shuan had already told Captain Shang when they were far from Island 2 that the area was very dangerous, and they couldn't return for the time being. The situation on Island 1 was much better than on Island 2, at least it had stabilized for now. Therefore, they could only use Island 1 as a temporary base. Over the next few days, everyone in the fleet was busy. They needed to participate in the island's reconstruction. The island's surface had already been ripped apart beyond recognition. Crisscrossing cracks, like gruesome scars, covered the ground. Some were wide enough to swallow a person's entire foot, while others were pitch black and bottomless. Even more deadly were several large areas of collapse. The rocks at the edges were still constantly crumbling away, and when the debris fell into the abyss, it would take several seconds to hear a faint echo. No one dared to estimate the dangers hidden in those tens of meters of depth. A single misstep could send someone plunging into the abyss. Survival conditions were extremely precarious. Chapter 733. Captain Shang frowned deeply at the scene before him. He immediately summoned all the engineers for an emergency meeting in front of a hastily drawn topographical map. The most crucial thing now is to open a safe passage, otherwise, supplies can't be brought in, and subsequent construction work can't begin. An older engineer pointed to the marked area of the collapse, his voice heavy. Filling it directly with sand and gravel is too slow, and the bottom is hollow. It's easy for it to collapse again. The most critical point is that we don't have enough usable sand and gravel. Another young engineer suddenly looked up. We have 2 idle fishing boats. The hulls are sturdy enough, and the size is just right to cover the largest collapse area. Let's sail the boats over and fill it in. It can serve as a base and quickly level the ground. Captain Shang's eyes lit up, and he immediately approved. Let's do it. The team members immediately sprang into action. Some checked the fishing boat's engines. Some used ropes to secure the hulls to prevent capsizing, and others cleared obstacles from the edge of the collapse area. As the 2 fishing boats slowly entered the designated area, with a muffled boom, they came to a firm stop at the edge of the collapsed area, firmly blocking the previously bottomless abyss. The team then used sand and gravel to fill the gaps in the hulls, and the surrounding small cracks. Soon, a relatively flat and safe area was created, and the previously precarious survival conditions finally showed a glimmer of hope. With these 2 large collapses temporarily stabilized, the focus shifted to other cracks and collapses. Captain Shang and the engineers discussed the situation and decided to use boiling point alloys to level all the uneven areas of the island. If someone were to ask, what if an earthquake or other disaster strikes the island after it's been leveled? Wouldn't that just be a waste of 2 fishing boats? But this is a high-stakes gamble. No one can say for sure whether the current waste is worthwhile. However, if they want to settle on the island temporarily, they have to do it. Zhou Shuan, as the geological activity monitor, has the heaviest workload. She must constantly monitor underground changes to ensure safety during construction. The others were assigned different tasks. Some were responsible for clearing rubble, some for filling cracks, and others for repairing buildings. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun were also assigned tasks. Although they were older, they insisted on contributing. Watching her parents' busy figures, Zhou Shuan felt a pang of sadness and proactively transferred them to her side to help her record data and handle some simple tasks. Meanwhile, Qi Mingyu was in charge of directing the leveling work on the island. His task wasn't easy. He needed to direct a team of several dozen people to transport various construction materials to and from the island. But at least it wasn't physically exhausting. He stood on high ground, his gaze sweeping over the busy crowd, but his mind remained preoccupied with Zhou Shuan. "Captain Qi, what should we do with these cracks over here?" An engineer stepped forward, pointing to several cracks in their assigned area. Qi Mingyu pondered for a moment before saying, "Fill the cracks first, then reinforce them with a boiling point alloy. We can't let these cracks widen, otherwise the stability of the entire island will be affected." There were countless cracks of varying sizes on the island. They had to fill them all completely. To ensure ground stability, in areas where the geological structure had been severely damaged, they needed to weld boiling point alloys to further stabilize the ground. The mothership had forged a large quantity of boiling point alloys on the island to build aerial fortresses in the event of ocean boiling. Unexpectedly, they were already using them. Having forged so much, they naturally took it all with them when they left the island. Therefore, the quantity was plentiful. Even after repairing the entire island, they would still have 2/3 left. The engineer, after hearing Qi Mingyu's arrangements, quickly turned to assign tasks. As time passed, the reconstruction work on the island gradually improved. However, even so, Zhou Shuan's heart remained heavy. She knew that everything they were doing was a race against time. This high-stakes gamble had only just begun, and they could only gamble everything to seize that faint glimmer of hope. Their giant machinery, those steel behemoths, had, of course, been brought along as well. With these colossal machines, the previously daunting reconstruction work became much easier. The massive machinery was incredibly powerful, especially when it struggled to push the 2 fishing boats into the collapsed area. The deafening roar seemed to tremble the very earth. The ground trembled, and countless ice crystals, not yet completely leveled, swirled in the air. Even the survivors of several earthquakes felt a chill run down their spines. Zhou Shuan, who had been intently monitoring the underground situation, saw this and gently waved to Captain Shang, her voice calm and firm. "It's all right, everyone continue." Her composed demeanor seemed to possess a magical power, instantly calming the panic in those around her. People breathed a sigh of relief and continued their arduous work. However, it was precisely this intense mechanical noise that inadvertently revealed the unusual situation in the direction of the island. That day, Zhou Shuan was still busily monitoring the underground and the nearby ice field. Suddenly, she keenly sensed 2 groups of people silently lying in ambush about 20 or 30 miles from the island. Initially, she thought she was mistaken, but after repeated confirmation, she was certain that someone was approaching. They were fully armed, wearing heavy cold-weather suits, and equipped with weapons, moving silently like ghosts across the dim ice field. At this time, the temperature had risen by more than 10 degrees, dropping to below -40 degrees Celsius. The survivors, long accustomed to extreme weather after the apocalypse, had also developed a tolerance for extreme cold, especially the young and strong. Therefore, they were not afraid of this temperature. And for this reason, those lying in ambush were not wearing masks. Zhou Shuan looked up into the distance. There was no one in sight yet, but a thoughtful glint appeared in her eyes. Having discovered the anomaly on the ice field, Zhou Shuan quickly reported to Captain Shang. They also had patrols, and upon hearing Zhou Shuan's report, Captain Shang, like her, had a bold guess in his mind. But to ensure absolute certainty, he immediately ordered the patrols and guards to prepare for battle. Even the construction on the island was temporarily halted. Everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting the arrival of those people. The other side seemed equally cautious, advancing in a crawling manner, trying to make no noise to attract attention. This stalemate lasted for over an hour. The ordinary survivors, lying prone near their bunkers, were beginning to feel the strain. Captain Chen stared intently into the distance in the darkness. After a moment, he suddenly turned to Captain Shang, his voice low and firm. "Old Shang, fire the signal flare we agreed upon earlier." Chapter 734. Captain Shang nodded emphatically upon hearing this. Firing a signal flare might reveal their position, but it could also probe the other side's identity. It was undoubtedly a gamble with both risk and opportunity. Soon, the signal flare soared into the sky, piercing the night and illuminating half the heavens. The survivors, having lived in darkness for so long, were accustomed to the pitch-black night. Even lamplight was dim, like fireflies. But the light of this signal flare was exceptionally dazzling, as if day had dawned. Some survivors, caught off guard by the blinding light, couldn't help but shed tears, tears of humanity's primal yearning for light after so long in darkness. The groups of people crawling forward also saw the signal flare in the sky. 3 red, 2 yellow, and 1 green, the agreed-upon signal. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with excitement, their expressions a mixture of joy at a long-awaited reunion and uncontrollable elation. The main force is back. However, these 2 teams were the vanguard, sent to scout the situation. They didn't bring many signal flares, only returning a single white one. This is contrary to the agreement. Captain Sean waited patiently and cautiously. The distant column drew closer. In the afterglow of the signal flare, their heavy winter clothing and equipment were faintly visible. The leader, a burly, bearded middle-aged man, raised his hands, signaling the column to halt. The column stopped in unison. Li Chong removed his mask, revealing an excited face, and shouted, "Captain Chen, is that you?" The 2 sides were several hundred meters apart. Before Captain Chen and his men could respond, the other side spotted the mothership, which was now within arm's reach. Their voices immediately rose in excitement. It really is the main force. It really is the mothership. Captain Sean also recognized the leader as Li Lahuan, the cruiser's first mate, and a trusted lieutenant of Captain Ma. Captain Sean was also extremely excited. "Lahuan, it really is you. That's wonderful." His men responded excitedly, some even calling out his name, creating a brief moment of chaos. "We finally found you." Li Lahuan's voice was hoarse but full of strength as he spoke, striding quickly towards them. His steps were steady and powerful, each step making a crisp sound on the ice, exceptionally clear in the silent night. His team followed closely behind, their steps synchronized, and their discipline impeccable. As they drew closer, more details gradually became clear. Although they were all wearing winter coats, they were badly damaged, covered in ice, snow, and dust, and their faces were exhausted, but their eyes shone with unwavering determination. Li Lahuan and Captain Sean embraced each other excitedly, patting each other's backs heavily several times, as if trying to pour all the worries and concerns of the past 2 years into this hug. Captain Sean's voice choked with emotion. "I never thought I'd see you all again, it's so wonderful." Li Lahuan's eyes were already wet, her voice hoarse. "We felt the same way, we've been thinking of seeing you all again." The 2 released each other, and only then did Li Lahuan notice that Captain Chen, sitting in a wheelchair, was quietly watching them, a weary smile on his face. His expression froze, his pupils contracting slightly, clearly not expecting Captain Chen to be in a wheelchair. "Captain Chen." Li Lahuan's voice trembled. Captain Chen waved his hand, his voice low but still carrying that familiar authority. "At least you survived, that's good enough." His tone was relaxed, clearly having fully accepted the fact that he would be disabled for the rest of his life. Li Lahuan was stunned for a moment before snapping back to reality, snapping to attention and giving Captain Chen a crisp military salute. His movements were swift and decisive, but his eyes instantly reddened. Even at over 40 years old, having experienced countless life-or-death situations, he couldn't hide his inner turmoil and grief. Captain Shang stood to the side, watching this scene, his heart also aching. Captain Chen had been the soul of their mothership, leading the entire fleet adrift on the vast ocean, enduring countless disasters and trials. Although his body was no longer as strong as before, his fortitude and sense of responsibility remained unchanged. Not only Li Lahuan, but everyone else in the entourage also had tears in their eyes. Most of them were veterans, who had followed Captain Chen back then, and they shared deep bonds. The atmosphere was extremely somber and tragic. Captain Chen then waved his hand, feigning seriousness. "All right, now you are all men of steel. No more beating around the bush. Lahuan, you tell me, what's going on here? Where's Captain Ma? Where are the others?" Upon hearing this, Li Lahuan immediately wiped his eyes, then straightened his back and began to report in a loud voice. It turned out that life on Island 1 hadn't been easy since the two teams separated. A series of disasters decimated their strength, and many ordinary survivors perished. Later, due to poor farming conditions, food became extremely scarce. They risked going out to sea to fish. The mothership had left them a few fishing boats, but without a humanoid detector like Zhou Shuan to guide them, their catch was meager. Although food was scarce, they encouraged each other and managed to survive. Later, Captain Ma considered sending someone to Island 2 to make contact, but the journey there and back was fraught with danger, almost always resulting in annihilation. They went 3 times in total, but all attempts failed. The idea had to be abandoned. Then, a super ice pellet storm began, freezing all the seas. Captain Ma and his team were lucky enough to find 2 schools of fish trapped under the ice, finally having a source of food. Later, violent geological activity occurred, the surrounding ice sheets collapsed, and the island was soon hit by frequent major earthquakes. They suffered several hundred casualties. Captain Ma, seeing the island was too dangerous, led his men to evacuate first. Before leaving, he took all the bodies he could carry. At this point, Li Lehuan's voice lowered considerably, his tone heavy with suppressed emotion. The reason our 2 teams were able to return at this time is because our current temporary residence isn't far from here. We heard what sounded like machinery coming from here, so we came to investigate. Captain Chen listened, paused for a moment, and then spoke again, his tone still steady. You all worked hard. These past years haven't been easy for anyone. How many men do you have left? Where are you stationed? Is that place safe? Captain Shang asked several questions in succession. The 2 separate teams had encountered similar situations, but because Zhou Shuwan was present on Island 2, the casualty rate wasn't as high. Chapter 735. Because there were many people, Li Lehuan didn't finish his sentence. After the 2 captains dismissed everyone else and led Li Lehuan to a makeshift tent to talk, Li Lehuan dropped another bombshell. He looked at Captain Shang, then at Captain Chen, and lowered his voice slightly. We still have over 2,000 people, temporarily stationed about 100 kilometers from here. That place, the situation is a bit special. Captain Chen frowned slightly, gesturing for Li Lehuan to continue. That place was originally a vast sea, but after several natural disasters, a piece of land gradually rose up. Li Lehuan paused, his gaze becoming somewhat grave. The area isn't small, but the sea level is too low, the land is almost entirely submerged. An adult standing on it would be waist deep in the water. Captain Shang's eyes narrowed. How did you find such a place? Li Lehuan gave a wry smile. Actually, it was by chance. We discovered it when we went fishing. It had been quietly rising from the seabed. However, because the terrain is so low, adults have to stand on it to move around, so Captain Ma didn't initially consider living there. Before, they had enough space on Hope Island No. 1, so they hadn't considered moving to that small island. But this time, a large-scale geological event occurred, and their home on Hope Island No. 1 experienced repeated earthquakes, resulting in more than half the population being killed or injured. With no other option, Captain Ma ordered everyone to evacuate to the new Hope Island No. 3. But when we were fleeing on the ice plains, we encountered another group of people, who were also survivors of the Yen Kingdom. That group had more than 2,000 people, a semi-civilian, semi-military organization, and several of its leaders were former soldiers. Although their equipment was tattered, they were very disciplined. Their team included a very talented geologist, who led them on a journey that took almost half a year to reach us. They encountered countless dangers along the way, and many died or were injured before finally arriving here. Before the apocalypse, he was a geological expert. When he surveyed that uplifted landmass, he said that the geological activity there was relatively stable, and suggested that we temporarily establish a presence there. Li Lehuan said, a hint of relief in his voice. After we merged our teams, we went there together. Although the terrain is low, the ice layer is thick, so it's relatively safe in the short term. Because that small island, New Hope Island, which Captain Ma named Island No. 3, is too low-lying. It took them, over 2,500 people, a considerable amount of time to remove the thick layer of ice, allowing them to finally find temporary shelter. However, the ice field is fraught with danger. On Island No. 3, they are living on the lowest point. If the ice melts and seawater floods in, they will all be in danger. Therefore, Captain Ma would periodically send people to check on the situation, hoping to move them back. That's how Li Lehuan heard the commotion on the island and regrouped with the main force. After listening to Li Lehuan's account, Captain Chen frowned, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest of his wheelchair. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, who exactly are those people? What is their situation? Li Lehuan smiled, his expression somewhat strange, as if recalling something. He slowly said, the leader's surname is Tao, his name is Tao Zheng, and he used to be a special forces soldier. Actually, before the mainland fell to the Japanese, Tao Zheng and his group met with us. They also lived on that coast. Later, due to the volcanic eruption, people fled in panic. They weren't qualified to board the mothership and could only travel in their own small, slow-moving motorboats, eventually falling behind. He spoke with a touch of melancholy, his eyes seeming to return to the moment of that disaster. The situation was extremely critical. Tao Bing's ship collided with a wealthy Gu family's ship. The Gu family owned a large cruise ship, but flames from the volcanic ash eruption landed on it, almost setting half the vessel ablaze. Except for the patriarch Gu Qian, who was still maintaining order, everyone else in the Gu family was in a state of utter panic. Tao Jing led his men to sneak aboard from under the cruise ship. By the time the Gu family realized what was happening, it was too late. They had completely lost sight of the mothership in the thick volcanic ash. Tao Zheng and his team remained calm and collected, directing the cruise ship to maneuver left and right, breaking free from the volcanic ash encirclement, and then directing others to use seawater to extinguish the fire. Gu Qian felt that all the bodyguards he had hired combined were no match for these special forces soldiers, so he was very willing to let them stay. But they misjudged the direction at the time, completely avoiding the mothership's trajectory and heading into the deep sea. Such a thing happened? Captain Shang was very surprised. But he also vaguely remembered what had happened. Most of the people living on the coast at that time were people who had fled from the new base in Jay City, including some military personnel from the capital. However, the casualties caused by the massive earthquake were too great, and the military had become scattered and ineffective. And their mothership, due to its carrying capacity and supply issues, could not accommodate more people, so it had a strict rule that it would not accept a single person. This barely managed to bring order back from the brink of collapse. Chen Lahuan continued. Some survivors also fled with a cruise ship. During their escape at sea, they encountered more people fleeing from other provinces and cities. Because the mainland had fallen, everyone who could afford it fled towards the sea, and their numbers grew rapidly. They sailed north in the deep sea until they finally found an island and settled down. They even took in some foreigners, but later, due to a lack of supplies, conflicts broke out, resulting in many deaths and injuries. Another group died in the disaster, leaving only a little over 2,000 people. Captain Chen and Captain Shan listened with increasing astonishment, exchanging glances, clearly unprepared for this dramatic turn of events. Captain Chen spoke slowly, his voice filled with complex emotions. Back then, due to the limited capacity of the mothership, we refused boarding to many survivors. Unexpectedly, the people Captain Ma and his crew encountered were people we met before. What a coincidence! Li Lehuan nodded, then suddenly remembered something and added, by the way, this Chief Tao also said he knows our Dr. Zhou and Captain Qi. Captain Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, clearly even more surprised. He then called Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu over, and told them about it. Zhou Shuan was also clearly surprised by such a coincidence. Her expression was somewhat dazed, as if she had returned to that shore years ago. Qi Mingyu stood beside her, tightly gripping her hand. Both of them were very excited. Chapter 736. Zhou Shuan's voice was slightly hoarse when she spoke. I never imagined they were still alive. Years ago, she and Qi Mingyu returned to the coast to search for the seeds, and in the process, they discovered a large number of giant machines. At the time, she recognized Tao Zheng and Zhang Jia's ship, but it was in ruins. She had always assumed they had perished. She never expected them to be alive, living in the deep sea all these years. Qi Mingyu, usually expressionless, was also very agitated. After calming down, he asked the two captains, "What's the next step?" Captain Shang pondered for a moment, his gaze falling on Zhou Shuan. He spoke slowly, a hint of decisiveness in his voice. Island number 1 is currently undergoing repairs and leveling, and it will be ready for occupancy in about 2 weeks. Moreover, with the rising temperatures, Captain Ma's location is too low-lying, and there's a real possibility of seawater flooding after the ice melts. Staying on Hope Island number 3 would be extremely dangerous. He paused, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. While I do wish Dr. Zhou could accompany us to inspect the situation on island number 3. The two islands are 100 kilometers apart, normally a 2-day journey, but the ice sheet is too dangerous now, and taking a detour could take 3 or 4 days. However, Dr. Zhou's contribution to the island's reconstruction is also crucial. Therefore, after careful consideration, Dr. Zhou will stay until the island's reconstruction is complete. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance. Although they were eager to see Tao Zheng and Zhang Jia, Captain Shang's decision was clearly more prudent. The reconstruction of the small island was in full swing, and as core members, they couldn't easily leave. After a short rest that day, Li Lehuan's team set off back to Island 3 the next day to relay news. Major Wei accompanied them with a small squad to check on the situation. A few days later, a rumbling sound came from the edge of the ice field. On the mothership's lookout tower, a soldier quickly reported, a moving group spotted to the northeast, quite large. Captain Shang personally went up to the deck and, looking into the distance, indeed saw a group slowly approaching. Leading the group was Captain Ma, his figure somewhat hunched, but his steps still firm. Behind him followed a large group of people, each with a face etched with fatigue and anticipation. Captain Ma and his group gradually approached, and Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu also came down from the deck. When the two sides stood face to face, Captain Ma gripped the hands of Captain Chen and Captain Shan tightly, his expression filled with excitement. Zhou Shuan's gaze searched the crowd, quickly catching sight of two familiar figures, Tao Zheng and Zhang Jia. Her heart pounded, and she almost unconsciously took a step forward. Zhang Jia clearly saw her too. Her previously calm expression crumbled instantly, tears welling in her eyes. She rushed forward, almost stumbling, towards Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan didn't have time to think. Almost instinctively, she went to meet her. The two embraced tightly, as if trying to absorb all the longing and worry of their years of separation into that embrace. To Zhou Shuan, Zhang Jia was a friend from both her past and present lives, a bond forged deep within them. Their hasty separation had been a constant worry in her heart all these years. Wan, it really is you. I thought I misheard when I heard. Zhang Jia's voice choked with emotion, her hands gripping Zhou Shuan's shoulders tightly, as if afraid she would disappear again. Her face bore the marks of time, but her eyes remained bright, radiating deep dependence and trust. It's me, Zhou Shuan responded softly, her voice trembling slightly. She had never imagined she would see Zhang Jia again. At the same time, Tao Zheng and Qi Mingyu locked eyes, their gazes filled with complex emotions. The man's emotions were much more restrained, especially in front of everyone. Tao Zheng nodded slightly, a smile playing on his lips. Qi Mingyu also nodded gently, his expression a mixture of joy at their long-awaited reunion, and a sense of melancholy at the vicissitudes of life. Long time no see, Qi Mingyu said, patting the other's shoulder. Long time no see, Captain. Tao Zheng exclaimed, his voice brimming with barely concealed excitement. Zhou Shuan released Zhang Jia, her gaze sweeping across the crowd, her brows furrowing slightly. She asked in a low voice, "Where are Sangzi and Xiaolu? Didn't they come with you?" At the mention of those two names, Tao Zheng and Zhang Jia's expressions immediately dimmed. Tao Zheng remained silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Zhang Jia lowered his head, as if suppressing some emotion. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu's hearts sank. Although they hadn't received a clear answer, they understood what was happening. Let's go. Let's get on the ship first. Qi Mingyu broke the silence. Zhou Shuan nodded, and led Tao Zheng and Zhang Jia back to her dormitory. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jiahai were clearly surprised to see the two. Zhang Jia? It really is you. Zhong Tiyun quickly stepped forward, took Zhang Jia's hand, and looked her up and down, her eyes full of surprise. Auntie, it's been a long time. Zhang Jia smiled, her voice still a little hoarse. Zhou Jiahai also came over and patted Tao Zheng on the shoulder. It's so good to see you all. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Jia's gaze swept around the room, her brows furrowing slightly. She opened her mouth, as if wanting to ask something, but hesitated, not daring to speak. Zhou Shuan noticed her hesitation and gently comforted her. Moo is in the mothership's rescue area now. He's a doctor now, very busy. He won't be back until tonight. Zhang Jia visibly relaxed, but then asked, what about Grandma Pang? Mentioning Grandma Pang, Zhou Shuan's expression also dimmed. She glanced at Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu was now able to speak calmly about his grandmother's death, and recounted the story of Grandma Pang. Zhang Jia and Tao Bing's expressions immediately turned solemn. They exchanged a glance, but weren't particularly surprised. Like Zhou Shuan and the others, after they were separated, they all assumed the others had perished. It was truly fortunate that they were able to meet again. Grandma Pang was indeed quite old, so it was within their expectations. They had also encountered the dense fog that blanketed the entire sea. The fog entered their bodies, causing countless people to fall ill and die. The dead looked as if all their blood had been drained, a truly horrifying sight. Thinking back to that time still filled them with lingering fear. After Qi Mingyu finished his narration, the room fell silent, save for the soft sounds of breathing and the gentle patter of the cold wind against the ship's hull outside the window. Zhang Jia's eyes reddened. I never imagined that so many years would pass, and everything would be so different. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears, trying to compose herself. Chapter 737. Tao Zheng gripped her hand tightly, patting it gently to comfort her. Zhou Shuan could tell that their relationship had been quite good over the years, and she felt a slight sense of relief. Although everyone was fleeing their respective hardships, having someone by their side to help share the burden made even the bitterest days bearable. Zhou Shuan's gaze shifted between Tao Zheng and Zhang Jia, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. They briefly recounted their respective escapes after separating. Similar to what Li Lehuan had said, Tao Zheng and the others were indeed rescued thanks to the Gu family's cruise ship. It was also because of the Gu family's cruise ship that they had the ability to navigate the deep sea and escape. Tao Zheng slowly began. Back then, we fled with the Gu family's cruise ship. Because they had ample supplies, we didn't suffer too much. At first, we just boarded the ship as refugees, without taking anything with us. Fortunately, the Gu family was willing to take us in. Of course, we couldn't rely on them forever. After recovering on the cruise ship, we started fishing ourselves. Although we didn't catch much, we were able to be self-sufficient, and didn't have to depend on others completely. Qi Mingyu nodded slightly, a complex look in his eyes. You're incredibly lucky to have survived. Zhang Jia sighed and said softly, yes, things were relatively smooth at the beginning. However, the disasters we encountered became more and more frequent, and the Gu family's population dwindled. Our escape route happened to be along the coast, where we met many people who had fled to the sea to survive because the land had been swallowed up. The group grew larger and larger. At first, everyone fought over supplies, leading to constant conflict and selfishness. People were injured or killed every day because of this. We just wanted to find shelter. Later, Ah Zheng saw things getting out of hand, and had to step forward. He joined forces with some members of the Gu family to establish a temporary sea base. Then, they gradually won over the others, and finally, things stabilized. Zhou Shuan listened, her brows furrowing slightly. Although Zhang Jia glossed over this experience, she could imagine the hardships and difficulties they had faced. Their faces already bore the marks of time, especially Tao Zheng and Zhang Jia, who looked much older than her and Qi Mingyu. Although they were only in their early 30s, wrinkles already etched on their faces, clearly indicating that these past years had not been easy. Zhang Jia lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. Yes, but Xiao Lu and Sangzi, they couldn't make it to the end with us. Zhou Shuan's heart sank, and out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Qi Mingyu's expression had also turned grave. She took a deep breath and asked softly, Xiao Lu and Sangzi, what happened to them? Tao Zheng was silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Before finally speaking, Xiao Lu died while fishing at sea. The thunderstorm that day was extremely severe. Several fishing boats were struck by lightning, and Xiao Lu and everyone on board. None of them returned. His tone was calm, but a hint of pain flashed in his eyes. Zhou Shuan's heart tightened as well, Xiao Lu's always smiling face flashing in her mind. That lively young man had simply vanished into the vast ocean. Zhang Jia's voice trembled slightly as he continued, we even sent people to search for him. We searched for a long time before we found the wreckage of the boat. Xiao Lu. He didn't even leave behind a complete body. Zhou Shuan's throat tightened, as if something was blocking it, and she couldn't speak for a moment. Qi Mingyu's gaze fell on Tao Zheng, and he asked in a deep voice, what about Sangzi? Tao Bing's expression darkened further, and he said in a low voice, Sangzi was shot because of internal strife at the base. He was protecting Zhang Jia. He was shot in a vital spot. Our medical conditions are poor, we could only watch him die. Zhang Jia's eyes instantly reddened, and tears silently streamed down her face. Tao Zheng gently grasped her shoulders, comforting her softly. Sangzi always considered us family, that's why he rushed in without hesitation. Sangzi was the most shy member of their team, and he treated everyone like family. So when he saw Zhang Jia in danger, he rushed in without a second thought. Qi Mingyu's gaze also turned sorrowful. He gently patted Tao Ming's shoulder, his voice low and somber. Sangzi. He was a good brother. Tao Zheng nodded, his emotions complex. Yes, he always has been. He, Xiao Lu, and Sangzi had spent more time together than Qi Mingyu. They had never been separated since the apocalypse, until death tore them apart completely. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Ti exchanged glances, their eyes also filled with sorrow. The room fell silent, broken only by the howling wind outside the window, as if mourning the lost lives. Zhou Shuan let out a long sigh, trying to calm herself. The person in the room, who was suffering the most right now, was Zhang Jia. She looked at her and softly comforted her. Senior Sangzi. He certainly wouldn't want to see you so sad. Zhang Jia wiped away her tears, forcing a smile. I know it still hurts to think about it. Zhou Shuan nodded, squeezing her hand tightly. I know. Zhang Jia managed to control her emotions and slowly said, Sangzi and Xiao Lu, We relied on each other all these years, and they always been alone, so we're the only ones who still remember them. Qi Mingyu was also very upset and remained silent. Zhou Shuan turned to look at him. Not wanting her to worry, he only gave her a somewhat forlorn smile. The atmosphere in the dormitory was silent. Zhou Shuan sighed softly and changed the subject, trying to change the subject by talking about her family's experiences over the years. We've been through a lot of ups and downs. After leaving the coast, we followed the mothership south, encountering many disasters along the way, but thankfully, we survived them all. Her tone was calm, as if recounting something ordinary, but her eyes revealed weariness. When they mentioned towing back a pod of whales weighing approximately 300 tons, Tao Zheng was quite surprised, his eyebrows slightly raised, and his tone carrying a hint of admiration. It seems you have no shortage of supplies. Such a large pod of whales can definitely last a long time. He didn't hide anything, giving a wry smile. To be honest, the reason we started migrating south was because the temperature in the north is extremely cold, and we could hardly find any food. The geological activity there changed earlier, the ice sheets collapsed, making it very unsafe. It was on the advice of geological experts that we decided to migrate south. It was precisely because of this southward migration that he encountered old friends again. Chapter 738. When the volcano erupted on the coast, everything happened so quickly and suddenly that everyone was too busy protecting themselves to care for others. Tao Zheng and his group, all young and strong, had actually boarded the ship earlier than the Zhou family. The Zhou family, burdened by Grandma Pang and Zhong Tiyun, were slower on foot, so their boarding was also slower. However, they were luckier. They didn't blindly chase after the mothership. They needed to avoid everyone's attention and quietly release their large cruise ship. Therefore, Tao Zheng and his group had always believed that the Zhou family members were likely dead. Reunion was a truly unexpected joy. After the initial excitement and joy of seeing each other again, Zhou Shuan also discovered the fatal oversight her family had made, the suddenly appearing cruise ship. Tao Zheng, also meticulous, knew that since he had joined Captain Ma's team, he must have heard that their family had voluntarily joined the mothership's fleet with their cruise ship. So when Zhou Shuan recounted how she was rescued, she specifically explained, "Actually, it was similar to your situation. We were slow travelers, and by the time we reached the power ship, the volcanic eruption was already very intense, with volcanic ash everywhere and red lava gushing out from behind. We could only row desperately towards the mothership, but halfway there, we encountered some people who hijacked our power ship, and several man-made boats surrounded us. The situation was extremely dire. After a fierce battle, when we looked up again, we could no longer see the mothership, nor could we see you. We could only choose a direction and run towards the deep sea. Then we encountered a cruise ship. There were only a few people on board, like mercenaries. They seemed to have separated from the others and were panicked at sea, but they also had weapons and wouldn't allow us to board. We pleaded and begged, but they turned on us and opened fire. If we hadn't capsized the powerboat and hidden ourselves in the sea, we would probably all have been shot dead. After the cruise ship sailed away, to survive, Xiaoyu and I chased after it, climbed onto the ship at night, and trapped them, allowing Mom, Moo Moo, and Grandma to board. You could say they directly stole the other side's lifeline, the cruise ship. It's not a glorious thing to say, but in the harsh environment of a post-apocalyptic catastrophe, it's either you or me. Just like Tao Zheng and his group, they also sneaked onto the cruise ship when the other side wasn't paying attention, thus securing a place for themselves. Later, they untied all the ropes and attacked us again. Fortunately, Xiaoyu reacted quickly, and we had weapons. A fierce battle ensued before we were safe. At that time, we had completely lost our way, drifting aimlessly in the deep sea. If we hadn't heard the sound of a helicopter later, we definitely wouldn't have found the mothership. We don't know what will happen now. The cruise ship's origins aren't exactly honorable, so no matter who asks, they just say it was something their family had stockpiled before. So it seems that cruise ship likely belongs to the Gu family, Tao Zheng analyzed. Qi Mingyu calmly shook his head. It wasn't just one wealthy family that joined the mothership, there were others too. Later, we found some markings on the cruise ship, not the Gu family, but other people. As for who they were, of course, they wouldn't reveal it at this point to avoid incurring hatred. Tao Zheng didn't ask any more questions, only patting Qi Mingyu on the shoulder. It's truly remarkable that you survived. Zhang Jia, recalling the perilous journey they had taken to survive, gripped Zhou Shuan's hand tightly, unwilling to let go, his eyes filled with emotion. Yes, it's so good to see you all again. Zhou Shuan felt the warmth of Zhang Jia's hand, a gentle warmth spreading through her heart. She softly said, No matter how difficult the past was, being able to meet again is already the best outcome. Zhang Jia nodded, a smile playing on his lips, still somewhat forced, but much more relaxed than before. Yes, being able to meet again is the greatest fortune. Tao Zheng then inquired about the situation on Island 1. Are things going smoothly for you? How's the situation on the smaller island? His reasons for coming were twofold: to see old friends, and to inspect the reconstruction progress on Island 1. Qi Mingyu didn't hide anything, saying directly, "We're currently rebuilding the island, hoping to provide everyone with a safer living environment." Tao Zheng nodded, his eyes showing appreciation. Rebuilding the island is indeed a huge project. It's truly remarkable that the mothership has the courage to do this. Zhou Shuan smiled, also quite moved. Yes, both captains of the mothership are excellent. Whether it's their compassion for the people or their long-term vision, it's under their leadership that our team has been able to go further and further. A complex emotion flashed in Tao Bing's eyes. Back when we were on the coast, who could have imagined things would turn out like this? Zhang Jia's eyes held a hint of reminiscence. Yes, back then everyone thought that as long as we could get on the mothership, we would be safe. Who knew that disasters would come one after another, without stopping? Zhou Shuan added, but no matter what, we're still alive, and that's the greatest fortune. Tao Zheng nodded, a determined look in his eyes. Yes, as long as we're alive, there's hope. The fact that we old buddies can reunite is already the greatest victory. When the topic turned to the island's reconstruction, Zhou Shuan, knowing Tao Bing's purpose, stated directly, the foundations on the island are basically complete, and the temperature is gradually rising. We don't expect to build any more houses, we just live here temporarily in tents. Tao Zheng frowned slightly, thoughtfully stroking his chin. The temperature rose another 10 degrees today. The ice sheet is melting sooner or later. If it's safer here, we go back and discuss coming here for refuge as well. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance and both nodded. Qi Mingyu said calmly, there are indeed many tents on the mothership, especially military tents. Each tent can fit dozens of people, so it's not a problem. Zhang Jia's eyes lit up with anticipation. Great, Wan, then we can see each other every day. Years of experience had made Zhang Jia very mature. Her joy was simply due to reuniting with an old friend. Tao Zheng and the others stayed on the island for 2 days. During those 2 days, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu showed them around the island to check on the current construction progress. Because Zhou Shuan also needed to monitor the underground situation, Tao Zheng was curious when she took out a small monitoring device, squatted down, and carefully observed the display screen. What is this? It doesn't look like ordinary equipment. Chapter 739. Zhou Shuan paused slightly in her movements, glancing up at Tao Zheng. No one else was around. She stood up, her expression unchanged as she lied, "This is a small device we found when we fought the pirates. It can accurately reflect the situation underground." The pirates had indeed collected a considerable amount of supplies from plundering passing ships. Therefore, this excuse had some credibility. Tao Zheng was somewhat surprised, but didn't suspect the fire. Zhou Shuan also demanded that the two of them keep the origin of this device a secret. Tao Zheng and Zhang Jia, knowing the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement. On the morning of the 3rd day, Tao Zheng and his group prepared to set off for their return. But on this day, a major event occurred. That day, when people awoke, they found that the darkness that had lasted for half a month was gone. A bright sun hung in the sky, its golden light washing over the barren ground like a tide. Even the distant metal ruins reflected a dazzling luster, as if the entire world had been relit. This is daylight? The first soldier on patrol squinted, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the sudden light. His voice held a hint of disbelief, as if the scene before him were an illusion. It really is daylight. The others' voices were filled with excitement, even trembling slightly. We finally waited for this day. It's daylight. Daylight has really come. Someone couldn't help but shout, their hoarse voice filled with disbelief. But before this joy could fully settle, a sharp, piercing pain shot into their eyes. Eyes accustomed to darkness for so long, suddenly enveloped in bright light, felt as if scalding sand had been rubbed into their pupils. At first, there was a sour taste, followed by uncontrollable tears streaming down their cheeks. Some people crouched on the ground, covering their eyes, tears seeping through their fingers, suppressed cries of pain escaping their throats. It hurts. My eyes are numb, like I can't feel anything. Others tried to force their eyes open to see the sun again, but the pain shot through them as soon as they lifted their eyelids, forcing them to turn away in disarray, burying their faces in the darkness. The entire mothership erupted in excitement. The Zhou family was awakened by this commotion. Upon opening their eyes, they felt the long-awaited white light through the window. The eternal night is over? Zhong Tiyun exclaimed excitedly. Everyone jumped out of bed and ran to the window. As soon as they opened it, they felt countless dazzling white lights shining in from outside. Ouch! Zhong Tiyun quickly covered her eyes. Zhou Shuwan was the first to react. Our eyes aren't adjusted yet. Moo, pull the curtains down. Everyone else, don't go outside yet. Moo was also moved to tears. He was on the upper bunk, closest to the window. He squinted, fighting back tears, and with a swift movement of his long arm, pulled the curtains down. Everyone felt much better afterward. Zhou Shuan haphazardly pulled out many bandages from her spatial storage. She first wrapped them around her eyes before daring to open them, handing one to each person. Wrap these around your eyes, so they don't look directly at the sunlight. Zhong Tiyun and the others took them, and bandaged themselves. Although Tao Zheng and the others were also temporarily staying on the mothership, they had rushed out to see the daylight as soon as they learned it was coming. Now, they also felt their eyes starting to sting. He squinted and whispered to Zhang Jia, "Quickly close your eyes, don't look directly at the sunlight." Zhang Jia nodded, closing his eyes tightly, but a hint of joy still lingered on his face. "It's a good thing, but the light is too strong, we can't stand it." Amidst the chaos, Captain Shang's voice pierced the clamor through the loudspeaker. "Attention everyone. Immediately stop all work and return to the mothership to rest within 5 minutes." He paused, then added with emphasis, "Once you're back, everyone immediately wrap your eyes gently with cotton cloth. Do not look directly at the sunlight, slowly adjust to the light through gaps. Repeat, do not look directly at the sunlight." The group seemed to regain their bearings, helping each other along as they moved towards the mothership entrance. Tao Jing took a deep breath and turned to his team members, saying, "Let's go back to the ship first." The team members nodded, helping each other along, groping their way towards the mothership. Zhang Jia followed behind him, whispering as they walked, "Although it's uncomfortable now, with the daylight, things will be much better from now on. We can finally plant crops, and food won't be so scarce." Tao Zheng and the other teammates nodded, their eyes sore, but their spirits were very relaxed. Back on the mothership, everyone followed instructions and wrapped their eyes with strips of cloth, slowly adjusting to the sudden brightness. The cabin was quiet, with only occasional hushed conversations. Tao Zheng sat in a corner of the cabin, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, his brow furrowed. His heart wasn't filled with the same joy as the others. Instead, he felt a vague sense of urgency. The arrival of sunlight meant a change in climate, and the seawater intrusion was like a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. Zhang Jia, unaware of the future, was genuinely happy. After groping his way to the Zhou family's dormitory, he excitedly pulled Zhou Shuan aside and said, "Now that the daylight is here, we can plant crops, and food won't be so scarce." Zhou Shuan, however, thought of the hundreds of whales' meat and Shui Wuan's prophecy, the sea boiling. If the daytime continued to be hot, and the temperature kept rising, coupled with the current violent tectonic movements, the day the sea boiled wouldn't be far off. However, worrying now wouldn't help. Everyone needed to get through the period of acclimatization. All day long, everyone stayed indoors, afraid to go outside. Captain Shang, worried that the geological conditions would worsen with the arrival of daylight, even came personally to instruct Zhou Shuan to do a good job of monitoring. Zhou Shuan nodded, assuring him not to worry. During the monitoring, Moo, who had been idly observing, suddenly sighed, "I wonder how our island too is doing. Is it also a ruin, uninhabitable?" Zhou Shuan shook her head, "I'm not sure either. But during our escape, several large earthquakes struck the island, the damage must be enormous." Moo had just calculated the population. If Captain Ma and Tao Zheng's people move here, it'd be very crowded. The reason they abandoned this island and went to the newly discovered Island 2 was because Island 1 was too small to accommodate so many people. It also lacked the resources of the south. But now, if the three groups were combined, there would be about 7,000 people. Such a large number of people crammed onto such a small island would indeed be very crowded. Chapter 740. Zhou Shuan hesitated for a moment, then said, "Squeezing in for now is still possible." What was somewhat frustrating was that the transition from eternal night to day seemed seamless. Once the sun rose that morning, it never set. It seemed to be making up for all the laziness of the past 2 years, hanging there brightly from morning till night. Everyone had taken a long time to adjust to the darkness. Because of the prolonged lack of sunlight, everyone's bodies had developed some problems. However, in the apocalypse, minor physical ailments were insignificant. The Zhou family, on the other hand, benefited from the countless supplies stored in their spatial storage. Zhou Shuan generously provided all sorts of supplements for her family every day. Therefore, although the polar night also affected them, it was much better than for everyone else. But now that daylight had arrived, not only others, but even the Zhou family themselves took a long time to adjust. They needed to keep the curtains tightly drawn day and night. For the first 2 days, they couldn't even turn on the lights. Any white light would irritate their eyes. Zhong Tian smiled wryly, saying, during the polar night, everyone desperately longed for sunlight, but when it finally arrived, no one could adapt. We wished we could go back to the polar night. Zhou Shuan comforted everyone. It's okay, Mom, this is only temporary. You get used to it. As a result, the reconstruction work on the island progressed very slowly. Tao Zheng and his group couldn't leave either. They persisted until the 13th day, when they could barely see the road ahead with their hats on, before they finally had to hurry back. Because the temperature has been changing almost daily these past few days. From minus 40 degrees Celsius on the day daylight, it has now rapidly risen to 7 or 8 degrees Celsius. The temperature change is a qualitative leap. Most worryingly, with the temperature change, the already unstable ice layer is becoming even more precarious. According to Zhou Shuan's monitoring, ice blocks are already melting beneath the surface, and ocean currents are flowing silently. Walking on the ice field is no longer safe. Even the outermost layer of the ice field is slowly melting. The meltwater can soak your shoes. That's why Tao Zheng and the others are becoming increasingly anxious. Once the temperature rises to a certain level, the entire sea will thaw, and seawater will inevitably flood island number 3. When they came to say goodbye to Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, Zhou Shuan thought long and hard before finally saying, I go back with you. Everyone was somewhat surprised. Qi Mingyu immediately understood Zhou Shuan's meaning. Wan. Zhou Shuan looked at him, her gaze calm, but with her usual insistence, only I can get them back safely now. Of all these people, only she knew how dangerous it was to walk on the ice plains. Tao Zheng and Zhang Jia still didn't know what had happened, or what the point was of Zhou Shuan going back with them. Zhou Shuan didn't explain, only turning to her parents. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I made you worry about me. But it's very close to Island 3. I try to get back in 3 or 4 days. Zhong Tian knew her daughter was kind-hearted, since she could use her spatial abilities to monitor directions and terrain invisible to others. She had carried a heavy responsibility. Wan Yu. 1,000 words were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't utter a single word of dissuasion, only letting out a long sigh. You must be careful. Wan, you must come back safely. Zhou Jianhai patted his daughter's shoulder forcefully. Qi Mingyu, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Let Mumu stay home with Mom and Dad. Wan, I go with you. He didn't try to dissuade her, but he was determined to go with her to protect her. Zhou Shuan looked up at him, meeting his resolute gaze, and nodded. Okay. I feel more at ease if you come with me. Time was precious, and it was daytime now. They could march quickly and bring everyone back in 3 days, or even 2. Captain Shang stood on the deck, his gaze fixed on the distant ice field, his fingers tapping lightly on the railing, his expression solemn. He had just learned that Zhou Shuan was going to return to Island 3 with Tao Bing's group, and he had already made his decision. He turned to his adjutant and said, make arrangements to select a 10-man team, led by Qi Mingyu, specifically to protect Dr. Zhou's safety. Adjutant Yun hesitated slightly, then nodded. Understood, Captain. Captain Shang's brow remained furrowed. Dr. Zhou is crucial to us. Her abilities are not to be underestimated. Ensure her safety at all costs. There can be no mishaps. Yes, sir. Adjutant Yun replied loudly. Just as Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai had thought, although Captain Shang was reluctant to let Zhou Shuan take the risk, there were still over 2,000 people on Island 3 who needed her to bring them back safely. With her leading the way, casualties would be significantly reduced. Therefore, he had no choice but to send someone specifically to protect her. Soon, a 10-person squad lined up neatly, led by Qi Mingyu himself. Each member was fully armed, their expressions solemn. They had participated in several missions protecting Zhou Shuan, and were familiar with each other. Zhang Jia stood to the side, her gaze sweeping over the squad, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She quietly leaned close to Zhou Shuan's ear, her tone teasing, You're so important now? So many people protecting you. Zhou Shuan sensed the ambiguity in her words, and gave her a reproachful glare. Don't talk nonsense. Captain Shang is just showing compassion to the masses. I'm just one of those being protected. Zhang Jia raised an eyebrow, clearly not entirely convinced, but she wasn't oblivious and knew there was more to the story. Since Zhou Shuan couldn't directly tell her, she didn't press further, only chuckling lightly. All right, Whatever you say. Tao Zheng stood to the side, his gaze fixed on Zhou Shuan's face, his eyelashes slightly lowered. He didn't say much, simply silently adjusting his equipment. Soon, a group of over 50 people set foot on the ice field. At first, everything went smoothly. The ice was hard, and their ice boots crunched underfoot. Sunlight reflected off the ice, creating a blinding glare. Besides the ice, there were traces of meltwater. Because seeing the endless ice field in broad daylight would cause eye strain, everyone wore brown-tinted sunglasses to protect themselves from the glare. The air was filled with a chill, but there were no signs of danger. By noon, the group continued along the route they had taken. However, at that moment, Zhou Shuan suddenly stopped. Chapter 741. She half-squatted on the ground, holding a strange small device in her hand, her brows furrowed. What's wrong? Qi Mingyu immediately walked to her side and asked in a low voice. Zhou Shuan didn't look up, her voice low and urgent. The ice ahead is very thin, it's extremely unsafe to step on. Everyone change route. Qi Mingyu didn't hesitate at all, immediately turning to the team and giving the order, attention everyone, change route. Tao Zheng and Zhang Jiao watched this scene, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes, but they both obeyed Qi Mingyu's order. Following her guidance, the group quickly adjusted their route. After they were cleared, not long after, a large amount of water began to accumulate on the original ice layer, the ice surface rapidly melting, almost the entire surface was submerged in water more than half a meter high. At this time, Zhou Shuan and her group had just reached the higher ground and could clearly see the scene. Oh my god! Zhang Jia stared at the horrifying sight, his eyes filled with lingering fear. If we had continued forward, we'd probably be drowning by now. Tao Ning's face also turned grim. He turned to Zhou Shuan, his voice tinged with complex emotions. Wan, thank you so much this time. Zhou Shuan's expression was also grave. The ice was melting much faster than she had anticipated. They had to speed up. A series of light footsteps immediately filled the group. Everyone adjusted their pace, following Zhou Shuan's guidance, quickly avoiding the dangerous area. Because the two captains had instructed him to unconditionally trust Zhou Shuan before departure, Captain Ma had no objections and led the group closely behind her. Tao Zheng and Zhang Jia followed in the middle of the group, their expressions grave. As they moved forward, the ice beneath them cracked intermittently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Everyone was on edge, their pace quickening. Qi Mingyu stayed close to Zhou Shuan, constantly alert to their surroundings. A crack ahead. Zhou Shuan suddenly stopped, her voice short and urgent. Qi Mingyu immediately raised his hand, signaling the group to stop. All eyes turned to where she indicated. Sure enough, a thin crack had appeared in the ice ahead, seawater seeping in and rapidly widening. Go around it. Qi Mingyu commanded without hesitation. The group quickly changed direction, avoiding the cracked area. The ongoing danger kept everyone on edge. Every step was taken with extreme caution, as if the ice beneath their feet might collapse at any moment. They dared not stop to rest, the ice was melting too quickly. So even when it was time to rest at night, they continued on their way. Finally, after navigating several dangerous areas, the group reached the edge of island number 3. They had traveled for a day and a half without sleep. They only ate some dry rations when they were extremely hungry along the way. Looking into the distance, a large crowd had gathered on this low-lying island, everyone busily preparing. Beside the island, weather destroyers and several cruise ships and fishing boats were moored. Half of the boats were brought by Tao Zheng from the south. The surfaces of each boat were etched with mottled marks, like a testament to the passage of time and hardship. As everyone set foot on Island 3, the remaining crew surged forward, their expressions anxious and tense. Several leaders quickly approached Captain Ma, their voices urgent. Captain, the situation is dire. We ordered the team to prepare their equipment. We're ready to depart at any moment. Captain Ma nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his expression calm. Everyone has worked hard. We need to evacuate as quickly as possible, time is of the essence. At the same time, Tao Ming's subordinate rushed to his side, asking in a low voice, Captain Tao, what do we do? Should we move to Island 1? What's the situation there? Tao Zheng hadn't wanted to shoulder too much leadership responsibility, he had only stepped forward in a crisis. But his closest friends, Xiaolu and Sangzi, had all left. Because of his leadership position, he was sometimes forced to make difficult choices. Therefore, he had wanted to resign from this position for a long time, but he hadn't found a suitable replacement. After reuniting with Captain Ma's team, he carefully observed their words and actions, finding them indeed to be as upright and reliable as the soldiers of Yin Kingdom before the apocalypse. treating all those heading south equally. He gradually lowered his guard and intended to delegate authority, making it easier for Captain Ma to take unified command. He turned to Captain Ma, his tone firm. "Captain Ma, we are ready to obey your orders at any time." Captain Ma nodded slightly, not refusing, then turned his gaze to Zhou Shuwan. "Dr. Zhou, the ice field is fraught with danger now. Do you think we should walk back, or sail back?" Zhou Shuwan frowned slightly, her gaze fixed on the ships not far away, her expression grave. With the two teams now merged, Captain Ma had so many ships, all of which had been modified and could glide on the ice. She understood Captain Ma's meaning. If the ice melted extensively, the ship could at least provide a buffer for the people. However, they hadn't used a ship when they came from Island 1, traveling entirely on foot, precisely because they considered that the weight of a ship would put immense pressure on the already fragile ice. Once the ice melts, huge chunks of ice will violently collide with the current, damaging not only the ships, but also injuring the crew. Captain Ma awaited her decision. But she was currently in a dilemma, quite hesitant. She could only monitor part of the situation beneath the ice. Most of the ice, she saw, was still safe. Although the melting rate was too fast, it would still take time to melt all the ice covering this area of dozens of miles. If they could get back as quickly as possible, the chance of encountering danger was only 30%. However, leaving the destroyer and several other ships here while the people walked back was unsafe. Now ships, like fish, were their most important resource. "We absolutely cannot give up unless absolutely necessary." Captain Ma saw her dilemma, but didn't urge her, simply waiting quietly for her answer. Everyone else present held their breath, their eyes fixed on Zhou Shuwan, as if her decision would determine everyone's fate. Qi Mingyu also stared intently at Zhou Shuwan. Seeing her hesitation, he reached out and gently grasped her hand. Zhou Shuwan smiled at him, took a deep breath, and slowly spoke. "Captain Ma, the ice is melting much faster than I anticipated. If we walk back, the risk is indeed quite high. But sailing is also risky. If something unexpected happens, a huge ice floe could collide and damage the ship." This was also why Captain Ma hadn't made a decision immediately. Chapter 742. After careful consideration, Zhou Shuwan ultimately decided to return by ship. She could monitor the ice layer underground in advance, minimizing the risk of the ship entering rapidly melting ice and causing instability. Captain Ma followed Zhou Shuwan's decision and ordered everyone to board the ship and prepare for departure. Zhou Shuwan led the way on the lead destroyer. Zhou Shuwan didn't hesitate any longer, looking up at him, her tone calm. "Captain Ma, after weighing the pros and cons, I believe we can return by ship. Although the ice has begun to melt, most areas remain stable. As long as we can monitor the changes in the ice in advance and avoid dangerous areas, the safety of the ship is guaranteed." Captain Ma pondered for a moment, clearly also weighing the pros and cons. He turned to look at the ships behind him. Those giant ships that had once stood firm against the storms of the sea were now quietly anchored on the ice, their hulls bearing the marks of time. He took a deep breath and finally nodded. "All right, since Dr. Zhou thinks it's feasible, let's go back by boat." He then turned to his adjutant and gave the order, "All personnel, board immediately and prepare to depart." The previously busy crowd sprang into action at the command. The crew members rushed to their respective boats, checking equipment and starting the engines. Tao Zheng and Zhang Jia quickly followed, though their faces still showed some worry. They could only trust Zhou Shuwan's judgment at this moment. The boat slowly moved away from island number 3, the hull scraping against the ice with a soft crackling sound. Zhou Shuwan stood in the cockpit, her eyes fixed on the outside of the glass. Initially, everything went smoothly. The course they chose was underpinned by stable ice. As the ship sailed on the ice, only some meltwater seeped out due to the immense pressure exerted on the vessel. The ship glided smoothly, and those inside felt nothing amiss. Only the crew responsible for steering and monitoring the surroundings remained highly focused. The others, aware of the danger, waited anxiously for any eventuality. After the convoy had sailed for some time, Zhou Shuwan suddenly frowned and said urgently, "The ice ahead is starting to loosen. Adjust course immediately, turn 15 degrees to the right." Captain Ma didn't hesitate and immediately gave the order. The ship quickly adjusted its course, avoiding the dangerous area. Soon afterward, the peaceful voyage was abruptly shattered by a deafening roar. The thunderous sound didn't come from the sky, but rolled in directly ahead of the original course, like countless thunderclaps exploding simultaneously beneath the sea. Immediately afterward, the crisp sound of ice shattering echoed across the vast sea, sometimes sharp like breaking glass, sometimes dull like colliding boulders. their penetrating power so strong that even the ship trembled slightly. At first, everyone was bewildered and terrified. Fortunately, a loudspeaker from the bridge calmed them down. It was the sound coming from the original course. Everyone craned their necks to look to the side. In an instant, several enormous, translucent ice blocks suddenly emerged from beneath a thick ice sheet, their surfaces covered in white frost that refracted a cold luster in the sunlight. They burst through the sea with an irresistible force, instantly creating waves several meters high. The white waves, like charging beasts, carried fragments of ice and surged towards the distance, turning the once calm sea into a turbulent frenzy. These massive ice blocks swept away with unstoppable force, leaving only churning, rolling water in their wake. That was close. Zhang Jia stood on the deck, watching the scene unfold, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Those on the deck also watched the receding ice block, their hearts filled with lingering dread. This was only a small area of melting ice. If the entire ocean were affected by the temperature change and melted completely, the earth-shattering force would surely destroy everything. Although they had escaped a catastrophe, no one felt any relief. A gloomy atmosphere hung over everyone's hearts. This was also the first time Zhou Shuwan had witnessed the aftermath of melting ice. It was indeed extremely dangerous. Dr. Zhou, what's the situation up ahead? Is it safe? Captain Ma asked anxiously. Although Zhou Shuwan was on the ship, she still pretended to hold the small display screen in her hand. It displayed dense data, most of which were incomprehensible to most people. Zhou Shuwan suppressed her fluctuating emotions, looked down at it for a while, and casually rested one hand on the bulkhead beside her. A minute later, she looked up, her tone calm. It's safe for now, let's continue forward. The large-scale melting of the ice, like before, was an isolated incident. Now, before the entire ocean melts, it will require some time and temperature to build up. The fleet continued forward, Zhou Shuwan intently observing the course, sometimes adjusting the direction, sometimes directing the fleet to accelerate. Because the ice was melting too quickly, no one dared to rest. People took turns resting, while the ships continued sailing. On the second day, Zhou Shuwan suddenly observed a large-scale collapse of the ice ahead. A large-scale ice collapse ahead. She suddenly shouted, her voice urgent. The fleet must slow down immediately. Captain Ma immediately gave the order, and the fleet gradually slowed down, stopping at a relatively safe area. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the horizon. The sea surface on both sides of the ship still shimmered with tiny sparkles, and the salty sea breeze, carrying the unique coolness of the ice field, gently brushed against the deck. The entire voyage was as calm as if a mute button had been pressed. But this tranquility didn't last long, a deafening roar suddenly shattering it. The rumbling sound didn't come from thunder behind the clouds, but rolled in directly ahead of the planned route. The volume increased steadily as the distance decreased, like countless giant whales simultaneously crashing against the ice beneath the surface, or like hundreds of thunderclaps exploding trapped within the icy shell. The sound was muffled yet carried a suffocating pressure, tearing through the air, making even breathing feel choked by its force. Then, an even more intense series of sounds followed. The crisp cracking of ice shattered across the vast sea in layers, sometimes sharp like frozen glass shattering in winter, the piercing sound waves sending shivers down one's spine, sometimes muffled like two massive mountains colliding, the heavy vibrations traveling through the water to the hull, causing the entire ship to tremble slightly, the ropes piled on the deck swaying precariously. But in the blink of an eye, an even more violent surge came from beneath the ice ahead. Several enormous ice blocks, each half the height of the ship, billowing with the chilling air beneath, suddenly rose to the surface. Chapter 743. The ice was a translucent pale blue, with a few strands of dark seaweed frozen inside. The snow-white frost on its surface crumbled in the sunlight, reflecting a chilling luster. It seemed to be lifted by the power of the deep sea, bursting through the surface with irresistible force, instantly creating waves several meters high. The white waves, topped with fine ice fragments, resembled a charging beast opening its snow-white maw, lunging sideways. The once calm, mirror-like ice field was instantly shattered. The spray from the waves crashing against the ship's hull froze instantly on the deck, the entire world seemingly engulfed in chaos by this sudden anomaly in the icy sea. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, the vibrations from the impact even reaching the ship's hull. The ship swayed slightly, and those on deck instinctively gripped the railings. Oh my God! Hold on tight! Hold on tight! Be careful not to fall! Everyone get in! Everyone get in! Someone shouted hoarsely. Cries of alarm rose and fell as people helped each other from the deck into the cabins. Tao Zheng, protecting Zhang Jia, also squeezed through the crowd. The ship rocked violently. Once everyone was inside, the ship, guided by Zhou Shuan, set sail. The remaining ships followed closely behind the destroyer, crisscrossing the ice field. Finally, after 2 days of sailing, the fleet reached the edge of island number 1. As the ship slowly approached the shore, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Those inside the cabin stood up, their eyes filled with the relief of surviving a close call. As soon as the fleet docked, a large crowd of island residents had already gathered on the shore, rushing forward to greet them. They felt a mixture of joy at seeing survivors and anxiety about the current situation. Whispers and murmurs mingled in the crowd, the atmosphere lively yet subtly tense. "Finally here," someone exclaimed softly, a hint of relief in their voice. Captain Sean strode over, his expression serious. His gaze lingered on Zhou Shuan for a moment, then he breathed a slight sigh of relief upon seeing her unharmed. He turned to Captain Ma to hand over duties. Moo had already squeezed to Zhou Shuan's side and asked in a low voice, "Sister, brother-in-law, how's the situation outside these past few days?" Chi Mingyu recounted their experiences, and Moo shook her head, her expression grave. "The situation on the island isn't optimistic either. We discovered the ice is melting at an accelerated rate these past few days. Yesterday, someone went out in a small boat to investigate and almost fell into an ice hole. Captain Sean has ordered a ban on anyone going to sea. Now, as far as the eye could see, there was still an endless expanse of ice. However, no one knew whether beneath the ice sheet lay a thick layer of ice or a thin layer too flimsy for even a person's weight to bear." Moo also looked towards the sea and suddenly exclaimed, "No wonder. So this is what they mean by walking on thin ice." Except for elementary school, he hadn't had much systematic formal education. Although he had taken online classes and received tutoring at home, he was unfamiliar with some less common idioms. Upon hearing this phrase suddenly pop into his head, Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu exchanged a glance, and she couldn't help but reach out and pat the other's head. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai followed behind the three, also looking worriedly around the island. Seeing Zhou Shuan's gaze fall on the distance, where people were busily reinforcing the facilities, large stones piled up around it. Zhong Tiyun explained, 2 days ago, the mothership started reinforcing the facilities around the island. They said that if the ice melts completely and the sea thaws entirely, it could trigger various disasters. Zhou Shuan remained silent. "It's not just a possibility. Disasters will definitely occur once the sea thaws." On the way here, Zhou Shuan had already monitored the extremely unstable sea conditions around Island 1, and the rate of melting of the underground ice was accelerating. If measures weren't taken in time, a large-scale ice collapse could occur at any moment. After the ice collapses, they might face rising sea levels that could submerge the island, or they might face extreme weather events such as storms and heavy rainfall. Therefore, although they had brought the people back from Island 3, ensuring the safety of these nearly 7,000 people was a major concern. Along the way, Zhou Shuan chatted with Zhang Jia and the others, asking about their experiences on their journey south. Zhang Jia said they had encountered a total of 5 bases. These 5 bases varied in size, with the larger ones having several thousand people and the smaller ones having only a few hundred or 1,000. They were quite far apart, and as this group passed by, they were all wary, carrying weapons and escorting them a considerable distance. Zhang Jia and his group dared not relax their guard either. 2 of the bases were mostly inhabited by foreigners. As they traveled further south, the 2 bases they encountered were inhabited by Yan Guoren, Chinese nationals. However, their vigilance was extremely high. When Tao Zhang and his group asked them a few questions about where the people were from, and which bases they had previously lived in, the people became very agitated, seemingly extremely wary of outsiders. Therefore, they dared not linger and marched quickly, bypassing the vicinity of those bases. Zhou Shuan asked, "Are there bases on islands or on ice fields?" 3 are on ice fields. But during the eternal night, temperatures are extremely low. Without resources, islands wouldn't provide warmth. Living on the ice fields and digging ice caves provides better insulation. So, it can't be guaranteed that those living on the ice fields don't have islands. Zhou Shuan nodded. So, in other places, there are also surviving humans struggling to survive, whether they are from Yen country or foreigners. But by now, everyone has reached a consensus. It's impossible to survive in the apocalypse alone. You must stick together, whether it's a military organization or a civilian organization. However, according to Zhang Jia, the living conditions in the bases they encountered were not as good as those on the mothership. The mothership, after all, carries many advanced pre-apocalyptic technologies, which undoubtedly greatly improves their lives. With Zhou Shuan's covert assistance, the several thousand people living with the mothership haven't lacked much in terms of food or energy. Now, they even forged more advanced synthetic metal boiling point alloys. Within a day of Zhou Shuan and her team's return, all the able-bodied men were conscripted to work. They needed to excavate all the stones from Island 1 and use them to build a defensive line around the small island. Building houses now was definitely too late. They didn't have enough building materials. Therefore, the two captains planned to completely enclose the island with stones, and the people would live in tents in the middle of the island for the time being. After the melting period, they would consider whether to let everyone live on the island or on the mothership, depending on the situation. However, there was only one problem. A population of over 7,000 was somewhat unsustainable for the small island. Chapter 744. Although the two captains had already relied on their rich experience and meticulous calculations, they had repeatedly considered the worst-case scenarios of melting ice and rising sea levels, ensuring every defensive measure, from reinforcing island dikes to constructing emergency shelters, was meticulously planned and executed. But when the mercury column in the thermometer finally broke through the 20 degrees Celsius red line, everyone was utterly stunned by the scene before them. The entire world seemed to have been pressed the ice-breaking button. An omnipresent rumbling sound, carrying a chill, rolled in from the horizon, making eardrums ache, and even the small islands beneath their feet trembled slightly. The massive ice sheets were no longer static white wastelands. Like giant beasts breaking free of their restraints, they drifted in from the distant polar regions with unstoppable force, then continued their mighty search towards warmer waters with the rising ocean currents. When ice blocks collided, they produced a crisp yet terrifying cracking sound, the flying ice shards reflecting a chilling light in the sunlight. More ice blocks crashed directly into the protective boulders surrounding the island, the muffled thuds powerful and resonant. Each impact felt like the finger of God knocking on humanity's last refuge, sending a chill down everyone's spine. People crowded to the high observation points, their faces pale as they watched. Some clutched their companions' hands tightly, others instinctively covered their children's eyes, even their breathing became cautious. The sea level was already a full meter above the warning line. The reefs that had previously been above water were now only their small tips visible, appearing and disappearing amidst the surging waves. Zhou Shuan crouched there, able to clearly see with her hands that the solidified ice beneath the sea was slowly cracking under the impact of the drifting ice above and the erosion of the undercurrents below. First, tiny lines spread, then the entire ice sheet began to disintegrate, scattering and breaking apart like angry fragments, churning with the ocean currents and continuously merging into the out-of-control white torrent above. Her expression was serious, her gaze fixed downwards. Captain Shang's footsteps came from behind. Zhou Shuan turned around, meeting his serious gaze. "How is the situation?" Captain Shang's voice was low. Zhou Shuan shook her head, her expression grave, not optimistic. "The ice is melting too fast. The sea level may continue to rise by at least 10 meters. If it exceeds 15 meters, the entire island will be completely submerged. Then, even if they have built high stone walls around it, it will be useless." Captain Shang was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on the vast army of ice blocks in the distance. The distant ice blocks advanced relentlessly like steel behemoths, a chilling sight. After a long silence, he made a decisive decision. "We can't just sit here and wait to die." Captain Shang pondered for a moment, a sharp glint in his eyes, his tone firm. "Ship the mothership to the island. All survivors will live on the upper decks of the mothership." He looked around. The biting sea wind seemed to add a touch of grimness to his decision. Zhou Shuan nodded slightly, approving of Captain Shang's decision. But in reality, space on the island was limited. Besides the mothership and a few important ships, the other vessels had to remain at sea. However, those ships adrift at sea would face the threat of being struck by massive icebergs, inevitably suffering significant damage. But for now, this was their only option. Captain Shang was a very decisive man. He quickly issued the order. The initially fearful and helpless people quickly sprang into action. They needed to break up the stacked stones to allow the mothership and several other ships to sail ashore. Fortunately, the mothership and other ships had been modified for life on the ice sheet, making it easy to sail directly onto land. In addition, the mothership's lower deck was filled with various warehouses storing large quantities of food, energy, and other resources. If sea levels continued to rise, the inventory below the mothership would certainly be affected. Therefore, their task was crucial. They needed to move all the inventory stored on the lower 4 floors to the upper deck as quickly as possible. Fortunately, with over 7,000 people working together, they could complete the task within a day or two. Zhou Jiaqi Mingyu, and Mumu were the main force in moving supplies, naturally taking on the responsibility without hesitation. The entire mothership quickly became engaged in the tense but orderly transfer of supplies. The residents of the mothership were also busy relocating. Zhou Shuwen's family lived on the 8th floor of the mothership, a very desirable floor, just above the safety line, so they didn't need to move. The families of Jiping and Xuetao, living on the 4th floor, weren't so lucky. They remained calm, having already moved once before during the extreme cold snap. They were familiar with the process and quickly moved all their supplies. They moved to the corridor outside the Zhou family dormitory, where they could look after each other. The mothership's space was ultimately limited. Besides the core personnel, the elderly, the infirm, and the disabled, plus the teams that joined later, everyone had been assigned a place back on Island 2. In this crisis, arbitrarily relocating people would easily cause panic and discontent, hindering management. Therefore, besides receiving another 1,000 people from the cruisers, the remaining survivors had to be accommodated on the cruisers and the 2 large cruise ships that had followed them to the island. Tao Zheng and his group were the leaders who joined later and were considered last. So most of them needed to live on the destroyers. It was understandable that they were latecomers. Tao Zheng and Zhang Jia, thanks to their relationship with Zhou Shuwan and the others, could have lived on the mothership. However, he had led this group for several years, and they had developed a bond. He felt bad about abandoning them now and going to live on the safer and more comfortable mothership himself. So he politely declined Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu's offer. "It's alright, I stay on the cruiser. Jia and I will stay together. The brothers are all here, and we know each other. On the mothership, we won't know anyone, and it won't be convenient." Their group would ultimately have to integrate into the mothership. Time was too short. They needed to immediately begin self-rescue upon their return. The mission was urgent, so they couldn't worry about anything else. Qi Mingyu didn't press the matter. He understood Tao Zheng's thoughts perfectly. He patted Tao Zheng on the shoulder and said, "Alright, just say what you need. Don't keep it to yourself. Wan and I will definitely help if we can." Tao Zheng nodded at him. "Don't worry, with our years of friendship, I won't stand on ceremony." "That's right," Qi Mingyu said with some emotion. "Only the 2 of us are left of our brothers from back then. How can we not take care of each other?" Tao Zheng looked at the turbulent world outside, his eyes filled with sorrow. His feelings for Sangzi and Xiaolu had deepened because they had spent many years together in the apocalypse, making their separation even more painful and difficult. Chapter 745. For several days in a row, the island was filled with the deafening roar of melting glaciers crashing and flowing. The sound was far from the delicate cracking of ice. It was a thunderous roar carrying immense force. First came the dull crack as thick layers of ice detached from the main body of the sea, a sound so powerful it made the earth tremble slightly. Then came the thunderous boom of tens of thousands of tons of ice plunging into the sea, creating towering waves. Afterward, the ice fragments collided and rubbed against each other in the ocean currents, producing a dense, endless series of cracking sounds, layer upon layer. This sound was like countless colossal beasts, dormant for millennia, awakening and surging across the sea with heavy strides, each landing shaking the air, even causing the rocks of the island to resonate faintly. Standing on the island, the power seemed to penetrate to the very marrow of one's bones, causing one to clench fists, a tightness in the heart, a mixture of awe at the overwhelming force of nature, and a growing unease about the disappearance of this icy world. The temperature had already climbed to 27 or 28 degrees Celsius, and the glaciers were melting much faster than anyone had anticipated. Sea levels were rising at a visible rate, and the small island, which had been above water, was now completely submerged by 2 meters. If an adult were standing on the island, the seawater would directly cover their head. No one dared to step outside the mothership or cruise ship. The outside world seemed like a purgatory of ice and water. But the most dangerous thing wasn't the rising sea level. As massive ice floes drifted across the sea, they would frequently collide with the ships anchored along the shore. Those ships were already tottering precariously from the impact of the ice floes, some even bearing huge holes in them. Seawater surged into the ship's hold through the breach, and the vessel, as if pulled by an invisible giant hand, slowly sank into the deep sea. In just 1 week, 5 ships had completely sunk, a medium-sized cruise ship, a fishing vessel, and 3 smaller fishing boats. Everyone could only stand on the deck of the mothership, watching helplessly as this unfolded. With such immense force, a person struck by the impact would likely be cut in half. Such a large block of ice, such a violent impact, who could withstand it? Captain Shang stood on the deck, his gaze fixed on the distant sea, his throat tight. The eyes of the others were also reddening. These ships had been with them Since the moment the land vanished, they had survived numerous natural disasters and the end of the Ice Age. But now, as the Dead Sea came back to life, they perished along with the ice. Captain Chen, seated in his wheelchair, frowned deeply, his voice low and menacing. There's nothing we can do now except watch. But something even more terrifying was about to happen. The storm on the sea hadn't yet subsided when an even more chilling sight came into view. Several massive ice floes, comparable in size to small mountains, were swept along by the raging ocean currents, like out-of-control white behemoths, hurtling towards the island. They were enormous, their surfaces covered in jagged ice shards, crashing through the first line of stone walls in their path, shattering them into pieces. Amidst the flying debris, the ice floes continued their relentless, unstoppable charge. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Some even instinctively took a few steps back. "Oh no! That ice block is coming!" Zhang Jia's voice trembled slightly, her fingers gripping the railing tightly. "Don't panic." Tao Zheng quickly grabbed her wrist, his eyes fixed on the ice block ahead, his voice calm yet urgent. "The mothership has a protective barrier." At this critical moment, Captain Shang's earlier deployment became everyone's lifeline. Earlier, upon noticing the risk of the glacier melting, he had ordered an additional thick metal barrier, made of boiling point alloy, to be welded behind the existing stone wall on the island. Boom! The first giant ice block slammed into the metal wall, the dull impact causing a painful thud, even creating ripples on the metal surface. The mothership itself shook violently from the loud noise, causing people on deck to stumble and fall, some crouching down and clutching their heads in fright. Qi Mingyu pulled Zhou Shuwan behind him, his gaze still fixed on the direction of the ice block. To everyone's surprise, or perhaps it was entirely expected, the seemingly flimsy metal barrier remained completely unmoved, like an impenetrable fortress. On the contrary, the solid ice, faced with the extraordinary strength of the boiling point alloy, instantly succumbed to the recoil. It began to crack from the point of impact, the fissures spreading like a spiderweb, before shattering into countless small pieces with a loud crack, plunging into the sea and creating a spray of water. Subsequent ice blocks followed in quick succession, the metal wall enduring repeated, violent impacts, until a larger block finally struck. One section of the metal wall, unable to withstand the force, collapsed with a deafening twisting sound. But by this time, the ice block had exhausted its momentum. After crashing into the wall, it lost its impetus, slowly crumbling and melting in place, no longer posing any threat to the mothership or other vessels. Only after confirming there was no further danger did the tense crowd slowly breathe a sigh of relief. Some even clung to the railings, their faces finally showing the relief of surviving a close call. Those few minutes had felt like a brush with death. Suddenly, another roar came from the distant sea. Looking up, everyone saw several more huge icebergs being pushed by the ocean currents, surging towards the mothership. The icebergs were moving incredibly fast, seemingly carrying a destructive force. "More icebergs are coming!" someone shouted, their voice trembling slightly. Captain Shang's gaze was fixed on the direction of the icebergs, his voice calm but urgency. "Everyone inside. Don't stay outside." He already knew in his heart that this time, it probably wouldn't be so easy to get through safely. The people on deck sprang into action, rushing into the cabins. Zhou Shuwan, pulled along by Qi Mingyu, had only taken a few steps when they suddenly heard a violent crash behind them. The ice block had slammed into the metal wall again. This impact was more violent than any before. The immense tremor caused the entire mothership to shake violently, and objects on the deck were shaken off, making a crackling sound. The mothership's alarm blared, red lights flashed, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of metal scraping against metal. Many people lost their balance and fell to the ground. Concerned about the safety outside, Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jiahai stayed obediently in the mothership's dormitory, only peeking out of the small windows to observe the situation. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu went to the outer deck, where they could better observe the situation at sea. At this moment, Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu also fell due to the violent swaying of the mothership. Chapter 746. Lieutenant Yun was protecting Captain Chen. Captain Shang gripped the handrail tightly, his body tilting slightly with the mothership swaying. He stared intently at the metal wall, his facial muscles taut. When Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu staggered to their feet, supporting each other, their arms still tingling from the impact. Looking past the tilting railing, they both gasped simultaneously. The alloy protective wall in the distance was like a piece of paper crumpled by a tremendous force, its surface covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The protruding metal plates were twisted and deformed, their edges creaking and groaning with the ship swaying, before finally shattering completely. Several huge ice floes rushed from the gap in the collapsed protective wall, their icicles gleaming coldly in the dim light, carrying surging waves, like a pack of out-of-control beasts charging menacingly towards the mothership. The alarms on deck blared shrilly. Everyone knew that if the mothership were struck by this ice swarm, its hull would be torn open, the consequences unimaginable. At this critical moment, the roar of engines suddenly came from the small island to the side. Looking in the direction of the sound, everyone saw the white cruise ship, anchored on the shallows of the island, slowly starting up. Its propellers churned up the floating ice, billowing black smoke as it sped towards the mothership. The cruise ship wasn't moving fast, but it came to a steady stop in front of the mothership, like a sturdy fortress. The next second, boom! A deafening crash resounded. The foremost ice swarm slammed into the side of the cruise ship, instantly denting its thick hull, sending shards of ice flying dozens of meters high. Immediately afterward, more ice shards crashed in, pushing the cruise ship backward. Sparks flew as its hull scraped against the seabed rocks, and the entire island trembled slightly from the impact. Not long after, a cracking sound came from halfway down the cruise ship, several jagged cracks spreading across the hull, and icy seawater instantly poured in through the holes. The rushing water, mixed with screams from inside the cabins, carried far across the open sea. Zhou Shuan gripped Qi Mingyu's wrist tightly, watching the cruise ship gradually tilt, her heart clenching as if gripped by an invisible hand. The cabins are flooding. Help! Help! Captain Shan's voice was hoarse. Just then, a familiar figure appeared on the cruise ship's deck, Tao Zheng. He held a large megaphone, standing on higher ground, shouting, "Get out! Get out! The bilge is flooding, everyone evacuate!" His voice was exceptionally clear amidst the roar, carrying an undeniable sense of urgency. The crowd on the cruise ship began to stir, rushing out of the cabins, and scrambling towards the deck. It turned out that Tao Zheng had been steering the ship. He had saved the mothership at the critical moment. Tao Zheng didn't stop. While directing the evacuation, he quickly walked to the bridge and shouted to the crew, "Sway the ship to the metal wall and plug the gap." The crew acted swiftly, and the cruise ship slowly moved towards the overturned metal wall. Finally, the cruise ship came to a steady stop at the gap in the metal wall, sealing the crack. Although seawater was still pouring in through the hole in the ship's hold, the weight and size of the cruise ship were enough to temporarily block the impact of the ice. The interior of the island was temporarily safe. Captain Shan on the mothership quickly issued the order to rescue the cruise ship, save people. Get everyone on the cruise ship to the mothership first. The soldiers acted swiftly, leaping into the icy water and swimming towards the cruise ship. The water around the island was already very deep, and the water level was rising continuously, forcing the soldiers to swim a considerable distance to reach the ship. The water was turbulent, with chunks of ice floating in it. Qi Mingyu stared intently at the soldiers, who had jumped into the water. "We have to help." Zhou Shuan nodded. "You stay here and monitor the underground, I go." Qi Mingyu told her to stay where she was. He turned and strode quickly towards the ship's side, where he and the other soldiers on the mothership retrieved all the lifeboats and ropes, beginning to assist the soldiers in rescuing those trapped onto the mothership. With the soldiers' help, the people on the cruise ship were rescued one by one. Some were exhausted and could barely swim, only able to move with the soldiers' assistance. The water was icy cold, and everyone's face bore the marks of exhaustion and fear. "Quick! Get on board!" Qi Mingyu stood at the ship's railing, grabbing a young man who had just climbed out of the sea and pulling him onto the deck. The young man, panting heavily, pale-faced, stammered, "Thank you." He was carrying a large bundle on his back, his own supplies. It was completely soaked, but there was nothing he could do. The others guided him to an open area on the other side. Although the temperature was already in the 20s Celsius, the seawater was still extremely cold. Most of those who came ashore were shivering and pale. Soldiers were already pushing lifeboats across. Each lifeboat was packed with people. As time passed, people were gradually rescued from the cruise ship, and the deck of the mothership was soon overflowing with people. Despite the initial chaos, everything proceeded smoothly under Captain Shan's command. Tao Zheng was the last to be rescued and brought aboard the mothership. He stood on the cruise ship's deck, watching the white vessel stand motionless, a complex emotion in his eyes. They had been together for many years, and he had developed a deep affection for it. Now, however, it was completely destroyed by the ice floes. Tao Zheng's emotions were conflicted, but he didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he took Zhang Jia's hand and smiled at her. "Don't worry, I'm alright." Zhang Jia had arrived a quarter of an hour earlier than him. She had also been helping everyone escape from the cruise ship. Therefore, she was trembling all over, her face pale, wearing only a down jacket that Zhou Shuan had brought. She drank some scalding hot water that Zhong Tiyun had brought. Only then did she feel a little better. Tao Zheng was also soaked to the bone. Zhong Tiyun also poured him a glass of hot water. Qi Mingyu draped a military overcoat over his shoulders. Tao Zheng drank water while thanking him. Qi Mingyu patted him on the shoulder. That was a close call. It's all thanks to you. Tao Zheng had been able to become the vice captain because his reaction speed and adaptability were no less than Qi Mingyu's. Just now, he had risked everything to save the mothership, which was crucial for all the survivors. Now, everyone on the ship was extremely grateful to him. Tao Zheng gave a wry smile and whispered to Qi Mingyu, I didn't think much at the time, I just rushed in blindly. Although the cruise ship sank, at least the mothership was saved. As long as we have the mothership, we have a better chance of survival. Qi Mingyu nodded. Chapter 747. Captain Shang strode over, his gaze lingering on Tao Zheng for a moment, his eyes filled with approval and gratitude. He patted Tao Ning's shoulder, his tone steady yet warm. You're Tao Zheng, right? We all saw what happened. Thanks to your timely intervention, the mothership is safe. Tao Zheng nodded slightly, a weary smile on his face. Captain Shang, it's what I should do. Although the cruise ship is destroyed, everyone's safety is the most important thing. Captain Shang nodded, his tone very gentle. I know you led several hundred men all the way south from the north, enduring countless hardships to get here. That's truly remarkable. He knew of Tao Zheng before, but hadn't had time to inquire about the specifics before the glacier melted. He had just heard Qi Mingyu say that he and Tao Zheng were once comrades in the same Special Forces squad, and knew each other very well. He also had great trust in Tao Meng's character and abilities. Therefore, Captain Shang treated him with the same warmth and kindness one would show to a junior member of the family. Tao Zheng's expression darkened slightly. He lowered his head, his voice low and somber. Captain Shang, I only did my best. Unfortunately, we lost many comrades along the way, and couldn't bring them all back. Captain Shang's gaze softened, and he gently patted Tao Ming's shoulder. The dead cannot be brought back to life. To have survived in such harsh conditions with so many people is already a remarkable achievement. The mothership also lost many comrades in arms, but we must persevere. Those who survived must continue to shoulder their responsibilities. Tao Zheng took a deep breath and nodded. Captain Shang, you're right. I will continue to do my best to protect everyone's safety. Captain Shang smiled with relief. The white oil tanker was where Tao Zheng and his group were supposed to stay, but now that it was destroyed, they had to make room on the mothership. Captain Shang had already ordered people to start arranging accommodations for Tao Zheng and his group. Tao Zheng and Zhang Jia then went to help with the arrangements. The sound of ice floes colliding in the distance was still deafening, but the island was safe for the time being. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But unseen by them, the sea level was still rising silently. Zhou Shuan had secretly observed it. According to her estimate, although the sea level was rising slowly, if it continued at this rate, it should rise another 8 to 10 meters in another 2 months. She was worried, but she didn't show it on her face. Seeing that there was a moment of free time, he walked over to Captain Shang and asked in a low voice, Captain Shang, what's the current inventory situation? Especially the whale meat, is there any good way to preserve it? Leaving aside supplies like clothing and energy, how to store such a large quantity of whale meat is a very serious problem. Previously, in the frigid temperatures of tens of degrees below zero, the whale meat could be preserved easily without spoiling. But now, the temperature has risen to over 20 degrees Celsius, and without a proper preservation method, the whale meat will quickly rot. Captain Shang withdrew his gaze from the distance, his brow furrowing slightly. These past few days, we've been thinking of various methods. Currently, we salted half of it, but there isn't enough space for drying. Space on the mothership and the ship itself is very limited. I'm also worried about this. The only saving grace was that although the mothership's cold storage was still functioning normally, storing most of the whale meat, there was no immediate concern about food spoilage. The remaining small amount was stored on other ships. Zhou Shuan seemed thoughtful. She already knew what she had to do, but she had to do it discreetly. Zhou Shuan didn't mention the inventory again, but instead pointed in the direction of the oil tanker, signaling Captain Shang to observe carefully. Captain Shang followed her gaze, squinted, and scrutinized the area for a moment, but found nothing unusual. He turned his head, puzzled, to Zhou Shuan, his tone tinged with doubt. Dr. Zhou, what do you want me to see? Qi Mingyu, who had followed, had already sensed something. He frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the white oil tanker and the surrounding sea. After a moment, he slowly spoke. You mean, the problem with the ocean currents? Zhou Shuan nodded, her tone grave. Yes. Look at the direction the white oil tanker is blocking. The ocean current is flowing directly this way, which is why it's so easy for ice to accumulate and collide. Now that the white oil tanker is blocking the way, the current is obstructed, and the impact of the ice has been somewhat dispersed. We can breathe a sigh of relief for now. Captain Shang, upon hearing this, had a look of sudden realization flash in his eyes. He slapped his forehead, his voice filled with regret and relief. I see. How come I didn't think of that before? Indeed, the current in this direction has always flowed towards the islands. As he spoke, he quickly walked to the ship's side, carefully examining the sea. Meanwhile, on the distant sea, ice floes continued to crash against the ships, producing dull thuds. Captain Shang observed carefully for a moment, and found that the direction from which the white oil tanker was impacting the ice was indeed much more frequent than from other directions. Chi Mingyu picked up his binoculars, stood on high ground, and observed the direction of the ocean currents from all angles around the island. The waves continued to crash towards the island, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that the direction of the current was most pronounced only in the direction of the white oil tanker. Zhou Shuwan, using spatial observation of the underwater environment, could observe more accurately, so she could clearly see the ocean currents beneath the surface. Captain Shang, we should adjust the positions of all the ships on the surface as soon as possible to minimize the violent impacts from the ice. Captain Shang immediately nodded, replying with 3 OKs, his tone tinged with urgency and determination. Yes, yes, yes. I arrange it right away. In the following days, Captain Shang had the metal walls reinforced. Ice impacts continued to occur intermittently, but thanks to the white oil tanker's obstruction, the weak points in the metal walls were not significantly affected. Under Captain Shang's command, the mothership and other vessels gradually adjusted their positions to avoid direct confrontation with the ocean currents. The reinforcement of the metal walls was just completed, and the entire island seemed to have gained a temporary respite. However, that very night after the metal walls were reinforced, a major incident occurred on the mothership that shocked the higher-ups. The cold storage was burglarized. This was not made public. Only a small number of high-ranking officers on the mothership knew about it. 2/3 of the cold storage's inventory was gone, especially the whale meat, which was almost completely wiped out. Not only whale meat, but other food stored in the cold storage, such as fish, seafood, kelp, and seaweed, also decreased significantly. Chapter 748. The entire cold storage seemed to have been hollowed out by some mysterious force, losing 2/3 of its capacity. Strangely, the theft occurred silently. The soldiers guarding the cold storage were completely unaware. They worked in shifts, leaving no gaps in front of the door. However, when Han Pai, the person in charge of the cold storage, opened the door the next morning, the scene before him plunged him into an icy abyss. The mountains of whale meat that had once piled up were gone, leaving only a few scattered tons of meat. Han Pai's limbs went weak, his heart pounded like a drum, and cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes. He led a few trembling men into the cold storage, checking each item against the supply list. The more he checked, the weaker his legs became. Not only the whale meat, but 2/3 of the other food items were also missing. How is this possible? Han Pai's voice trembled, his fingers gripping the supply list tightly, his knuckles turning white. Although the cold storage was freezing, it couldn't compare to the chill that gripped his heart. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. The cold storage door had never left their sight. How could these supplies have vanished into thin air? Faced with such a massive loss, Han Pai dared not conceal anything and immediately reported to Captain Shang. Entering the captain's office, his legs felt like they were walking on cotton, each step feeling like he was treading on cotton. He thought despairingly to himself that with so many supplies lost, he would probably be executed on the spot. However, after Han Pai stammered out his report, Captain Shang's reaction stunned him. Captain Shang first frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Then a very peculiar expression appeared on his face. Han Pai couldn't quite describe the expression. He only sensed that Captain Shang wasn't as angry as he imagined. Instead, there was a hint of "I knew it." However, upon closer inspection, Captain Shang's expression had returned to one of deep sorrow. He said solemnly, "This matter must be kept secret. It must not be leaked. Take a team and investigate discreetly. Don't cause panic." Han Pai nodded hastily, his mind filled with doubt. He said to Captain Shang, "Captain, the sea level has risen so high that, apart from the mothership and a few other ships, there's practically no extra space on the island. Where did the thieves, or rather, this group of thieves, hide such a large quantity of whale meat?" Captain Shang nodded and said, "You're right. After the supplies were stolen, the thieves needed a hiding place. Take a team and thoroughly inspect every ship on the island, inside and out. If anyone asks, say you're checking for leaks. Don't reveal the theft of supplies. Han Pai immediately understood Captain Shang's intention. It was for the sake of maintaining stability. He nodded vigorously, turned, and strode away. However, as he closed the door, a vague thought crept into his mind. Captain Shang didn't seem as anxious as he appeared. Han Pai left the captain's office and immediately assembled a team to thoroughly inspect the ships on the island, following Captain Shang's instructions. Under the pretext of checking for leaks, they used rubber boats to board each ship one by one, meticulously searching every corner. However, after checking all the ships, they found no suspicious signs. Team leader Han, all the ships have been inspected, there's nothing abnormal, a subordinate reported, a puzzled look on his face. Han Pai selected agile naval personnel, with only a handful being logistic staff. This subordinate was one of his own, and knew about the cold storage theft. That's why he was as perplexed as Han Pai. They couldn't understand where such a large quantity of supplies could have been hidden. Did the thieves steal the supplies and vanish into thin air? Just as Han Pai was racking his brains, his gaze suddenly fell on the ships in the distance. Because the island couldn't accommodate so many ships, they were all moored on the shore. At this moment, these ships were being tossed about by the surging waves. A thought suddenly struck Han Pai. Could the supplies have been transferred to those ships? Going directly from the island to those ships was very risky. And as the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. He immediately led his men in a small boat, approaching the group of ships moored at sea. This was extremely dangerous. However, in order to find the supplies, he had no choice but to risk his life at sea. The others assumed they were checking for leaks in the ships. For them, ships were their most vital resource besides food, allowing them to survive at sea. So, team leader Han risked his life to investigate, and everyone followed without suspicion. However, when they boarded the ships, they did find some leaks. Repair workers immediately began repairs. Team leader Han searched high and low, but found nothing. The supplies were still nowhere to be found. Standing on the cruise ship, Han gazed at the turbulent sea, filled with a sense of helplessness. He couldn't understand it, nor could he find the answer. Back on the mothership, Han Pai reported the inspection results to Captain Shang. Captain Shang, after listening, wasn't particularly disappointed, only sighing, "It seems to be fate." Team leader Han, you worked hard, go and rest. I understand this matter, don't tell anyone. Han Pai opened his mouth, wanting to ask something, but ultimately swallowed his words. He nodded, turning away listlessly. After Han Pai left, Captain Shang stood by the window, gazing at the distant sea, lost in thought. Zhou Shuan knew that Han Pai had led his men to check for leaks throughout the ships. Their dormitory had also been checked. However, the dormitory was so small, a space meant for 4 people was crammed with 5 adults, along with a dense swarm of supplies. The place was so crowded that there was barely room to move. Han Pai's men only glanced at it before leaving. After they left, Zhong Tian muttered, "So secretive. Weren't they checking for leaks? Why were they rummaging through our supplies?" Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance but said nothing. The missing supplies from the cold storage were, of course, her doing. She and Qi Mingyu had secretly gone to sea last night. This was extremely dangerous, of course, with raging waves and massive ice floes crashing against the surface. Fortunately, Zhou Shuan could sense things further out in the ocean. The place they went was inside the small island. The massive ice floes were blocked by metal and stone walls, making it relatively safe. Zhou Shuan chose a time when the sea was calmest, and set off with Qi Mingyu. They circled around to the back of the mothership, to the bulkhead of the cold storage area. She placed her hand on the bulkhead, sensing the supplies inside, and then, with a slight exertion, sucked most of them into her spatial storage. This was the best solution she could think of after her conversation with Captain Shang that day. Chapter 749. Glacier melting is a very slow process, because the ocean is vast and boundless. So even though people hoped every day that the ice floes that constantly collided with the islands would melt completely, it wouldn't happen in the short term. People gradually became accustomed to living on the upper decks of the mothership. Looking down every day, they could no longer see any trace of the islands. Everywhere they looked was a vast ocean, making them feel like a people living on the sea. Meanwhile, Yu Xian's health was gradually improving. When she was unconscious, her temperature was still minus 70 degrees Celsius. When she finally regained consciousness, the weather had warmed up, and the eternal night had completely ended. Because she was too weak, she stayed in the ward for another month. Still very eager for fresh air, she wanted to go out for a walk. Ji Peng unconditionally fulfilled all her requests, pushing her wheelchair to their small deck every day so Yuxian could see the outside world. But when Yuxuan went outside for the first time and saw the vast ocean beneath her feet, and then looked around at the endless sea, her expression immediately darkened. Since returning from the deck, she hadn't moved, spoken, or wanted to eat or drink. She just sat there in her wheelchair, her gaze fixed on the boundless ocean through the hospital room window. Although she was physically present, her mind was elsewhere. Jiping tried to speak to her several times, but she ignored him. Jiping was anxious. Seeing that it was almost noon, he waited for Shuetao and the others to bring the fish soup, then brought it to Yuxuan himself. He knelt down and handed her the bowl of soup, his voice gentle. "Yuxuan, have some soup. It's freshly made and very delicious." Yuxian's gaze shifted from the window to Jiping's face, a hint of weariness flashing in her eyes. She pursed her chapped lips and whispered, "Brother, I really can't drink anymore." Jiping's expression stiffened slightly, then he smiled again. "Just one more sip, even just a small sip. You're so thin now, you need to eat more." Yuxian shook her head, closed her eyes, and said with a hint of helplessness, "Brother, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I really don't want to drink." Jiping's brows furrowed slightly, a pang of sorrow in his heart. He stood up, placed the soup bowl on the windowsill, put his hands in his pockets, and after a moment of silence, said, "Yuxian, I know you're upset, but you can't ruin your health like this. You just woke up, you're still very weak, you need to rest." Yuxian kept her eyes closed, her voice almost inaudible. "Brother, am I a burden to you?" Jiping's heart sank, as if something had gripped it tightly. He knelt down, took Yuxian's cold hand in his, and said in a trembling voice, "What are you saying? How could you be a burden to me? You're my sister, my only family. It's only right that I take care of you." Yuxian's fingers trembled slightly. She slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at Jiping. "But brother, the world outside is like this now. We're all trapped on this ship, unable to do anything. You have to take care of me every day, and you can't even work. You don't even have your last bit of freedom." Jiping's throat tightened, and his voice became hoarse. "Yuxian, don't think so much. Although our situation is difficult now, at least we're still alive, still together. That's enough." Yuxian's lips twitched slightly, as if she wanted to smile, but couldn't manage it. She lowered her head, her voice low and heavy. "But brother, I feel like a cripple, unable to do anything." Jiping gripped Yuxian's hand tightly, his voice firm. "Yuxian, you're not a cripple. You just need time to recover. Once you're better, we have many things to do." A tear welled in Yuxian's eyes, but she quickly lowered her head, refusing to cry. Her fingers gripped the wheelchair's armrests tightly, her knuckles white, as if she were struggling to control her emotions. Silence fell over the room, broken only by the sounds of the wind and waves outside. Jiping stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the vast ocean, his heart filled with melancholy. He knew Yuxian was down, but he didn't know how to comfort her. After much thought, he finally decided to seek help from Zhou Shuan. She was a girl, perhaps she could better guide Yuxian. He turned to Yuxuan and said, "Yuxuan, I'm going out for a bit, I'll be right back." Yuxuan nodded gently, saying nothing more. After leaving the ward, Jiping went straight to Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu had just returned from outside, and were somewhat surprised after hearing Jiping's account of Yuxuan's condition. Since Yuxuan woke up, they had visited her several times and felt that she lay there, not much different from before. Zhou Shuan nodded and agreed. "Then I go see her now." As she walked, she asked Jiping, "You just said that Yuxuan hasn't eaten or drunk anything for a long time?" "She hasn't wanted to eat or drink since she went to the deck yesterday," Jiping said in a dry voice. "She keeps feeling like she's a burden to me." Zhou Shuan sighed softly. The patient just woke up from serious injuries, so it's normal for her to be depressed and frustrated. "I go talk to her properly." Jiping looked grateful. "Thank you so much, Wanwan." When Zhou Shuan entered the ward, Yuxuan was still sitting in her wheelchair, staring blankly out the window. Hearing footsteps, she turned around, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes when she saw Zhou Shuan. "Sister Wanwan," Yuxuan's voice was a little hoarse, as if she hadn't spoken in a long time. Zhou Shuan walked over and gently patted her shoulder, her voice gentle. "Yuxuan, why are you sitting here? Why don't you go to bed?" Yuxuan slowly shook her head. "I've been lying in bed for too long. I don't want to lie here anymore." She had been lying in bed for more than 2 months, her body was very thin, and she had fractures in her arms and legs, so she still couldn't move freely. Therefore, Jiping and Zhou Shuan were very careful when communicating with her, afraid of hurting her. "Okay. I had nothing to do today, so I came to see you. Zhou Shuan sat down opposite her, carefully examining her. How are you feeling these days? Yu Xian's face was covered in old scars. The recent earthquake had added several more to her cheeks. Zhou Shuan looked at her, now weighing less than 80 pounds. So thin she looked like a skeleton, her expression aged and dejected. Zhou Shuan felt a sudden pang of sadness. Yu Xian simply shook her head. I'm fine, just a little tired. Zhou Shuan looked at her gently. You're too thin. You need to eat more. I bring you some good food every day from now on, so you can eat more to nourish yourself. Yu Xian shook her head, her voice low. Sister Wanwan, you don't need to trouble yourself. I really can't eat. Chapter 750. Zhou Shuan sighed softly, reaching out to hold Yu Xuan's hand, her voice gentle. Yu Xuan, don't think like that. You're still very weak, you need to recover slowly. Don't rush to deny yourself. Yu Xuan's fingers trembled slightly, a bitter look flashing in her eyes. But I can't do anything. I can only be a burden to my brother. Zhou Shuan's gaze hardened, her voice unwavering. Yu Xuan, Qiping isn't a burden because of you. You are his only family, his greatest comfort. Thinking like this is too pessimistic. Yu Xuan lowered her head in silence. Zhou Shuan continued, actually, everyone's trapped on this ship right now, unable to do anything. Since the sea reopened, we haven't seen any living creatures besides some dead fish carcasses. But we're lucky enough, the mothership's inventory has enough food to last us for several years, so you don't need to worry about Qiping lacking food because he's not working. You also have a lot of oil stored in the inventory, as well as previously stockpiled supplies. Because of your special circumstances, the mothership has given you a special allowance. Your brother-in-law and I went whaling and were rewarded with several 100 kilograms of whale meat. Our family has plenty of supplies too. So even if you run out of food, can we just stand by and watch? Don't feel pressured. Yu Xuan stared blankly at her, then suddenly spoke, her voice soft. Sister Wanwan, you're a very, very good person. Aunt, uncle, Mumu, and brother-in-law are all very, very good people. We've been a burden to you for so long. As she spoke, her body trembled slightly, her fingers unconsciously gripping the wheelchair's armrests, her knuckles turning white. Zhou Shuan knew Yu Xian was stuck in a rut. Yu Xian was currently weak, with multiple fractures throughout her body. The doctor had said that even if she fully recovered, she might not be able to walk as healthily as before. Therefore, her emotions remained in a state of extreme pessimism and darkness. Zhou Shuan looked at Yu Xian, a pang of sorrow welling up inside her. She thought of her past life, having also experienced despair and helplessness, and deeply understood Yu Xian's current feelings. She also knew that words of comfort wouldn't work overnight. Zhou Shuan wasn't in a hurry. She simply smiled gently and, as if by magic, produced a deformed chocolate from her backpack. The wrapper was very old. Even the words on it were worn away and illegible. Here, when you're in a bad mood, eating something sweet will make you feel better, she said, unwrapping the chocolate and holding it to Yu Xian's lips. Yu Xian was somewhat surprised, her eyes widening slightly. Clearly, she hadn't expected that so many years after the apocalypse, Zhou Shuan would still have chocolate. Her gaze lingered between the chocolate and Zhou Shuan's face, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't speak. Zhou Shuan smiled and casually explained, I stockpiled a lot back then. Chocolate is a high-energy food. Mumu was still little then, and she loved sweets. Later, when we went searching for supplies, we consciously looked for these too. We didn't usually eat them, so I still have some left. Her tone was relaxed, as if discussing something perfectly ordinary. Here, have a bite. Zhou Shuan offered the chocolate again, her tone gentle yet firm, leaving no room for refusal. Yu Xian remained hesitant, her fingers gently tracing the armrests of her wheelchair, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She knew that chocolate was incredibly precious now. One piece could be exchanged for a lot of supplies. She didn't want to waste such a valuable resource, especially at a time like this. Zhou Shuan noticed her hesitation, gently patted her head, and said with a hint of teasing, Don't be so wishy-washy. Your sister is quite wealthy. I don't need this one piece of chocolate. As she spoke, she pulled 5 or 6 more chocolates from her backpack, all in very worn-out packaging, bearing witness to the passage of time. Yu Xian's eyes widened instantly, her expression filled with disbelief, all traces of her previous dejection gone. Zhou Shuan said in a relaxed tone, I put them all here for you. Eat one whenever you feel down. She placed the chocolates in the drawer beside the hospital bed. Yu Xian tried to refuse, Sister Wanwan, that's too wasteful. Taking advantage of her momentary lapse in attention, Zhou Shuan quickly broke off a piece of chocolate and stuffed it into her mouth, her tone playful. What's this about waste? As long as it gets into your stomach, it's not wasteful. Yu Xian was startled by this sudden action, her mouth instantly filled with a rich, sweet flavor. Her eyes widened slightly, then she closed her mouth tightly, letting the sweetness of the chocolate fill her mouth. At the same time, tears silently rolled down her cheeks. Zhou Shuan breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that as long as she could cry, her emotions would be released. Her purpose for coming today would be achieved. Yu Xian still had a fracture, so Zhou Shuan didn't dare move her. She simply held her tightly, her movements as gentle as possible, her tone firm. Yu Xian, we have such a good leader, such an advanced mothership, and we have family by our side. We are much luckier than others. So no matter how hard it gets, we must grit our teeth and persevere. Persevere until the end of the apocalypse. Yu Xian nestled in her arms, her eyes tightly closed, tears streaming down her cheeks, clutching Zhou Shuan's clothes tightly. She took a deep breath, nodded vigorously, her voice choked with sobs. Zhou Shuan gently patted her back, her gaze drifting through the hospital window to the boundless sea outside. Her voice was low but full of strength. Yu Xian, we're all here. No one will abandon you. We will definitely make it to the end together. Yu Xian's breathing gradually calmed, and her tears stopped. Zhou Shuan didn't say anything more, simply staying quietly by her side, until Yu Xian's emotions had completely subsided. A gentle breeze blew in from outside the window, carrying a hint of the salty smell of the sea. On the deck of the mothership, the crowd continued their busy work, and the distant waves continued to surge, but at this moment, the ward was as quiet as if time had stood still. When Zhou Shuan came out of the ward, Jiping was already waiting in the corridor. He looked somewhat dazed, his hands in his pockets, leaning slightly against the wall, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the ward door, his face showing a mixture of anxiety and exhaustion. Zhou Shuan closed the door, sighed softly, and turned to look at Jiping. Seeing her come out, Jiping immediately straightened up, his eyes eagerly meeting hers. Zhou Shuan nodded slightly, gesturing for him to come forward and talk. The two walked down the corridor, to a slightly quieter corner. Zhou Shuan stopped, turned around, her gaze gentle yet tinged with seriousness. Chapter 751. Jiping, Yu Xuan's condition. She paused, her tone gentle yet serious. It seems very much like post-traumatic stress disorder following a major disaster. Although her emotions have calmed down a bit just now, the extreme depression and despair she feels won't be resolved with just 1 or 2 comforting sessions. Hearing this, Jiping's brows furrowed tightly, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. Zhou Shuan looked at his haggard face, her eyes filled with heartache. She knew Jiping had been busy taking care of Yu Xuan lately, barely getting any rest. His eyes were bloodshot, his face much thinner, and he looked utterly exhausted. So, Jiping, you need to pay close attention to Yu Xuan's emotions, and try to give her as much positive reassurance as possible. She needs to feel supported, she needs to know that we're all here for her. Jiping nodded heavily, his eyes resolute, but his eyes were already red. Zhou Shuan knew Jiping was an introverted person, not good at expressing his emotions, but at this moment, his eyes said it all. He felt deeply sorry for his younger sister, but didn't know how to help her. I go back and tell Mom and Dad and Mumu to take turns looking after Yu Xuan, Zhou Shuan said softly. She get better slowly, it just takes time. Jiping nodded again, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Wan. Zhou Shuan gently patted his shoulder, her gaze tender. We're all family, don't be so formal. Jiping didn't say anything more, just stood silently in the corridor, his body slightly hunched, as if bearing an invisible weight. When Zhou Shuan returned home, Zhong Tian immediately asked her how Yu Xuan was doing. Zhou Shuan looked sorrowful, and slowly said, Dad, Mom, Yu Xuan is in a very bad state. She's very depressed, feels like she's a burden to Jiping, and even feels that living is a burden. Zhong Tian's eyes immediately reddened. Her voice choked with emotion. Yu Xuan has suffered so much. When you told me she was being carried out covered in blood during the earthquake, I was terrified. Now that she's finally been rescued, she looks like this, it breaks my heart. Everyone knew about Yu Xuan's condition. She suffered too much damage in that massive earthquake. She had multiple fractures throughout her body, and her internal organs were also damaged. She underwent countless surgeries, before the doctors pulled her back from the brink of death. The doctors also said that even if she recovers, she will never return to her former healthy state. That's why everyone felt so sorry for Yu Xuan, seeing her weight drop to just over 70 pounds, but they couldn't help alleviate her pain. Zhou Shuan then told her family about visiting Yu Xuan more often to help her recover from her post-operative pain. Zhong Tian wiped her eyes, her tone firm. Wan, you're right. We can't let her bear this alone. Your father and I don't have anything urgent right now, so we go visit her every day to talk to her and comfort her. You and Xiaoyu, Mumu, go about your business, don't worry too much. Zhou Jianhai nodded. Yes, we do what we can. Wanwan, do you have any suitable nutritional supplements? Your mother and I bring some every time we visit, to help her recover. Zhou Shuan immediately replied, Dad, I think the same way. She had stockpiled many nutritional supplements to help Grandma Pang and her parents improve their health. Over the years, she had used most of them. While she still had some left, very little could be presented discreetly. She searched and found some vitamins, calcium tablets, and zinc tablets. Then she found several sealed jars of canned fruit. These were items produced only before and after the apocalypse. The packaging had been aged, the lettering and production dates were very faded, making it impossible to tell they were products kept in her spatial storage. Finally, she took out several salmon. The salmon were supplies she had collected from the sea. Salmon is highly nutritious and beneficial for wound healing, but it was scarce, and people usually couldn't afford to eat it. There were also eggs. The mothership kept chickens, and provided fresh eggs. However, ordinary people couldn't afford to exchange for expensive eggs. The Zhou family, however, hadn't had such concerns, and had exchanged for a considerable number of eggs. Combined with the smaller eggs in her spatial storage, they were mixed together, making it impossible for anyone to detect their presence. Finally, the krill and seaweed from before could be stewed into soup for Yuxuan to drink. But in terms of nourishment, none of these are as nourishing as rice and noodles. And in the post-apocalyptic world, people can't afford rice and noodles due to scarcity of resources. The mothership had grown several crops of rice and wheat before, and they had eaten communal meals, each person receiving a full bowl of rice, so fragrant and sweet it was almost unbearable. Zhou Shuan and her mother used whale meat to exchange for about 20 kilograms of rice and 20 kilograms of wheat at the mothership supply exchange point. The supplies to be sent were prepared and placed in black bags, so that no one could see the contents. The whole family went out. They all wanted to see Yuxuan and talk to her. The family left the room and walked down the corridor towards Yuxuan's hospital room. The corridor was dimly lit, the lights flickering, clearly indicating that the mothership's electrical system was under strain. Zhou Shuan looked up at the overhead lights, her brow slightly furrowed. Zhou Jianhai, however, was very optimistic. It's all right. The mothership has carried us through so many natural disasters unscathed. This time it's just rising sea levels. It shouldn't be a problem. Everyone nodded. However, the flickering lights still made them uneasy. Upon reaching the hospital room door, Zhou Jianhai knocked. Jiping opened the door, and was surprised to see Zhou Jianhai and his family. Uncle, Aunt, Wanwan, what brings you here? Zhou Jianhai smiled. We heard Yuxuan hasn't been doing well lately, so we came to check on her. Jiping quickly stepped aside to let them in. Yuxuan just fell asleep. Please keep your voices down. Zhong Tian nodded, and tiptoed to the bedside. Yuxuan lay on the hospital bed, her face pale and her breathing weak. She was clearly still asleep. Looking at her frail body, Zhong Tian's eyes reddened again. Mumu walked to the bedside, looked down at Yuxian, and said softly, My cousin looks even thinner than before. Shipeng nodded, his voice low. She hasn't been able to eat much lately, and she's been very depressed. I tried many things, but nothing has worked. Zhong Tian walked to Jipeng's side and said softly, Jipeng, we brought some nutritional supplements. You can make them for her every day, it should help. Jipeng looked at the heavy bags of supplies, both flustered and flattered, and quickly waved his hands. Auntie, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Zhong Tiyun, however, didn't hesitate, directly taking his hand, her tone firm yet gentle. These aren't for you, they're for Yuxian to help her recover. Chapter 752. As she spoke, she gently patted Jipeng's hand, a loving gesture from an elder to soothe his unease. Her eyes were filled with concern. Look how thin Yuxuan is. If she gets any thinner, she really be skin and bones. Take all of this, and make a little for Yuxuan every day. Let her slowly recover. Rice and noodles are the most nourishing. She gradually regained her strength. Only then did Jipeng realize that they had brought rice and noodles. The mothership had only successfully cultivated them a few times. Staple foods, like rice and noodles, were extremely precious. Jipeng's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to begin. His gaze fell on the two heavy bags in Zhong Tian's hands, his heart churning with complex emotions. The rice and wheat in the bags might not have meant much before the apocalypse, but in this era of extreme scarcity, these grains were nothing short of life-saving. Seeing his silence, Zhong Tian handed him several more bottles of pills. Here are some more. Take them too. Give them to her according to the instructions every day. Jiping took the pills, his fingers trembling slightly, his gaze fixed on the bottles, as if trying to confirm what they were. After confirming they were vitamins and calcium supplements commonly found before the apocalypse, his throat bobbed, his voice hoarse. Auntie, this is too precious. Your family needs these too. How can you? Zhong Tian interrupted him directly. Jiping, don't refuse. Yuxuan is your sister, and also my niece. We're family. Why distinguish between yours and mine? Jiping's eyes gradually welled up with tears, his lips trembled slightly, his voice low and hoarse. Auntie, thank you, thank you. As he spoke, tears finally broke free, hot tears streaming down his face. He lowered his head, wiping his eyes violently with his sleeve, as if trying to suppress all his emotions. He knew perfectly well that his aunt's family had brought out all their most precious treasures. Zhong Tian felt a pang of sorrow watching him. She knew Jiping had endured so much lately. The hardship of caring for Yuxuan, coupled with the scarcity of supplies, had almost suffocated him. She didn't say anything more, only gently patted his shoulder, her voice soft. It's alright, don't cry. Yuxuan needs you to be strong. Jiping took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. And, don't worry, I take good care of Yuxuan. She'd definitely get better. Zhong Tian nodded, looking at him tenderly. That's the right way to think. What Yuxuan needs most right now is your support. You have to be well, so she can have peace of mind. After the Zhou family left, Jiping went to ask the doctor. The doctor said she could eat a little rice and noodles now, but should still mainly consume liquids. Jiping then prepared some rice porridge and noodle soup for Yuxuan, hoping she could absorb as much nutrition as possible. When making the noodle soup, he even added an extra egg. After so many years, Yuxuan was finally drinking the egg noodle soup, a favorite of the people of J City, again, and her eyes welled up with tears. She looked up at Jiping, her tears turning into a smile. Brother, this noodle soup is so delicious. Jiping affectionately stroked her hair and said gently, drink more, I have more in the pot. I made a lot today, wanting cousin Tao and Chun Chun to try some. But Chun Chun wouldn't eat a single bite, saying it was for you to nourish your body. It's no wonder you love him so much. After meeting on the mothership, Chun Chun was practically raised by Yuxian. Xue Tao and Xue Dong, being adult men, couldn't easily take care of Yuxian. Chun Chun and Jiping took turns looking after Yuxian. Yuxian smiled through her tears. Chun Chun has always been so well behaved. Jiping then told her about the various supplies and nutritional supplements sent by the Zhou family. Yuxian was very surprised to hear this. It seems my aunt's family has exchanged all the whale meat that Wan Wan and Xiao Yu's husband received. The Zhou family had a lot of whale meat. Jiping nodded. Yes, although I know I shouldn't have accepted so much from them, they did it for you. Before he could finish speaking, Jiping was filled with regret. Yuxian already felt like a burden, which was why she had been so depressed. Her words only added to her psychological burden. He quickly changed his tune. Your aunt loves you, and Wan Wan loves you too, her little sister. Don't feel guilty. We pay them back for the supplies they sent later. Yuxian didn't say anything, only nodded silently. Seeing Yuxian still silent, Jiping became a little anxious and said gently, Yuxian, do you want to go for a walk? The weather is nice today, and the wind isn't strong on the deck. We can go get some fresh air. Yuxian's eyes flickered slightly, as if she hesitated. Brother, I don't really want to go out. Jiping's tone softened even more. Haven't you always wanted to see the outside world? The sun is shining brightly today, and the sea is calm. Perhaps you feel better. What he didn't say was that after daylight, the temperature would rise rapidly, and people would definitely face an extreme climate completely opposite to that of the eternal night. Right now, the temperature was hovering around 20 degrees Celsius, which was the most comfortable temperature. Take advantage of this time to go out and see the world, feel the sea breeze, and see the sun. Otherwise, who knows when you'll be able to go out so easily again. Yuxian's gaze fell on the window. Through the glass, she could see the shimmering sea in the distance. After a moment, she nodded gently. Then, let's go out and take a look. Jiping smiled slightly, immediately stood up, carefully supported the wheelchair, and pushed Yuxian towards the deck. Along the way, he tried to avoid making the wheelchair jolt, his movements gentle and cautious, as if handling a fragile treasure. On the deck, the sea breeze gently blew, carrying a slightly salty smell. Yuxian's gaze swept around. The distant sea still stretched endlessly, seemingly without end. Her fingers gripped the wheelchair armrests tightly, her knuckles slightly white, her expression complex. "Brother," she said, "do you think there are any living creatures left in this vast ocean?" In the distance, amidst the rolling waves, a fleeting white belly seemed to appear. It was a dead fish. Ji Ping's expression froze, then he smiled, his tone firm. "Of course there are. But the global ocean freeze killed all life. We need time to recover." He knew Yuxuan was worried about supplies, so he added, "The whale meat Wanwan and the others brought back is enough for all of us for a long time, so don't worry." Yuxuan nodded, then asked, "Brother, do you think we ever be able to return to land?" Ji Ping replied, "What does it matter if we go back? As long as we can stay together, that's enough." In the extreme environment of the apocalypse, he, Yuxuan, Xue Tao, and Xue Dong all gave up the idea of marrying anyone else. These relatives will continue to live together, looking out for each other. Chapter 753. He crouched down, meeting her gaze, his expression unwavering. "Yuxuan, I want to tell you, as long as we're alive, there's hope. You're not a burden, you're my sister, my most important family member. We face this together. No matter how difficult the road ahead, I be by your side." Yuxuan's tears silently streamed down her face. "Brother, I'm afraid I be a burden to you. My body might never recover." Ji Ping felt a pang of sorrow, but said firmly, "Yuxuan, you've been incredibly strong. You endured so much, yet you persevered. As long as you don't give up, as long as we keep moving forward step by step, we eventually see the light." Yuxuan's tears flowed even more freely, but she didn't speak again, only tightly gripping Ji Ping's hand. Ji Ping knew his words had touched her. He felt a slight sense of relief. Before, he had been genuinely worried that Yuxuan might resort to extreme measures when he wasn't looking, to understand her pain, and to understand her deep guilt towards him. From then on, everything would be alright. As the entire ice sheet gradually melted, the seawater temperature slowly rose. Days passed, and rotting fish and seafood carcasses began to float on the surface. They drifted with the current, emitting a pungent, fishy stench. This odor was different from ordinary rotting corpses. It carried a strong, unbearable seafood stench. Even those who had long lived at sea could not tolerate this smell. Many people tightly wrapped their mouths and noses with cloths, and even closed all the doors and windows of the mothership, but the stench remained omnipresent, seemingly permeating every corner. The Zhou family was no exception. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun resealed the small windows of their dormitory with sealing strips, but the smell persisted. Although Zhou Shuan had a mask, she didn't want to stand out, so like everyone else, she covered her mouth and nose with a pre-cut handkerchief. "This smell is getting stronger and stronger," Zhong Tiyun muttered, frowning and fanning the area in front of her. Zhou Jianhai shook his head, his voice weary. "Resealing it won't help. The smell is coming from the sea. Unless we can seal the entire ship, it's impossible to stop it." Zhou Shuan stood to the side, her gaze fixed on the sea outside the window. This stench couldn't be resolved in the short term unless the corpses were completely decomposed. Looking out from the mothership's deck, one could see large amounts of rotting marine life floating on the surface of the sea. The fish carcasses churned with the waves, sometimes surfacing, sometimes sinking, like tattered flags announcing a silent catastrophe. Zhou Shuan gazed at the distant, churning waves. After a moment, she turned and said softly, "There are many corpses on the surface, but they will be washed downstream. The smell should lessen after a while." Zhong Tiyun sighed, "That's all we can do." Mu nodded in agreement. "Everyone's spending less time outdoors now, staying on this boat. It's the only option." Zhou Shuan remained silent, her gaze still fixed on the distance. The scene on the sea reminded her of the great floods of the past. Back then, the temperature was much higher, floods raged, and the whole world seemed to be plunged into chaos. Now, although the temperature wasn't as high and the ocean was vast enough, the rotting fish carcasses and pungent odor brought back memories of those difficult times. However, there was good news. Because of the gradually rising sea temperature, the massive ice floes had melted into smaller ones, no longer violently impacting the islands and ship's cabins as before. At least everyone was no longer worried about damage to the ship. Captain Shang and the others could finally get a good night's sleep. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, rising sea levels were inevitable, and they still couldn't return to land, forced to live huddled in the cabins aboard the mothership. The sea level had risen to 7 or 8 meters, submerging the 3rd or 4th deck of the mothership. However, these areas were already submerged because of the mothership's heavy draft. Therefore, the water pressure on the mothership was normal as before. There was no incident of seawater flooding the cabins due to broken bottom windows. So, although the air quality had been extremely poor these past few days, people had a rare sense of peace. Furthermore, The cruise ship that Tao Zheng and his crew had brought was damaged by ice, while protecting the mothership and all the survivors on board. Captain Shang stood by the window of the command room, his gaze fixed intently on the distant sea. The waves continued to surge, and a pungent, fishy stench seeped in through the cracks in the sealed window, but he seemed oblivious. After a moment, he turned to his adjutant behind him and said, "Go and fetch Tao Zheng. I need to talk to him." Adjutant Yin immediately nodded and left. Shortly after, Tao Zheng entered the command room. He looked somewhat surprised, but his overall demeanor remained composed. Captain Shang gestured for him to sit down and explained that because the cruise ship was damaged, the mothership wanted to compensate his crew. Tao Zheng paused for a moment, then shook his head, saying, "Captain Shang, you don't need to be like that. We're already very grateful to be taken in by the mothership and to enjoy the same protection as the other survivors. While we were on the cruise ship, although we still had some food, we had to conserve as much as possible to survive for 6 months. Now that we joined the mothership and are protected by destroyers and cruisers, we won't have to go hungry anymore. This is the best compensation we can receive." Captain Shang waved his hand, his expression serious. "You saved the mothership and so many people in a critical moment. You've done a great service. The mothership can't ignore your contributions, and you don't need to be modest. I'm considering whether to give each of you survivors some food or arrange accommodations for you on the mothership. What are your thoughts?" Tao Zheng then asked somewhat doubtfully, "Captain Shang, is there any space left on the mothership?" Captain Shang coughed, not explaining that not only had a large amount of whale meat been lost from the mothership's cold storage, but many items were also missing from its various supplies. Therefore, they could free up more space. Right now, this is only known to him and team leader Han. He doesn't plan to tell anyone else, to avoid causing unnecessary panic. He already has a vague idea that these supplies are highly vulnerable while stored on the mothership. Storing them is the safest option. And when the time is right, these supplies will return safely. So, there's no need to worry. Of course, even if he worried, it would be useless. Chapter 754. They couldn't find who had taken the supplies silently overnight, nor did they know where they had hidden them. He only vaguely told Tao Zheng, "The mothership space is indeed limited, but we will try our best to compress the existing space and make room. It shouldn't be a problem to accommodate a few hundred more people." Tao Zheng nodded, knowing that Captain Shang genuinely wanted to compensate them. He naturally had to consider their needs, so he continued, "If food is distributed, how much will each person receive? And where will the accommodations be located on the mothership?" Captain Shang pondered for a moment, then replied calmly, "If food is distributed, each person will receive at least a month's worth. As for accommodations, we will try our best to arrange them, but you may only be able to stay on the lower decks. I will do my best to coordinate, but I don't yet know exactly how much space we can free up." Tao Zheng was silent for a while, then said earnestly, "Captain Shang, this matter is of great importance. I want to go back and discuss it with my comrades before giving you an answer." Captain Shang nodded in understanding, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. "That's only right. You can discuss it first, and see which compensation method everyone prefers. In any case, the mothership will do its best to meet your needs." Tao Zheng stood up and nodded solemnly. "Thank you, Captain Shang. I will give you an answer as soon as possible." Actually, due to the urgency of the situation, some of his men had already been taken over by the mothership and cruisers. But this was only temporary. They all envied the Zhou family for having their own dormitory room on the middle deck of the mothership. But every extra month's worth of food supplies meant a greater chance of survival in the apocalypse. Tao Zheng couldn't make the decision for them. Back in his temporary dormitory, Tao Zheng immediately gathered several key members of the cruise ship. He explained Captain Shang's proposal to each of them, then asked, "What do you all think? Should we choose food, or try to secure accommodations on the mothership?" Zhang Jiao was among them. After thinking for a moment, she said, "If we can be accommodated on the mothership, we won't have to worry about safety anymore. No matter what dangers we encounter at sea, with the mothership's protection, our lives will be best protected." They had initially escaped to the deep sea on Gu Jia's cruise ship, fleeing in panic and getting further and further away from the main group. Fortunately, many more people joined them later, and through periods of separation and reunion, they persevered until now. Along the way, they had also changed ships several times, using several larger cruise ships. But their cruise ship, compared to the mothership, was as small as an ant, utterly incomparable to its grandeur. Another person shook their head, saying, "But space on the mothership is already very limited. Even if we were to arrange accommodation, we'd probably only be able to stay on the lower decks. The environment on the lower decks is already poor, And with the dampness and smell, it might not be much better than what we have now. It's better to choose food, at least that way. Everyone won't have to worry about food and clothing for the time being. The others nodded in agreement. Most people thought food was the most important thing. A small minority agreed with Zhang Jia's opinion. I observed and questioned the ordinary survivors on the mothership these past few days. Some have jobs on the mothership, some don't, but the mothership distributes relief rations according to individual circumstances. They won't let anyone go hungry, especially the elderly, women, and children. Another person spoke up. But others countered, although they stockpiled a lot of whale meat initially, the temperature is rising, and who knows what will happen in the future. Since the mothership promised to compensate us, food should definitely be our priority. Opinions were divided, and everyone was trying to persuade the other side. Listening to the discussion, Tao Zheng gradually formed an idea. He raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and said calmly, "Everyone has their reasons and their own thoughts. I will discuss this further with Captain Shang to see if we can allow everyone to choose freely, either to receive food or just a bed on the mothership." This was a two-way choice, and no one could be forced. Therefore, Tao Vang's suggestion considered everyone's perspective. Everyone nodded in agreement. Captain Shang naturally had no objections. From his perspective, or from the mothership's perspective, dispersing the newly joined group and mixing them with the original inhabitants was the most suitable way to manage them. Because Tao Zheng only had a few hundred people with him. He himself was a military man, and his management style shared many similarities with that of the mothership. In times of crisis, he was willing to sacrifice personal interests for the collective good. Therefore, Captain Shang hadn't made the same demands on them as he had on Shui Wuwen's group. Now, hearing Tao Ning's request, he readily agreed. Those willing to take beds on the mothership were listed and assigned. Survivors willing to receive a month's worth of food were assigned to destroyers and another cruise ship. Space on the mothership was extremely limited. Even with available supplies, only a few hundred people could be accommodated. But Captain Ma still had over 1,000 people with him. They had volunteered to stay on Island 1 and had all contributed to the mothership, so they naturally received priority. Tao Zheng and Zhang Jia also received some special treatment, being assigned to the 5th floor dormitory on the mothership. Because of the shortage of beds, they shared a dormitory with 2 other families. Their dormitory was slightly larger than Zhou's, accommodating 6 people. A total of 8 people lived there. Adding their own supplies, the narrow aisle was packed. But Zhang Jia felt genuinely relaxed. Having a place to live on the mothership meant that no matter what natural disasters or dangers they encountered, they wouldn't have to struggle like before. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu even made a special trip to visit. They brought several gifts: 2 pounds of kelp, 2 cured smoked fish, and a pound of fresh krill. As longtime friends, Zhang Jia didn't stand on ceremony, accepting the gift while playfully scolding, "Supplies are so scarce these days, and you're so generous bringing gifts." Zhou Shuan smiled and said, "You officially settled on the mothership, so we had to come and celebrate. My parents and Mumu wanted to come, but there are too many people here, so it wasn't convenient. Only Xiaoyu and I came." Tao Jing smiled and invited them to sit. "It's too small, so please make do. People these days aren't picky. If the space is too cramped, they simply sit on the lower bunk." Qi Mingyu looked around and saw that the 8-person dormitory was covered with various curtains, providing a small private space for everyone. Tao Zheng and Zhang Jia were in bunk beds. Their bunk beds were also covered by curtains. "These are your beds? Are the supplies all under the beds?" "Yes." Chapter 755. Because the dormitory was too crowded, after sitting for a while, Tao Jing offered to take the 2 of them for a walk in the corridor. The air quality outside was terrible these days. There was no difference between the dormitory and the corridor. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu got up, and the 4 of them walked outside together. Zhou Shuan and Zhang Jia lagged behind. This time, Zhou Shuan felt that Zhang Jia's complexion wasn't as good as it had been a few years ago, but she also thought it was normal. In the post-apocalyptic world, resources were extremely scarce, and the climate was very extreme. Everyone was suffering. After getting up and going outside, Zhou Shuan and Zhang Jia walked a few steps, and Zhou Shuan noticed that Zhang Jia's pace slowed down. Looking back, Zhou Shuan saw Zhang Jia half covering her stomach, her brow furrowed, seemingly in some discomfort. She couldn't help but whisper, "Jijiao, what's wrong?" Zhang Jia smiled bitterly. "It's an old problem." She whispered something in Zhou Shuan's ear. It turned out she had started her period. She whispered, "My periods have been very irregular for the past few years, sometimes coming and sometimes not. Sometimes I don't get my period for months, sometimes it lasts for a month. But there's no doctor to see, no medicine to take. Asian even gave me some brown sugar before, and I felt a little better after eating it. But it wasn't completely cured. So she slowly got used to it. Not only him, but this is a major challenge faced by all women in the apocalypse. Women shouldn't touch cold water during their special period. They need to keep warm and rest, but in the apocalypse, such conditions are non-existent. During the eternal night, the temperature is extremely low, but women still need to fish and wash clothes in sub-zero water, because there isn't enough fuel for heating and boiling water. Having been friends through 2 lifetimes, Zhou Shuan knew her quite well. Seeing her speak while constantly looking out the corridor window, avoiding eye contact as if afraid to meet her gaze, Zhou Shuan instinctively felt the other was hiding something. However, the corridor was crowded with people. Zhou Shuan didn't ask directly. After they walked a little further, they finally reached the stairwell. No one lived there for easy access. Only then did Zhou Shuan ask what was going on. Under her direct gaze, Zhang Jia had no choice but to sigh softly. Fine, I give up. Actually, there was a hint of bitterness in her voice. I had an unplanned pregnancy 2 years ago. Before she finished speaking, Zhou Shuan was immediately shocked. Zhang Jia didn't give her time to react, continuing, but conditions were so bad back then. The weather was bitterly cold, and there wasn't much food. Our only food was fish from the sea. We struggled to even get enough to eat each day, and the baby left us when he was 5 months old. Tao Zheng and Qi Mingyu, who were in front, must have overheard the conversation. Tao Zheng stopped speaking and stood there motionless. Qi Mingyu didn't know what to say either. Perhaps I didn't take good care of myself after childbirth. My health hasn't been good since then. Zhang Jia slowly exhaled, smiling at Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan finally understood why Zhang Jia looked so much older after only a few years apart. So she had such a painful past. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Ordinary comfort seemed too pale and powerless in the face of the pain the other had endured. She opened her mouth, her expression filled with shock and heartache. Zhang Jia, however, seemed to have already come to terms with it and noticed her distress. She smiled at Zhou Shuan. It's all right, Wan Wan. Looking out at the surging sea through the stairwell, she murmured as if lost in memories. I was in unbearable pain back then, and several times I wanted to end it all with the baby. But Ajing stayed with me, taking care of me. He was even more heartbroken and guilty than I was, believing he hadn't taken good care of the baby, which was why we lost him. Later, with his comfort, I slowly emerged from the shadows. Zhou Shuan held her hand tightly. Zhang Jia's eyes welled up again. She and Tao Zheng had never actually considered having children, so after their marriage, Tao Zheng had specifically consulted Qi Mingyu about it. However, their supplies were not as plentiful as the Zhou families, and they lost most of their supplies during their escape, including that thing. But after the apocalypse, people's desires were even more intense than before. Men and women mostly lived together, so there was a strong sexual desire for sex. They needed this way to release their pent-up emotions and forget their suffering. People then resorted to contraceptive methods used by their ancestors. They used fish bladders as a substitute. However, fish bladders were not as good as the technology used before the apocalypse, and there were always unexpected pregnancies. Many children after the apocalypse were actually born unexpectedly. It would be best if the babies were born safely, but the infant mortality rate was very high in the apocalypse. Tao Zheng was still the leader of an army of 2,000 men, and his wife, Zhang Jia, also lost her unborn child. Tao Zheng turned around and reached out to grasp Zhang Jia's shoulder. His expression was very gentle, tinged with self-reproach and pity. Zhang Jia wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and shook her head at him. I'm fine. Don't worry. Then she turned to look at Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan had already decided how to help her. She spoke directly. Jia, you didn't have the means before, so you kept putting it off. But these problems with women are the worst thing to do, to delay treatment. The longer you wait, the more serious the condition becomes. Come, let's go to a quiet place, and I take your pulse first. She needed to check on her current physical condition. Qi Mingyu added, moreover, there's a medical team and an operating room on the mothership now. You have the conditions for treatment and recuperation. Exactly. Zhou Shuan said, generously adding, we stockpiled some more supplies, and the mothership also has medicine. If we really need it, we can work together to get it. We need to take this opportunity to help Jia recover. Zhang Jia and Tao Zheng exchanged a glance, and Tao Zheng immediately nodded. Okay, then we trouble you to take a look at us first, sister-in-law. Zhou Shuan placed her fingertips on Zhang Jia's wrist. The pulse beneath her fingertips was thin and weak, intermittent, and slightly cool to the touch. She frowned slightly, her fingertips gently tracing the pulse. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, her voice carrying a hint of seriousness. Your health is weakened by the miscarriage 2 years ago. Zhang Jia lowered her eyes, her fingertips unconsciously clenching the hem of her clothes. Zhou Shuan continued, after a miscarriage, one should rest in bed to replenish qi and blood, but look at this pulse. Both qi and blood are deficient, stagnation hasn't dissipated, and even the spleen and stomach are weak. She paused, looking at Zhang Jia's pale face, and added, I imagine that for the past 2 years, you always felt cold in your hands and feet, experienced severe abdominal pain during your periods, with varying flow, and felt dizzy, palpitations, and weak if you're even slightly tired, right? Chapter 756. Zhang Jia looked up abruptly, her eyes filled with surprise, which was quickly replaced by bitterness. She nodded gently yes, especially during the eternal night period. My hands and feet are ice-cold day and night, and I almost fell several times because of dizziness. Zhou Shuan sighed, and reached out to tuck a stray hair behind her ear. It's all due to the lingering effects of the illness from back then. Stagnant blood is blocking the uterus, preventing new blood from being generated, and all the internal organs suffer. It needs to be treated slowly, first clearing the stagnation, then replenishing qi and blood. It can't be rushed. She looked up at Zhang Jia. I'm not very knowledgeable about gynecology, but we have a doctor in our ward who is. How about this? I take you to see a doctor tomorrow. As soon as Zhou Shuan finished speaking, Tao Zheng gently grasped Zhang Jia's hand, his eyes full of concern. Jia, listen to Wanwan, let's go see a doctor tomorrow. Zhang Jia nodded, her eyes slightly red, but she managed to smile. Okay. The four walked back, the atmosphere somewhat somber. Zhou Shuan carefully considered Zhang Jia's condition. She knew that Zhang Jia's illness wasn't a sudden occurrence, but rather a long-standing problem, exacerbated by the harsh environment of the apocalypse. Early the next morning, Zhou Shuan, Zhang Jia, and Tao Zhen arrived at the medical ward. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant, and the place was crowded with people coming and going. Countless beds were lined up in the lobby, nurses moving about busily and efficiently. Zhou Shuan skillfully completed the registration process, and led Zhang Jia and Tao Zheng to the examination room with practiced ease. The doctor was a middle-aged woman in a white coat, with a gentle expression. She carefully inquired about Zhang Jia's medical history and symptoms, and conducted a thorough examination, including checking her blood pressure, pulse, temperature, and performing a gynecological examination. Zhou Shuan and Tao Zheng waited outside. During the examination, Zhang Jia occasionally frowned slightly, but she refrained from making a sound. The entire process was quiet and focused, with only the slight sounds of the instruments and the doctor's soft inquiries. After an hour, the test results came back. The doctor said calmly, Ms. Zhang, your condition is rather complex. You have deficiency of both qi and blood, cold uterus, and mild endometriosis. She explained the test results to the three of them in detail, and prescribed some medications, and a formula to regulate your body. Because there are basically no traditional Chinese medicine preparations available now, the best approach is dietary therapy. Therefore, the doctor prescribed a dietary therapy formula. I suggest you rest more, maintain a cheerful mood, and avoid overexertion and exposure to cold. This illness can't be rushed, it requires gradual nourishment. Tao Zheng listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Zhou Shuan looked at the dietary therapy formula. It mainly consisted of seafood suitable for replenishing qi and blood. The doctor had considered the actual situation. Finally, the doctor prescribed acupuncture for Zhang Jia every few days. With no medication available, acupuncture was the best treatment option. Zhang Jia and Tao Zheng were extremely grateful, thanking him repeatedly before leaving with Zhou Shuan. Back home, Zhou Shuan searched her spatial storage for sea cucumbers, fish maw, kelp, and krill, seafood products suitable for women to replenish their qi and blood. She carried a large bag and quietly went to Zhang Jia's dormitory. Seeing Zhou Shuan carrying so much, Zhang Jia felt embarrassed and quickly declined. Wan, this is too much, too valuable, I can't accept it. Zhou Shuan simply looked at her. At this time, is owing me a favor more important, or is resting your health more important? Zhang Jia paused, looking into Zhou Shuan's resolute eyes, her own eyes gradually welling up with tears. She solemnly grasped Zhou Shuan's hand. Thank you. After Zhou Shuan left, Zhang Jia and Tao Zheng sat on the edge of the bed, rummaging through the large bag of tonics. Sea cucumbers and fish maw took up most of the space, These were extremely precious even in the post-apocalyptic ocean. Tears streamed down Zhang Jia's face. So many years have passed, and Wanwan's character hasn't changed. She's always treated me as a friend, genuinely caring for me. She remembered the days when she was desperate and nearly starved to death. It was the Zhou family's generosity that gave her hope for survival. It was also Zhou Shuan who introduced her to Meng Mingwe, and later, she gradually took charge of a supply convoy, traveling all over the country, finally establishing a foothold in the new base. This orphan girl, able to survive through her own efforts, owed an indelible debt to Zhou Shuan's help. I owe her so much, and I can never repay it, she said in a low voice, filled with deep self-reproach. Tao Zheng gently stroked her hair, softly comforting her. Your sister-in-law meant well, don't overthink it. Getting better is the most important thing right now. Zhang Jia nodded solemnly, wiped away her tears, and continued flipping through the pages. When they saw the small box at the bottom, both Zhang Jia and Tao Zheng were stunned. Opening the box, they found it filled with tiny balloons. Although some of the outer packaging was damaged, it was clear they had been carefully preserved, and the balloons inside were undamaged. Zhang Jia couldn't help but smile through her tears. Wan, really? Tao Zheng also looked at the balloons, remained silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Jia, I already scheduled my tubal ligation surgery. Zhang Jia stiffened, looked up, and stared at Tao Zheng in surprise. Tao Zheng held her perpetually cold hand, his tone calm yet firm. Actually, after we got married, the captain mentioned this, but before I could act on it, the volcanic eruption happened, and we all fled for our lives, unable to think about it. So I wanted to take advantage of this stay on the mothership to have a tubal ligation. He looked at Zhang Jia's slightly hesitant expression and continued, Jia, don't worry. I already asked the doctor. More and more people on the mothership are getting this surgery in recent years. Everyone wants to avoid having children, knowing they can't provide a good guarantee for the child. So, for the doctors on the mothership, although the conditions aren't as good as pre-apocalyptic hospitals, the surgery is very simple. Like eating or drinking, it's over quickly, and there are no surgical risks. Zhang Jia saw the seriousness in Tao Veng's expression. In truth, she had never thought about having children before, until she became pregnant unexpectedly. 5 months into the pregnancy, she truly experienced motherhood and began to look forward to the child. Maternal love sprouted and grew within her. But the child was unexpectedly miscarried. The pain of losing her child was etched into her very soul. Even now, the thought of it still pierces her heart, leaving her unable to find peace. And this kind of pain, even for Tao Zheng, the father himself, was something he could not truly comprehend. Looking at Tao Bing's resolute expression, she finally nodded slowly. Okay. Since they couldn't provide the child with a stable environment, then let's nip that possibility in the bud. Zhang Jia gripped Tao Wing's hand tightly, tears welling in her eyes, yet a sense of relief lingered within them. Chapter 757. Tao Zheng had made an appointment at the hospital during the day, picked up the necessary supplies, and went to have her tubal ligation performed. The surgery went smoothly. Zhang Jia waited anxiously outside the operating room, her heart pounding. The operating room light finally went out, and a nurse wheeled Tao Zheng out. Zhang Jia immediately went to greet her. The two went to the deck. The sun seemed to hang in the sky forever. The air was thick with dampness, and the fishy smell of the sea was stronger than usual. Zhang Jia frowned, but Tao Zheng seemed used to it. They walked side by side, without saying much, but their hearts drew closer. In the following days, Zhang Jia rested as instructed by the doctor, and Tao Zheng took meticulous care of her, cooking nutritious soups for her, warming her stomach, and never leaving her side. Zhou Shuan visited every day, and the group chatted and laughed, seemingly dispelling much of the gloom of the apocalypse. The sea level continued to rise, just as Zhou Shuan had predicted, already increasing by more than 10 meters. The number of fish carcasses floating on the surface was also increasing. Zhou Shuan followed Captain Shang, standing at the edge of the mothership's deck, her face covered by a homemade mask, but she could still smell the stench of decay carried by the sea breeze. It was the smell of countless dead fish carcasses rotting and fermenting in the seawater, like an overturned can of rotting meat, mixed with a salty, fishy odor that filled her nostrils, making her throat tight. Looking into the distance, the once azure sea was now covered with a layer of grayish corpse membrane. Sardine and mackerel carcasses lay belly up, some plastered to the mothership's bulkheads by the waves, their cloudy eyes staring at the deck. Larger tuna and cod carcasses bobbed on the surface, their bellies already gnawed open by carrion, their dark red entrails mixed with dark green bile, spreading in murky streaks in the seawater. The purification system is alarming again. Lieutenant Yun approached anxiously from afar. Captain Shang, the purification team just reported that the third filter membrane was clogged by the humus from the fish carcasses after only 4 hours. The purification efficiency is now less than 30% of normal. Captain Shang frowned slightly and strode towards the purification workshop located in the mid-level of the mothership. Zhou Shuan followed Captain Shang because he had sent someone to tell her that there was a problem with the purified seawater on the ship. When they arrived at the purification workshop, an even stronger stench of decay hit them as soon as they pushed open the door. Several engineers were busy around the purification equipment. The seawater, which should have flowed clearly through the transparent filter tubes, now resembled mud mixed with silt. Brownish flocculent matter clung firmly to the filter membrane, leaving only streaks of filth despite the high-pressure water jets. "What is this?" Zhou Shuan frowned. An engineer replied, "This is protein debris from decomposing fish carcasses. There's a lot of it in the seawater right now, and we can't prevent it." His expression was serious. The other engineers and workers in the workshop were also unusually silent. But anxiety was written on everyone's face. "We tried adjusting the filtration precision, even adding activated carbon for adsorption, but it's completely useless," the senior engineer in charge of the purification system said to Captain Shang, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Look, the ammonia-nitrogen concentration in the water is more than 8 times the safe level, and there's also hydrogen sulfide. All of this comes from the decomposition of decomposing fish carcasses. Our purification technology was originally designed for sea salt, microorganisms, and common pollutants. When it encounters this high concentration of humus, it's like trying to filter mud through a sieve. It simply doesn't work." Captain Shang frowned deeply. The purification technology malfunctioned a week ago. However, the engineers in the workshop had been busy improving the purification equipment for the past few days, but the results were unsatisfactory. Therefore, the daily water supply per person on the mothership has now been reduced to 1.5 liters, prohibited for washing and cleaning, and prioritized for drinking. A heavy feeling settled over him. He walked to the water tank, opened the sampling valve, and filled a glass with water. The water in the glass was a pale yellow, and upon closer inspection, a faint fishy odor could be detected, which even boiling couldn't completely remove. "Drinking this water long-term will cause problems," said Lieutenant Yun, standing beside Captain Shang, his brow also furrowed. The rescue area just reported that 3 crew members had developed diarrhea symptoms, initially diagnosed as being caused by excessive levels of harmful microorganisms in the water. "If we can't find a solution soon, we won't even have to wait for sea levels to drop. We'd be unable to hold on any longer." Outside the window, a layer of white fish carcasses rose and fell with the waves. Zhou Shuan looked up at the gray, murky sea. She knew that these fish carcasses were not only polluting the water, but also consuming the sea's remaining oxygen. In a few days, this area would likely become a dead sea, where even the most pollution-resistant algae would be unable to survive. And their purification system was like an island trapped in the Dead Sea, helplessly watching the water in the tanks dwindle day by day. She bit her lip, feeling the same panic as everyone else. She could see the situation in the sea more clearly than anyone else, so she knew exactly how many fish carcasses were buried in this area, how quickly they decompose in the warm seawater. The mothership possessed far simpler and more convenient seawater purification technology than before the apocalypse, allowing people to easily use it whether on a small island or a small boat. Therefore, everyone assumed that living at sea wouldn't cause them to worry about water shortages. But they never imagined that when the ocean itself began to decompose, humanity's proud technology would be so fragile. Because of this severe water shortage problem, the mothership had to send personnel to collect fish carcasses for incineration. And Zhou Shuan, Captain Shang, had another, more important task assigned to her. The next day, on the mothership's deck, the sea breeze carried an overwhelming stench of decay. A dozen small workboats floated on the sea. Dozens of crew members in orange waterproof suits used metal retrieval nets to collect fish carcasses from the sea. They dared not lift the nets directly, but instead sailed the small boats to the incinerator on the lower deck of the mothership. As soon as the net was lifted, rotting flesh dripped through the mesh, and foul-smelling liquid dripped onto the deck, quickly forming a small puddle. "Quickly, put it in the incinerator." 2 crew members worked together to pour the heavy fish carcasses into the incinerator, and pressed the ignition button. Blue flame shot up with a whoosh, accompanied by a sizzling sound, and an even stronger stench of burning flesh rose into the sky. Fragments of remaining fish carcasses clung to the mesh, leaving brown streaks on the deck. Even though everyone was wrapped up tightly, the stench almost made them faint. "Hurry up. We have to clear all the fish carcasses within a 3-kilometer radius of the mothership today, or the purification system will clog again." the team leader shouted at the top of his lungs. Chapter 758. By noon, the lower decks of the mothership were half filled with fish carcasses, and black smoke billowed from the incinerator chimneys, the temperature so high it was scalding. In the afternoon, Zhou Shuwan and her team prepared to depart. Captain Shan's task for Zhou Shuwan was to search for more habitable waters less contaminated by the rotting corpses. At this time, the sea level was relatively calm due to the melting ice, barring strong winds, allowing the reconnaissance ship to operate independently. Moreover, with the sea level rising by more than 10 meters, holding out on the small island was no longer meaningful. This reconnaissance mission naturally fell to Zhou Shuwan. Zhou Shuwan had a wider range of underwater detection capabilities, making her ideally suited to finding a more suitable place for the mothership to anchor. Therefore, that afternoon Zhou Shuwan, along with her parents and Qi Mingyu, set off on the reconnaissance ship. The reconnaissance ship slowly sailed away from the mothership. Zhou Shuwan stood at the bow, gazing in the direction of the former small island. The sea there had long since obscured the outline of land. Only the occasional bubbles rising from 15 or 16 meters below the surface proved that this area had once been a small island where people could stand. They seemed to be constantly searching for new habitats, relocating for various reasons. There was never a time when they could truly settle down. The sea wind howled, white waves pounded against the hull, and the reconnaissance ship emitted a low rumble. Zhou Shuwan gripped the deck railing tightly, feeling the ship sway, and looked at the distant sea. There, too, floated large numbers of dead fish, emitting a nauseating stench that could be smelled even through the cabin. Zhou Shuwan took a deep breath, trying to ignore the nauseating smell. She began using spatial detection to survey the distribution of fish carcasses in the vicinity, hoping to find a cleaner area. She was completely focused, as if she were in a vast ocean world, with various fish carcasses and pollutants clearly visible to her. As she sailed, she gradually discovered some patterns. Where the seabed was a gentle sandy slope with no depressions, the fish carcasses had been carried away by ocean currents. In these areas, fish carcasses would be scarce. However, Zhou Shuwan had not yet found a satisfactory location. She directed the reconnaissance ship to continue southeast. 2 kilometers southeast, my detector shows the fish carcass density is continuously decreasing. Let's explore further. Perhaps we can find a cleaner area. The captain nodded, turned the helm, and the propeller churned the calm sea, heading in a new direction. After 4 hours of continuous monitoring, Zhou Shuwan drifted off to sleep. Qi Mingyu suddenly looked up into the distance and noticed something unusual. Look, the sea over there seems different. The ripples are denser than before. His observation was remarkably sharp. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. The once azure sea suddenly became murky a few hundred meters ahead, as if shrouded in a layer of gray fog. As the ship drew closer, a strong, putrid stench wafted on the sea breeze, even more pungent than the waters around the small island, like countless dead fish rotting in a confined space for half a month. The captain immediately covered his mouth and nose, frowning. Something's wrong. Slow down. Zhou Shuwan was startled awake by the sound. She wasn't fully awake yet, but the surrounding stench brought tears to her eyes. At the same time, she sensed something was wrong with this area of the sea. Below the surface, the sea was riddled with countless reefs, and the crevices and depressions of the rocks were filled with rotting fish carcasses. From palm-sized sardines to half-meter-long tuna, they were layered and embedded among the rocks. Some carcasses were swollen and deformed, their bellies ruptured, dark green entrails mixed with black water flowing down the rocks. Others were reduced to skeletons, with sticky, decaying flesh clinging to the bones, teetering on the verge of falling off due to microorganisms in the seawater. These fish carcasses practically enveloped this entire reef area in a layer of decay, their density far exceeding any area she had previously explored. It's a reef area. Zhou Shuwan's voice was heavy. The fish carcasses are all stuck in the crevices of the rocks. The water can't carry them away. They're all rotting here. The pollution is even worse than where we are. On the water, the captain used an air quality meter to check, and the hydrogen sulfide concentration on the screen spiked instantly. He shouted immediately, "Get out of here. The air is toxic. Staying here for a long time will cause poisoning." The helmsman immediately turned the boat around, and the long, narrow hull slowly moved out of the reef area, the stench gradually fading. Once they had sailed away from this putrid reef area, the sea gradually returned to its previous clarity. Zhou Shuwan leaned against the gunwale, gazing at the calm sea, and his mind became even clearer about where they needed to settle. A place where life could survive couldn't have these foul-filled dead ends. It had to be a place where the water could flow freely, and the fish carcasses could be carried away. Any place with reefs or depressions was unacceptable. For the next 2 days, They sailed slowly along the ocean current. The sea wasn't always calm. Sometimes they encountered areas with steep seabed slopes and swift currents that made it difficult to stand. Other times, while the surface seemed calm, there were shallow depressions and puddles beneath, littered with fish carcasses and fragments. On the third day, they finally found an area that met their requirements. Even before arriving, Zhou Shuan sensed something different. Through her perception, she could clearly see that the seawater here was clearer than where they had passed before. Sunlight could penetrate to a depth of 10 meters, and the water she touched was steady yet powerful, carrying a vibrant life force. Further exploration revealed a flat, sandy seabed, without reefs or depressions. Although there were no fish or other marine life, the water was remarkably clean. After 3 days and 3 nights, they finally had a success. Suppressing her excitement, Zhou Shuan immediately directed the reconnaissance boat in that direction. Gradually, everyone also noticed the unusual activity on the sea. The sea here was noticeably cleaner to the naked eye than other areas. Everyone was excited. Upon arriving at this area, the captain had seawater samples poured into testing tubes. After the reagents reacted, the liquid turned a pale blue. This was the color of water that met quality standards. He stared at the values on the screen and couldn't help but nod. The pollution index is 8 points lower than the original area. Dissolved oxygen content is 7 milligrams per liter, and the water flow speed is stable at 0.25 meters per second, perfectly meeting the requirements. Zhou Shuan climbed onto the deck, looking at the sea before her. Sunlight shone on the sea, shimmering with golden waves. In the distance, the sea and the horizon merged into one, the seawater a slightly dark blue. Although not as clear and clean as before the eternal night, it was already a remarkable improvement. Chapter 759. Zhou Shuan probed the seabed. This area of sea, spanning several kilometers, had a calm seabed with stable ocean currents that could promptly carry away fish carcasses, preventing any pollution-dead zones. It's only 3 days' distance from here to Island Number 1. We're very close to our Island Number 1 now. The captain's voice echoed in the cockpit, a hint of fatigue in his tone, yet unable to conceal his excitement. When the tide recedes, they will still need to return to the island to live. After discussion and weighing the pros and cons, repeatedly considering survival resources and climate conditions, everyone reached a consensus and unanimously agreed to designate this calm sea area as their new settlement. Several days of intensive exploration had left everyone exhausted. They rested briefly for 2 hours, replenishing their water and eating some smoke-dried fish, before retracing their route and embarking on their return journey. Everyone was familiar with the route, making the return journey easier than the journey there. They ultimately arrived at the mothership after 2.5 days. The captain reported the data from their survey in detail, including the potential hidden currents mentioned by Zhou Shuan. Captain Shang's face, which had been tense for days, finally broke into a long-absent smile. His gaze slowly swept over the officers waiting in the cabin, and his previously slightly weary voice instantly became strong and resolute. Good. Pass the word down. All ships are to immediately begin inventorying supplies and inspecting equipment. 3 days later, we will all depart for the new sea area. The news spread like wildfire throughout the fleet. Upon hearing it, the pent-up emotions of the ordinary survivors erupted instantly. Someone leaned against the ship's railing and shouted excitedly, "Finally, we don't have to smell that pungent, fishy stench of seafood every day." Some people high-fived each other, their eyes filled with anticipation for their new life. Cheers soon erupted on the deck, even the sea breeze seemed to carry a joyful air. The fleet now comprised over 7,000 people, and dozens of ships of various sizes. They had lost more than a dozen ships during the melting glacier. Those ships had been damaged by massive ice flows, and, carrying supplies they couldn't move in time, slowly sank to the dark seabed. As all the ships lined up and slowly sailed on the long silent sea, their bows cutting through the blue waves, their sterns leaving long trails, coupled with the neatly stacked supplies and repaired equipment on the decks, made for a rather impressive sight from afar. The water in the new area was indeed cleaner. Fish carcasses were barely visible. Yu Xian seemed to be in much better spirits in her new environment. When the Zhou family visited her, she could still chat and laugh a few times. Although her health was poor, she had suffered from fevers on and off several times in recent days, and her face still bore the marks of illness. Zhang Jia had also heard about Yu Xian's condition and visited her twice. The first time she saw the gentle, quiet girl she remembered, now emaciated and confined to a wheelchair, her face scarred, she was deeply shocked, and it took all her strength to suppress her emotions. Her eyes reddened slightly, and she simply patted Yu Xian's hand gently, smiling, We rejoin the main force. We have more opportunities to meet in the future. Yuxian grasped her hand in return, calling out, Sister Jiejia. After leaving Yuxian's place, she turned to the silent Zhou Shuwan beside her and said, Wan, I think we're among the happiest survivors. Although she had lost her unborn child and endured much misfortune in her life, she felt far luckier than Yuxian. Zhou Shuan smiled bitterly. Yes, we are already lucky enough to have survived this long unscathed, with family and friends by our side. Zhang Jiao looked at the dazzling sunlight outside the deck and murmured, I hope these peaceful days can last a little longer. After these days of exploration, everyone knew that the sea was now devoid of life, except for the occasional scattered planktonic organisms floating on the surface. The sea they were currently inhabiting was so calm that it was practically a dead sea. But this stillness did not extinguish the hope in their hearts. In the lower decks of the mothership, a small living water environment had been maintained. 2 types of fish were kept there. One part consisted of hydrothermal vent fish, brought back by the Zhou family at great personal risk from the deep-sea hydrothermal vents. These fish, adapted to extreme environments, have survived generation after generation in sealed compartments thanks to a specialized circulating supply system. Of the hydrothermal vent fish the Zhou family initially brought back, half have died, but the remaining half reproduce rapidly. However, the mothership lacks sufficient space to house so many fish, so the supply system maintains only about 100, with the rest being sent to the dining hall for consumption. The other part consisted of ordinary saltwater fish. Once the new settlement's anchorage was secured, the mothership immediately established a fish-raising team and launched the sea-based fish farming project. They aimed to artificially create a mini-world capable of sustaining life within this dead sea. Upon hearing the news, everyone's initial anxiety subsided. As long as the fish could survive in seawater, they weren't extinct, and they would have a continuous food supply. The fish farming team didn't dare delay, spending each day surveying the area within a 10-kilometer radius of the mothership in their small boat. They recorded water flow speeds, tested seawater salinity, and explored the seabed topography. After 2 full days of work, they finally selected a suitable location. The currents here were gentle, preventing strong currents from destroying the facilities, and the seabed was relatively flat, without sharp reefs hindering operations. More importantly, the area, with a radius of 700 or 800 meters, was perfectly capable of accommodating the initial aquaculture enclosures. With the site chosen, the real challenge had just begun. All operations had to be carried out in the pitch-black depths of the sea. Divers donned heavy, pressure-resistant diving suits weighing dozens of kilograms, carried oxygen supply equipment, and descended to the seabed in a submarine. They need to operate a robotic arm to first secure one end of a specially designed, high-strength, corrosion-resistant rope to a protruding rock base on the seabed, while the other end is connected to an adjustable buoy. Then, following a pre-planned route, they pull the rope into a neat rectangle, looping it layer by loop, and then piece together a fine protective net. This net must prevent fish from escaping and also protect against potential impacts from seabed debris. They are raising fish in deep-sea areas, making the project more complex. The divers dare not be careless in the slightest regarding the angle of each rope and the gaps between each piece of net. The dim seabed offers no natural light, only the submarine searchlights cast 2 pale beams of light illuminating the work area before them. Chapter 760. The divers moved through the beams of light, darting like ghosts through the dark seawater, only the indicator lights on their helmets flickering faintly. Once the last piece of protective netting was in place, the divers inspected the aquaculture enclosure one last time, confirming that all ropes were securely fastened and the netting was undamaged, before finally letting out a sigh of relief. They retracted their robotic arms and slowly swam towards the submarine, returning one by one to the cabin. As the submarine's hatch slowly closed, shutting out the deathly silence outside, Old Wang, the leader of the fish farming team, wiped the sweat from his brow and excitedly announced to everyone, "It's done. The aquaculture enclosure is finished. Tomorrow, we put the fish fry in." His words were met with cheers, and even the exhausted divers smiled with relief. This artificially created sea might just be their future lifeline. The next morning, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was cloudless. The fish-raising team arrived on deck early, carefully taking out over 200 juvenile fish they had prepared beforehand. These tiny lives swayed their tails gently in the clear seawater, full of vitality. The number wasn't large, but the variety was rich. Old Wang meticulously checked each juvenile fish to ensure they were lively and healthy. All the juveniles have been checked, ready to be released. Old Wang announced loudly, then added with a touch of worry, "Remember, be gentle, don't hurt them." The fish-raising team members gently placed the juvenile fish into the enclosure. The seawater rippled slightly, and the juvenile fish swam within the enclosure, like shimmering stars scattered across the deep blue ocean. On deck, the others gathered, all chatting and laughing. A week later, Old Juan arrived at the aquaculture pens full of anticipation to observe the growth of the juvenile fish. However, a shocking scene unfolded before him. Many juvenile fish floated belly up on the surface, already dead. His face paled. What happened? Why are so many fish dead? I checked the water quality, the equipment. I haven't found anything wrong. This matter concerned the future food supply for all the survivors. Researchers quickly arrived and conducted comprehensive testing of the water quality in the aquaculture pens, including temperature, salinity, dissolved oxygen, ammonia, nitrogen, nitrite, and other indicators. However, the test results showed that all indicators were within the normal range, and no abnormalities were found. This further intensified everyone's doubts and panic. How could this be? All indicators are normal, yet the fish are dead. Could it be some kind of unknown virus or bacteria? After several days and nights of research, the researchers finally arrived at a conclusion. They discovered undigested artificial feed in the intestines of the dead fish, and while there were no signs of pathogen infection in the liver and gills, the fat content was far below normal levels. Therefore, the researchers concluded the problem lay in their diet. These juvenile fish weren't starving, they weren't eating the right things. The current marine environment lacks natural plankton, and the juveniles are deprived of essential nutrients from the bottom of the food chain, leading to death from hidden starvation. Captain Sean listened, his brow furrowed. What can we do? Actually, the fish farming team had noticed this problem before, and they had added essential nutrients and proteins to their feed. However, that was done in a small-scale aquaculture system within the mothership. The fish were few in number, swam in a small range, and required little feed. But now, the juvenile fish were being released into water 7 or 800 meters deep, and the previously prepared feed was clearly insufficient in nutrition. Besides this, there was another reason. The mothership's reserve fish had long lived in cabins with no wind or waves, no natural predators, and constant water flow. Suddenly being moved into the open sea, even with calm water, would cause a severe stress reaction due to the sudden environmental change. The juvenile fish, with their weak resistance, were more prone to death from stress. But there was no other way to address this except to allow the juvenile fish to gradually adapt. Captain Shang then ordered the fish farming team and researchers to work together to quickly adjust the feeding methods and find ways to improve the aquaculture environment. This was a strict order. No matter how difficult, all difficulties had to be overcome to complete it. Therefore, on the day the order was issued, the research team split into two groups. A team rushed into the mothership's supply depot, rummaging through all the stored algae powder and Artemia eggs, and set up a makeshift feed mixing station in the laboratory. They mixed chlorella extract and defatted fish meal in the correct proportions, then carefully added a trace amount of vitamin B12 solution. The previous feed was only enough to fill them up. Now they had to supplement it with all the nutrients from the natural bait, starting with small trial feeds to observe the juvenile fish's feeding and activity. They worked through 2 consecutive nights, finally developing 3 different ratios of fortified feed. The next morning, they transported the feed to the rearing enclosure by small boat and fed it to the surviving juvenile fish. Of the 200 juvenile fish initially released, a third had already died. Now only a little over 100 remained. Another team was busy modifying a compartment on the lower deck of the mothership to build a miniature food cultivation system. The team members moved in transparent acrylic cultivation tanks, connected circulating water pipes and temperature control equipment, poured filtered seawater into the first tank, scattered algae seeds, and turned on LED lights simulating sunlight. Phytoplankton are the foundation of all marine life. They needed to be allowed to grow rapidly first. Then, these algae were released into the ocean to simulate the pristine marine environment. Zhou Shuan, no longer needing to monitor underwater conditions, had more free time. So she followed the research team closely, wanting to observe and learn how they would defy the odds and achieve fish farming freedom under such numerous objective influences. Perhaps they were the first step in restoring the ocean's ecosystem. 3 days later, the once clear seawater turned a pale green, and the tanks were full of swimming algae. Zhou Shuan felt a pang of trypophobia just looking at it. The team members then introduced the algae solution into an adjacent culture tank and introduced the cultured arthropod eggs. Within 2 days, the tank was teeming with arthropod larvae, darting and feeding in the algae solution, their lively movements bringing a sigh of relief to the researchers present. Zhou Shuan, however, who knew absolutely nothing about this, felt a chill run down her spine. She even stood a little further away from the tank. The researchers released the algae and eggs into the aquaculture area in batches. Inside the culture tank, the juvenile fish gradually adapted to their new environment. At first, they seemed hesitant, swimming slowly and hiding in the corners of the tank. But as time went on, they gradually became more active, swimming in groups, and vying for the feed provided by the researchers. Initially, the amount of feed was very small, as the researchers were afraid that the juvenile fish would overeat and suffer from indigestion. Chapter 761. They carefully observed the feeding behavior of the juvenile fish, constantly adjusting the feed ratio and feeding frequency based on their observations. From initially feeding every 2 hours, they gradually increased to every 4 hours, with the amount of food increasing each time. Initially, the water quality in the breeding area was relatively clear. But now, with the temperature perfectly suited to the environment, algae and plankton began to grow in the breeding area after a week. After half a month, the seawater gradually took on a natural light green hue, resembling a miniature marine ecosystem. This subtle change excited everyone, especially the researchers and the fish farming team. This meant that their efforts had finally paid off. Their carefully formulated fortified feed and improvements to the breeding environment were beginning to show results. The mortality rate has decreased. Old Wang excitedly reported to Captain Shang. Previously, more than 10 juvenile fish died every day, but now only 2 or 3. Moreover, most of the dead juvenile fish were weak and sickly. Captain Shang smiled with satisfaction. However, the challenges were far from over. They faced not only the survival of the juvenile fish, but also the guarantee of their food supply. They had to ensure sufficient algae and plankton to sustain the juvenile's growth. Therefore, they continued to improve their food cultivation system, constantly optimizing the methods for cultivating algae and plankton, striving to make this small ecosystem more complete. In addition to everyone working together to reshape the fish ecosystem, the mothership also dispatched ships daily to purify the surrounding marine environment. They collected the fish carcasses, and then incinerated them in the incinerator. Just when everyone thought life was gradually getting back on track, another unexpected event occurred. It happened a month after the start of the fish farming, and everyone was happy about the decreasing mortality rate of the juvenile fish. Zhou Shuan also had a lot of free time. That day, the sea breeze, carrying a faint salty smell, swept across the deck as she and Qi Mingyu strolled leisurely on the mothership's deck. Although daylight hadn't faded since it arrived, people preferred the sunshine to darkness. Therefore, people were generally in good spirits. Many people were out for walks and sunbathing. The mothership didn't restrict this. I heard from the fish farming team that the mortality rate of the juvenile fish has dropped to 15%, Qi Mingyu said slowly. Team leader Wang said that in another 2 months, the first batch of fry will be fully grown. Zhou Shuan was very happy. That's great. Although we currently have whale meat as a reserve, having more fish meat sources would be best. Most of the whale meat on the mothership was stored in her spatial storage, so there was no need to worry about spoilage. However, people are always prepared for the worst. If they rely solely on whale meat and lose other food sources, one day their food supply will be depleted. Now that marine fish farming has become systematic, people's hearts can finally settle down. This is a rare moment of peace in this apocalyptic world. I just wonder how long it will take to fully revive this ecosystem. Zhou Shuan smiled, turning to look at Qi Mingyu, but was suddenly blinded by a strange light. She instinctively looked up, and for a moment, her breath caught in her throat. The clouds overhead were no longer their usual gray or leaden blue, but were covered with tiny ice crystals, as if someone had crushed the entire starry sky and scattered it across it. The ice crystals, irregularly shaped and prismatic, shimmered with bands of light ranging from indigo to silvery white under the midday sun, their movement almost lifelike as they slowly unfurled within the clouds. The light fell upon the sea, reflecting countless tiny spots of light, even tinting the railings on the mothership's deck with a translucent silver hue. My God, what is this? A low gasp rippled through the crowd from the other side of the deck. The researchers who had been inspecting the fishing nets, the people patrolling the deck, the leisurely strollers, and even the children who had a brief moment to play, all looked up, their eyes filled with awe. Zhou Shuan was also stunned. She had seen the pitch black of eternal night, the ghastly white of the ice fields, the murky depths of a tsunami, but she had never witnessed such a dazzling spectacle. The entire sky seemed covered in shattered crystals. A gust of wind caused the ice crystals to tremble slightly, and the falling light dust on her face carried a cool, refreshing touch. In a daze, the shattered ice crystals seemed to rearrange themselves, sometimes coalescing into a shimmering crystal curtain, sometimes scattering into a sky full of stars. Even the salty smell in the air seemed to be diluted. The gasps of amazement from the crowd grew louder, drawing those who had been in the cabins out to watch. Chi Mingyu's brows, however, were deeply furrowed, his previously relaxed body taut. His gaze was fixed on the ice crystals in the sky, his eyes devoid of any amazement, only an overwhelming wariness. Something's wrong, these shattered ice crystals look like icicles. Zhou Shuwen's heart sank. Before she could ask further, Chi Mingyu suddenly grabbed her and pulled her towards the cabin, his throat bursting with a heart-wrenching scream. Take cover. Everyone, take cover immediately. Get in the cabin. Quick. His voice boomed like thunder on the deck, freezing the astonished crowd in shock. Some stared blankly at him, unable to process the sudden turn of events. Don't stand there. Danger's coming. Chi Mingyu shouted again. Years of survival instinct from the apocalypse spurred some into a split second. They dropped their tools, grabbed their children, and followed Chi Mingyu toward the hatch. The once tranquil deck erupted into chaos. Footsteps, shouts, and children's cries mingled together, creating an eerie contrast with the shimmering ice crystals above. Faster! Faster! Chi Mingyu pulled Zhou Shuwen along, practically sprinting across the deck. The hatch was just ahead, already crowded with people desperately trying to squeeze inside. Zhou Shuwen's heart pounded. At that moment, not only she, but everyone else could feel the light in the sky growing brighter, as if some danger was rapidly approaching. Just then, a scream rang out from the crowd. Oh my god! Zhou Shuwen looked up sharply. The ice crystals that had been floating in the clouds suddenly seemed to be ripped downwards by an invisible hand, countless rays of cold light tearing through the sky. First, one or two thin icicles fell, whistling past the mast with a sharp whoosh. Then, the entire sky seemed to burst its banks, countless icicles raining down like silver arrows, densely blocking the view and even partially obscuring the sunlight. Get in the cabin! Chi Mingyu roared, forcefully pushing Zhou Shuwen into the cabin. She staggered in, and as she turned, she saw a half-meter-long icicle crash onto the deck with a thud, piercing right through it. The icicle stood there trembling, its tip quivering slightly. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from the deck. Chapter 762. Chi Mingyu frowned, a resolute glint in his eyes, as he looked at the mother and daughter trapped on the deck. He turned to Zhou Shuwen and said, Wan, I'll be right back. Before Zhou Shuwen could react, he produced a heavy metal shield from somewhere, held it above his head, and charged into the rain of icy shards on the deck like an arrow. In the sky, icicles, like thousands of spears, rained down from the depths of the dark clouds. Some icicles were a meter long, others more than half a meter, their edges sharp as knives, whistling as they crashed into the sea and the ship. The deck was already covered with shards of ice and craters, the air thick with a cold, sharp aura. Chi Mingyu unleashed the full power of his years of honed agility. He would sometimes crouch low, dodging the falling icicles, sometimes roll, pressing his body against the deck to minimize the area hit, sometimes accelerate suddenly, charging towards his target like a cheetah. Each breath was accompanied by a white mist, his heart pounding violently, but his eyes remained sharp as an eagle's, fixed on the mother and child. Zhou Shuwen stood at the cabin door, her hands clenched into fists, her knuckles white. Her eyes were fixed on Chi Mingyu's back, her heart pounding as if it would burst from her chest. Every loud thud of an icicle hitting the deck sent a shiver down her spine. She silently repeated to herself, faster, faster. Finally, Chi Mingyu narrowly reached the mother and child. The mother and child were separated by a rain of icicles. She huddled behind a protrusion in the center of the deck, her face filled with fear and helplessness. Chi Mingyu swiftly scooped up the child, using his shield to protect himself from the air. At the same time, he turned to pull the mother away. But just then, more icicles rained down, making his movements increasingly difficult. He had to protect the child, hold on to the adult, and constantly guard against the deadly attacks overhead. In this critical moment, a hoarse voice came from the side, "Go!" Another man in military uniform, wielding an equally heavy shield, rushed to the mother's side from the other side. He forcefully pulled her behind him, shouting, "Follow me." Chi Mingyu nodded, carrying the child, while the soldier protected the mother. The two struggled forward in the downpour of icicles. Suddenly, a huge icicle fell from the sky, slamming into the soldier's shield with a loud bang. The immense impact lurched him down, throwing him and his mother onto the deck. Those watching the scene from inside the cabin were also extremely tense, their hearts leaping into their throats. "Be careful." But the next second, the soldier quickly scrambled to his feet and shouted loudly to Chi Mingyu, "Go first, don't wait for us." Chi Mingyu gritted his teeth, didn't turn back, quickened his pace, and rushed into the cabin, half carrying the child. The soldier followed closely behind, practically dragging the mother along, struggling to catch up. Once everyone was safely back in the cabin, the door slammed shut, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as if all their strength had been drained. Zhou Shuan's gaze immediately fell on Qi Mingyu's leg. There was a cut there, grazed by an icicle, blood seeping down his trouser leg and staining his military boots red. Fortunately, the wound wasn't too deep and hadn't broken any bones. She felt a slight sense of relief. Without saying much, she quickly rummaged through her backpack for bandages and disinfectant, then knelt down to bandage him. Outside, the icy rain continued unabated. The sky seemed to have been torn open with countless slits, and countless ice crystals poured down, seemingly without end. The scene on the sea was horrific. The unsuspecting survivors were either dead or wounded. The dozens of ships that had been adrift on the sea were now on the defensive, their decks filled with frantic, busy figures. In the blink of an eye, dozens of corpses floated on the surface, some impaled by ice shards, others smashed to pieces. Even more heartbreaking, 3 or 4 ships were directly pierced by massive ice shards. Seawater rushed into the cabins, and within minutes, the ships tilted, sank, and disappeared into the raging waves. "That ship is loaded with supplies," someone cried out, their voice filled with despair and helplessness. But at this moment, no one thought about supplies. On the edge of life and death, everyone's only thought was to survive. The survivors were gathered in the hall below deck. Large glass windows surrounded the hall, offering a clear view of the sea. The hall was filled with a pungent smell of blood and seawater, and everyone's face was etched with exhaustion and fear. Just as everyone was still reeling from the horror of the scene outside, suddenly, whoosh! A deafening crash came from the side. Immediately afterward, a huge shard of ice shot out like a spear, smashing directly into the hall's glass window. The icicles, as thick as a child's arm, shattered the thick glass with astonishing force. Sharp shards of glass flew into the hall along with the icicles, slamming heavily onto the floor with dull thuds. Several people near the windows recoiled in fright. Some were even cut by flying glass, groaning in pain. Chaos erupted in the hall. Screams filled the air, curses rippled through the air. Others tried to block the windows with tables and chairs to prevent more icicles from flying in. Qi Mingyu quickly stood up, pulling Zhou Shuan behind him, and warily peered out the window. The scene outside was a true apocalypse. Broken ship hulls and lifeless corpses floated on the sea, icicles continuing to fall from the sky, crashing against the surface and creating a spray of water. Occasionally, an icicle struck a ship, producing a deafening roar that made the entire vessel tremble. "Everyone, get away from the windows!" Qi Mingyu shouted, his voice drowning out the chaotic noise. His command brought many people back to their senses, and they retreated to the center of the hall. Just then, another icicle smashed in through a window on the other side, striking a metal pillar in the hall with a piercing metallic clang. A deep dent instantly appeared in the pillar, and the ice shattered into countless small pieces, scattered on the floor. "Quick, seal all the windows!" shouted the soldier who had helped with the rescue earlier. "Everyone, find materials and seal them quickly." Not only the cabin windows, but also windows in other places were shattered by icicles, which rushed in. Screams and cries of alarm rose and fell. Although it sounds like a long time, only a few minutes had actually passed since the icicle rain began. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Chapter 763. During the chaos of the past few minutes, Captain Shang, who had been in his office, rushed over. As soon as he entered the hall, his gaze swept quickly across the surroundings. Shattered glass, icicles scattered everywhere, panicked survivors, and the muffled thuds of the ship being struck in the distance. Captain Shang's brow was furrowed, but his voice remained calm and powerful. "Everyone, calm down." This command slightly quelled the commotion in the hall. Captain Shang was the ship's highest commander, and in this life-or-death situation, his presence itself provided a sense of security. "All ordinary survivors, gather in the center of the hall." Captain Shang continued, "First group, second group, go downstairs immediately and retrieve the sealing plates from the warehouse. Boiling point alloy is the most suitable material now, so be quick." The 2 groups immediately responded, grabbing tools and protective gear, and hurried towards the stairwell. Their footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, carrying a sense of urgency as they raced against time. Zhou Shuan suddenly had a thought. Her parents were still in the dormitory. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian lived in the crew family area on the 8th floor. Although it was far from the deck, the icy rain that had just hit them was incredibly powerful, and no one could guarantee the safety of the dormitory. Her heart tightened, and she gripped Chi Mingyu's hand tightly. Mom and Dad. Chi Mingyu immediately understood her worry, grasped her hand in return, and said firmly, "Don't worry, we go there now." The two squeezed through the crowd and ran towards the stairwell. Weaving through the narrow stairwell, the icy rain outside continued to pour down relentlessly, striking the ship's hull from time to time with dull thuds, like someone was hammering the ship with a giant sledgehammer. Along the way, panicked people kept running out of various cabins, their faces filled with terror. Everyone was focused on running towards the lobby or safer places, and almost no one noticed the young couple running against the flow of people. When they reached the 9th floor, Chi Mingyu suddenly stopped by a porthole, his brow furrowed. "Wan, look!" His voice carried a deep regret and pain. Zhou Shuan followed his gaze, her heart clenching. In the distance, on the sea, the research vessel that had been anchored in the fish farming area had capsized, its hull tilting and sinking into the water, its broken deck and floating equipment churning in the waves. Several figures in diving suits struggled in the icy water, bright red blood spreading around them, a stark contrast to the azure sea. Those were the mothership's most precious research personnel. But now, they were trapped on the sea shrouded in icy rain, and even the bravest special forces soldiers could not rush to their rescue. Because the density and power of the icicles were so immense, anyone who rushed out recklessly could be impaled within seconds. Just now on the deck, if it weren't for the shields overhead, Chi Mingyu and the other soldier might not have been able to safely rescue the mother and child. The marine fish farming was just getting on track. Zhou Shuan bit her lip hard until she tasted a hint of blood. She didn't speak, but continued rushing down with Chi Mingyu. Finally, the two of them, panting heavily, reached the 8th floor. This floor was entirely dormitories. The corridors were densely packed with dormitory doors. At this moment, the corridors were crowded with people, all pressed tightly against the windows, their faces filled with fear. Several shards of ice and glass were scattered on the ground, indicating that ice had pierced some dormitory windows. Wan! Before Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu could even take in their surroundings, a familiar and urgent voice came from the front of the group. Zhou Shuan looked up, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. It was her parents. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun hadn't stayed in the dormitory. Instead, they had retreated to the middle of the corridor. Due to the ship's unique design, to accommodate more crew members and their families, the dormitories were densely built along the sides of the cabins, while the corridor, except for a few windows at the end, had no windows on either side, making it relatively safer. Zhou Jianhai, Zhong Tiyun, and the others huddled together with Shui Tao, Shui Dong, and Chun Chun. They had clearly also experienced the terrifying moment. Zhou Jianghai's coat was covered in small shards of glass, and Zhong Tiyun's hair was slightly disheveled, but their expressions remained relatively calm. Seeing her daughter and Chi Mingyu, Zhong Tiyun immediately ran over and hugged Zhou Shuan tightly. "I'm so glad you're all right. You scared me to death." Zhou Shuan's nose stung with tears, but she quickly composed herself and carefully checked her parents' hands. "Dad, Mom, are you hurt?" "They're fine," Zhou Jianhai waved his hand. "Thank goodness you're all right. We were so worried about you." The two of them had said they were going to walk on the deck when they went out. Zhong Tiyun was extremely anxious and worried, and had just considered whether to go to the deck to look for them. But Zhou Jianhai believed that Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu were very agile, and should be able to escape to a safe place. The two of them, being old and frail, would only cause trouble for the children if they went. The safest course of action was to stay put, and wait for them to come looking for them. Zhong Tiyun knew he was right, so she suppressed her anxiety and waited. When the icicle rain first started, our windows were smashed by icicles, and glass shards were flying everywhere. Luckily, we reacted quickly, and got out of the dormitory immediately, Zhong Tiyun explained. Even in just a few words, it was clear how dangerous their ordeal had been. "What's the situation outside now?" Shui Tao squeezed through the crowd and asked. Others looked over anxiously. Chi Mingyu said in a deep voice, "Captain Shang has already sent people to the warehouse to get the ceiling panels. Once the materials arrive, they will reinforce the lobby and main passageways. We better stay here, and not move around unnecessarily." Everyone nodded. The atmosphere in the corridor remained tense, everyone listening intently to the sounds outside. The icicle rain showed no signs of abating, and the occasional impacts from the ship were terrifying. Suddenly, the small window at the end of the corridor was struck with a loud crash. The window frame shook violently, and several shards of glass fell to the ground. Then 2-meter-long icicles pierced through the air, embedding themselves in the floor like arrows. The crowd erupted in chaos, screaming and retreating. Such force, such a dense barrage. What difference was there between these relentless icicles and weapons? Don't panic. Everyone, crowd away from the windows. Don't move. The icicles won't hit you. Chi Mingyu shouted through the panicked crowd. But more icicles pierced through the broken window. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The panic in the crowd intensified. We have to cover the windows. Zhou Shuwan yelled. Chapter 764. Everyone frantically searched and finally found several heavy wooden planks. Several tall, burly men carried the planks towards the window. Once they reached it, others quickly stepped forward, wielding hammers and hammering the planks into the window frame with a series of bangs. Just as the planks were secured, a muffled clang came from outside. An icicle struck the planks, causing them to tremble slightly and leaving a white mark. Although still dangerous, it was much better than the previous glass window. Qi Ming frowned and shook his head. This isn't enough. We still need boiling point alloy. His gaze was steady as he scanned the crowd. He then called out a few names. Shui Tao, Dong Dong, you come with me to get the boiling point alloy. The rest of you, be careful and stay away from the window. The losses were clearly significant. Intermittent shouts could be heard everywhere as soldiers rushed to support other areas. No one was coming to the 8th floor dormitory anytime soon. Qi Mingyu didn't want to sit idly by and wait for their fate, because the longer they waited, the greater the risk. So he led the group straight to the storage area on the lower level of the mothership. The corridor was bustling with people, some carrying alloy plates uphill, others hurrying downhill empty-handed. The sounds of footsteps, panting, and the clanging of metal mingled together, making one's heart tighten. At the entrance to the underground storage area, the soldier on guard, seeing it was Qi Mingyu, waved him through without asking any questions, and even helped him find about 20 alloy plates suitable for the window size. The group worked together to carry the alloy plates, and quickly returned to the 8th floor. They split into groups, one holding the plates, one passing nails, and one wielding a hammer, their movements swift and coordinated. Whoosh! Thump! Just as two windows were sealed, a piercing cracking sound rang out, followed by a dull thud. A shard of ice fell from the sky, first striking the glass, instantly shattering it into countless sharp fragments that scattered in all directions. The ice shard, still reeling from the impact, slammed into the newly nailed alloy plate, producing a deafening roar. Fortunately, this time the alloy plate remained unmoved, firmly blocking the impact. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, cold sweat trickling down their faces. Qi Mingyu gritted his teeth. Don't stop, keep going. Under his leadership, everyone worked in one go, sealing all the windows of the entire 8th floor corridor with boiling point alloy. In fact, most of the windows on the mothership had already been replaced with wooden planks during the thunderstorm disaster. So while the planks blocked the outside disaster, they also made the mothership even darker. So when daylight returned and sunlight shone upon the earth again, everyone wanted to see more light. Out of consideration for the passengers, the mothership's management replaced most of the windows with transparent glass. These windows were the last remaining pieces of glass on the mothership. Unexpectedly, less than a month later, these brand new windows broke down again. But before anyone could even lament the loss of these precious windows, they were all to be replaced with boiling point alloy plates. Once all the glass in the 8th floor corridor was sealed with alloy plates, Qi Mingyu looked up. The once bright corridor instantly darkened, the light was blocked by the thick alloy plates, leaving only the ceiling lights stubbornly shining. He smiled helplessly. Without these lights, the corridor would probably be pitch black, like the polar night. A lot of alloy plates were needed in the corridor, and moving and securing them took a lot of physical effort. So, after finishing, everyone rested in the corridor, some leaning against the wall, others sitting directly on the floor. The dormitory had even more windows, and they didn't have any more spare materials. So they could only rest in the corridor. After a brief respite, the Zhou family began to worry about Mu Mu, Xi Peng, and Yu Xian, who had remained in the medical ward. The 4 members of the Zhou family discussed it, and decided to go to the medical ward to check on the situation. Shui Tao went along, leaving Shui Dong and Chun Chun to stay in the dormitory. Along the way, the corridor lights remained bright, but the dull thud of icicles hitting alloy plates echoed from outside the windows, making their hearts tighten. The closer they got to the medical ward, the more people there were, and the air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant and blood. The rescue area had the best facilities on the entire mothership, receiving priority for both heating and electricity. Therefore, most survivors in more dangerous living quarters were transferred here. Besides them, there were also many wounded who had been rushed in. Most of these wounded had been struck by icicles as long as a meter. Some had their backs pierced, blood staining their stretchers. Some had their legs crushed, swaying profusely from the pain. Others had several icicles embedded in their bodies, clearly having fallen and failed to react in time before being impaled one by falling icicles. The scene was horrific. The hall was filled with chaos, cries, groans, and the shouts of doctors, a heavy weight on the heart. As Zhou Shuan stepped into the hall, she immediately spotted Mumu's busy figure. He was focused on treating a wounded person's wounds, his movements swift and steady. Although the environment was simple and the conditions harsh, his expression remained calm, as if the chaos outside had nothing to do with him. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun stood not far away, watching Mumu treat the wounded one after another, their faces showing relief. Their youngest son had finally grown up. They didn't disturb him, but watched quietly for a while before turning to visit Jiping and Yuxuan in their ward. Jiping told them that the window in their ward shattered when the icy rain first started. Fortunately, Yuxuan was resting in bed at the time, and he was preparing lunch at the table next to them. Neither of them was injured. Soon, soldiers brought boiling point alloy plates, sealing the window tightly. So they were safe. Hearing this, the Zhou family and Xue Tao all breathed a sigh of relief. They found an empty spot outside Yuxian's ward and sat down in the corridor, waiting with those around them for the sudden icy rain to end. In the corridor, people's expressions varied. Some anxiously gazed out the window, some bowed their heads in silent prayer, and others comforted each other. Time seemed to stretch out. Each sound of icicles hitting the alloy plates felt like a throbbing in everyone's hearts. No one knew how long this disaster would last, but everyone was silently persevering. Mumu was only told by the nurses that his family had arrived after he had treated the dozens of injured patients who had been brought in. He looked around and, seeing no one, guessed they had all gone to visit Yuxian. So, after disinfecting his hands, he went straight to Yuxian's ward. "Dad, Mom, are you all right?" He looked his family up and down, and only felt slightly relieved to see everyone was unharmed. Chapter 765. Mumu, how many people were injured because of the icy rain? Zhong Tiyun asked. Mumu's expression was grave. Quite a few. I heard the research ship capsized, and several researchers are currently missing. Our people went to rescue them, but there's been no news yet. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu witnessed the research ship capsizing. The atmosphere in the ward suddenly fell silent. After a long while, Xue Tao suddenly swore, "We all thought we could at least have some peace for a while." With the arrival of daylight, although everyone wasn't used to the constant day and night, it was still much better than perpetual darkness. They moved to a new sea area and even started raising sea fish. A couple of days ago, Xue Dong, who was skilled in planting, had discussed with him the possibility of cultivating kelp and seaweed at sea, feeling that it could be realized soon. They thought they have fresh fish and meat, seaweed and kelp for nutrition, and with plans to grow more staple foods on the mothership, things were looking up. But then, a shower of icicles brought them all back to the cold reality. The icicle rain continued until noon the next day, lasting a full day and night. It was an indescribable sound. A dense tap-tap-tap mixed with clang-clang-clang. Icicles pounded against the metal deck like thousands of sharp daggers striking wildly, or like countless shards of glass scraping the hull. Each impact sent a shiver down their spines. That night, the Zhou family slept haphazardly outside the ward. The corridor reeked of disinfectant. Some sat against the wall, others curled up on benches, dozing wrapped in thin blankets. The lights flickered, occasionally punctuated by the beeping of medical equipment in the ward, mingling with the sounds of icicles clattering outside, creating a restless rhythm that made sleep difficult. Jiping's side was relatively peaceful. He found a small pot and, using the limited fuel, cooked a pot of rice porridge. The aroma filled the cramped space, dispelling some of the chill. Everyone had a bowl. The steaming white porridge, accompanied by a few slices of smoked fish, was savory and flavorful. Simple as it was, it became a rare comfort in this cold night. By noon, the icicle rain finally stopped. The sky was clear, sunlight streamed through the clouds, and the sea shimmered. Everyone said goodbye to Jiping and the others, hurrying back. Post-disaster reconstruction work had already begun. Although the icicles were long, like sharp swords, the sea temperature was around 20 degrees Celsius, and the ground temperature was even higher at 25 or 26 degrees Celsius, so they melted quickly. Only the form melts, the wounds inflicted on all things, especially humanity, remain. When people stepped out of the hatches and saw the damage to the mothership and other ships, everyone gasped. The decks were riddled with countless craters, some deep enough to fit a hand. The outer bulkheads were pierced by icicles, leaving irregular gashes, as if bitten by a giant beast. Some railings were smashed, their metal edges curled and gleaming coldly. The statistics came back quickly. This icicle rain resulted in 23 deaths and over 70 injuries. One research vessel was directly pierced by the icicle rain, capsized, and sank to the bottom of the sea. Of the 5 researchers on board, 3 perished, and the remaining 2 were rescued from the sea at great personal risk by soldiers, and were still in the emergency room. The situation in the fish farm was equally dire. After a month of careful feeding, the juvenile fish had grown considerably, and what was once lively and agile was now floating belly up on the surface of the sea, their white bellies glaringly bright in the sunlight. Many people's eyes reddened at the sight. Captain Sean immediately ordered the Research Institute to analyze the cause of this icefall. That afternoon, the results came in. According to the report, during the 2 years of eternal night, the daytime temperature gradually increased, causing the remaining ice crystals in the upper atmosphere to melt. However, the middle atmosphere remained at a low temperature, and the melted ice water quickly condensed into sharp ice spikes. When these ice spikes accumulated to a certain weight, they fell from the sky, forming this rare icefall. The ice spikes could reach a meter in length, with sharp points like knives. Once they hit a ship, they could penetrate the hull directly. The power was immense, and therefore, the damage caused was particularly severe. But here's the problem. The ground temperature was already over 20 degrees Celsius. Theoretically, the temperature in the upper atmosphere shouldn't be below 0 degrees Celsius. Extreme weather phenomena, like ice crystals and icicles, can only form below freezing. Researchers repeatedly calculated, deduced, and even consulted meteorological data from before the eternal night, but they couldn't find a more reasonable explanation. The only plausible explanation was the above hypothesis. Captain Sean listened, his brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a fly. He stared at the researchers and asked in a deep voice, "Will icicle rain still occur?" Silence filled the conference room. The researchers looked at each other. No one could give a definite answer. Based on current climatic conditions, this was absolutely impossible. But the facts were undeniable. It had not only happened, but it had brought them a devastating catastrophe. Based on current weather conditions, it was absolutely impossible for ice shards to form. Yet, ice shards did fall, causing exceptionally severe damage. In this apocalypse, what is reasonable? Captain Sean didn't respond, but slowly stood up and looked out the window. Sunlight shone on the sea, shimmering, as if nothing had happened. However, preparation was simple. Just notice the glassy clouds in the sky, and ice shards were coming. This warning signal was much easier to detect than the sudden super ice pellet storm. That time, they only noticed the anomaly almost at the last minute before the disaster struck, and many defensive measures couldn't be deployed in time. They could only tough it out in the storm. Now, with clear signs, at least there was still time to prepare. Captain Sean nodded slowly, a resolute glint in his eyes. In that case, let's act immediately. He turned to his adjutant, Yun, and ordered, have the maintenance crew coat the entire hull of the mothership with boiling point alloy. Also, replace all the windows in each compartment with boiling point alloy plates. Adjutant Yun hesitated, instinctively saying, "Captain, this." Captain Sean raised his hand to interrupt him, continuing, "Also, do the same to the dozens of ships of various sizes in the fleet." Adjutant Yun's expression immediately became troubled. He lowered his voice, as if afraid of being overheard, and said, "Captain, if we replace the hull and windows with boiling point alloy, we use up half of our current reserves. That won't be enough to build another aerial fortress." Chapter 766. In fact, they had forged a large quantity of boiling point alloys to build a sturdy, semi-aerial fortress on the island before the sea boil phenomenon occurred. Boiling point alloys are currently the strongest and most resistant to extreme temperature differences known materials. However, the successive disasters of the past few months had forced them to repeatedly deplete their reserves. Now, their supplies were dwindling. Captain Sean frowned slightly. He remained silent for a moment, then slowly walked to the porthole and looked out at the clear sky. Sunlight shone on the sea, shimmering, seemingly calm and without a trace of danger. "Are we just going to wait to die now for a possible future disaster?" His voice was low, yet carried an undeniable force. "Use it. Let's get through this crisis first." "Yes, sir." Lieutenant Yun snapped to attention, saluted, and quickly turned to leave, beginning to deploy the modification tasks. Soon, the entire fleet was plunged into a massive, large-scale modification operation. Maintenance workers bustled about on the deck, massive robotic arms lifting heavy boiling point alloy plates and precisely securing them to the hull. Sparks flew through the air, the sounds of hammering, welding, and commands mingling together, like a tense yet orderly prelude to battle. Many ships were already battered by the previous ice storm, especially the cruiser, which had spent years at sea, bearing the marks of time and storms. This time, a large hole had been pierced through the side of the hull by an iceberg. Seawater was seeping in, and without immediate repairs, the entire ship could sink. The current repairs and modifications were not just about reinforcement, but about saving lives. Workers cleared away the damaged steel plates, while simultaneously filling cracks with alloy material. They moved swiftly, yet meticulously. The greatest advantage of boiling point alloys, besides their indestructibility and resistance to extreme temperatures, is their lightness. Even covering the hull with a layer wouldn't significantly increase tonnage, crucial for maintaining speed. Inside the mothership, the atmosphere was equally tense. Soldiers ran through the corridors pushing carts loaded with alloy plates. Engineers checked the progress of replacing windows. Each old pane of glass was carefully removed and replaced with a thick, yet translucent, boiling point alloy plate. The light inside the cabin was noticeably dimmer, but a strong sense of security arose in the hearts of the survivors around them. They had once desperately longed to pursue the light, but now, only darkness could guarantee their safety. So, they had to abandon the light. Zhou Shuan only learned of Tao Wang's injury during a break from their busy work. They were both somewhat surprised. With their combined skills, Tao Zheng and Zhang Jiao wouldn't have had any problem protecting themselves when the ice shard rain broke out. Actually, at the time of the incident, Tao Zheng was on the 15th deck of the mothership. The 15th deck was more spacious and crowded with people. The instant the ice shard rain began, the sky seemed to be cleaved by sharp blades, countless gleaming ice shards cascading down, accompanied by screams and terrified cries. Chaos erupted immediately, some fell, others desperately rushed into the cabins, and a stampede was inevitable. Although Tao Zheng was able to reach the cabins immediately, seeing the chaos. Instead of immediately dodging, he joined several soldiers present in trying to maintain order and help the injured. He pulled a middle-aged man who had been knocked down from the crowd, and then used his own body to shield him from a falling icicle. The sharp icicle pierced his shoulder, and blood gushed out instantly, staining his uniform red. When Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu arrived at the first aid area, Tao Zheng was already sitting on the hospital bed, his face pale from blood loss. Mu Mu was carefully bandaging his wound. "Why were you so foolish?" Zhang Jia sat beside him, her voice trembling, her eyes reddening with worry. Tao Jing forced a smile. "I'm fine, just a minor injury." But the blood-soaked bandage didn't look like a minor injury at all. When Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu arrived, Tao Zheng smiled sheepishly. "You know already." "I'm fine. I recover quickly." Qi Mingyu stood to the side, his brow slightly furrowed. Mu Mu then turned to her older sister and said, "Luckily, you were brought in time. The icicle didn't break any bones, but you lost quite a bit of blood and need to rest." Zhou Shuan nodded. Tao Bing's injuries weren't too serious, which relieved Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan somewhat. Leaving the medical area, the corridor was still noisy, filled with the sounds of repairmen hammering and soldiers shouting. Back at their lodgings, Zhong Tiyun greeted them, her expression somewhat grave. "Wan Wan, Xiaoyu, Captain Shang sent someone to see you." He said, "It's urgent." The two exchanged a glance, both seeing unease in each other's eyes. In such a busy time, for the captain to want to see them, it couldn't be something trivial. They briefly told their parents what was wrong, and then hurried to the captain's office. Pushing open the heavy alloy door, they found both captains there. Captain Shang stood by the window, gazing absently at the sea. Captain Chen sat behind his desk, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly deep in thought. The air in the room was somewhat heavy. Seeing them enter, Captain Shang turned and gestured for them to sit down. But he didn't speak immediately, remaining silent for a long while, as if carefully choosing his words. "Shaoqi, Dr. Zhou," he finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse. "I called you here today because there's something very important." Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu simultaneously straightened up, their expressions focused. Captain Shang slowly said, "As you know, to withstand the ice shard rain, we use boiling point alloy to coat the hulls of all our ships, consuming almost half of our reserves. This will severely deplete our reserves for building the mid-air fortress in the future." Captain Chen continued, "What's more troublesome is that our population has increased by 2,000. The size of the mid-air fortress must also be expanded accordingly." Both of them frowned slightly as they spoke. The mid-air fortress is their last line of defense against the future sea boiling catastrophe. If the materials are insufficient, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance, already vaguely guessing the captain's purpose. Sure enough, Captain Shang didn't hesitate any longer and spoke directly. "After discussion, we believe that we must replenish our reserves of high-temperature resistant metals as soon as possible. The metals we brought back from beneath the oil field are relatively easy to obtain. We just need to send people to re-explore the oil field's location. However, the minerals formed in hydrothermal vents, the kind you found last time, are extremely rare. He paused, his gaze falling on Zhou Shuan. The scenarios you described after your return would only occur in a handful of places across the 4 oceans before the apocalypse. Chapter 767. Therefore, the minerals formed in that environment have far superior heat resistance and corrosion resistance compared to ordinary materials, making them the best material for building our mid-air fortress. Captain Chen added, of course, we also know that this means you have to take another risk. To be honest, neither Lao Shang nor I want to do this. But the reality is that daylight has arrived, and the prophesied seed-boiling catastrophe could erupt at any moment. We must be fully prepared before it arrives. Captain Shang's tone carried a hint of helplessness. So, the naval forces hope you can go again and try your luck. He then looked at Zhou Shuan expectantly. Dr. Zhou, do you think you can still find that underwater hot spring from last time? Zhou Shuan nodded almost without hesitation. Yes, we can. A look of joy flashed across the faces of both captains. But the next moment, she added, however, after the previous freezing and thawing of the seabed, I can't guarantee that the hot spring still exists. Moreover, those minerals may have been affected by the freezing. Yes. We were just guessing too. It definitely have an impact. Captain Shang nodded repeatedly, turning to look at Captain Chen. Captain Chen pondered for a moment, his tone solemn. Dr. Zhou, you and Xiao Qi are both outstanding individuals on the mothership. Frankly, we really don't want you to take this risk. But the situation is urgent, we have no other choice. He looked at the two of them with unwavering determination. If you're willing to go, we will send our best team with you. They will protect your safety with their lives. Zhou Shuan looked at the two captains' wrinkled faces, and the weariness that couldn't be concealed in their eyes. Since the ice storm began, they barely rested for the past 2 or 3 days, directing defenses and allocating resources during the day, and holding meetings at night to discuss countermeasures. Every decision concerned the lives of over 7,000 people on the mothership. A complex mix of emotions welled up within her. Refusing wasn't impossible, but it meant potentially giving up their only hope. Accepting meant facing unknown dangers again with Qi Mingyu. But she was the only one among the 7,000 survivors on the mothership who might find the hydrothermal vent again. In other words, the fate of over 7,000 people rested on her shoulders. She took a deep breath, suppressing her hesitation, and looked up to meet the gaze of the two captains. Okay, I agree. The atmosphere in the room instantly lightened. Captain Shang and Captain Chen exchanged a glance, both unable to suppress their excitement. Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to ensure your safety. Supplies, equipment, personnel. We will prioritize all of these. Qi Mingyu, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. When do we depart? Captain Chen replied, the sooner the better. Ideally, we should be ready by tomorrow, and depart early the day after. Zhou Shuan was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I have a request. Captain Shang and Captain Chen looked at her simultaneously. This time, when we go to search for hydrothermal vents, I hope our family will go alone. We don't need the elite team dispatched by the mothership. The office fell silent instantly after she finished speaking. Both captains were visibly taken aback, clearly not expecting her to make such a request. Captain Chen frowned. Dr. Zhou, this is too dangerous. Captain Shang, however, seemed to realize something, and his brow gradually relaxed. He didn't press for a reason, but simply gave Zhou Shuan a deep look and nodded. All right. We have another submarine, and we allocate another cruise ship capable of carrying it. Be careful. Zhou Shuan met his gaze, and nodded solemnly. She knew that only by traveling as a family of 5 could they best handle any unexpected situation. Her spatial abilities would be most effective when collecting minerals, without worrying about being discovered by outsiders. Bringing an elite team would certainly be safer, but it would also mean more constraints. And when navigating the perilous high seas, spatial abilities were the best guarantee of their safety. Therefore, after careful consideration, she ultimately decided to decline this offer. Back home, Zhou Shuan told her family about the two captains' request. Zhong Tian's brows furrowed immediately, her voice filled with barely concealed worry. It's too dangerous, Wan. The sea has only recently reopened, and we know nothing about the situation in other areas. The marine pollution caused by rotting fish carcasses, the pervasive stench of decay in the air, the ever-present threat of ice-shard rain, and the unpredictable dangers. Each one could be fatal. Zhou Jianghai sat silently to the side, his brows furrowed, clearly also worried. Mumu, who had just returned from get off work, immediately spoke up. Sister, I want to go with you. He could tell from his sister and brother-in-law's expressions that this was a done deal. Since that was the case, he would rather face the danger together than stay on the mothership in fear. Zhou Shuan smiled at him. Don't worry, I don't intend to abandon you. She turned to her parents, her expression turning serious. Dad, Mom, boiling point alloys are crucial for building the mid-air fortress. If we can't find enough materials, even with our space, it will be difficult for us to survive when the sea boils. So this time, I have to go. But I'm also worried about you. So let's all go together, without separating, okay? Zhong Tiyun's eyes instantly welled up with tears, and she nodded repeatedly. Okay, okay. We go together. In her view, no matter how dangerous the road ahead, as long as the family could be together, even facing death would be worthwhile. Once the decision was made, the family immediately began preparations. The mothership also fully supported their operation, prioritizing the allocation of the best supplies to them. As for the cruise ship, they received the most advanced model in the fleet. This cruise ship was not only equipped with advanced weapon systems and sophisticated sonar detection equipment, but also had a dedicated dock for storing and deploying submarines. The hull utilized the latest anti-corrosion technology, enabling it to sail for extended periods in harsh seas. The submarine is even more precious. This is the only one remaining on the mothership. Although not large, it is the most advanced submarine before the apocalypse, specifically carried by the mothership. It can dive to depths of several thousand meters, and is equipped with advanced underwater lighting, detection, and sampling equipment. For this mission, engineers worked through the night to conduct a comprehensive overhaul of the submarine, and added extra protective armor, namely boiling point alloys. In addition to this large equipment, the mothership has also prepared ample supplies for them. Food and fresh water sufficient for 5 people to survive at sea for 5 months, a full set of diving equipment, and an emergency oxygen supply system, the water quality analyzer and mineral detector currently on their mothership, medicines, and some first aid equipment needed in the medical bay, and some self-defense weapons. Chapter 768. On the last night before departure, the deck of the mothership was bustling with activity. The crew carefully lowered the submarine into the cruise ship's dock, while engineers conducted final checks. The news of the Zhou family's departure, though planned under strict secrecy and never to be announced to the public, could no longer be kept secret from their closest confidants, such as Xue Tao, Jiping, and Tao Zheng. Perhaps due to the passing of the icy rain, a light mist shrouded the mothership, and the wind on the deck carried a biting chill. Xue Tao, Xue Dong, Chun Chun, Jiping, and Yu Xian stood calmly by the deck railing. They were used to it. Over the years, the Zhou family had ventured out alone more than once, some on urgent missions, others carrying unspeakable secrets. Jiping had long ago instructed everyone, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Say goodbye properly, pray for them in your hearts, that's enough. Therefore, their expressions were relatively calm. Tao Zheng and Zhang Jia, however, couldn't remain calm. Their eyes were fixed on the cruise ship about to set sail, a sense of unease surging within them. What are you all doing going out at such a dangerous time? Tao Zheng said in a low voice, his tone revealing dissatisfaction beneath his concern. Qi Mingyu patted his shoulder, his tone steady. We have a mission, so don't worry too much. If you encounter any difficulties, you can always go to the 2 captains. Tao Zheng frowned slightly, looked directly into the other's eyes, and finally simply nodded. Zhang Jia, however, couldn't control her emotions. She walked a few steps to Zhou Shuan, tightly grasping her hand. Going out at such a dangerous time is really unwise. What mission do you have that you must be going now? Zhou Shuan grasped her hand gently, saying, Don't worry too much, senior. It's a rather urgent mission, and there aren't any other suitable candidates besides us. Don't worry, we protect ourselves. We'll be back in a month or 2. But outside, Zhang Jia bit her lip, her gaze drifting to the distant sea. Right now, within a few days' journey, only this area of the sea is relatively clean. Other places are littered with dead fish, withered seaweed floating on the surface, and it even rains icicles. It's really too dangerous. Zhou Shuan was silent for a moment, then smiled slightly. I know. But the more dangerous it is, the more we need someone to go. Zhang Jia turned to Tao Zheng for help, hoping he would also speak up and persuade them to stay. Tao Zheng and Qi Mingyu shared a tacit understanding built over many years of comradeship. Seeing his expression, he knew this mission was unavoidable. Jia, Tao Zheng said softly, trust the captain and your wife. They will definitely bring your family back safely. Zhang Jia's eyes reddened. She sniffed hard, turned around, and took Zhong Tiyun's hand, speaking slowly and deliberately, like a relative on a long journey. "Auntie, please be careful on your way." Zhong Tiyun nodded repeatedly, tears welling in her eyes. Okay, we will." She then went to Mumu, knelt down, and patted the child's head. "Mumu, listen to your mom and dad, don't run around, okay?" Zhang Jia gave Mumu and Zhou Jianhai some more instructions before reluctantly returning to the mothership with Tao Zheng. At this moment, Captain Shang, Captain Chen, Lieutenant Yun, and several high-ranking officers of the warship stepped forward and stood at the edge of the deck, watching the cruise ship prepare to depart. The bridge connecting the cruise ship and the mothership was slowly retracting. Captain Shang looked at Zhou Shuwan, his expression grave. 1,000 words culminated in one sentence: "Be careful, people are the most important." After Zhou Shuwan nodded, he turned to Qi Mingyu, his gaze sharp and his expression serious. "Shao Qi, I entrust the entire task of protecting Dr. Zhou to you. Bring her back safely." Qi Mingyu snapped to attention with a crisp military salute, his voice ringing out, "Yes, sir." With a deep blast of the ship's horn, the cruise ship slowly began to move. The propellers churned the seawater, splashing white spray. Zhou Shuwan and her parents stood on the deck, waving towards the mothership. The people on the mothership waved back, until the cruise ship disappeared into the distance. The sea breeze caressed their faces, carrying a salty, damp scent, and an unspeakable heaviness. Silence fell on the deck, broken only by the sound of waves crashing against the hull. Zhang Jia gazed at the distant cruise ship, her voice almost inaudible. "They definitely come back safely, right?" Tao Zheng didn't answer, but simply put his arm around her shoulder. Compared to the anxiety of those on the mothership, the Zhou family appeared unusually calm. This wasn't their first time sailing alone. They had similar experiences several times before. Back then, the sea conditions weren't much better, but thanks to Zhou Shuwan's space-time ability, they always managed to escape danger at crucial moments. The cruise ship and submarine were used alternately, allowing them to handle long-distance voyages in open waters, and also to submerge underwater to avoid unnecessary risks when encountering danger. For the first 3 days, they were still within the clean waters. The so-called clean waters didn't mean the seawater was crystal clear, but rather that it was relatively less polluted, with fewer fish carcasses, dead seaweed, and various unidentified debris floating on the surface. The weather was clear, and the sea breeze carried a salty, damp smell. Mu and Qi Mingyu took turns steering the cruise ship, while Zhou Shuwan and her parents stood on the deck, gazing at the distant horizon where the sea and sky met, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. However, this peace was only temporary. On the morning of the 4th day, a strange smell began to linger in the sea breeze. At first, Zhong Tiyun thought it was her imagination, until the smell grew stronger. It was a nauseating fishy stench, mixed with the smell of decay, permeating from all directions. Zhou Shuwan immediately took out several better sealed masks from her spatial storage and distributed them to everyone. While the masks blocked some of the smell, the nauseatingly putrid odor could still be felt deep in their nostrils. Zhou Shuwan stood by the ship's railing, her gaze fixed on the sea. The seawater was a deeper color than the previous 2 days, even appearing grayish-black in some areas. Floating on the surface were bloated and deformed fish carcasses, some belly up with bulging eyes, others rotting, only half their bodies remaining, drifting with the current. These fish varied in size. A sea breeze rippled through the water, creating nauseating waves. With no outsiders around, Zhou Shuwan no longer needed to hide. She placed her hand on the railing, sensed the surroundings for a moment, then opened her eyes, her tone heavy. "The sea is littered with corpses and floating debris. We need to be careful not to suck any of it into the cruise ship's engines." This reminder instantly froze the atmosphere on deck. If the engines failed, they would be rendered immobile on the vast ocean. Chapter 769. On the vast ocean, with no repair stations or rescue ships, any mechanical malfunction could have fatal consequences. Although Zhou Jianhai and Qi Mingyu could repair things, they weren't professionals, and many problems required trial and error. Zhou Jianhai frowned, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding sea. He said in a low voice, "Can we avoid it beforehand? We can go to an area with fewer fish carcasses and floating debris." Zhou Shuwan shook her head. "There's too much floating debris. We can't avoid it. We can only be careful." She had already sensed it. Within a radius of dozens of nautical miles centered on them, the area was almost entirely covered with fish carcasses and various floating objects. Besides these, there were intact shipwrecks, scattered containers, and large, unidentifiable objects. No matter which direction they sailed, they couldn't completely avoid this death zone. "I go tell Xiaoyu and Mumu right now," Zhou Jianhai said, turning and striding towards the bridge. Zhong Tian stood on the deck and sighed softly. We didn't think of this before we set sail. The mothership had only considered what to do if they encountered a large tsunami or ice storm. They had welded the entire hull with a lightweight yet strong boiling point alloy, turning the cruise ship into a safe sea fortress, but they hadn't expected to encounter other problems. Zhou Shuan comforted Zhong Tian. Mom, don't think too much. We find a way to get through this. Her tone was calm, but her heart was far from at ease. Although the cruise ship's hull was equipped with protective netting to block large pieces of floating debris, small pieces of wreckage and seaweed could still be sucked into the intake, affecting the normal operation of the engines. If this happened, they would have to stop the ship and go out to sea to clean it up. The sea was teeming with pollutants. Even if someone was wearing a diving suit, entering the water could lead to infection with unknown pathogens, which was extremely dangerous. Therefore, Zhou Shuan was unwilling to let her father and Xiao Yu go into the sea unless absolutely necessary. Mu Mu, in the cockpit, had already seen the corpses floating on the surface. He was navigating the cruise ship slowly, carefully observing the surroundings, and trying to avoid areas with large amounts of floating debris. The cruise ship moved slowly forward, its hull cutting through waves filled with floating corpses. Under the sunlight, the fish carcasses reflected an eerie white light, making it unbearable to look at. Zhou Shuan also came to the cockpit, closed her eyes, and guided her younger brother. Her perception was like an invisible net, enveloping the cruise ship. She could see the location, size, and direction of movement of every piece of floating debris, and she could also sense the hidden dangers underwater. Like those half-submerged, half-floating boxes, or the wreckage of ships corroded by seawater, reduced to mere skeletons. There's a large, irregularly shaped floating object 50 meters to the left. Carefully avoid it, Zhou Shuan called out to Mumu, opening her eyes. Roger. Mumu immediately adjusted the helm, and the cruise ship veered slightly to the left, avoiding the object. This happened every few minutes. Although their speed had decreased significantly, with Zhou Shuan's cooperation, they were still sailing safely for the time being. Zhong Tian also came to the cockpit, and seeing her daughter's focused expression, a complex emotion welled up inside her. She knew her daughter's abilities were crucial to their family's survival in this apocalyptic world. But she also worried that these abilities might be too much of a burden for her daughter. Wan, do you want to rest? Zhong Tian asked softly. Concentrating like this all the time is exhausting. Zhou Shuan smiled slightly. It's okay, Mom, I can manage. The time when the entire fleet was relocating across the ice field was the most tiring for her. She ate and slept in the cockpit, daring not to slack off for a moment. Back then, she carried the lives of thousands of survivors on her shoulders. Even if she didn't show it on her face, the pressure was immense. Compared to that, this was nothing. Her smile was relaxed. Zhong Tian finally felt a little relieved. She moved aside, not wanting to disturb her daughter. They sailed at sea for another 2 days. That night, they stopped the engines and remained in the same area, the family taking turns resting. Zhou Shuan, needing to monitor underwater conditions during the day, no longer participated in the night watch and instead rested. Qi Mingyu, Mu Mu, Zhou Jianhai, and Zhong Tian split into 2 shifts, keeping watch for the first and second halves of the night. Daytime had its advantages. Even at night, the horizon was still as bright as day, making everything clearly observable. With binoculars and a little more attention to detail, everything could be observed. On the 5th day of their voyage, as Qi Mingyu and Mu Mu changed shifts, a deep, piercing tremor came from the bottom of the cruise ship, like some enormous creature tumbling beneath the hull. The Zhou family members froze in shock at the tremor. The water in their glasses began to slosh around, making a splashing sound. Zhou Shuan immediately sensed something was wrong. She placed her hand on the bulkhead and could already see the murky, dark water below, with thin seaweed and white things floating on the surface. Seaweed and the corpses of small fish have been sucked into the engine. Her voice urgent. Qi Mingyu reacted swiftly. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, he reached for the emergency stop button on the control panel. Screech. The massive cruise ship slowly slowed down due to inertia, the sound of the seawater lapping against the hull becoming muffled. What happened? Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian also rushed over. When they heard that the engine had sucked in seaweed, their brows furrowed deeply. They didn't know how serious the situation was. Qi Mingyu was already preparing to change into his diving suit to go into the sea to investigate. Don't go into the water. Zhou Shuan immediately stopped him. This dirty, smelly water is likely to harbor bacteria and parasites. The risk of going down to clean it is too great. If you get infected, it's not worth it. Her gaze shifted towards the lower deck. The engine room was inside the hull, but the propeller was closest there. She could try using her spatial abilities to retrieve the debris from the engine room. She had previously tried storing gasoline and diesel fuel from the bottom of the gas station through the fuel line into her spatial storage. It wasn't difficult. But this time, they were in the sea. The engine room was filled with a faint smell of engine oil, the air heavy and hot. Placing her hand on the floor, Zhou Shuan could see the massive propeller drive shaft below, now quietly resting there. At this moment, the debris was stuck inside, trailing long tails. She took a deep breath, stretched out her hand, palm facing the direction the drive shaft extended. Her consciousness slowly sank into her spatial storage, probing that unseen area with her mental energy, just as she would when collecting supplies. Seawater, seaweed, fish carcasses. Chapter 770. Her mental power acted like an invisible hand, painstakingly peeling away the debris stuck in the propeller's gaps, and then collecting it into her spatial storage. This process wasn't easy, as the seawater resistance was significant, and the seaweed was tightly entangled. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. A few minutes later, she exhaled sharply, relaxing completely. All done. She withdrew her hand, wiping the sweat from her brow. It's all cleared. Moo went to the cockpit to start the engine for a test. Boom! The drive shaft slowly turned, and the propeller emitted a deep, powerful sound underwater, the previous noise gone. Success? Zhong Tiyun couldn't help but smile. Zhou Jianhai breathed a sigh of relief and patted his daughter's shoulder. Luckily, Wanwan was here, otherwise we would have had to risk infection by going into the water. When the mothership was clearing the surrounding waters, they used small boats to salvage everything bit by bit, never daring to let the crew go into the water. Back then, clearing just one area could take several days. A cheerful atmosphere filled the cruise ship. However, Zhou Shuan wasn't completely relaxed. She stood at the engine room door, gazing at the endless sea in the distance, her eyes deep in thought. This kind of sailing is too inefficient, she murmured. We'd be slowed down considerably. The location of the underwater hydrothermal vent, she remembered, was very far away. It had taken them over a month to reach it at full speed underwater. But at their current speed, it would probably take them 3 months to get there. And even if they did get there, they might not be able to find that mineral again. Zhou Shuan looked up at the cloudless sky. The sunlight was blinding, the sea and sky blended seamlessly, and there was nothing obstructing the view. Zhou Shuan decided to take the helicopter. The helicopter sat quietly in the storage space, its fuselage gleaming with a silvery gray sheen, as intact as when it had just been stored away. Performance, fuel level, even a speck of dust on the instrument panel was perfectly preserved. According to her estimation, the helicopter could sustain at least 4 hours of flight, enough for them to traverse a considerable distance over the sea. More importantly, the sea was practically deserted. Flying a helicopter would not only be faster, but would also allow them to avoid the rotting debris floating on the surface, and escape the polluted waters. However, the helicopter had a fatal flaw: shard rain. But Zhou Shuan felt she might be able to sense its arrival in advance. When shard rain forms, clouds resembling shattered glass appear in the sky, reflecting a blinding light. And in daylight, this phenomenon is easily observed. With sufficient vigilance, they should be able to avoid it in time. After some deliberation, she finally made up her mind to fly the helicopter. No one else objected. They proceeded according to their previous division of labor. Zhou Shuan brought up the rear, while Qi Mingyu entered the cockpit to take control of the helicopter. Zhou Jianhai and Mu stood guard at the helicopter door. Once the helicopter had slowly ascended to a certain height, Zhou Shuan leaned over the ladder and retrieved the cruise ship into her spatial storage. Then, Zhou Jianhai and Mu pulled it up together. Mu then sat in the co-pilot seat, assisting Qi Mingyu in piloting. Zhou Shuan focused on monitoring the surrounding environment. In the air, her monitoring range was very limited. Only a distance of 100 or 200 meters around her. It seemed everyone would have to rely on the naked eye to observe the appearance of the glassy cloud. The helicopter's rotors roared, churning the sea fog endlessly. They moved like leaves under the ever-present sky. For the first hour, everything was relatively calm. The sea surface was visible in the distance, occasionally catching glimpses of floating debris, some ship fragments, others rotting, unrecognizable marine life. But the stench in the air had become much fainter. Unlike the unbearable smell on the ground. They flew the helicopter for a full 4 hours, during which the terrifying glassy cloud did not appear, nor did any other unusual phenomena occur. It went smoothly. Only when the helicopter ran out of fuel did they have to land on the sea. Although the sea was still churning with gray-black waves, it appeared quite calm from the sky. Compared to the surrounding landscape, it was much calmer. Chi Mingyu piloted the helicopter, circling in the air for a while, before finally choosing a relatively open area. He lowered the altitude and began searching for a suitable spot to drop Zhou Shuan off. Right here. The helicopter was very noisy. Without headphones, it was impossible to hear the other person. Zhou Shuan shouted, then gave Chi Mingyu and Mu Mu a thumbs up. Chi Mingyu lowered the helicopter, Mu Mu and Zhou Jianhai controlled the ladder, and Zhou Shuan slowly slid down. If it were the old sea, jumping into it wouldn't have been difficult for her. However, the ocean was currently saturated with pollutants. She could only hover halfway in the air, assessing the position and distance before waving her arm upwards to signal the helicopter to prepare. If she released the cruise ship, the massive vessel would create whirlpools in the area, with howling waves and winds, potentially affecting the helicopter's stability. Therefore, she had given the signal, instructing Chi Mingyu to immediately maneuver the helicopter higher into the sky if the situation became unfavorable, avoiding the whirlpools. Fortunately, they had cooperated in this manner several times before, so everything proceeded smoothly. Zhou Shuan released the cruise ship, its massive hull creating ripples on the sea, like a long-dormant beast finally awakening. Because the cruise ship landed smoothly on the water, the waves and whirlpools it created were also calm. The helicopter then slowly landed on the deck, emitting a roar. Once the helicopter came to a stop, Zhou Shuan and her family disembarked. Zhou Shuan skillfully stored the helicopter in her spatial storage. Just in case, she also prepared a submarine, ready for immediate deployment. This way, even if an unexpected situation arose and they had to abandon the cruise ship, the losses wouldn't be too severe, and they would still have other escape options. After finishing all this, everyone finally had time to sit down and rest. Away from the crowds on the cruise ship, they could enjoy the abundant food stored in their space. Now that they were living collectively on the mothership, their daily meals were significantly less than before. Zhou Shuan brought out a variety of appetizing dishes, including hot and sour noodles, spicy hot pot, Chongqing noodles, and hot pot, along with a plate of large steamed buns with mushrooms and pork. It was a very lavish and delicious meal. But despite the tempting food, no one had much of an appetite. Chapter 771. The main reason was the extremely harsh surrounding environment. An indescribable stench permeated the air, a mixture of various putrid substances. It not only had the stench of rotting animals, but also the fishy, pungent smell of decaying seafood, making one want to vomit. This smell was extremely pungent, and even closing doors and windows couldn't completely block it out. Staying in it for too long could even cause physiological tearing, and the eyes, nose, and throat would feel intensely irritated. Everyone lost their appetite, and could only try to hold their breath and quickly finish their food. The terrible environment meant that no one spoke much. After eating, except for Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun, who were on shift, everyone else returned to their dormitory to rest quickly. Zhou Shuan lay in bed, the sound of waves crashing against the ship still lingering in her ears, the pungent stench in the air always present. They had been working for over 20 hours before finally getting some rest. Zhou Shuan was exhausted, her mind a complete blank, but she was still vaguely thinking before falling asleep. Living in this environment for the next month or two would be unbearable. Overall, however, with the helicopter, their travel speed was more than twice as fast as before. However, things rarely go smoothly. On the morning of the third day, they were flying as usual. Sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting a warm glow in the cabin. Just then, Zhou Shuan noticed something was wrong with the sky ahead. The previously wispy white clouds had begun to gather, their color turning grayish-white, as if lightly stained with ink. Alarm bells rang in Zhou Shuan's mind. She immediately leaned forward to look, her pupils contracting sharply. The clouds were beginning to reflect light. It wasn't ordinary reflection, it was a sharp, blinding refracted light, like countless tiny pieces of glass suspended in the air, reflecting the sun's rays. "Mumu, descend! The icicle rain is coming!" she practically shouted. This shout instantly changed the expressions of everyone in the cabin. The enormous icicles forming in the air were sharp enough to pierce metal, falling at speeds comparable to bullets. If the plane were hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mumu's hands remained firmly on the control stick. Although the reflected light made it almost impossible for him to open his eyes, he quickly adjusted the altitude, dictating the helicopter's descent. The wind whistled past the fuselage. Zhou Shuan quickly made arrangements beside her. "Dad, Xiaoyu, get me out." Before the helicopter had even fully landed, she had the two of them lower her out. After estimating the distance, she immediately raised her hand and released the cruise ship from her spatial storage. Moo Moo precisely landed the helicopter on the deck, her movements clean and efficient. They had barely settled on the deck, and Zhou Shuwen's helicopter hadn't even had time to be retracted, when the changes in the sky intensified. The gray-white clouds seemed to be stirred, churning and swirling by an invisible force, a chilling aura filling the air. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and exhaled breath quickly condensed in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sharp whooshing sound rang out, and ice spikes about a meter long shot out from the clouds like spears, whistling through the air, heading straight for them. Qi Mingyu reacted the fastest. He shouted, "Everyone, gather around." Zhou Shuwen acted almost simultaneously, retracting the helicopter into her spatial storage with one hand, and throwing out 2 shields with the other. These were defensive weapons specially made of boiling point alloy, lightweight yet extremely hard, capable of withstanding high-intensity impacts. Qi Mingyu and Moo Moo caught the shields accurately, immediately raising them to shield Zhou Jianhai, Zhong Tiyun, and Zhou Shuwen in the center. A rain of icy shards poured down, dense like a giant net of death. Bang, bang, bang. The icy shards struck the shields with dull, powerful sounds, the impact causing a slight numbness in their arms. But they gritted their teeth, showing no sign of retreat. Zhou Shuwen quickly retrieved a third shield from her spatial storage, and the 3 of them raised it above their heads, forming a semicircular defensive circle. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai also reached out to help stabilize the shield, preventing it from being overturned by the immense impact. The deck beneath their feet was also under threat. Icicles rained down relentlessly, but the deck's surface was coated with a boiling point alloy, leaving only a white mark before bouncing off and falling aside. Move slowly towards the hatch. Qi Mingyu shouted through the biting wind and rain. They fended off the icicle attacks while slowly inching towards the cabin. Every step had to be taken with extreme caution, for a slip could leave the entire defensive perimeter vulnerable. The air grew colder, and their breath formed a thin layer of frost beneath their shields. Suddenly, an exceptionally large icicle hurtled down from the sky, carrying a force far more terrifying than the others. It slammed directly into Moo Moo's shield with a deafening roar. Moo Moo groaned, his arm numb from the impact, almost dropping his shield. "I handle it." Zhou Shuwen immediately stepped forward, using her shoulder to brace the shield and share the impact. Qi Mingyu seized the opportunity, quickly shifting his body to the side, tilting the shield slightly to deflect the ice shards and reduce the direct impact. This method, while effective, required extremely high skill. Thus, the 5 of them struggled towards the cabin under the relentless onslaught of ice shards. Every meter forward felt like crossing a life-or-death hurdle. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes, they saw the hatch. Zhou Shuwen took a deep breath and shouted, "Quick! Charge in together!" The 5 of them exerted force simultaneously, increasing their speed. Just as they were about to enter the cabin, the final wave of ice shards suddenly intensified. Bang! A shard of ice slammed into Zhou Shuwen's shield, forcing her back a step. Fortunately, Qi Mingyu reacted quickly, grabbing her arm and pulling her into the cabin. Bang! The cabin door slammed shut, shutting out the icicles outside. Everyone collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Sweat and frost mingled on their faces, creating a disheveled yet relieved sight. Through the porthole, they saw the icicle rain continuing outside. The deck was covered with a dense layer of icicle fragments, reflecting a cold light. Actually, the normal temperature was already in the 20s, but when the icicle rain started, the temperature plummeted. Just now, outside, the temperature difference was probably between 0 and 5 degrees Celsius. Facing the onslaught of the icicle rain and frost, everyone shivered slightly. Whether from exhaustion or the extreme cold, they didn't know. But everyone was relieved. They had escaped another disaster. Chapter 772. "Sister, come quick!" Moo Moo's voice was urgent, like a taut bowstring, suddenly rang out in the closed cabin. The others, standing near the porthole, had the clearest view. The others, unaware of what he had discovered, hurriedly got up and went over. Through the thick porthole glass, the scene outside made them all hold their breath. The sea surface was originally covered with countless fish carcasses of varying sizes, some as small as a hand, others as enormous deep-sea predators. Not far from their cruise ship, 2 shark-like carcasses floated, their originally grayish-blue skin now deathly white from being submerged in seawater, their bellies swollen like balloons about to burst. Suddenly, a rain of ice shards fell from the sky like a volley of arrows, sharp ice spikes whistling as they pierced straight into the sea. The ice shards seemed to have a life of their own, piercing the shark carcasses with pinpoint accuracy. The first icicle pierced the shark's carcass with a muffled thud, followed by a dozen more that followed in quick succession. The immense impact caused the shark's body to explode instantly. Black liquid, accompanied by a large amount of gas, gushed out, forming plumes of filthy mist in the air before scattering in all directions. The liquid carried an indescribable, foul stench, like a mixture of rotting flesh and chemicals, detectable even through the porthole. The odor stung their throats and made their eyes sting. The Zhou family involuntarily took a few steps back, their faces filled with shock and lingering fear. Although the porthole was intact, the sight of the black liquid splattered on the outside glass still sent a chill down their spines. This cruise ship had been meticulously prepared before departure. The hull and deck were lined with boiling point alloy, and the portholes and the glass in front of the cockpit were even wrapped with a perforated boiling point alloy, ensuring both clear visibility and protection against the impact of the icy rain. Even so, the sight outside still filled them with an inescapable sense of oppression. "Everyone, quickly check, are all the windows closed?" Zhou Shuan said rapidly. The group sprang into action, checking the latches of each porthole to ensure there were no gaps. Zhou Shuan had already taken out masks and goggles from her spatial storage and distributed them to everyone to prevent the unknown toxic gases from seeping in. "They're all closed." Mumu came up from the lower cabin and asked everyone, "What do we do now? Are we just going to wait here? We can't sail now." Qi Mingyu knew it was dangerous for them to stay here, but looking at the icy rain outside, his tone was helpless. "We can only wait for it to stop." A silence fell over the cabin, broken only by the continuous sound of icicles hitting the sea and the hull. The sound was like a chilling, apocalyptic symphony, each impact sending a shiver down one's spine. As time passed, the icy rain showed no sign of abating. In fact, it grew increasingly intense. Fish carcasses floated on the surface, some riddled with holes by the icicles, others frozen solid. The entire sea resembled a distorted abstract painting, dark and shrouded in death. The cruise ship drifted aimlessly, shrouded in icy rain and thick fog, seemingly isolated from the world. It wasn't until the third day that the icy rain finally stopped. This sudden storm raged for 2 days and 2 nights before the sky finally returned to calm. The outside temperature was slowly rising, but the air was thick with a damp, cold, and salty stench. A thick fog shrouded everything, a white expanse as if the entire sea was veiled in an invisible gauze, obscuring the horizon and making it impossible to discern directions. Even more unbearable was the stench of decay and fish in the air, the smell of carcasses of fish wounded by the ice shards, swollen, and bursting in the seawater. Even through the thick walls of the cruise ship, the nauseating odor stubbornly seeped in, assaulting everyone's senses. Although the ice shards had ended, the heavy sea fog prevented Zhou Shuan and her team from continuing to fly the helicopter. Visibility was less than 10 meters, taking off rashly would be tantamount to risking their lives. So, they could only continue waiting on the cruise ship, hoping the fog would dissipate soon. Time ticked by in a stifling, oppressive atmosphere. The icicles on the deck began to melt, dripping softly down the hull with a drip-drip sound. Inside the cabin, Mumu leaned against the window, tapping the glass with her fingers impatiently. Qi Mingyu, meanwhile, was flipping through a map, trying to calculate the next course. Even so, it was useless. The map he was holding was one they had drawn after months at sea, but now it was completely ineffective. Zhou Shuan sat beside the helm, her brows slightly furrowed, her gaze through the porthole seemingly piercing through the thick fog to see the true scene outside. Fortunately, the wait didn't last long. About half a day later, sunlight tore a hole in the clouds, golden rays spilled onto the sea, and the fog, as if driven away by some unseen force, began to dissipate rapidly. The sea gradually revealed its color, a blend of blue and black. It really wasn't something to like. "We can set off now," Zhou Shuan said calmly, withdrawing her gaze. The group immediately sprang into action, boarding the helicopter as before, stowing the cruise ship, and continuing towards their destination. The helicopter's rotor spun rapidly, emitting a deep, powerful roar that was exceptionally clear across the vast sea. In the blink of an eye, they had flown several kilometers. The sea was almost completely calm, but Zhou Shuan, Qi Mingyu, and Mumu remained extremely focused, constantly monitoring the situation ahead and above. Therefore, none of them noticed that beneath the surface, some eyes were silently watching them, their pupils gleaming with excitement and fervor. The following days were spent almost entirely on short, frequent stops. Whenever they encountered a sudden blizzard, they would immediately stop, taking shelter in the cruise ship, and then, once the weather improved, they would continue their journey without delay. To save time, Zhou Shuan even refueled the helicopter in the air. Qi Mingyu and Mumu took turns piloting, thus eliminating the need for refueling each time they landed. Although the journey was arduous, it was extremely efficient. About 10 days later, They finally arrived at the area where the hydrothermal vents were located. After flying for over 10 days, the area they reached was finally no longer as heavily polluted by dead fish as before. The sea here had very few dead bodies, and the stench of decay in the air was less noticeable. At least, the Zhou family could tolerate it. Chapter 773. The group stepped back onto the cruise ship's deck, and Zhou Shuwan stored the helicopter in her spatial storage. She sensed their surroundings and said to everyone, "About 2 more hours. Let's go, Xiaoyu. You and Mumu drive slowly, and keep an eye on our surroundings." Qi Mingyu nodded, and went into the cockpit with Mumu, focusing intently on steering the cruise ship forward. Apart from Zhou Shuwan, everyone else was completely unfamiliar with this place. After all, since the polar night descended, and the sea was covered in ice, this area had undergone countless violent tectonic movements, and the seabed landscape had long been altered beyond recognition. Even those who had been here before would find it difficult to recognize its original appearance. Zhou Shuwan stood by the porthole, gazing intently at the sea. She was using her spatial abilities to sense the underwater situation. However, her brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and instead of joy, her eyes showed a hint of seriousness. Mumu couldn't help but ask, "Sister, what's wrong? Is something amiss?" Zhou Shuwan slowly shook her head, her voice tinged with seriousness. "The terrain below has changed drastically. It's completely different from before. In other words, the minerals were gone." Her words were like a stone thrown into calm water, creating ripples throughout the cabin. The Zhou family members exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with shock and confusion. How could this be? Zhong Tiyun couldn't help but ask. Zhou Shuwan took a deep breath and continued, "There must have been an underwater earthquake here." She closed her eyes, the scene she had just seen through the seawater flashing through her mind. It was a devastated seabed, crisscrossed with cracks, the seabed bulging into bizarre shapes. The Zhou family members were all somewhat surprised after hearing her description. But soon, Zhou Jianghai's eyes hardened. "Since we're already here, we can't leave without going down and seeing for ourselves." Zhou Shuwan nodded. She released the submarine from her spatial storage, and after the family boarded, she returned the cruise ship to her spatial storage. Then, the family of 5 slowly headed towards the seabed. The submarine's lights drew a bright beam in the water, but as they increased in depth, the surrounding light grew dimmer. As the submarine drew closer to the seabed, everyone's gaze pierced through the murky water through the portholes, and the scene before them resembled a frozen painting of disaster. The entire seabed was covered with crisscrossing, enormous cracks, as if someone had carved bottomless wounds into the seabed with a knife. The rocks at the edges of the cracks were scorched a dark red by the high temperature, and the remaining magma within the fissures was frozen in a dark red color. Although the temperature had dropped, a single glance was enough to imagine the intense heat of the magma that had once filled the sea. The once flat seabed now bulged into irregular rocky hills, like the spines of giant beasts forcibly pushed out of the ocean floor. The surface of these hills was covered with a thick layer of dark volcanic ash, undulating gently with the currents. Broken coral reefs, toppled rocks, and fragmented shells were scattered among the ash, silently telling the story of past life and prosperity. There was no sign of life anywhere. The once thriving underwater hydrothermal vents were nowhere to be seen. The hydrothermal vents, along with the minerals, fish, and coral reefs that once surrounded them, were all gone. Instead, a desolate wasteland and ruins lay before them. The entire sea was shrouded in a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of waves crashing against the rocky cliffs, echoing across the empty ocean floor. No one recognized this as the hydrothermal vent they had once witnessed. Disappointment was etched on their faces, but even more so, awe at the power of nature. No one knew what horrific disasters had occurred in the depths of the ocean, so far from human habitation. Zhou Jianhai looked at Zhou Shuwan. Wan, what should we do next? Go back like this? Zhou Shuwan remained silent. Even without her saying so, the others understood. Returning empty-handed was understandably disappointing for the 2 captains. They had come with a crucial mission. Failure was not an option. Seeing Zhou Shuwan remain silent, Qi Mingyu knew she was also pondering a solution, so he suggested, "Mumu and I will take the submarine and explore this area first, checking the seabed conditions in other places." Okay. Everyone agreed in unison. They hadn't been to the seabed for quite some time, since the ocean froze over. This was a good opportunity to investigate. Perhaps they could find some useful clues. The submarine slowly moved away from the ruins, cautiously advancing along the seabed. "There's a large bulge about 200 meters ahead," Mumu reported, having discovered something. The submarine slowly approached, and everyone saw that it was an area covered in lava. The dark red rock surface was still emitting heat, and occasionally bubbles would escape from the cracks, rising rapidly in the seawater. The temperature here is very high. The data displayed on the instruments made everyone frown. It seems the crustal activity on this seabed is far from over. It's just relatively mild now. Be careful, Zhou Shuan said. Continuing on, they discovered more strange landforms. In some places, the seabed had sunk into huge, bottomless pits, while in others, sharp stone pillars stood tall, like an underwater stone forest. These stone pillars looked like they were formed from cooled magma, Zhou Jianhai said thoughtfully. Zhou Shuan nodded. Yes, and judging from their shape, this earthquake must have happened not long ago. Probably around the time the sea thawed. Back then, on the surface of the ice sheet, they only knew that there was intense crustal activity underground, unseen by them. Now, they were finally seeing it in person. The submarine rounded a stone forest, and suddenly a long narrow trench appeared before them. The rock walls on both sides of the trench were extremely steep, and the bottom was pitch black, as if leading to another world. Seeing the depth of the trench, so incredibly deep, everyone felt as if they were in a bottomless abyss, a chill running down their spines. It was as if one step and would plunge them into endless darkness, never to return. How is it? Qi Mingyu asked Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan shook her head. I can't sense the depth of this trench. It must be at least 100 or 200 meters deep. At this depth, extending another 100 or 200 meters further down, one could only imagine how dangerous and terrifying it would be to reach the bottom. Let's go. We need to get out of here quickly, Zhong Tian said urgently. It's too dangerous here. Okay, hold on tight. Qi Mingyu carefully maneuvered the submarine, circling around the trench. Only after getting a considerable distance away did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. They had been too close to the trench, fearing the submarine might suddenly fall in due to currents or other reasons. Chapter 774. The submarine had barely left the trench when suddenly, the instruments blared a sharp alarm. What's going on? Qi Mingyu yanked his eyes at the instrument panel. Mu Mu's face turned deathly pale. The temperature is rising rapidly. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Shuan keenly sensed something unusual. A deep tremor emanated from the depths of the seabed, like the heartbeat of a giant beast. Not good. Before she could finish speaking, the seabed beneath the submarine suddenly cracked open, spewing forth a torrent of molten lava mixed with bubbles. The seawater was instantly heated, turning into dense steam that assaulted the submarine's hull. We're being sucked in by an undercurrent. Qi Mingyu gritted his teeth, desperately maneuvering the control levers, but the submarine was still being pulled towards the crack by a powerful force. Outside the window, dark red lava churned in the seawater, like an angry fire dragon, threatening to engulf them at any moment. Zhou Shuan's palms were drenched in cold sweat. She quickly moved all the heavy objects in the space to the stern of the submarine, attempting to use weight to balance the suction. Containers filled with water, sacks of rice and flour weighing 100 pounds, a small generator. The addition of these weights caused the submarine to tilt slightly, raising its bow a little. However, the next second, a deafening roar echoed from the direction of the trench. Another underwater earthquake erupted. The seabed tilted violently, rock walls collapsed, and debris and lava intertwined into a deadly torrent that swept towards them. The submarine shook violently, the lights inside flickering as if they might go out at any moment. Hold on! Qi Mingyu roared, drastically increasing the thruster's power. The submarine managed to rise a few meters, but was still being dragged along by the undercurrent. Zhou Shuan stared intently out the window, her mind racing with calculations. If they were dragged into the crevice, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The only way to survive was to break free from the suction before being completely swallowed. Just then, a sickening metallic scraping sound came from the submarine's hull. It's a rock! Zhou Jianhai exclaimed. A huge boulder is hitting us on the right. Qi Mingyu swerved sharply, and the submarine barely avoided it, but was pulled back towards the edge of the crevice by the undercurrent. The scene outside the window had turned a hellish red, churning lava had dyed the seawater a dark crimson, and the temperature was so high that the submarine's windows were scorching. This won't do, Qi Mingyu shouted. Mu, turn the thrusters to full power and raise the bow as high as possible. Understood. Mu immediately complied. Instantly, thanks to the two's perfectly synchronized, extreme maneuvering, the submarine seemed to break free of its shackles and rise slightly. Quick! Now! Qi Mingyu seized the moment, pushing the thrusters to their limit. The submarine shot forward like an arrow, hurtling diagonally along the seabed. However, the lava and debris behind them continued their relentless pursuit. Suddenly, the seabed ahead collapsed again, forming a huge crater. There's no way forward. Mumu cried out in alarm. Chi Mingyu's pupils constricted. With almost no time to think, he yanked the control stick, propelling the submarine straight towards the edge of the crater. Just before plunging in, he sharply adjusted the rudder, tilting the submarine and narrowly missing the rocky wall. This series of extreme maneuvers caused the submarine to shake violently, throwing everyone off balance. Tiyun. Zhou Jianhai caught Zhong Tiyun, who nearly fell. I'm alright, she gasped, her forehead already covered in cold sweat. The disaster behind her continued. Magma continued to erupt from the fissures. The temperature in this area of the sea was rising steadily, and the seawater below was beginning to boil, producing a large number of bubbles. The submarine's instruments began to malfunction. How long can the oxygen reserves last? Zhou Shuan asked in a low voice. Mumu quickly checked the instruments. 40 minutes at most. How could it be so soon? Zhong Tian exclaimed. Mumu explained. The violent tremors just now damaged a valve in the oxygen circulation system, and now oxygen consumption is 3 times the normal rate. Furthermore, the seawater temperature has risen, and everyone's breathing rate has increased, further accelerating oxygen consumption. Chi Mingyu added, what's worse, we use the thrusters continuously at high intensity to escape the undercurrent, causing energy consumption to be too rapid. Now we must find a safe surfacing point before the oxygen runs out, otherwise we will be trapped and die on this seabed. Zhou Jianghai's expression became extremely serious. Then we must race against time. 1-1, can your spatial perception find the nearest safe exit? We can't surface directly. Zhou Shuan said, the earthquake just now triggered a large-scale underwater magma eruption, and the sea surface is likely covered with floating volcanic debris and acidic substances. Once we surface, the submarine's hull and equipment will be corroded, and it may even be damaged by high-temperature steam and falling rocks. But with the seawater already boiling, they cannot transfer to the cruise ship. Chi Mingyu frowned even deeper, also considering the worst possible outcome. The earthquake could very well have triggered a tsunami. If the waves are extremely high, our small submarine simply won't be able to stay stable in that environment, and might even capsize. Zhong Tian's face turned deathly pale. Then aren't we trapped underwater? Not trapped, we must find a safe exit. Zhou Shuan shook her head. If we can find a waterway leading to safer waters outside, and then surface after we're away from this earthquake zone, we can avoid the dangers on the surface. She looked up at the churning lava spreading outwards, then suddenly bit her lip. Let's head northwest, the seabed there is more stable. Everyone trusted her completely, and Chi Mingyu and Mumu immediately steered the submarine, struggling through the gaps between the lava and the rubble. Every turn could lead to a new landslide or crack. They didn't even dare to go too fast, fearing they might hit an obstacle hidden in the darkness. Just then, Zhou Shuan discovered something. Beneath the seabed not far ahead, there seemed to be a huge cavity. The temperature inside the cavity was relatively low, and there seemed to be water flowing. There's a cave ahead, she explained immediately. Maybe we can hide inside for a while. Chi Mingyu didn't hesitate, he immediately adjusted the submarine's direction, heading towards the cave. As they went deeper, the surrounding seawater temperature noticeably decreased, and the threat of the lava gradually receded. A few minutes later, the submarine entered the cave. It was a huge underwater cavern, its walls covered with thick layers of sediment, and stalactites of various shapes hanging from the ceiling. Seawater flowed within the cave, making a low, rumbling sound. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, their tense nerves relaxing slightly. This place was probably formed during tectonic activity. Zhou Jianhai gazed around, speaking slowly. Chapter 775. Zhou Shuan closed her eyes, concentrating her senses to perceive her surroundings. Deep within the cave, there seemed to be a relatively stable waterway leading to a more distant place. I think we can follow this waterway. Perhaps we can get around this earthquake zone. She opened her eyes, a glimmer of hope in them. However, at that moment, the entire cave suddenly shook violently, and the rocks on the ceiling began to crumble. Oh no! It's not safe here either, Mumu exclaimed. Chi Mingyu made a decisive decision. Keep going deeper, and see if we can find a more stable place. The submarine sped through the dark cave, the surrounding seawater becoming increasingly clear and colder. Suddenly, the waterway ahead began to narrow, the rock walls on both sides becoming steep, as if cleaved by a giant axe. Be careful, the current here is accelerating, Zhou Shuan warned. As soon as she finished speaking, a rapid current surged from ahead, violently pushing the submarine to one side, its hull slamming against the rock wall with a dull metallic sound. The alarm sounded again. Warning! Hull damaged. Abnormally high water pressure. Chi Mingyu gritted his teeth, desperately trying to maintain control. The submarine tossed and turned like a frightened bird in the narrow waterway. Behind them, a thunderous roar came from the depths of the cave, as if a larger current was approaching. The roar grew closer, like 1,000 horses galloping behind them. The submarine rocked violently in the narrow waterway, each collision with the rock wall sending shivers down the spines of those inside. The pressure on the starboard side continues to rise. Moo Moo stared intently at the instrument panel, her voice filled with barely concealed fear. If this continues, the hull might be deformed. Chi Mingyu's forehead was covered in cold sweat, his hands gripping the control stick tightly. I know. Just a little longer. Zhou Shuan closed her eyes, concentrating entirely on sensing the distance. At this moment, the submarine was rocking violently. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun, seeing this, tacitly stood guard on either side of their daughter to prevent her from falling and getting hurt. In Zhou Shuan's vision, the waterway ahead resembled a winding blood vessel, twisting and turning. About 30 meters ahead, the waterway suddenly turned sharply to the right, and a narrow exit was hidden beneath a rock wall on the left, seemingly leading to another waterway. An exit to the left. She opened her eyes sharply. Although narrow, the current was relatively gentle. Got it. Chi Mingyu adjusted the direction without hesitation, the submarine struggling to turn in the rapids. Bang! The hull collided with the rock wall again, producing a dull thud, the entire submarine trembling. Just a little bit more. Zhou Shuan gripped the handrail tightly, her heart pounding in her chest. Finally, the submarine squeezed through the narrow exit and entered a relatively calm waterway. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but their expressions remained grave. How much oxygen are left? Zhou Jianhai asked, his voice low. Moo Moo quickly checked. Less than 20 minutes. This number made everyone's heart sink. 20 minutes meant they had to find a safe surfacing point within that time, or they would suffocate in this frigid seabed. Wan, have you found anything in the waterway ahead? Chi Mingyu asked, his eyes fixed on the dark water ahead. Zhou Shuan closed her eyes again, concentrating her senses. This waterway meanders forward, and after about 100 meters, it enters a large underground cavity. There seems to be an upward passage on the other side of the cavity, but what? Zhong Tiyun asked anxiously. The passage was blocked by a large amount of rubble, seemingly caused by a recent landslide. Zhou Shuan opened her eyes, her brows furrowed. However, I can feel water flowing above, which means there's an exit leading outside. As long as there's an exit, that's good. A determined glint flashed in Chi Mingyu's eyes. We can clear the rubble and force our way through. It's better than being trapped here. The submarine continued forward and soon entered the underground cavity Zhou Shuan had mentioned. It was a huge underwater lake, surrounded by towering rock walls, their shadows shimmering under the submarine's lights. That's it. Zhou Shuan pointed to the other side of the lake, where there was a hole blocked by rubble, with water slowly seeping out from the cracks. Chi Mingyu steered the submarine closer to the hole, carefully observing it before saying, "It seems to be a landslide caused by a recent earthquake. If we can remove this rubble, we can open a passage to the surface. If anyone else were here, they would be completely helpless. But they have Zhou Shuan." "Okay, I try," Zhou Shuan said immediately. She could try to move some of the rubble out using her spatial abilities. The submarine docked at the landslide site. Zhou Shuan placed her hand on the bulkhead and, like collecting supplies, began to collect the rubble from the passage into her spatial storage. Collecting without moving it consumed the least amount of time and effort. However, she couldn't be too reckless, nor could she collect it too quickly, lest it cause another collapse in the already unstable passage. Time ticked by, oxygen reserves dwindled, and a heavy weight pressed on everyone's hearts. 10 minutes of oxygen left. Moo Moo's voice broke the silence, tinged with anxiety. Zhou Shuan took a deep breath and sped up the clearing process. As more and more rubble was removed, the opening gradually widened, and the current became more rapid. "I can feel the water pressure changing above," Zhou Shuan exclaimed excitedly. "The exit is just around the corner." Suddenly, the entire underwater lake shook violently, and rubble fell from the rock walls. "Oh no!" "Earthquake aftershocks," Zhou Jianhai cried out. Zhou Shuan gritted her teeth and focused all her efforts on clearing the last obstacle. Finally, as a huge rock was moved into the space, the opening widened, and a powerful current of water surged in from above, pushing the submarine to one side. "Success?" Moo Moo cheered, but was immediately interrupted by Chi Mingyu's voice. "Don't be too happy yet. We must surface immediately. We only have 5 minutes of oxygen left." Chi Mingyu quickly adjusted the submarine's position, aiming at the passage above. With the roar of the thrusters, the submarine began to slowly ascend. The passage was narrow and winding, forcing the submarine to proceed cautiously. Each turn presented a new obstacle, but fortunately, they encountered no more major landslides along the way. Finally, they emerged from the tunnel. This long, narrow, and deep underwater tunnel was something none of them had ever seen before. However, before the apocalypse, humanity had only explored 5% of the ocean, let alone now, with even technology regressed. Countless disasters had occurred on the seabed in recent years. Therefore, it was normal not to have discovered such a tunnel. The good news was that after navigating the tunnel, they were now quite a distance from the epicenter of the earthquake. The earthquake over there had not yet affected this side. Chapter 776. Zhou Xuan focused intently on observing the situation at sea. Her gaze seemed to pierce through layers of seawater, reaching the surface. Although some volcanic debris floated on the surface, it was much sparser than expected. There was no large area of acidic foam, nor any sign of surging waves. The situation seemed better than they had imagined. The submarine continued to ascend, the water pressure gradually decreasing, and the surrounding water became brighter. With each meter of ascent, they were one step closer to survival. The 5 people inside the cabin almost held their breath, hearing only the low rumble of the propellers and the sound of their own heartbeats. However, at that moment, beep, 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 a piercing alarm suddenly sounded inside the submarine, sharp as steel needles stabbing into everyone's eardrums. Oh no, the oxygen is gone. Moo Moo's voice was filled with terror. The circulation system has completely stopped working. These words were like a boulder thrown into stagnant water, instantly shattering the last shred of peace in everyone's hearts. Qi Mingyu's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat, but his voice remained calm. Stay calm. Under the effects of oxygen deprivation, Zhong Tian's face turned deathly pale, and her breathing became rapid. She instinctively clutched her chest, as if that would alleviate the suffocating feeling. Zhou Jianhai grabbed his daughter's hand, his eyes resolute yet filled with undisguised anxiety. They were still a dozen meters from the surface. At the submarine's ascent speed, it would take at least 10 minutes to reach the surface. 10 minutes, without oxygen, they wouldn't last until then. Fortunately, Zhou Xuan had quickly retrieved 4 oxygen cylinders from her spatial storage. Quick! 1 for each of you. She rapidly distributed oxygen cylinders to everyone. Put on your breathing masks, use them sparingly. Everyone hurriedly put on their oxygen cylinders and took a deep breath. In that instant, it felt like they had been pulled back from the brink of death. Even so, the atmosphere inside the cabin remained suffocatingly heavy. The metallic groans emanating from the submarine's hull, the wheezing of the thrusters, and the rapid heartbeats of everyone intertwined into a symphony of despair. Give it another push. Qi Mingyu roared, pushing the thrusters to their limit. The submarine, like a dying fish struggling, surged upwards with all its might. Just at this critical moment, the submarine suddenly shuddered violently, as if it had struck something. What happened? Zhou Jianhai exclaimed. It's floating volcanic debris. Moo Moo's voice trembled. They jammed the thrusters. These words made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. The submarine was already on the verge of oxygen deprivation. If the thrusters got stuck, they would truly become living coffins on the seabed. Wan! Qi Mingyu suddenly looked at her, his eyes filled with a last glimmer of hope. Zhou Xuan didn't hesitate. She pressed her hand against the bulkhead, closed her eyes, and instantly locked onto the thruster's location. In her field of vision, several sharp pieces of volcanic glass and rubble were firmly wedged between the propeller and the protective shield, emitting a piercing screeching sound as the thrusters rotated. She took a deep breath, concentrating her mind to its absolute limit. It was as if an invisible hand was carefully probing into the thrusters. Piece by piece, shards of rubble and panes of glass were precisely lifted out and then stored away. The process, seemingly simple, was in fact extremely dangerous. The thrusters continued to operate at low speed. Any mistake could damage the blades or even trigger a more serious malfunction. Zhou Xuan's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, revealing that this delicate operation was far more difficult than clearing debris in the underwater tunnel. No one dared to disturb her. Finally, as the last piece of volcanic rock stuck in the core was removed, the thrusters operated smoothly instantly. The submarine jolted violently, accelerating upwards as if freed from its shackles. Success? Zhou Jianhai couldn't help but cheer softly. 5 meters to go. Zhou Xuan opened her eyes and wiped the sweat from her brow. The submarine continued to ascend at full speed, the surrounding seawater growing increasingly bright. Finally, with a muffled bang, the submarine broke through the surface, sunlight instantly flooding the cabin. Fresh air rushed in, and everyone breathed it in deeply, as if it were the most precious thing in the world. However, before they could fully relax, the submarine suddenly emitted a piercing metallic scraping sound. Warning! Starboard thruster power reduced. Severe hull damage. Moo Moo's expression instantly turned grave. The submarine is severely damaged. He frantically operated the control panel, reading data, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. The starboard thruster blades have obvious gaps, power reduced by 30%, and the main propeller speed is unstable. Multiple dents in the hull, large area deformation on the right front, and while the pressure layer wasn't breached, it has developed fine cracks. Moo Moo's voice was urgent. The most troublesome thing is the cooling system. The circulation pipes were cracked in the previous impact, and now there's a slight leak. If we continue at high speed, the engine is likely to overheat and shut down within 2 hours. The cabin fell silent, broken only by the sound of waves crashing against the submarine's hull. What do I do? Zhong Tian asked, her voice trembling, overwhelmed by the series of disasters. Qi Mingyu's expression was grave. We can't dive too deep, nor can we undertake long-distance voyages. Our immediate priority is to find a safe place for emergency repairs. The recent underwater earthquake had affected this area. Zhou Shuan looked out the window, her gaze searching the sea. She could see that the water to the northeast was a deeper color, with significantly less floating debris, and the seabed was relatively flat. After a moment, she said, head northeast. It's safer there. Qi Mingyu immediately nodded. Moo Moo, adjust course, proceed at low speed. The submarine slowly turned and headed northeast. Actually, they could transfer to a cruise ship here. However, although this area was temporarily calm, underwater geological activity hadn't completely ceased. Cruise ships have a deep draft, making them vulnerable to sudden trench collapses, undercurrents, or volcanic eruptions, easily leading to loss of control. Furthermore, cruise ships are less sea-resistant than submarines in open water. They would have almost no reaction time in the event of a sudden giant wave. Submarines, on the other hand, are smaller, more maneuverable, and can quickly adjust their attitude to avoid danger. Therefore, Zhou Shuan and his team decided to wait until a safe zone was confirmed and all risk points were avoided before launching the cruise ship and then repairing the submarine. Occasionally, a few rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the volcanic debris floating on the surface, like shattered glass shimmering on the water. About half an hour later, the submarine emerged from the area of dense debris, and the surrounding sea became much clearer. We can dock here, Zhou Shuan said. The current is calm, and there are no signs of geological activity for now. Chapter 777. Qi Mingyu nodded. Okay. Everyone quickly changed into their diving suits. The heavy diving suits made movement somewhat cumbersome, but in this treacherous sea, it was their only protection. Zhou Shuan calmly extended her hand. The next moment, a large, silver-white cruise ship appeared on the sea, floating silently, as if it had always been there waiting for them. Everyone jumped into the sea one by one. Zhou Shuan was the last to leave the submarine. Then she stored the submarine in her spatial storage. A few minutes later, everyone climbed onto the cruise ship. Having experienced that thrilling underwater adventure, when the group stood on the deck, looking at the indistinct volcanic ash and debris in the distance, their faces were filled with relief. This time, they had escaped again. Zhong Tian leaned against the railing, her face still somewhat pale. Her expression betrayed her weariness and wavering. The seabed after the eternal night is too dangerous, and we haven't found the mineral we're looking for. What should we do now? Zhou Shuan gazed into the distance, silent. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the hazy sea mist, seeing into the deeper, more distant places. Actually, the earthquake in the area they were heading to wasn't unexpected. Hydrothermal vents naturally occur in areas of extremely unstable crust, and were extremely rare globally before the apocalypse. When the ice sheet melted, it was precisely because of intense crustal activity on the seabed that temperatures rose, gradually changing the climate and ushering in daylight. However, no one expected that this regional geological activity would continue to this day, and remain so intense. Should she stay and look for an opportunity to re-enter the seabed to search for minerals, or go elsewhere to search, she hesitated. She looked at Qi Mingyu, who firmly stated, repair the submarine first, then we make further plans. The others nodded in agreement. This was the only option at the moment. Regardless of which path they chose, the submarine needed to be repaired, otherwise, they couldn't enter the sea, and everything would be for naught. Zhou Shuan then launched the submarine from the deck. The silvery white hull gleamed coldly in the sunlight, but at this moment, that light was obscured by a dense network of dents and scratches. A large section on the side was clearly flattened, as if it had been struck by a tremendous force. Seeing these marks with their own eyes, everyone truly realized how dangerous their underwater experience had been, and each of them couldn't help but gasp. Zhou Jianhai was the most knowledgeable about repairs among them, and he had received emergency training from the mothership's maintenance personnel before departure. Now, donning gloves, he carefully inspected the submarine, his brow furrowing slightly. It can be repaired, but some parts are too specialized. We few alone probably can't fully restore it. Repair as much as you can, Qi Mingyu said in a deep voice. Maintain basic navigation capabilities first. Actually, another submarine was quietly parked in Zhou Shuan's space. But that was what they had obtained in exchange with the Gu family, their last resort. Therefore, with a backup plan, they would avoid using it if possible. Submarines are extremely precious in today's world. Even the entire warship fleet only has one usable submarine left. For this reason, they must repair this damaged submarine to continue their mission without distractions. The repair work began quickly. The three men, Qi Mingyu, Zhou Jianhai, and Mu Mu, were responsible for the main mechanical and structural repairs. Zhou Shuan and Zhong Tian helped by handing over tools and cleaning parts. But Zhou Shuan's role went far beyond that. By closing her eyes and concentrating, she could clearly see every inch of damage inside the submarine. Broken pipes, loose screws, circuits corroded by seawater. Where exactly was the problem, and what were the most critical points requiring repair? So, although Zhou Jianhai and his team weren't experts in submarine repair, they avoided many pitfalls and greatly improved repair efficiency. On the first day, they mainly dealt with the damage to the outer hull. Zhou Jianhai repaired the flattened side bulkhead using boiling point alloy plates and high-strength pressure-resistant adhesive. They also replaced the damaged propeller blades. They didn't have ready-made propeller blades. They made new ones using various alloys and tools available in space. Although rough, they were sturdy enough and usable. On the second day, they began repairing the internal systems. The cooling circulation pipes were completely replaced, and the electrical system was thoroughly inspected and reinforced. Zhou Shuan retrieved some sophisticated pre-apocalyptic instruments from his spatial storage to help calibrate the thruster's power output. On the third day, they conducted final adjustments and tests. The submarine was slowly pushed into the sea and conducted a short-distance underwater test near the cruise ship. Monitoring data showed that although the submarine had not yet fully recovered to its optimal condition, its basic navigation and diving functions were working without problems. During these 3 days, Zhou Shuan never relaxed his monitoring of the surrounding waters. In the event of any abnormal situation, whether it was an undersea earthquake or signs of a volcanic eruption, they could ensure immediate evacuation. Fortunately, the sea remained calm for the past 3 days. It seemed that only the area around the hydrothermal vents was experiencing ongoing geological activity, while their area was temporarily safe. When the submarine was almost fully repaired, Zhou Shuan finally made her decision. They needed to descend to the seabed again to search for that crucial mineral. This decision surprised the rest of the Zhou family. After all, they had just escaped a life-or-death underwater crisis, and no one wanted to immediately step into that dangerous place again. But Zhou Shuan's explanation made perfect sense. For others, searching for minerals covered in volcanic ash and lava on the seabed would be nearly impossible, but for her, it was not difficult. Her spatial ability allowed her to directly sense and collect specific substances, an advantage unmatched by others. When we went down to sea before, we saw that the underwater hydrothermal vents had been completely altered, unrecognizable, so we didn't investigate further, Zhou Shuan continued. But now, thinking about it, we should go back and confirm whether those minerals are still there. Mu Mu frowned. Sister, you mean they might be covered by volcanic ash and lava, rather than completely destroyed? Yes, Zhou Shuan nodded. If that's the case, it would actually be easier for us. This reason made everyone waver. After all, if the minerals still existed, they would avoid the trouble of blindly searching for new hydrothermal vents in the vast ocean. That would undoubtedly be like finding a needle in a haystack, extremely difficult, and fraught with countless dangers. Moreover, Zhou Shuan paused, there's another reason. This was a very important point she had only thought of in the past few days. They could also collect the large amounts of volcanic ash ejected from the underwater volcanic eruption after going down to the seabed. After processing, the mothership could use this volcanic ash to improve arable soil. Chapter 778. Volcanic ash is rich in various minerals and is inherently fertile. Although it currently contains a large amount of seawater salt, with desalination treatment such as rainwater washing and freshwater soaking, and by mixing in some organic matter, it can become high-quality soil. Zhong Tian listened, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. That's a good idea. What we lack most right now is arable land, especially now that we don't even have the small island anymore. Losing the small island means they lost their last piece of land. Even if sea levels drop in the future and the small island is rediscovered, it's uncertain whether the land submerged by seawater can still be cultivated. Volcanic ash, however, is a way to enhance soil fertility. Qi Mingyu pondered for a moment, then nodded. If that's the case, then this dive has a dual purpose. Even if we don't find the minerals, we won't return empty-handed. But the risks are still very high, Mu reminded him. Sister, can you sense the current situation there? Zhou Shuan slowly shook her head. It's too far away. I only have a vague feeling. The seabed is calm right now, but I can't be sure when a new earthquake or lava eruption will occur. She paused, then looked at the others. What I mean is, this time, Qi Mingyu and I will go down into the sea. Mom, Dad, Mu, you stay here and wait for us. Before she could finish, she was met with fierce opposition from everyone. No! Zhou Jianhai immediately spoke, his voice resolute. Last time was dangerous enough. If we send the two of you down again, and something happens, we won't even have time to send reinforcements. Zhong Tian hurriedly nodded as well. Yes, Wan, Mom knows you're capable, but no one can predict what will happen underwater. We're a family. If we go together. If we stay together. Mu frowned, her tone stubborn. Sister, I don't agree either. If you and brother-in-law go down alone, I'd be constantly worried up here. It's better if we go down together, so we can look after each other if anything happens. Qi Mingyu paused, then looked at Zhou Shuan, his voice gentle. Wan, then let's all go together. The worst that can happen is like last time, but we still managed to come back safely through our cooperation. Zhou Shuan met her family's anxious and caring gaze, a warm feeling welling up inside her. They were clearly afraid, yet they still chose to face the unknown danger with her. She took a deep breath and finally nodded. Okay. Now that they had decided to go into the sea together, preparations began immediately. Zhou Shuan needed to conduct more precise surveys to confirm the conditions on the seabed before deciding on the diving route. Qi Mingyu and Mu then turned the cruise ship around and headed towards the hydrothermal vent area they had previously visited. Along the way, the sea was eerily calm. In the sky, thick clouds pressed down like giant boulders, with only a few rays of sunlight struggling to pierce through the gaps, casting dappled light and shadow on the sea. The floating volcanic debris had thinned out, and occasionally large, glassy volcanic objects could be seen, shimmering coldly in the water as if sliced by a sharp knife. Zhong Tian stood on the deck, gazing at the distant horizon, and couldn't help but speak. I wonder what we encounter this time. A few days ago, she had surfaced from the seabed, feeling that their survival was already a blessing. This time, having to willingly dive back into the deep sea again, she couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Diving into the deep sea, the sense of oppression was unlike anything she had experienced in any other disaster. But of course, she wouldn't say any of this to her daughter. At this moment, Zhou Shuan, Qi Mingyu, and Mu were all in the cockpit. Only she and Zhou Jianhai were on the deck. Zhou Jianhai was checking his toolbox, saying without looking up, no matter what happens, we can handle it. We survived what happened last time. What's there to be afraid of? Even so, his hand gripped the wrench with a slight pressure. It was an instinctive tension, and also a sense of awe for the unknown. More than 10 hours later, the cruise ship finally reached the area of the hydrothermal vents they had previously encountered. Zhou Shuan raised her hand to signal to stop. This is enough. The distance is sufficient for me to explore. She closed her eyes and placed her hand on the bulkhead. The seabed was silent. Volcanic ash floated in the water like an endless gray mist, completely burying the once colorful underwater world. The seabed around them was indeed quite stable, showing no signs of an impending earthquake. She opened her eyes, nodded, and signaled that everyone could board the submarine. The moment the hatch closed, the outside world seemed to be shut out. The cold metal bulkheads, the low rumble of the propellers, and the breathing of the 5 people around them created a tense atmosphere. The submarine slowly entered the sea. Temperature stable, pressure normal, Mu stared at the instrument panel. The submarine descended deeper and deeper, the surrounding seawater changing from light blue to deep blue, and then to complete darkness. The beam of the searchlight cut a path ahead, illuminating the floating volcanic ash and the occasional shadow of marine life. As the submarine slowly approached the location of the hydrothermal vent, the 5 people inside the cabin looked out the porthole and gasped. The scene before them was completely different from what they had seen just days before. The area was now entirely covered by a thick layer of volcanic ash and dark red lava, resembling a desolate wasteland. The seabed was riddled with cracks, from which wisps of white, hot steam occasionally rose, turning the surrounding water a hazy, milky white. Where the searchlights swept across, they revealed coral skeletons half buried in lava, like remains frozen in time. Moo Moo stared at the thermometer, her brow furrowed. The water temperature is more than 10 degrees higher than normal. Although the lava has stopped erupting, the temperature is still very high. Qi Mingyu said in a deep voice, "Everyone stay alert and be prepared to deal with any emergencies." Zhou Shuan closed her eyes. Her senses, like an invisible radar, penetrated the thick layer of volcanic ash and lava, searching for the target inch by inch. At first, the surroundings were a chaotic fluctuation. The heat of volcanic ash, the residual heat of lava, the flow of seawater. All the signals intertwined, making it difficult for her to discern anything. But soon, she caught a familiar signal. Just 3 meters below her, beneath the lava layer, lay some familiar dark silver minerals. Found it, she opened her eyes. Right below us, covered in volcanic ash and lava. Great! At least the trip wasn't in vain. Everyone was happy. However, how to collect the minerals buried several meters below was a headache. Everyone involuntarily held their breath. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tian clasped hands, and looked at Zhou Shuan beside them. Qi Mingyu immediately adjusted the submarine's position, hovering it directly above the target. Chapter 779. Zhou Shuan took a deep breath and placed her hand on the bulkhead. The cold metal transmitted through her palm, calming her slightly. She closed her eyes, concentrating on sensing everything outside the cabin. Volcanic ash and lava covered the ore, scattered and fragmented by the previous eruption. She had to collect it extensively, not missing a single mineral-containing fragment. The top layer of volcanic ash, over a meter thick, had fallen fresh from the lava eruption a few days prior, still carrying residual heat. Even through the submarine's bulkhead, she could feel the faint heat, like countless tiny needles pricking her skin. The solidified lava layer, though no longer flowing, was still very hot. She endured the burning sensation and began collecting. Large swaths of volcanic ash silently disappeared, absorbed into her spatial storage. The dark red lava layer was also peeled away bit by bit, as if someone were scraping the surface of the seabed with an invisible spoon. After collecting the volcanic ash and lava from a depth of over a meter, she reached the ash and rock deposits from the previous eruption. As the cover thinned, the outlines of the ore below gradually became clearer in her perception. It wasn't a neat vein, but rather an irregular distribution of blocks of varying sizes, some enormous, others as small as a fist. Just then, seawater began to surge into the huge pit she had just cleared, as if a gash had been torn open in the entire ocean. But everyone was watching the area where a large expanse of volcanic ash and lava had suddenly disappeared. They all knew that Zhou Shuan had exhausted all her strength. Her exertion is too great, Zhou Jianghai said softly, his voice filled with worry. Zhou Shuan didn't respond. She kept her eyes closed, completely absorbed in the collection process. Finally, the last layer of magma was peeled away, and she collected all the minerals she could sense into her spatial storage. Including the volcanic ash and magma, the total weight exceeded 2 tons. This would be enough for them for a long time. The volcanic ash could improve the soil, and the minerals could be used to forge high boiling point alloys. She slowly opened her eyes, about to speak, but was interrupted by a sudden tremor. Buzz! The submarine shook violently, as if grabbed by an invisible giant hand. A piercing alarm instantly sounded, red lights flashed inside the cabin, and everyone's hearts tightened. What's going on? Zhou Jianhai gripped the armrest tightly. Qi Mingyu's face instantly paled. Damn it! Wanwan took too much material, it's too heavy. A cavity has formed on the seabed, and the surrounding seawater is rapidly filling it, creating a massive vortex. Through the porthole, they saw in horror. The seabed below was collapsing, volcanic ash and lava layers being swirled by the seawater into a huge black vortex, like a monster with its jaws wide open, about to devour them. Power thrusters, full reverse thrust. Qi Mingyu roared. Moo Moo frantically manipulated the control lever, but the submarine was still firmly held by the vortex's suction, slowly moving towards the cavity below. Wan! Use the spatial manipulation, Qi Mingyu shouted. Zhou Shuan immediately tried to collect the surging seawater and volcanic ash. But the vortex's power was too immense. Her attempts to collect it were like a small boat thrown into a storm, yielding minimal results and causing her to feel dizzy. I can't hold on much longer. She gritted her teeth, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. At this critical moment, a muffled roar came from the depths of the seabed. The formation of the cavity triggered a chain reaction. A huge fissure extended from the depths of the seabed, and molten lava erupted once more. Lava eruption to the left. Zhong Tiyun screamed. Qi Mingyu immediately turned, trying to avoid the molten lava flow. But the suction of the vortex made turning extremely difficult for the submarine. A stream of lava grazed the hull, the temperature of the bulkheads instantly soared, and the metal emitted a slight hissing sound. Zhou Shuan frantically collected seawater and volcanic ash while desperately sensing her surroundings, searching for a possible escape route. Finally, she spotted a narrow trench obscured by volcanic rock. There was no lava flow there for the time being, nor was it affected by the vortex. Hard starboard. Enter the trench, she shouted. The submarine, like a startled fish, plunged into the narrow trench. Pitch blackness enveloped them instantly, with only the beam of light from the submarine searchlight illuminating a few meters ahead. Towering rock walls lined both sides. Riddled with sharp volcanic glass, any slight collision could be fatal. We must get out of this area as quickly as possible, Zhou Shuan gasped, her strength waning, her head throbbing as if struck by a hammer. Qi Mingyu focused intently on piloting the submarine, while Mumu watched the instruments closely, reporting out a series of data. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun, though unable to offer technical assistance, held each other's hands tightly, waiting with bated breath. Suddenly, a fork appeared ahead. The passage to the left was narrow but relatively calm, while the passage to the right was wide but seeped with lava. Left, Zhou Shuan said without hesitation. The submarine entered the left-hand passage, gradually increasing its speed. But just then, a deafening roar came from behind, and the entire trench shook violently. It was the seabed collapsing behind them. The shockwave was rapidly approaching. Zhou Shuan keenly sensed the destructive force. She knew that if they were caught, they would surely die. Speed up, she shouted. But then, a new anomaly appeared in her senses. Deep in the trench ahead, a cold current seemed to be rapidly approaching, its temperature much lower than seawater, carrying a chilling aura. Cold water ahead, she hurriedly warned. Qi Mingyu's expression changed. On the seabed, cold water usually means deep-sea frigid currents, with temperatures dropping to below zero, enough to instantly freeze a submarine's external equipment. Such alternating extreme cold and heat could easily push a submarine to the brink of collapse. Prepare for the impact, he said in a deep voice. The next second, the submarine plunged into the icy current. The temperature of the bulkhead plummeted, and a layer of frost instantly formed on the glass portholes. Muumu's fingers were frozen stiff, and her movements became sluggish. Worse still, the icy current and the lava flow converged not far ahead, forming a violently churning turbulent zone. The seawater there fluctuated wildly in temperature and density, tearing anything that entered instantly. "We're trapped." Muumu's voice trembled. Zhou Shuan gritted her teeth, desperately sensing her surroundings, hoping to find another way out. She vaguely sensed a cavity behind the rock wall on her left, but couldn't be sure if it was passable. Left. There's a cavity behind the rock wall. She had no choice but to gamble. Qi Mingyu didn't hesitate and immediately steered the submarine towards the left rock wall. Chapter 780. Less than 2 meters from the rock face, he activated the robotic arm, attempting to carve a passage through it. It was a multi-jointed metal arm mounted on the port side of the submarine, ending with an alloy drill bit about 30 centimeters in diameter. Buzz! The drill bit spun at high speed, and the moment it touched the volcanic rock, a piercing screeching sound cut like knives into everyone's eardrums. Sparks exploded in the seawater, only to be swallowed up, disappearing in a flash as tiny specks of light. However, the hardness of the volcanic rock far exceeded expectations. Every centimeter the drill bit advanced felt like gnawing at a piece of red-hot steel that cooled instantly. The robotic arm's hydraulic system emitted a muffled groan, progressed extremely slow. The shockwave from behind drew closer, and the seawater began to violently churn. The submarine was like a small boat in a raging storm, its hull tossed up and down by the current, each jolt making the hearts of those inside feel as if they were about to leap out of their chests. "I do it!" Zhou Shuan suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse but unusually firm. A thought flashed through her mind. Perhaps she could use spatial extraction to directly peel away the rock from the surface of the rock wall. Although doing so would greatly deplete her energy, it was currently her only hope. She placed her hand on the cold bulkhead, closed her eyes, and tried to concentrate all her attention on perceiving the rock wall. Gradually, the image of the rock wall emerged in her perception. Thick, rough, and hard, yet not a single solid piece. Beneath the surface, there were some tiny cracks, like wounds torn apart and then healed by an ancient earthquake. The rock in those cracks was relatively fragile. Perhaps it would be the breakthrough point. She began trying to collect the rubble from the cracks. Once, twice, 3 times. Each time, it felt like an invisible hand, was forcefully prying the rock off its mother rock. It was an extremely mentally taxing process. Her brain felt like it was being repeatedly hammered, waves of excruciating pain making her vision blur. Chi Mingyu had gone blind because she had to forcibly remove a metal bed frame from the wall in an emergency. That time, she had almost exhausted all her energy, and because she couldn't completely retract the metal bed frame into her spatial storage in time, it struck Chi Mingyu on the back of the head, causing him to be blind for several months. This time, however, she wasn't facing a metal bed frame, but an entire wall of solid volcanic rock. The difficulty was 100 times greater. Wan Wan! Chi Mingyu turned to look at her, calling her name worriedly. Wan Wan. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun also looked at her with concern, but dared not disturb her concentration. Zhou Shuan didn't answer, only gritted her teeth and continued collecting. Time ticked by, and the air inside the cabin seemed to grow increasingly heavy. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the rock wall outside the submarine, watching the indentation, carved out by force, gradually widen. Finally, a small hole appeared in the rock wall, barely large enough for a submarine to pass through. The edges of the hole were jagged and strewn with sharp rock fragments. Prepare to pass. Chi Mingyu took a deep breath, gripped the control lever tightly, and the submarine's thrusters spewed 2 powerful jets of water, propelling the submarine towards the hole like an arrow. Watch out! Zhong Tiyun couldn't help but shout. The submarine squeezed through the hole, scraping against the edge, sharp rocks scraping against the hull, with a piercing metallic scraping sound. Each collision was terrifying, a constant fear of a fatal gash in the hull. A few seconds later, the submarine successfully entered a relatively spacious underground cavity. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief, their tense nerves finally relaxing for a moment. However, this relaxation lasted only a few seconds. Oh my god! Moo Moo's voice broke the brief silence. Their searchlights swept around, revealing that the cavity's ceiling was covered with sharp, stalactite-like volcanic glass, like inverted blades, ready to fall at any moment. At the bottom was a slowly expanding lava lake, dark red lava churning within, releasing suffocating heat. We have to find an exit as soon as possible, Zhou Shuan whispered, her vision already blurring, but she knew she couldn't give up now. Chi Mingyu steered the submarine slowly downwards, trying to find a possible passage. However, the surrounding rock walls were smooth and hard, with no obvious exit. Just then, boom! The entire cavity suddenly shook violently, as if an ancient behemoth roared from the depths of the ocean. The volcanic glass on the ceiling began to flake off, like countless sharp blades, cascading down towards the submarine. Evade! Evade! Chi Mingyu shouted, desperately maneuvering the submarine to avoid it. Shards of sharp volcanic glass slammed into the hull, producing dull thuds. Deep scratches were left on the submarine's hull, and the alarm system blared frantically again. This can't go on, Zhou Jianhai said anxiously. We have to find a way to get out of here. Zhou Shuan gritted her teeth, pressing her hands against the bulkhead again, trying her best to collect all the falling volcanic glass into the space. Then she sensed her surroundings. Her energy and stamina were nearing their limits, but she knew she had to find a way out as quickly as possible. Suddenly, she sensed a huge cavity behind the left side of the cavity's rock wall. The seawater there flowed abnormally slowly, and the temperature was much lower than the surrounding area. Left. There's a cavity behind the rock wall, she shouted. Chi Mingyu didn't hesitate for a moment, and immediately maneuvered the submarine towards the left side of the rock wall. However, just as they were preparing to use the mechanical arm to excavate a passage again, the lava lake suddenly churned violently. A huge column of lava erupted from the center of the lake, shooting straight to the top of the cavity, then cascading down like a waterfall, instantly turning half of the cavity into a sea of fire. Quick! Zhou Shuan's voice was filled with unprecedented urgency. She could collect the rock wall, she could collect the volcanic glass. But she was helpless against this sea of fire that surpassed human strength. She concentrated again, trying to use spatial manipulation to collect and peel away the rock wall. However, this time the rock wall was even harder than before, and each pull she took felt like a battle against the will of the entire earth. I. Her voice trembled, and the darkness before her eyes grew ever denser. Wan Wan! Hold on. Chi Mingyu's voice was like a rope, pulling her consciousness back from the abyss. Just then, a deep rumble came from behind the rock wall. Zhou Shuan could clearly see the cavity suddenly expand, and a stream of icy water gushed out, instantly lowering the temperature of the magma. It's an underground river, Moo Moo exclaimed in surprise. Chi Mingyu's eyes lit up, and he slammed the control lever. The submarine, like a fish desperately finding a way to survive, crashed headlong into the rock wall,